50 Rules of Success to Achieve What You Want in Business and in Your Personal Life. From the co-author of the Mystery Project. The author of the book is Jack Canfield and Janet Switzer. Life is like a code lock, your job is to get the numbers right, and then you'll get everything you want. Brian Tracy. We would be shocked to the core if we carried out everything we could. Thomas A. Edison. Introduction. If a person has the opportunity to lead an unusual life, he has no right to refuse it. Jacques Cousteau. Legendary underwater explorer and filmmaker. Whoever writes a book should only state what he knows. I have enough guesses myself. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. German poet, novelist, playwright, and philosopher. This book is devoted not just to useful thoughts, but to those timeless principles, those eternal truths that have been followed throughout human history by people who have achieved success. For 30 years I have researched these rules of success and applied them in my own experience. The fruits of the phenomenal success that I am now enjoying have been ripened by the daily and unceasing application of these rules since I began to study them in 1968. My success is that I am the author and editor of more than 60 bestsellers with a worldwide circulation of 500 million copies in 39 languages. 7 books published by May 24, 1998 were on the New York Times bestseller list. 7 books published by the New York Times bestseller list, which put my name in the Guinness Book of World Records. Live on a beautiful estate in California. Appear regularly on every major talk show from Oprah Talk Show to Good Morning America for $25,000 each, and have a yearly income of more than $1 million. In addition, I have a column in a solid weekly newspaper read by millions of people, have received many awards, and have developed the most affectionate relationship with my lovely wife and wonderful children. All in all, achieve true material prosperity, harmony, happiness, and inner peace. I am in touch with the presidents of Fortune 500 companies, movie, TV, and video stars, renowned writers, and the most refined spiritual teachers and leaders. I have had numerous conversations with members of Congress, professional athletes, corporate executives, and prominent businessmen at the world's most aristocratic resorts and finest leisure centers, from the year-round resort on the island of Nevis in the British West Indies to the finest hotels in Acapulco and Cancun. I ski in Idaho, California, and Utah, whitewater raft on Colorado rivers, and climb mountains in California and Washington. And I spend my vacations at the best resorts in Hawaii, Australia, Thailand, Morocco, France, and Italy. In general, life is a real pleasure. My life started out pretty average. I grew up in Wheeling, West Virginia. My mother was an alcoholic, and my father was a workaholic, working in a flower store for $8,000 a year. To help him make ends meet, I worked part-time during the summer break, as a lifeguard at the pool and at the same flower store as him. I went to college with a scholarship, and to pay for textbooks, clothes, and somehow have fun, I continued to work part-time, serving breakfast at one of the student dorms. No one ever brought me anything on a silver platter. During my senior year, I managed to get an hourly teaching job that paid $240 a month. It was $79 for an apartment, so that left me with $161 for the rest of my luxurious life. By the end of the month I was eating a so-called 21-cent lunch, a bag of noodles for 11 cents pour hot water, add garlic salt and tomato paste for 10 cents. So I know firsthand what it is like to be at the bottom of the economic ladder, always scraping together my last penny. After finishing my master's degree, I began working as a high school history teacher in Chicago's South Side neighborhood. Then I met my wonderful mentor, W. Clement Stone. Stone, a self-made multimillionaire, invited me to work at his foundation. He taught me the basic rules of success that I still use today. My job was to teach these rules to others. Over the years with Stone, I have interviewed hundreds of people who have achieved success, Olympic champions and professional athletes, famous artists and best-selling authors, CEOs and political leaders, successful entrepreneurs, and top businessmen. I read literally thousands of books, an average of 1 book every 2 days, attended hundreds of seminars, and listened to thousands of hours of audio programs to uncover these universal rules of success and happiness. Then I applied them to my own life. And the ones that worked, I began to preach in my lectures, seminars, and symposiums that I conducted with over 1 million people in all 50 states of the United States and 20 countries around the world. These rules and methods turned out to be effective not only for me, but also helped hundreds of thousands of my students to achieve financial well-being and extraordinary success in their careers, to find more liveliness and joy in their relationships with others and loved ones, to fulfill their life goals and become happy. Some of my students have started their own successful businesses and become millionaires, others have achieved sporting fame or lucrative contracts, become film and television stars, prominent politicians, gained enormous influence in their community, written many bestsellers, been named Teacher of the Year in their school districts, broken every possible sales record in their trading companies, written award-winning screenplays, become presidents of their corporations, received recognition for outstanding contributions. The rules always apply if you follow the rules. All these results that I have so enthusiastically described are available to you. I know for a fact that you too can achieve unimaginable successes. Why? Yes, because the rules and methods always work, you just have to make them work for you, that's all. A few years ago I appeared on a TV show in Dallas, Texas, and stated that using the rules and principles I was proposing, I could double my income in less than 2 years and cut my hours in half. The host was very skeptical of my claim. So I told her that if she did not double her income and recreation by using my principles and methods for 2 years, I would go back on her show and give her a check for $1,000 in front of everyone. If I was right and it worked out, she would have to invite me back and announce it to viewers and contestants. Just 9 months later, I met her at the National Speakers Association convention in Orlando, Florida. She reported that not only had she already doubled her income, but had also moved to a larger TV station with a substantial pay raise, created her own program, and published a book, all in just 9 months. The fact is that anyone can achieve similar results and achieve them all the time. All you have to do is decide what you want, believe that you deserve it, and start applying the rules I'm talking about in this book. The basic rules are the same for all people and professions, even if you are currently unemployed. It does not matter whether your goal is to become the chief specialist in your trading firm or a leading architect, to get straight A's in school, to lose weight, to buy your dream home, to become a world-class professional athlete, a rock star, an award-winning journalist, a multimillionaire, or a successful businessman. The rules and strategic approaches are the same. As soon as you learn them, adopt them mind and soul, and begin to apply them daily in an orderly and systematic manner, your life will change in ways you have never even dreamed of. No one can do your exercise for you. As the motivational philosopher Jim Rohn accurately put it, no one can do the exercise for you. You have to do it yourself if you want to achieve the desired effect. Whether it's physical exercise or meditation, reading, thinking, studying, learning a new language, setting measurable goals, visualizing success, repeating affirmations, or learning new skills, you must do it yourself. No one can do it for you. I will give you a roadmap, but you will have to drive the car yourself. I will teach you the necessary rules, but you must apply them. If you make the effort yourself, I promise you it will be rewarded 100-fold. How the book is structured. To help you learn these effective rules quickly, I have divided the book into 6 sections. Section 1, Fundamentals of Success, contains 24 chapters that are absolute principles that you must follow in order to get from your present point of being to where you want to be. We begin by analyzing that it is absolutely necessary to take 100% responsibility for your own life. Then you will learn how to figure out your life goals, your idea of them, and your true desires. Then we'll deal with your self-esteem and dreams. And here I'll help you turn your visions into a system of concrete goals and plans to achieve them. I'll even teach you how to harness the incredible power of affirmations and visualizations, one of the secrets of success for all Olympic champions, incredibly successful entrepreneurs, world leaders, etc. The next few chapters deal with the necessary but sometimes frightening actions that are nevertheless necessary to make your dreams come true. You will learn to ask for what you want, to reject rejection, to demand and respond appropriately, and to persevere in the face of what may seem like insurmountable obstacles. Section 2, Change Yourself for Success, deals with the important inner work you'll need to do to help remove any psychological and emotional blocks that may be getting in the way of your success. It's not enough to know what to do. There are many books that will tell you this. But it is necessary not only to understand the importance of these actions, but also to have a technique that helps you get rid of the detrimental beliefs, fears, and habits that are holding you back. You don't drive a car without first taking the brakes off, and these blocks are holding you back. First you have to learn how to take the car off the brake, otherwise you will perceive life as an eternal struggle and will never achieve your goals. So, what will we learn in Section 2? We will understand how to surround ourselves with successful people and how to recognize the positivity of our past and release its negativity. We will learn without fear to face what in life has not worked, with a willingness to open our arms to change and not to refuse the lessons of our best teacher, life. We will learn how to eliminate any physical and emotional confusion that we create for ourselves, and to complete all of life's unfinished business, which takes away a lot of precious energy that can be used much more effectively to achieve our goals. I will also teach you how to transform your inner critic into a mentor and develop the habit of success that will change your life forever. Section 3, Building Your Success Team, explains how and why you should form various support groups so that you yourself can spend time solely on developing your own talents and inclinations. You also learn how to divide your time, find the right mentor, and tap into your own inner judgment, a very abundant, but for most people, alas, almost untapped source of wisdom. In Section 4, Building Trust, I will teach you how to form and maintain such relationships. In this day and age of all kinds of strategic alliances and powerful communities, it is almost impossible to have lasting, large-scale success if you do not know how to create and maintain relationships at the highest level. Finally, because for so many people success is primarily about money, and because money is necessary not only for survival, but also for quality of life, Section 5, Success and Money, appeared. In this section I will discuss how to develop a more positive perception of money, how to secure enough of it to lead the kind of life you are striving for now and in retirement, and why giving, church tithes, and serving people are so important to financial success. Section 6, Success Starts Here, Now, consists of 2 short chapters on why it's important to get started right now and get others involved. Reading these chapters will encourage you to create the life you've always dreamed of, but haven't yet had a good idea how to do it. How to read a book. Question everything. Don't believe anything if it doesn't agree with your own reasonableness and common sense, no matter who said what, when, where, or what. Even if it was me. Buddha. Everyone learns in their own way, and you probably know how you do it best. And while there are many ways to read this book, I would like to suggest a few of the most useful. You may read it, in one sitting, for the first time just to get a feel for the process ahead of you before you begin to create the life you really want. The rules are presented in strict order and flow from one another. They are like the numbers in a combination of a code lock. You want them all and in the right combination. It doesn't matter what color, nationality, gender, or age you are. If you know the combination, the lock will open. As you read, I strongly recommend that you underline and highlight anything in the text that seems important to you. Make notes in the margins about what you intend to do. And review and reread your notes and highlighted chunks of text over and over again. Repetition is the mother of learning. In doing so, you will remind yourself each time of what you must do to get from where you are now to where you want to be. As you read, you will find that any new idea requires repetition before it becomes an integral part of your thinking and being. You may find that you are already familiar with some of the rules given here. That's great. But I wonder if you are currently putting them into practice. If not, make a promise to start using them immediately. Don't forget, the rules work if you follow the rules. If you read it again, you'll want to read more slowly and tastefully, putting the book aside after each chapter and trying to put what you've read into practice. If you're already doing something, go ahead, but if you're not, start immediately. Like many of my former students and clients, you may feel inner resistance to some of the suggested actions. Remember, it's not enough to read this book, you have to live according to its principles, just as you would after reading a book on weight loss, consume fewer calories and increase your physical activity. It's a good idea to find 2 or 3 like-minded people to join forces with yours, then you can control and support each other. After all, true learning happens only when you assimilate and put into practice the new information, that is, when your behavior changes. Warning. Of course, any change requires a lot of effort, because it is necessary to overcome long-standing internal and external resistance. At first the new information may excite you greatly, as if you will fly on the wings of a newfound hope and the rediscovered meaning of life, because you will begin to perceive it in a completely different way. That's good. But I want to warn you, there may be other feelings. You may feel sad that you did not know all this before, angry at your parents and teachers for not teaching you these important principles at home and at school, or angry at yourself for knowing many of them and yet not living them. Now take a deep breath and realize that all of this is part of your journey called life. Everything that has passed has actually been perfect. Everything in the past has led you to this moment of transformation, not earlier or later, but at just the right moment. Each of us, including you, has always tried to make the most of what we knew at the time. Now you are determined to learn more. So rejoice in your new understanding. It has come to give you freedom. There may also come a time when you feel that things have gone on too long. And insidious questions begin to arise. Why haven't I reached my goal yet? Why haven't I become rich? Why isn't the woman, man, of my dreams still around? When will I finally reach my ideal weight? Success takes time, effort, persistence, and patience. If you apply all the rules and methods outlined in this book, your goals will not escape you. You will realize your dreams. But it won't happen all of a sudden. It's only natural to run into obstacles or feel like you're stomping in place as you pursue any goal. It's normal. Those of you who have studied music, sports, or martial arts know that there comes a time when you work and work and work, but it's no use, there seems to be no visible progress. It is during this period that the uninitiated and uninitiated often give up, quit the class altogether or switch to another musical instrument or sport. But the wise, realizing that giving up is not an option, continue to work hard with their instrument, sport, or martial art, and in our case, the rules of success, and eventually, having accumulated enough, rapidly move on to another level of quality and skill, ability, or knowledge. Be patient. Take your time. Do not give up. Don't give up. You will break through. The rules always apply. So, let's begin. It's time to start building a life of your own. Henry James. American writer, author of 20 novels, 112 short stories, and 12 plays. Part 1. The basics of success. The basic rules of the game, if you know them thoroughly, will never fail. Jack Nicklaus. Legendary professional golfer. Rule 1. 100% responsibility for your own life. You have to be responsible for yourself. You can't change the circumstances, the seasons, the direction of the wind, but you can change yourself. Jim Rohn. Distinguished American philosopher-economist. One of the most pervasive myths of contemporary American culture is that we have from birth been assured the right to a wonderful life, as if somewhere sometime ago someone, but not ourselves, took it upon himself to turn our lives into continuous happiness, to provide us with exciting career opportunities, to cherish our family and personal well-being simply because we exist. But the reality, and this is the common life lesson on which the entire book is based, is that there is only one person responsible for the quality of your life. And that person is you. If you want to be successful, you have to be completely responsible for everything that happens in your life. This includes your accomplishments, the quality of your relationships, your mental and physical health, your level of income and debt, your feelings, everything. It's not easy. In fact, most of us are brought up to blame someone else for everything in our lives that we don't like or haven't succeeded in. We blame anything or anyone: parents, bosses, friends, the media, colleagues, clients, spouses, the weather, the economy, horoscopes, lack of money, all of which are so convenient to blame. And we do not want to see the real culprit for all our failures, ourselves. I want to tell you a wonderful story about a man who is walking down the street one evening and comes across a man kneeling and looking for something under a street lamp. The passerby asks what he is looking for. The man replies that he has lost a key. The passerby offers to help and kneels down as well. After an hour of fruitless, already cooperative searching, he asks, "We seem to have looked all around, but we haven't found your key. Are you sure you lost it here?" And the man replies, "No, actually I lost it somewhere in the house, but it's brighter here under the lantern." So, in search of answers to the questions of why life doesn't work and why you don't get the results you want, it's time to turn to yourself, because you created the life you lead and got the results you deserve. You and no one else. In order to achieve the main success in life, to achieve the goals that are most important to you, you must take 100% responsibility for your own life. 100% and not 0.1% less, or it won't work. 100% responsibility for everything. As I mentioned in the introduction, in 1969, just a year after graduating from graduate school, I had the good fortune to work with W. Clement Stone. At the time, his fortune was estimated at $600 million, a success he had achieved on his own. And all of this was long before the multi-millionaires who had already appeared in the 1990s, having made their fortunes in the internet business. In addition, Stone was considered America's foremost expert on success. He published Success magazine, developed the success system that never fails, and together with Napoleon Hill wrote Success Through Positive Thinking. Think and Get Rich, too, Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude. At the end of my first work week, Stone asked if I was 100% responsible for my own life. "I guess so," I answered. The answer to that question, young man, is either yes or no. Either you have that responsibility or you don't. Well, actually, I'm not so sure. Have you ever blamed others for your misfortunes or troubles? Have you ever complained about anything? I guess it happened. You don't assume. You think. Yes, I did. That's it. This means that you are not 100% responsible for your own life. Being 100% responsible implies that you realize that you create all the circumstances of your life, that is, you realize that you are the cause of everything that happens to you. If you really want to succeed, and I know you do, you have to let go of all the blaming and complaining and start taking full responsibility for your life, in other words, for all your results, both achievements and failures. And this is a necessary condition for success in life. Only by recognizing yourself as the cause of all the events in your life can you truly take care of creating the future you want. You know, Jack, once you realize you're the creator of all circumstances, you can change and adjust them as you see fit. Do you understand that? Yes, sir, I do. And are you ready to take 100% responsibility for your own life? Yes, sir, ready. And I accepted it. You have to give up all excuses and regrets. 99% of all failures happen to those who are used to making excuses for themselves. George Washington Carver. Chemist who discovered 325 uses for peanuts. If you want to create the life of your dreams, you have to take 100% responsibility for your being, one way or another. This means giving up all excuses, stories about how you were a victim, explanations of why you still haven't been able to do or gained anything, and other claims to circumstances that are supposedly beyond your control. You should leave all this behind and forget it forever. Your attitude should be such that you are always able to change one thing, correct another, and get the result you want. Whatever the cause, whether it be ignorance, lack of understanding, fears, an irresistible desire to be always right, or the need to feel protected, you no longer have any power over these causes. Why did they have power before? Who knows? It doesn't matter now. The past is the past. What matters now is what you prefer to be and what you prefer to do from this moment on. And you, of course, prefer to be completely independent and to act as a person who is 100% responsible for what happens to him or not to happen. If something doesn't go according to plan, ask yourself, how did I create all this? What was I thinking? Who or what did I believe? What did I say or not say? What did or didn't I do to get the result? Why did I make the other person act this way and not that way? What should I do differently next time to get the result I want? A few years after meeting Stone, Dr. Robert Resnick, a psychotherapist from Los Angeles, taught me a very simple but very important formula that made the idea of 100% responsibility absolutely simple and clear even to me. This formula is this. C plus P tongue sticking out. Event plus reaction equals consequence. The bottom line is that every consequence of your life, whether success or failure, wealth or poverty, health or illness, closeness or estrangement, joy or sadness, is the result of your reaction to a previous event, or events. If you don't like the current consequences, you're faced with a dilemma as to what to do. 1. You can blame your failure, P, on circumstances, C. In other words, you can blame the economy, the weather, lack of money, lack of education, racism, gender chauvinism, current authorities, your wife or husband, your boss's attitude toward you, lack of support, political climate, the system or lack thereof, and so on. All of these factors undoubtedly exist, but if they were decisive, no one would ever succeed at anything. Jackie Robinson would never have played Major League Baseball, Sidney Poitier and Denzel Washington would never have become movie stars, Dianne Feinstein and Barbara Boxer would not have become senators, Erin Brockovich would not have revealed that PG&E's was polluting the water in Hinckley, California, Bill Gates would never have founded Microsoft, and Steve Jobs would not have created Apple computers. For whatever reason something might seem unattainable to you, there are hundreds of people who have faced the same circumstances and still succeeded. Many people get over these so-called limiting factors safely, so they shouldn't be limiting you either. It's not external conditions or circumstances that get in your way, you get in your own way. We hinder ourselves. We hold back in our thoughts and behave as if we were doomed to failure. We are totally inconsistent in defending our suicidal habits, addiction to alcohol and tobacco. We shirk so useful feedback in relationships, fail to continuously develop and learn new skills, waste time on mundane, idle gossip, eat unhealthy foods, neglect physical activity, spending more money than we earn, being unable to provide for our own financial future, avoiding necessary conflicts, being afraid to speak or hear the truth, avoiding asking for what we need, and wondering why life doesn't work out. In fact, that's what most people do. People tend to blame external circumstances and causes for things that do not go their way, and always find excuses for themselves. 2. Instead, you can simply change your reaction, P, to events, C, and do so until the consequences, P, are what you want. You can change your thinking, views, your communication, the pictures you keep in your mind, images of yourself and the world, then your behavior, that is, your actions, will change as well. And that's all you need to control. Unfortunately, most of us are hostage to our own habits and so subservient to them that we never change our behavior. Spouses and children, colleagues at work, customers and clients, students and the world at large cause us to have habitual reactions that we have become accustomed to and do not want to part with. In essence, we are a set of conditioned reflexes that are triggered independently of us. They control us, not we control them. We need to regain control of our thoughts, images, dreams, and visions and our behavior. You must think, speak, and act with deliberate intent and in exact alignment with your goals, objectives, and values. If you don't like the consequences, change your reaction. Let's look at a few examples to see how this works. Do you remember the Northridge earthquake in 1994? I remember it very well. I lived through it in Los Angeles. 2 days later I saw a CNN reporter interviewing people rushing to work. The earthquake had destroyed one of the main freeways into the city. Traffic was hopelessly at a standstill, and if normally there would be an hour-long traffic jam, now there would be a delay of at least 2 or 3 hours. A CNN reporter knocked on the window of one of the cars stuck in the traffic jam and asked the driver what he thought of all that was going on. He replied angrily, "I hate California. First the fires, then the floods, and now the earthquake. You could leave at the crack of dawn and still be late for work. I can't believe it." Then the reporter knocked on the car window behind him and asked the same question. This driver, beaming with a smile, replied, "No problem. I left the house at 5 o'clock in the morning. I guess under the circumstances, my boss has no right to demand more from me. I have plenty of music and Spanish tapes with me. I also have my cell phone with me. There's coffee in the thermos, breakfast in my briefcase, and even a book to read. Everything is fine." 50. What do we do at work? Mostly excuses and justifications. Now look, if an earthquake or a traffic jam are the determining variables in our formula, then, in theory, everyone stuck in it should have been angry, but not everyone was angry. It was everyone's individual reaction to the traffic jam that led to their own consequences. And the difference was that one drove out of the house already prepared for a negative perception of what had happened, with negative thoughts, and the other for a positive one, with positive thoughts. And it was their different attitudes toward the events and their different behavior that caused them to have completely different impressions and experiences. It looks like a downturn is expected, however, I decided not to participate in it. A friend of mine owns a Lexus car dealership in Southern California. When the Gulf War broke out, the number of sales at his office dropped dramatically. The dealers realized that unless they changed their reaction, P, to the events, C, the agency's empty showroom, the business would quietly die. Their perfectly normal reaction, P, was to keep running newspaper and radio ads and wait for the next influx of customers. But this time it didn't work. The consequences, P, were not what they expected. Sales continued to fall steadily. So they decided to change their strategy. And this is how it worked. Several people in a cavalcade of brand new cars went to places where potential wealthy customers, in the country and yacht clubs, on the grounds for the polo, certain neighborhoods in Beverly Hills and Westlake Village, inviting people to come for a ride in the new Lexus. Now imagine this, you get behind the wheel of a new car, drive a few laps, try it out for what they call feel and taste, and then go back to your old car. Remember that feeling of disappointment you felt when you compared the old car to the new one? Up until that point, the old car was fine with you. Suddenly you realized there was something better. The same thing happened to these people. After driving the proposed car, a great many bought or leased a new Lexus. Dealers changed their reaction, P, to unexpected events, C, the war, until they achieved the effect they wanted, an increase in sales. In fact, even more cars left than before the war. Everything you experience today is the result of choices you made in the past. Everything you have to experience in life, whether it's the phenomena of your external or internal life, is the result of your own reactions to previous events. Event, you were paid a bonus of $400. Response, you spent money on a fun night on the town. Consequences, you are left penniless. Event, you were paid a bonus of $400. Response, you have invested in your financial fund. Implications, your capital has grown. You should control just 3 things, your thoughts, your inner images, what you visualize in your mind, and your actions, behavior. How you use these 3 things determines your life events and experiences. If you don't like what's happening to you and in your soul, change your response. Replace negative thinking with positive thinking. Change your habits, what you see in your dreams, what you read, what you talk about. Replace your friends. If you keep doing what you've always done, you'll get what you've always gotten. In 12-step programs like the ones the Alcoholics Anonymous Association works with, Insanity is defined as behavior in which a person, while leading a former lifestyle, hopes for different consequences. It's not going to work. If you are an alcoholic and continue to drink, your life will not improve one bit. Likewise, if you continue to behave the same way, your life will never change. But it will begin to change for the better the day you start reacting differently. If your present actions were to bring you the more and better that you seek in life, that more and better would already be revealed. If you want to get something different out of life, you will have to act differently. Stop blaming. To accuse anyone of anything is a waste of time. No matter how many faults you find in your neighbor or what you accuse him of, it won't change you. Wayne Dyer, co-author of How to Get What You Really, 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 Really Want. You will never succeed as long as you continue to blame someone or something for your failures. If you are going to be a winner, you must admit to yourself, it was you, your thoughts, actions, feelings, and choices that made your life the way it is now. It was you and no one else. You are the one who has always eaten bad food. You're the one who never said no. You were always ordered to do that. You're the one who always stayed late at work. It was you who always preferred to believe in someone else, but not in yourself. You're the one who never listened to your own intuition. It was you who always gave up on your dreams. You were the one who could always be fooled. It was you who always put everything on your shoulders. It was you who trusted someone you shouldn't have trusted. You're the one the dogs have always dragged along on a leash. Stop complaining. Anyone who complains that the ball bounces may miss it altogether. Lou Holtz. The only coach in NCAA history to lead as many as 6 college soccer teams to the American football finals, win a national championship, and be honored as Coach of the Year. Let's take a sober look at what a complaint is. If you complain about someone or something, it means you think you deserve something better. You must have a standard, an ideal to which you aspire and for which you are unwilling to take responsibility. Let's be clear about something. If you didn't think you deserved better, more money, a bigger house, a better job, more interesting entertainment, a more loving wife, husband, you wouldn't complain either. So this image of a better destiny sits in your mind, and you know you'd rather have it all, but you don't want to take the risks necessary to get it all. Think about it, people only complain about things they can change. We never complain about things we can't control. Have you ever heard anyone complain about gravity? No, never. Have you ever seen an old man bent over the years walking down the street grumbling about gravity? Of course not. Why wouldn't it? After all, without gravity, people wouldn't fall down stairs, planes wouldn't fall out of the sky, and dishes wouldn't break. Yet no one complains about this. And the reason is that gravity exists, that's all. There's nothing we can do about it, and we take it for granted. Complaints cannot cancel or change gravity, we understand that, so we don't complain. In reality, we don't complain so much because we use gravity for our own purposes. We build water pipelines on mountain slopes so that water can run to us, we use the sewage system to dispose of waste. And even more than that, we need gravity for games and entertainment. It is used in almost every sport. Skiing, skydiving, high jumping, discus and javelin throwing, basketball, baseball, and golf all involve gravity in one way or another. The circumstances you complain about are, by their very nature, among those you could have changed, but chose not to. You may well find a better job, a more loving partner, earn more money, live in a better house and neighborhood, have nicer neighbors, and eat healthier food. But in order to do that, you need to change. If you go back to the earlier list, you could. To learn how to cook healthier food. Saying no to those who put pressure on you. To go out into the world and find a better job. To devote more time to myself. Believe in their own strength. Trust your inner voice more. To go back to school and finally realize my dream. Take better care of your possessions. Ask others to help you. To do some self-development. To sell or give away their dogs. So why don't you just do it all? Because it requires risk. You risk losing your job altogether, being abandoned by your wife/husband, being ridiculed or judged by others. You risk failure, you risk resistance, you risk being wrong. You risk not being supported by your mother, neighbors, or wife, or husband. Changing yourself takes effort, money, and time. It can make you uncomfortable, cause difficulty, confuse you. And so, not wanting to risk anything and be exposed to all these unpleasant feelings and experiences, you prefer not to change anything about yourself, leave everything as it is and only complain. But if you do complain, it means that you hold in your mind a certain standard of a better life that you would prefer to lead, but you are afraid to take the risk to create it for yourself. Then you should either be honest about your own ultimate choice, take responsibility for it, and stop complaining, or take a risk and start creating a life for yourself according to your benchmark. So if you want to completely change your life and fulfill your long-held dreams, you still find yourself having to take risks. So make a quick decision to stop complaining and wasting your time talking to the same complainers and start creating the life of your dreams. You're complaining to the wrong person. Have you ever noticed that people tend to complain to the wrong people, the ones who can't help? They go to work and complain about their wife, husband, they come home and complain about their coworkers. Why? Because it is easier, there is less risk. It takes courage to tell your wife, husband, that this kind of family life doesn't suit you, that he should change her behavior. No less courage is needed, and to ask the boss to plan the work so that you do not have to stay up late every Friday, or work on the weekend. But it only makes sense to talk to your boss, and your wife, husband, will not help you in any way, sympathize only. Learn not to complain, but to ask and to do things that will have the desired consequences. This is what those who are accompanied by success do. This is what works. If you find yourself in a situation you don't like, either take action to improve it or eliminate yourself. Agree to work on the family relationship or get a divorce. Work hard to improve the conditions of your former job or find a new one. Either way, your life will change. The old proverb says, water does not flow under a lying stone, and according to one of the new principles, the principle of cogs, to turn the other, you must turn yourself. And remember, only you decide whether to change, whether to do something or sit still. The world owes you nothing. You owe it all to yourself. Either you are the creator of your own circumstances, or a passive observer of them. In order to gain power, you must become a creator of your own circumstances rather than a passive observer of them. By the word creator I mean that you yourself, your own actions or, on the contrary, inaction, are the cause of certain events in your life. If you walk up to a man in a bar who has obviously had more than one drink and say, "Hey you drunken freak and dumbass," he will of course jump up and punch you in the jaw with all his might, and when you wake up in the hospital, you are the cause of the accident. This is an easy example. Here's a harder example. You work late every night. You come home tired and exhausted. You silently, absent-mindedly swallow your dinner and sit in front of the TV to watch a basketball game. You don't have the energy or desire to do anything else, like play with your children or go for a walk with your wife. This has been going on for years. Your wife asks to talk to her. You wave it off, later. After another 3 years, one far from beautiful evening you return home late one more time and see, there is no one in the house, only a note from his wife on the kitchen table, she left you and took the children. And you are the reason for this event too. Sometimes we simply allow things to happen by our inaction and unwillingness to do what is necessary or to keep what we want. You threatened your children that if they did not clean up after themselves, you would deprive them of something, sweets, a trip to the movies, an outing, etc., but you did not carry out your threat. And now your house resembles a war zone. You didn't require him to support you at a general meeting, or you once let him have the upper hand for the first time and now have to always obey him. You neglected the sales and motivation seminars because you were too busy, and now the award for best sales volume went to this new guy. You never had time to train the dogs and take them to the training ground, and now they are completely out of control. You never bothered to go to the service station in time and now you are sitting on the side of the road in a stalled car, being late for the necessary meeting. You never went back to school, and now you've been passed over for promotion. Realize, finally, that you are not the victim in all these circumstances. You just sat idly by or stood on the sidelines, passively letting it all happen. You didn't say anything, you didn't demand, you didn't ask, you didn't refuse, you didn't try to do anything, and finally, you just didn't leave. Warning tones. Nothing in the world, and therefore nothing happens to you, just out of the blue. As the heroes of the old television series Star Trek had a yellow alarm flashing from time to time, so fate always sends you a warning first, others whisper and hint at something, the inner voice prompts, intuition tells about something, all this should alert you, adjust to the impending danger and give time to prepare to cope with undesirable consequences. You get warning signals all the time. They come in two varieties. External. He comes home late every now and then, and he smells of alcohol. The bank returned the client's first check. He scolds the secretary too often. His mother warned you. Friends told you. And internal. This strange feeling in the stomach. It's a vague suspicion. That fleeting thought that. Intuition never stops whispering. Suddenly there was an apprehension. That strange dream that made you jump up in the middle of the night. There is a whole language with which fate tells us something. Hints, suspicions, fears. Unexpectedly striking inscriptions on the walls. I have the feeling that. I can feel it a mile away. An inner voice says that. These signs give you time to change your reaction, P, in the equation C plus P tongue sticking out. Too many people ignore these warnings, however, because if you paid attention to them, you'd have to do something that would make you uncomfortable. It's embarrassing to tell your husband that you noticed cigarette butts with lipstick marks in the ashtray. It's embarrassing to speak at a town hall meeting and tell your boss to his face that his proposed plan is bullshit. It's embarrassing to tell someone to their face that you don't trust them. So you pretend like you don't see or understand anything, because it's easier, simpler and more convenient. It allows you not to enter into contradictions, not to risk anything and to keep the peace, even if it's thin. Life gets a lot easier. Meanwhile, successful people don't bury their heads in the sand, but fearlessly face any circumstance. They spit on the inconvenience and do what is necessary to achieve the desired consequences. Successful people don't wait until trouble happens to blame everything and everyone else for their problems. But once you begin to respond quickly and decisively to signals and events as they arise, your life becomes much easier. You will see for yourself how both the external and internal consequences change for the better. Internally, the old complaints in your soul of, I feel like a victim, I'm always being used, I never get anywhere, are replaced by, I'm doing great, I'm in control of events and I can turn them in any direction I want. External ones like, no one comes into our store, we're not profitable again this quarter, people are complaining about the quality of our new merchandise, turn into, and the bank account is going up, our department is number 1 in sales, new merchandise is flying out the door. It's so easy. The point is that you have created and continue to create the life you lead. It is the result of your past thoughts and actions. You are responsible for your present thoughts and feelings. You are responsible for what you say and do. You are also responsible for what goes into your brain and fuels your intellect and soul, what books and magazines you read, what movies and TV shows you watch, what people you interact with. You are in control of every action you take. To be more successful, all you have to do is act in such a way that the result exceeds expectations. Exactly. It's that simple. Simple does not mean easy. Although the principle is simple, it is not always easy to live by it. It requires concentrated understanding, rigorous discipline, and a willingness to experiment and take risks. You must be willing to keep a close eye on your actions and their results. You should establish a feedback loop, and to do so, ask yourself, family, friends, co-workers, supervisors, teachers, coaches, and clients, is what I'm doing effective? Can I do it better? Is there anything I should be doing more of that I'm not doing? Is there anything that I'm doing that I should stop doing? How do you think I'm holding myself back? Don't be afraid to ask. Most are afraid because they are afraid of the answers they are supposed to give, thereby depriving themselves of feedback. But there is nothing to be afraid of. The truth is the truth. And it is better to know than not know. Because knowing it, you can do something with the truth. And without feedback you will not be able to improve the quality of your life, relationships, play, or work. Stop, look around and take a closer look. Life is always giving you feedback signs about the results of your behavior, you just have to look closely. If you miss a round of golf, if your sales are down, if you're failing all your college courses, if your kids are out of control, if you feel tired and weak, if your house is in shambles or you're not happy, these are all feedback signs, telling you that something is wrong and it's time to pay attention to what's going on. Ask yourself, how could I have created or allowed this to happen? What actions of mine are helpful or effective and should I continue to do the same? Exercise, meditate, delegate, trust, listen, ask, advertise, be proactive, say I love you, watch my carbohydrate intake. What actions of mine are harmful or ineffective and should I stop? Talking too much, staring at the box, spending a lot of money, drinking, gossiping, consuming sugar, being late, suppressing others. What am I not doing that I should have at least tried, to see if there would be an effect? Listening more, exercising, sleeping, drinking water, asking for help, marketing, reading, planning, maintaining relationships, assigning work to others or, conversely, doing it myself, hiring a coach, having a volunteer assistant or being more grateful. This book is full of the most reliable and proven rules and recipes for success, which you can use immediately. But you have to leave criticism, believe and trust them with all your heart and begin to act. Only then will you be able to feel whether they are effective for you. But until you try it, you won't know. And And one more little trick: no one can do it for you. Only you can do it. However, the formula is simple: do more of what is effective, less of what is ineffective, and constantly try new things, looking to see if the new things give better results. Take a closer look. The results never lie. The easiest and simplest way to know what works and what doesn't is to look at the results of your present behavior. Are you rich, are you poor, or are you half and half? Whether or not you are at your ideal weight. Happy or not. Whether or not you have what you want. It's simple. Results never lie. Give up excuses and either accept the results of your actions or act differently. If you are too thin or too fat, no amount of arguments, even the strongest ones, will change that. Only different behavior can lead to different results. Think ahead more, take a sales improvement course, change the way you think about trading, eat differently in general, consume fewer calories and exercise more often. These are the things that will lead to different results. But first you should be willing to look at your current results. The only true starting point is your present reality. So start paying attention to what you have. Look at your life and the people in it from a different perspective. Are you and they happy? Is there poise, beauty, comfort, and ease? Are you physically and spiritually healthy? Are you staying in shape? Are you getting what you want? Are you growing in prosperity? Do you learn well? Is your life free of suffering? Is it improving in all areas? If not, wait for things to happen, and it's up to you to let them happen or not. Don't deceive yourself. Be honest with yourself to the end. Take the most thorough inventory of your life. Rule 2. Understand why your life is the way it is. I believe that each of us came into this world with a life purpose. Recognizing, acknowledging, and respecting that purpose is perhaps the most important thing that successful people do. They take the time to understand why they are here, and they follow it with passion and enthusiasm. So why did you come into this world? Personally, I have long since understood why I came into this world. I have defined my true purpose in life, a just position in life, understood how to put passion and determination into every action, and learned that awareness of purpose can make almost any activity enjoyable, interesting, and satisfying. Now I would like to share these secrets with you. You see, wandering through life without a goal, just giving into the waves, wanting nothing and achieving little, of course, is easy, but dangerous. You can find yourself at a dead end or be thrown to the side of life. But when you start living with purpose, everything instantly falls into place. Living with purpose means doing what you love, what you're good at, and what you think is important to you. When you have a true purpose, the people, resources, and opportunities you need are drawn to you. The problems of the world do not escape your attention either, for when you act in accordance with your true purpose, you automatically serve society and all its members. The wording of some of life's private goals. My life purpose is to inspire people and enable them to live their highest dreams in love, harmony, and joy. I inspire them by collecting and distributing inspirational stories through my Chicken Soup for the Soul registered series, lectures, and various performances. And the opportunity to live the dream through my practical self-help books, such as The Power of Focus and The Aladdin Factor, as well as through my high school courses and adult seminars and symposiums. This is how some of my millionaire friends formulated their life goals. I would like to point out that they all accomplished them and made their millions by their own efforts. To inspire and empower people to become masters of their own destiny. 1. Raising human consciousness through business. 2. To become a loving, cheerful, strong, and passionate soul, and thereby to glorify the Lord, serving Him with all meekness and love in the person of all His creatures, and receiving all His gifts with joy and rejoicing. 3. To leave this world a little better for horses and people than it was when I came into it. 4. Encourage everyone to create and inspire a million millionaires, each of whom would donate $1 million to their church or charity. 5. To teach and inspire people to realize their best selves so that they can live their lives with courage, purpose, and joy, rather than with fear, need, and burdensome responsibilities. 6. Determine for yourself the main goal in life and then build all your actions in accordance with it. Brian Tracy. One of America's leading authorities on human development and personal effectiveness. Once your life purpose is defined, all actions should be devoted to it. It is as if in a mirror should be reflected in all your actions. Otherwise you will not reach your goal. And that's it. What dictates all of our actions? Without a clear goal, like a compass pointing in the direction of life, all your efforts may end up being wasted. No one wants to climb a ladder and find that he has put it on the wrong wall. As a child, Julie Lappoli adored fiddling with animals. And everyone around her, seeing that, said in one voice, "Well, Julie, you're going to be a veterinarian. You have to be, and you're going to be a great vet. So when she went to Ohio University, she chose biology, anatomy, and chemistry and began studying to be a veterinarian. A special scholarship she won allowed her to study abroad in Manchester, England, during her senior year. And so, far from the influence of relatives and university professors, as she sat at her desk one gloomy, dreary afternoon, covered in biology books and looking out the window, the thought suddenly pierced her, what am I doing here? I'm not happy. And how? And why, exactly? Because I don't want to be a veterinarian. And then Julie asked herself, what job would I love so much that I could do it even for free, but still get paid for it? Not veterinary medicine. That's definitely not my thing. And she began to remember what she had done before, what gave her joy and satisfaction. And she remembered the youth leadership conferences she had volunteered at and the leadership and communication courses she had taken as an elective there in Ohio. How could I have neglected my needs for so long? I'm in my 4th year here and I'm just now realizing that I'm going down the wrong path and doing the wrong thing. But I've always had the feeling that I was making a mistake. I just had no time to admit it to myself. Encouraged by her new understanding, Julie spent the remainder of her year in England taking courses in communications and media outreach. Returning to Ohio, she was eventually able to convince the administration to let her study in her own leadership studies program and, after spending 2 more years in higher education, was invited to join the Pentagon as a senior management consultant, where she led leadership and personal development training. She also won the title of Miss Virginia in a beauty pageant, which allowed her to spend almost all of 2002 traveling around Virginia talking to children. And most recently, she developed the Mentors and Role Models program for the Youth Foundation, International Youth Foundation, which teaches children to be each other's best role models. By the way, Julie is only 26 years old, a perfect example of what a life illuminated by a clear purpose can become. You don't have to go to England or abroad at all to get away from the daily pressures of life and create a niche for yourself where you feel at ease and in your business. You can simply take the time to do 2 simple exercises that will help you clarify your goals. Feeling joy is your inner guide. It is everyone's duty to listen to his own desires and to respect them. For the sake of your main passion, you should even give up on yourself. Dame Rebecca West. Author of many bestsellers. You were born with an inner compass, which always lets you know if you are on the right course or if you are going astray. What brings you the greatest joy meets your goal. To determine your purpose, make a list of how many times you experienced the greatest joy and vitality. What was common in all of these instances? Can you find a way to make a living doing this? Pat Williams is Senior Vice President of Basketball for the Orlando Magic. He is also the author of 36 books and a professional commentator. When I asked him what he thought was the secret to success, he said, identify as early as possible what you love to do, and then put all your energy into figuring out how you can do it for a living. For young Pat it was sports, baseball to be exact. When his father first took him to a baseball game in Philadelphia, he fell in love with the game unconditionally. He learned to read from the sports section of the New York Times. He knew for sure that when he grew up, he was going to make a career in sports. And he devoted every minute to it. He collected baseball programs, played himself, and had a sports column in the school newspaper. Pat went on to be part of the leadership of the Philadelphia Phillies baseball team and then the Philadelphia Phillies basketball team. When the NBA decided to merge the teams with Orlando, Pat was there to lead the fight. Now in his 60s, he has enjoyed every minute of doing what he loves for over 40 years. When it becomes clear to you what pleases you the most, the goal will appear before you in all its glory. The second exercise offers a simple but effective way to clearly articulate a life purpose. Take some time and do it. Life Purpose Exercise 7. 1. Name 2 of your unique personal qualities, such as enthusiasm and creativity. 2. List 1 or 2 ways you like to show these qualities in your interactions with others, such as support and encouragement. 3. Assume that the world is perfect right now. What does it look like? How do people interact with each other? What are the feelings floating around? Write down your answer as a formulation, in the present tense, describing this perfect world as you see and feel it. Remember, being in a perfect world is very satisfying. Example, all are free to express their unique talents. All act in harmony with one another. All show love. 4. Combine the previous 3 points into a general statement. Example. My goal is to use my creativity and enthusiasm to support and inspire others to express their talents freely in harmony and with love for all things. Stick to the goal. Once you have defined and formulated your life purpose, reread your notes every day, preferably in the morning. If you are artistic or prefer vivid images to boring text, you can draw a pencil or paint a symbol or picture depicting your goal and hang it somewhere, on the fridge, opposite the desk, by the bed, where you will see it every day. Then you will be focused on your goal at all times. As you read through the following chapters and define your vision of the future and life tasks, make sure that it coincides with this formulation of yours. Another way to find out what your life purpose is to take some time for quiet reflection or even meditation. See Rule 35, ask your heart. After you've relaxed and entered a state of deep calm and self-love, ask yourself, what is my purpose/what am I living for? Or what is my unique role in the universe? And let the answer just come to you. Let it be as emotional as possible. The words that emerge don't have to be flowery or poetic, but how much they can inspire you. Rule 3. Determine what you want. To get what you want out of life, you must first determine what it is you want. Ben Stein. Actor and writer. Once you understand why things are this way and not that way, you need to determine who and what you want to become and what to do and have. What to achieve. What to experience. What possessions to acquire. On the way from the old self to the new self, to what you want to achieve, you must first decide what it is that you want. In other words, what is success for you? One of the main reasons most people don't get what they want is that they don't know what they want. They do not know how to define their desires clearly and distinctly. Determining one's desires and aspirations are often hindered by childhood complexes. Each of us has a tiny seed buried deep in our souls, the germ of the person we were meant to be. Unfortunately, you have buried that seed in favor of parents, teachers, mentors, and other adults you tried to emulate as you grew. After all, as a baby you always knew exactly what you wanted. You knew what you wanted to eat, you didn't hesitate to spit out the food you didn't like, and you greedily devoured the food you did like. You expressed your needs and desires without the slightest effort or difficulty. You just shouted loudly, without holding back or being complex, until you got what you wanted. It was in your nature to be fed, swaddled, held and rocked. As you grew older, you began to crawl and, without hesitation, move toward any object that interested you. You had a clear idea of what you wanted and went directly to the goal without fear. So what happened? Somewhere along the way someone said, "Don't you dare touch that. Stay away from that one. Get your hands off of it. Finish what's on your plate quickly, even if you don't like it. No, you can't feel it. No, you don't really want that at all. Shame on you. Stop crying. You are no longer a child. And growing up, did you hear? You can't have everything in the world just because you want to. Money doesn't grow on trees. Can't you think of anyone but yourself? Stop being so selfish. Stop acting like that and do what I tell you. Don't live according to someone else's ideas." After years of living under such guidelines, most of us eventually lost touch with our physical needs and mental dreams and got stuck trying to figure out what those around us wanted from us. We have figured out how we should act and be in order to earn their approval. As a result, we do many things without any desire just because others like it. We're going to medical school because that's what Dad wanted for us. Getting married, to please the mother. Acquiring a good profession instead of following our dreams and pursuing the arts. After graduation, we immediately go to graduate school instead of listening to our own desire and giving ourselves a year off, wandering around Europe with a backpack. For the sake of being seen as prudent, we become deaf to our own desires. No wonder so many teenagers, when we ask them what they want to do or become, honestly answer, "I don't know." Too many different shoulds, responsibilities, and you should pile on top of each other and bury what they really want. So how do you get back to yourself and your true desires? How can you rediscover what you really want without fear, shame, or complexes? How do you reconnect with your true passion? Start small. In every situation, respect your own preferences, no matter how big or small. Don't think of them as nothing. They may not matter to someone else, but not to you. Never settle for less again. If you intend to regain power and get what you really want out of life, you have to remove from your vocabulary the expressions, "I don't know," "I don't care," "it doesn't matter to me," or the favorite phrase of today's teenagers, "don't care." Faced with a choice, no matter how serious or insignificant, act as if you know exactly what you want. Ask yourself, if I really knew, what would it be like? If I cared, what would I prefer? If it mattered to me, how would I act? Not having a clear idea of one's own desires and giving precedence to the needs and aspirations of others is nothing more than a habit that can be gotten rid of by creating the opposite. Yellow Notebook. Many years ago I attended a seminar by Sherry Carter Scott, a self-esteem and motivation specialist and author of If Life is a Game, These Are the Rules. There were 24 of us. On the first day of class, we all walked in a pile into the classroom and were told to take the chairs set up at the front of the room. On each one was a spring-loaded notebook. Some were blue, some were yellow, some were red. The one on my chair was yellow. I remember thinking at the time, I hate the color yellow. I wish it was blue. And then Sherry said the words that turned my life upside down: if you don't like the color of your notebook, trade with someone else. You deserve to have your life the way you want it. My God, there it is, the key concept. It turns out that for nearly 20 years I had been living on the wrong principles, completely resigned to the idea that I wasn't entitled to have everything I wanted. And then, turning to the neighbor to my right, who had a blue pad, I asked, "Would you mind swapping with me?" She replied, "Not at all. I prefer yellow. It's so bright and suits my mood." So I got the coveted blue notebook. Not much of a success in the vast scope of life, but for me it was the first step toward rediscovering the inalienable right to prefer and receive what I prefer. Until now, I had treated my own preferences as trivialities, not worth serious action. And I could have remained indifferent to my true desires. But that moment turned out to be a turning point for me. I gradually began to allow myself to become more aware of my desires and aspirations, and to act on them more and more assertively. Make a list of your desires. I want. One of the easiest ways to figure out what you really want is to make a list of what you'd like to do, 30 items, what you'd like to have, 30 items, and what you'd like to become, 30 items, before you leave this world. That's a wonderful way to get the ball rolling. Another effective method of getting to the bottom of the desires buried in the depths of your soul is to ask a friend to help you make a list of them. I want. Have him or her ask you repeatedly for 10 to 15 minutes, what do you want? What do you want? And briefly write down your answers. The first ones, of course, will sprinkle superficial desires, such as, I want a Mercedes, I want a big house on the ocean. And so on. But by the end of the 15-minute exercise will emerge and desires from the heart, as they are called, hard-earned. I want those around me like me. I want to express myself. I want to be a significant, respected, influential person, and so on, desires that express your true essence. Does the worry that you won't be able to make a living stop you? People very often refrain from expressing their true desires, for they fear that by doing only what they love they will not be able to earn a living. But what I like best is pushing around at hangouts and talking to people, you might say. Fine, that's what Oprah Winfrey does for a living. And my friend Diane Bras, who works in an international travel agency, makes her living by pushing and chatting with tourists about the sights of one of the most interesting and exotic places in the world. Tiger Woods loves to play golf. Ellen DeGeneres loves making people laugh. My sister enjoys sketching jewelry and interacting with teenagers. Donald Trump enjoys trading and building. I enjoy reading and sharing my knowledge with others in books, reports, and seminars. So making a living doing what you love is quite possible. Make a list of the 20 things you like to do most and then think about which ones and how you could make a living. If you love sports, you could participate in sporting events, become a sports columnist or photographer, or work as an agent for a sports management or professional team administration. You could become a coach, manager, or scout, a journalist, cameraman, or team press agent. There are countless ways to make money doing what you love. For now, just decide what you would like to do, and I will show you in the following chapters how to make money with it and be successful. At this stage of your journey, it is not yet necessary to know exactly how to become what you want. It is enough, but very important, just to understand and clearly imagine your future self. Think about who you want to become, and how will become clear in the process. Your internal global navigation system. The process of moving from where you are now to where you want to be is like using a GPS, global positioning and navigation system, in a modern car. To make this system work, you just need to know where you are and where you want to go. The navigation system figures out your location using the onboard computer, which receives signals from 3 satellites and calculates your exact position. When you set a destination, the navigation system chooses the best course for you. All you have to do is follow its instructions. The way to success in life is practically the same. All you have to do is, after thinking about your idea of a better life, decide what point in your new existence you want to go to, set a goal, affirmations, and visualization to set that point, and move forward in the right direction. As you move forward, your inner CLO will unfold a route in front of you. In other words, when you get it all figured out and focus on your dream of another life, and I will teach you many ways to do this, the subsequent steps in all their clarity and precision will begin to appear on your path themselves. When you understand what you want and keep your goal in your mind constantly and without interruption, the way to achieve it will reveal itself, not sooner or later, but when it is urgently needed. Those who had great successes had great dreams, too. The danger for most of us is not that a great goal seems unattainable and we miss it, but that a goal too small is attainable and achievable. Michelangelo. I want to encourage you not to limit your dreams in any way. Let them be great and exciting. When I interviewed Dave Lineker, CEO of RE/MAX, the nation's largest real estate company, he remarked, "Always dream big. Big dreams attract big people." General Wesley Clark recently told me, "It takes no more energy to dream big than it does to dream small." My own experience tells me that super successful people differ from the rest of us simply by dreaming a lot bigger. John F. Kennedy dreamed of flying a man to the moon. Martin Luther King Jr. dreamed of a country free of prejudice and social injustice. Bill Gates dreamed that everyone on Earth could wander the internet from the comfort of their own homes. Buckminster Fuller dreamed of a world where every home had electricity. For these great and successful men, the world is a place where many amazing things can happen, where billions of lives can be improved, where new technologies can fundamentally change the very way humanity lives, and where the world's resources can and should be used for far greater mutual benefit and benefit. It is a world where anything is possible and where they themselves play a significant role in making it happen. I am rich in ways I could never have imagined in my wildest dreams. I only wish my dreams had never been very crazy. When Mark Victor Hansen and I started the Chicken Broth for the Soul series, which promotes a positive thinking strategy, what we called Dream 2020 was a big dream, to sell 1 billion books in the series by 2020 and earn $500 million for charity by giving a portion of the profits to the church. Both then and now, we were very clear about what we wanted to achieve. By limiting your choices to what seems achievable or rational, you put a barrier between yourself and your true desire. Everything else is a compromise. Robert Fritz. Author of The Way of Least Resistance. The Path of Least Resistance. Don't let anyone talk you out of your dreams. There will be those who will try to talk you out of your dream. They will tell you that you are crazy and it is impossible. There will be those who will laugh at you and try to reduce you to their level. My friend Monty Roberts, author of A Dream for Those Who Love Horses, calls such people dream stealers. Don't listen to them. When Monty was in high school, a teacher assigned an essay to the class on what I want to be when I grow up. Monty wrote that he wanted to own his own 200-acre ranch and raise thoroughbred racehorses. His teacher gave him an F and explained that his dream was a pipe dream. Never would a boy living in a trailer on the edge of town be able to save enough money to buy a ranch, breed horses, and pay the ranch workers enough wages. And he, of course, wishing Monty well in the form of a higher grade, suggested that he rewrite his essay. Monty replied, "You keep your failing grade, and I'll keep my dream." Today Monty has a 154-acre farm in Solvang, California, on which he raises thoroughbreds and trains hundreds of dressage riders and grooms in not just the most humane way to ride horses, but to listen and hear them. 8. Dream exercise. The material for building your future should be taken from the future, not from the past. Werner Erhard. Founder of EST and Landmark Forum Trainings. The exercise below is designed to help you understand and reflect on your dreams. Although it can be done as a purely mental exercise, just thinking through the answers and then writing them down, I want to recommend that you dig deeper. If you do just that, the answers will be deeper and serve you better. Start by playing soothing music and getting comfortable in a quiet corner where you won't be disturbed. Then close your eyes and ask your subconscious mind to send you images of the ideal life you would like to lead. And ask the questions not all at once, but one by one, for each of the following categories. 1. First, focus on the financial side of your life. What is your ideal annual income? What does your cash flow look like? How much money is in savings accounts and investments? What is the total value of your assets minus your liabilities? Then, what does your dream home look like? Where is it located? Is the view outside the window good? What is the yard and garden like? Is there a pool or a stable? What color are the walls? What kind of furniture is in the house? Are there paintings on the walls? Which ones? Walk around your wonderful home, looking closely and remembering all the details. At this point, don't think about how you got such a house. Don't hurt yourself by saying, "No, I can't live in Malibu, I make too little money." The subconscious mind cannot be programmed with negative considerations. When you have seen with your mind's eye what you wanted, positive, your subconscious mind will perceive the thought, "I earn too little," negative, as a contradiction. Now visualize the car and other important possessions for you that your finances allow. 2. Now imagine your ideal job or career. Where do you work? What do you do? Who do you work with? What kind of clients, customers, or visitors come to you? What is your salary? Or maybe it's your own business. 3. Then concentrate on your leisure time, your rest, your vacation. What do you and your friends and family do in your free time that you have set aside for yourself? Do you have any hobbies, and what are they? Where do you like to go on vacation? How do you entertain yourself? 4. The following is your ideal of your own body and physical health. Are you healthy? How old do you intend to live to be? Are you open, balanced, enthusiastic about welcoming and living each new day? Are you full of vitality and leading an active life? Are you flexible and strong in equal measure? Do you exercise, eat a healthy diet, and drink as much water as you like? 5. Now move on to perceptions of relationships with family and friends. What are the relationships in your family? Who are your friends? What kind and quality of relationship do you have? What are those relationships like? Do you and your friends love each other, support each other, trust each other? What exactly do you do together? 6. What about your circle of personal interests? Do you see yourself going back to school, going to classes, attending seminars and lectures, seeking remedies for past suffering, or growing spiritually? Do you meditate or attend services at your parish church? Do you want to learn an instrument or write an autobiography? Take up marathon running or art? Travel the world? 7. Finally, focus on the society and state in which you live and which you have chosen for yourself. What is it like when it is functioning smoothly? What social events are taking place in it? And what about your charitable activities? What do you do to help others iron out societal differences? Who are your supporters? You can write down your answers as you go along, or you can do the entire exercise and then open your eyes and write down your answers. Either way, when you finish the exercise, make sure everything is recorded in writing. Reread your notes every day. By doing so, you will keep both your conscious and subconscious mind focused on your dreams, and when you begin to apply the other rules and tools in the book, you will better comprehend other aspects of your perceptions. Share your dreams, it will give you strength and confidence. Having written down visualizations of your dreams, share them with a good friend whom you trust and who is able to understand and support you. Trust is essential so that you do not fear that the friend will find your dreams too outlandish, unattainable, unrealistic, too idealistic, or, on the contrary, materialistic. Almost all of us fear this when the thought of sharing our dreams with someone arises. But the truth is, most in the innermost recesses of our souls want the same things that you do. Everyone wants financial prosperity, a comfortable home, a good job that is enjoyable, excellent health, enough time to do what they love, a good relationship with family and friends, and the opportunity to play a role in the world. It's just that very few people are willing to admit it. When you share your dreams, you will find that there are many people who genuinely want to help you realize them. Someone will introduce you to their friends and the right people. And every time you share your dreams with others, you will feel those dreams becoming clearer and clearer to your inner vision and more real and attainable. And, most importantly, by sharing them, you strengthen your own subconscious belief in your own strength and ability to achieve it all. Rule 4. Believe in yourself. You did not come into this world by accident. You are not a product of mass production. God the Creator intentionally planned you, gifted you with talents, and lovingly sent you to earth. Max Lucado. Author of many bestsellers. If you intend to succeed in building the life of your dreams, you must believe that you can do it, that you have all the inner qualities necessary for this. You have to believe in yourself. Call it whatever you want, self-respect, self-confidence, self-esteem, but let it be a deep and strong belief that you have what it takes, the ability, the inner strength, the talent, and the skill to achieve what you want. Believing in oneself is an attitude. Belief in oneself is the result of a choice. It is an attitude toward life that changes over time. It's good if your parents had a positive mindset and supported you. Alas, most of us had mediocre parents who unwittingly passed on to us the limited beliefs and negative complexes that their parents created in them. But remember, the past is the past. There's no point in blaming your parents for your lack of self-confidence now. It's up to you now to be responsible for your own self-esteem and beliefs. You should prefer the belief that you can accomplish what you set out to do, whatever it may be, for you really can. Incidentally, recent evidence from human brain research indicates that with enough positive self-talk and positive visualization, combined with proper guidance, practice, anyone can learn to do almost anything. Of the hundreds of incredibly successful people I interviewed for this and other books, almost everyone told me, I was by no means the most gifted in my field, but I chose to believe that I could do anything. I studied, practiced, and worked harder than anyone else, and now I am what I am. If a 20-year-old Texan can become a world-class luge master and compete in the Olympics, if a college dropout can become a billionaire, and a dyslexic student who fails a 3-step test can become a best-selling author and TV producer, then you can do anything if you just believe it's possible. If you make a choice in favor of yourself and your abilities and act as if everything is possible, you will do all the actions necessary to get the desired result. If you find it impossible, you will not do what is necessary, and the desired result will not occur. In both cases, what you predicted for yourself will come true. The choice of what to believe is yours. Stephen J. Cannell failed the 1st, 4th, and 10th grade tests. He could not read and was less intelligent than the other children in his class. He had to sit with his mother for 5 hours on each test, but nothing worked. When he asked a buddy who had gotten straight A's on these tests if he took a long time to study, the buddy replied, "I don't study at all." Stephen came to the conclusion that he was totally incapable of studying. "But then I decided to put it out of my mind, just by willful decision," he informed me. "I just refused to think about it. Instead, I focused all my energy on what I was capable of, and that was soccer. If it wasn't for soccer, which I played better than most, I don't know what would have happened to me next. But the game gave me a sense of self-worth." 50. Bob is so crushed by low self-esteem that he falls under any job like a speeding car. By putting all his energy into soccer, he even won interscholastic awards. It was soccer that gave him the opportunity to learn how to excel by using his abilities for their intended purpose. Later, he was able to transfer this belief in himself to another field. Oddly enough, he began writing scripts for television. Eventually he set up his own television studio where he produced and directed 38 shows and TV movies for which he himself wrote more than 350 scripts, for the series The A-Team, Detective Rockford Files, Beretta, 21 Jump Street, Police Commissioner, Apostate, and Silk Networks. At the peak of his television career, he had 2,000 people in his employ. Not only that, but when he sold the studio, he continued to write and wrote 11 bestsellers. Stephen is an excellent example of the fact that what matters is not what life gives you, but how you accept its gifts, how you respond to them spiritually and physically. All my life I've been looking for those who have the infinite ability not to understand what not to do. Henry Ford. The expression, "I can't," should not be in your vocabulary. The expression, "I can't," is the most powerful negative force in the human soul. Paul R. Sheely. Chairman of Learning Strategies Corporation. If you intend to succeed, get rid of the phrase, "I can't," and similar phrases like, "I wish it were possible." These kinds of words actually disempower you. Saying or even thinking them weakens you. In my seminars, I use a technique called kinesiology to check for changes in my listeners' muscle strength as they say different phrases. I ask them to press their left arm tightly against their side and push it away with their left hand to see what their normal strength is. Then I ask them to think of something they think they can't do, like, "I can't play the piano," and say it out loud. And then I push their hand away again. The resistance and force is always less. Then I ask to say, "I can do it," and the resistance and strength increases immediately. Your brain is capable of solving any problem and achieving any goal you give it. The words you think and say actually affect your body. We see this in babies. When you were just learning to walk, you had no obstacles. No obstacle seemed insurmountable to you. But because of the improper emotional and physical treatment of family, friends, and teachers, your sense of your own invincibility gradually faded until you finally lost the belief that you could do anything. You should definitely get the expression, "I can't," out of your vocabulary. In the 80s, I attended a Tony Robbins seminar where we learned how to walk on hot coals. At first we were all afraid that we couldn't do it, that we would burn the soles of our feet. But Tony, as a theoretical part of the workshop, had each of us write down on a piece of paper what we thought we couldn't. "I can't find the perfect job, I can't be a millionaire, I can't find the perfect partner," and then we threw the sheets onto the hot coals and watched as they flared up and turned to ash. 2 hours later, 350 of us walked over the hot coals without the slightest fear of getting burned. That night we realized that the belief that we could not walk over hot coals without getting burned was as false as any other belief in our inability to do anything. Don't waste your life convincing yourself that you can't do something. In 1977, in Tallahassee, Florida, Laura Schultz, then 63, lifted the back end of a Buick that had crushed her grandson's arm. She had never lifted anything heavier than a 2-pound bag full of her favorite treats before. Dr. Charles Garfield, author of Peak Performance and Peak Performers, after reading about the case in the National Enquirer, interviewed her. When he went to see the elderly lady, he found her stubbornly reluctant to talk about what she called the incident. She insistently invited Charlie to breakfast and asked him to call her grandma, which he did. Finally, he got her to talk. She said she didn't like to talk about the accident because it called into question all her beliefs about what she could and couldn't do, about what she thought was possible for her. She said, "If I found myself able to do this without thinking at all about my capabilities, what can I say about my life? Have I not wasted it?" Charlie reassured her that life wasn't over and that she could do all the things she had wanted to do before. He asked her what she had always wanted, what her passion was. Laura answered that she had always loved rocks. She wanted to study geology, but her parents couldn't send her and her brother to college, so only her brother went. At the age of 63, after learning a little from Charlie, she went to college to study geology and, after receiving her bachelor's degree, began teaching at a local school. Don't wait until you're 63 to decide to fulfill a long-held dream. Don't waste years of your life. Realize that you are capable of doing what you want, and take action now. It's all about position. When baseball great Ty Cobb turned 70, a reporter asked him, "What level do you think you could play at today?" Cobb, who had an average success rate in his athletic life of 0.367, replied, "About 0.290, maybe 0.300. The reporter remarked, "It's probably about running faster now, playing at night and on artificial turf and using new pitches like sliding, right?" "No," said Cobb, "it's because I'm 70. That's what it means to believe in yourself. Don't think that a degree is so necessary." Here's another statistic that proves belief in yourself is far more important than education, be it high school or even college. According to Forbes magazine, 20% of American millionaires have never set foot in an institution of higher learning, and 21 out of 222 billionaires, based on 2003 data, do not have a college degree, and 2 have not even graduated from high school. So the prerequisites for success are knowledge and a lifelong commitment to learning, not a formal degree. This is true even in such a high-tech field as the internet. Larry Ellison, the CEO of Oracle, dropped out of the University of Illinois, and at the time of writing this book his fortune was estimated at $18 billion. And Bill Gates left Harvard and later founded Microsoft. Today he is considered one of the richest people in the world, with a net worth of more than $46 billion. Even Vice President Dick Cheney dropped out. When you realize that even the Vice President, the richest man in America, and quite a few movie actors with a fortune of $20 million, and many of our greatest musicians and athletes have all dropped out, then you will realize that you too can, starting from any point in your life, create a prosperous life for yourself. It's none of your business what others think of you. You must believe in yourself, even when no one believes in you. This is the only way you can win. Venus Williams. Professional tennis player, champion, and Olympic gold medalist. If success required others to believe in us and our dreams, most people would never achieve anything. Make decisions about what you want based on your own goals and desires, not the goals, desires, opinions, and considerations of your parents, friends, husband, wife, children, and coworkers. Stop worrying about what others think of you and follow your heart. I like Dr. Daniel Amen's 18/40/60 rule. At 18, you care what people around you think about you, at 40, you don't care, and at 60, you realize that people around you don't think about you at all. What a surprise. It turns out that people around you, for the most part, don't care about you at all. They are too busy with their own lives and their own problems, and if they think about you at all, they ask themselves the same question: what do you think about them? People think about themselves, not you. Think about it, the time you waste worrying about what people around you think about your ideas, your goals, your clothes, your hair, and your home would be much more appropriate to spend thinking about your goals and the means to achieve them. Rule 5. Release the energy of goal setting. If you want to be happy, set yourself a goal that will take over all your thoughts, release your energy and awaken your hopes. Andrew Carnegie. In the early 20th century, America's richest man. Once you understand what your life purpose is, identify your ideas about it, and understand what your true needs and desires are, you must translate them into concrete, measurable goals and objectives, and then proceed to action in full confidence that you will achieve them. Experts in the science of success know that the brain is a device designed for purposeful pursuit. Whatever goal you set your subconscious mind, it will work day and night to achieve it. How much and by what date? For a goal to truly unleash the power of your subconscious mind, it must meet 2 criteria. Be formulated in clear, measurable terms. I will lose 10 pounds, not as clear as I will weigh 135 pounds by 5 p.m. on June 30th. The second option is clearer, for at 5 p.m. on June 30th, anyone can be near you and look at your scale reading, which will either show the claimed 135 pounds or not. Pay attention to these two criteria: how much, some measurable number like pages, pounds, dollars, square feet, or points, and by what date, a specific date and time. Be as precise and specific as possible about all aspects of your goals: design, model, color, year and features, size, weight, shape and appearance, and any other details. Remember, uncertain goals lead to uncertain results. Goal versus good idea. When there are no precise and measurable criteria, it is not a goal, but just some desire, something you want, some preference, a good idea. To engage the subconscious mind, to make it work, the goal or objective must be measurable. Here are a few examples to give you a better understanding. 50. Give me the details. One of the best ways to make your goals clear and specific is to write them out in detail, as if you were writing specifications for a job order. Think of them as a request to God or the universal mind. Don't leave out any possible details. If you want to buy a particular house, describe its features, architecture, location, view outside the window, furniture, pictures, appliances, as vividly and colorfully as possible. If there is a picture of it, get a copy. If it's just a perfect fantasy, pick a time, close your eyes and imagine all the details. Now fix the date by which you hope to acquire it. When you write it all down, your subconscious mind will know how to act. It will recognize which opportunities to take to help you reach your goal. You need goals that make you stretch upward. When setting your goals, write down only truly significant ones that will broaden your horizons and make you work hard. It makes sense to set goals that lead to growth and even cause some difficulty. Why? Because the ultimate goal should not only be to achieve material prosperity, but also to become the master of life. And to do that, you will need to acquire some new skills, expand your understanding of what is possible, build new relationships, and learn to overcome fears, considerations, and obstacles. Set a breakthrough goal. I strongly encourage you not only to translate every aspect of your dreams into measurable goals and quarterly, weekly, and daily tasks done routinely, but also to set what I call a breakthrough goal, which would be a momentous leap forward for both your personality and your career. Most of our goals are incremental small improvements in life. They are like the usual 4-yard touchdown passes at a friendly weekend soccer game. What if you had managed to send the ball 50 yards on your first pitch? That would be the breakthrough for the game. In the same way that soccer can have game-changing throws in the blink of an eye, life has leaps and bounds that can move you forward in life's journey in one fell swoop. These include goals such as losing 60 pounds, writing a book or an article, being on Oprah, winning a gold medal in the Olympics, creating a stunning website, earning a master's or doctoral degree, gaining universal recognition, opening your own resort, becoming president of your union or professional association, or hosting your own radio show. Achieving one such goal would change everything. Is this not a goal worth pursuing with passion? Is it not a purpose worthy of being focused on little by little every day until it is realized? If you were an independent salesman and knew you could get better territory, substantial commissions and bonuses, and perhaps even a promotion if you made as many deals as possible, wouldn't you plow day and night to achieve that? If you were a housewife, a mother of a family, and someone offered you network marketing to make over $1,000 a month, thereby completely changing your entire life and financial situation, wouldn't you take every opportunity to achieve this? This is what I call a breakthrough goal. Something that will dramatically change your life, bring new opportunities, bring you into contact with the right people, move you into a higher circle of communication, and move your actions and relationships to a higher level. What would be a breakthrough goal for you? My youngest brother, Taylor, works as a special education teacher in Florida. He just finished a 5-year degree and will soon receive his diploma that qualifies him to be a school principal, which means an extra $25,000 a year for him. This is a major boost that will greatly increase both his income and his influence and weight in the school system. Writing a bestseller was a breakthrough goal for Mark Victor Hansen and me. The first book in the series, Chicken Soup for the Soul Registered, took us from the narrow circle where we were known to the level of international recognition. And the need for more audio programs, speeches, and seminars followed. The extra profits they brought in allowed us to improve our lifestyle, secure our retirement income, increase our staff, take on more projects, and raise our weight in the community. Reread your goals 3 times a day. Once you've written down all your goals, both big and small, the next step on the road to success is to activate the creative powers of your subconscious mind, which requires you to reread your list 2 or 3 times a day. Make time for this. Read, aloud with passion and enthusiasm if you're in the right place, each goal in turn. Close your eyes and imagine each one as if it were already achieved. Take a few more seconds to feel what you would feel if it were already achieved. Such daily training for success activates the power of your desire. It increases what psychologists call the brain's structural tension. Your brain seeks to bridge the gap between your current reality and your vision of purpose. By constantly repeating and visualizing your goal as already achieved, you will increase this structural tension. This will increase your motivation, enhance your creativity, and expand your understanding of the resources that can help you achieve your goal. Reread your goals at least twice a day, in the morning when you get out of bed and in the evening before you go to bed. Personally, I write down each of mine on small cards, keep a stack of those cards by my bed, and reread them one by one in the morning and one in the evening. I always take them with me when I travel. Make a list of your goals in your planner or calendar. You can create a pop-up program or keeper on your computer screen to remind you of your goals. This, too, is so that you always have them in front of you. When Olympic decathlon gold medalist Bruce Jenner, in a room full of Olympic medal contenders, asked who had a list of goals, everyone raised their hand. When he asked who had their list of goals, only one raised his hand. It was Dan O'Brien. And it was Dan O'Brien who won the gold medal at the 1996 Olympics in Atlanta. Don't underestimate the power of setting goals and constantly reviewing them. Make a goal book. Another effective way to speed up your goals is to make a goal book. Buy a 3-ring binder, scrapbook, or account book. Write each goal on its own page. Put the goal itself at the top of the page and then illustrate it with pictures, words, and phrases cut out from magazines, catalogs, and travel brochures, depicting it as already achieved. As new goals and desires arise, simply add them to your list in the goal book. Review the pages of the goal book each day. Carry the most important goals with you in your wallet. When I started working for W. Clement Stone, he advised me to write my most important goal on the back of my business card and always carry it in my wallet, so that every time I opened my wallet, I would stumble upon it and remember that it was the most important goal. When I met Mark Victor Hansen, I discovered that he was using the same method. After releasing the first book in the Chicken Broth for the Soul Registered series, we both wrote, "How exciting that we will have sold 1.5 million copies of Chicken Broth for the Soul Registered by December 30, 1994. We still signed each other's cards then and carried them in our wallets. Mine is still framed on my desk. Although our publisher laughed and called us crazy, we sold 1.3 million copies of the book by the due date. Some would say, okay, but you didn't reach your goal of 200,000 copies. Perhaps, but that's such a small number, plus, then more than 8 million copies went out in more than 30 languages around the world. You can live with that kind of failure, believe me. One goal is not enough. If you have become bored with life, if you do not get up every morning with a burning desire to do something, you do not have enough goals. Lou Holtz. The only coach in NCAA history to lead as many as 6 college teams to the American Soccer Finals, win a national championship, and be honored as Coach of the Year. Lou Holtz, the legendary varsity soccer coach at Notre Dame, is also known for his legendary goal-setting skills. His belief in goal-setting comes from a lesson he learned in 1966, when he was 28 years old and had just been hired as an assistant coach at the University of South Carolina. His wife, Beth, was 8 months pregnant with their 3rd child, and Lou was putting every extra dollar toward the payment on the house they had bought on an installment plan. A month later, the head coach who had hired Lou resigned, and Lou was out of a job. Trying to cheer him up, his wife gave him a book called The Magic of Thinking Big by David Schwartz. The book said you should write down all the goals you want to achieve in life. Lou sat down at his living room table, freed his imagination of everything superfluous, and made a list of 107 goals he wanted to achieve before he died. These goals encompassed every area of his life, including dining at the White House, appearing on Johnny Carson's Tonight Show, meeting the Pope, working out with Notre Dame, leading his team to a national championship and winning a hole in golf by 1 stroke. Well, Lou achieved 81 of those goals, and he even won a hole in 1 stroke twice. Take the time to make a list of 101 goals. Describe them in vivid detail, noting where, when, how much, what model, size, and so on. Put them on 3 by 5 inch cards, on separate sheets, or in a goal book. Each time you reach one of them, mark it and write the word "win" next to it. I made a list of 101 major goals I wanted to accomplish before I died, and in just 14 years I have already accomplished 58 of them, including going to Africa, flying a glider, learning to ski, being in the Summer Olympics, and writing a book for children. Letter from Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee, undoubtedly the greatest connoisseur of Eastern martial arts, also understood the power of declaring his purpose. If you ever get a chance to visit Planet Hollywood in New York, look for the letter hanging on the wall that Bruce Lee wrote to himself. It is dated January 9, 1970 and marked with the word mystery. Bruce wrote, "By 1980, I will be the most famous Asian movie actor in the United States with a guaranteed income of $10 million. Every time I found myself in front of the camera, will play at the limit of his acting abilities and will live in peace and harmony with itself." Bruce released 3 films and then in 1973 starred in Out of the Dragon, which was released the same year, after his untimely death at the age of 33. The film was a huge success and brought Bruce Lee worldwide fame. Write yourself a check. Around 1990, Jim Carrey, then a young, up-and-coming comedian from Canada trying hard to make his way in Los Angeles, was driving his old Toyota down Mulholland Drive. Looking out over the city in front of him and dreaming about the future, he wrote himself a check for $10 million, dated at Thanksgiving 1995, made a footnote, in payment for special services, and, putting it in his wallet, has carried it ever since. The rest, as they say, is history. Carrey's optimism and tenacity eventually paid off, and by 1995, after the incredible box office success of Ace Ventura, Detective Pet, The Mask, and Dumb and Dumber, he was being paid even more, up to $20 million for his film appearances. After his father died in 1994, Carrey put his famous check in his coffin as a tribute to the man who had sparked and nurtured in him the dream of becoming a star. Considerations, fears and obstacles. It's important to understand that once you set a goal, there are 3 problems that are stopping most people but not you. If you realize that these 3 problems are part of the process, you can see them for what they are, problems to be solved rather than let them stop you. These are the 3 problems, the 3 obstacles to success: considerations, fears, and obstacles. Think about this. As soon as you say you want to double your income next year, you immediately have thoughts like I have to work twice as hard, or there won't be enough time for my family, or my wife is going to kill me. You may think like my territory is already huge, I do not know what else you can attract buyers. When you set out to run a marathon, you may hear some inner voice saying, you might get hurt, or you might have to get up 2 hours earlier every day. That voice may even say that you are too old for such a race. These are the kinds of thoughts that are called considerations. They all urge you not to even try to pursue your goal, explaining why it's impossible. However, on closer examination, these considerations are not so bad at all. They are evidence of how you have been subconsciously stopping yourself all this time. Now that you are aware of them, you can respond to them, object to them, and pass them by. Fears, on the other hand, are feelings. You may fear rejection, failure, or foolishness. You may fear physical or emotional suffering. You may fear losing all the money you have saved. There is nothing unusual about these fears. They are part of the process. And finally, obstacles. These are purely external circumstances that have nothing to do with your thoughts and feelings. An obstacle may be, for example, that no one wants to take part in your project. Or you don't have enough money to get things moving. Maybe you need other investors. Some country or state rules or laws that prohibit what you want to do may also be an obstacle. You may need to petition your government to change those rules. Stu Lichtman, a specialist in the reorganization of bankrupt companies, took under his auspices a well-known shoe firm in Maine, whose financial situation was so bad that it was in danger of total collapse. The firm itself owed millions of dollars to creditors, and $2 million was owed to it. Part of Stu's proposed plan was to sell a dormant plant near the Canadian border, which was to bring the firm $600,000. But the Maine government had a lien on either the plant itself or that money for debt, which would have taken all the proceeds. Stu then went to the state governor and offered him a dilemma. Either we go bankrupt, he said, and then nearly 1,000 state residents would soon be out of work and sitting on the neck of the government because they would have to live on welfare. And it will cost the government millions of dollars. Either the government and the firm together implement Stu's plan to revitalize it, keep the state's economy going and save nearly 1,000 jobs. All that's needed is to refocus the firm and prepare for a merger with another company. But the only way to accomplish that goal was to overcome, you get it, the obstacle of a government retention order. So Stu, instead of giving up and resigning himself, decided to talk to the man who had the power to remove that obstacle. In the end, the governor decided to lift the hold. Of course, you may not encounter any obstacles that require a visit to the governor, but you can handle any others very well, depending on the importance of your goal. Obstacles are simply obstacles that the world puts in your way. It rains when you're trying to organize an outdoor concert, your wife never wants to move to Kentucky, you can't get the financial support you need, and so on. Obstacles are simply circumstances of the reality around you that must be taken as a given in order to move on. They just are and always will be. Unfortunately, most people react to all these considerations, fears, and obstacles like a red light. They say to themselves, now that I think this, feel that, and understand this, I don't think it's worth wasting my energy on this goal. But I tell you, in all considerations, fears, and obstacles, you should not see a red traffic light, but rather the inevitable costs of a normal process. When you renovate or remodel your kitchen, you reconcile both the dust and the worries as part and parcel of the price to be paid. You simply accept them as a given. It's the same with considerations, fears, and obstacles. You just have to learn to take them for granted, too. In fact, they should arise. And if they don't, it means that you haven't set a significant enough goal to pull you up and lift you up. That is, there is no real potential for self-improvement. I always rejoice in considerations, fears, and obstacles, for when they arise, whenever I realize that it was they that hindered me in life. And by recognizing and acknowledging these subconscious thoughts, feelings, and obstacles, I am able to face them with courage, to consider them, and to deal with them appropriately. After that, I feel much better prepared for the next venture I intend to undertake. The goal is mastery. Set a goal for yourself that is significant enough that you will become more significant in the process of achieving it. Jim Rohn. Millionaire, success coach, and philosopher. Of course, the ultimate meaning of overcoming considerations, fears, and obstacles is not in material rewards, but in personal development. Money, cars, houses, yachts, beautiful spouses, or handsome men, power and fame are all transient and can be lost in the blink of an eye. But what you will never lose is your personal dignity, the perfection of your soul that you gained in the process of achieving your goal. When you set yourself a significant goal, you find yourself needing to meet it, that is, to become a significant person. You find yourself needing to develop new skills, new relationships, and new abilities. You are faced with the need to constantly strive upward. On October 20, 1991, in the scenic hills above Oakland and Berkeley, California, destructive flames roared for 10 hours, engulfing one house after another every 11 seconds. 2,800 homes and apartments burned to the ground. A friend of mine, also a writer, lost everything he owned, including a very extensive library, a research archive, and almost the entire manuscript of a book he was writing at the time. For a while, of course, he felt devastated, but he soon realized that although all his possessions perished in that fire, his spiritual capital, who he had become, everything he had learned, and all the skills and confidence he had developed while writing and distributing his books had remained with him and would never burn or sink in the fire. You may lose material possessions, but you will never lose your mastery, what you have learned and who you have become in the process of achieving your goals. I believe that the divine plan for our being on earth is also to become masters in many areas. The master was Christ, who turned water into wine, healed people, walked on water as if it were dry, and calmed storms. He said that you and I could do all these things and more. We are certainly blessed with such possibilities. Today there is a statue of Christ in a square in a German town. During the brutal bombing of World War II, its arms were torn off. Although the townspeople decades ago could have had the statue restored, they felt that the armless statue would serve as a far more important lesson, and hung a plaque on the pedestal that reads, "Christ has no hands but yours." God needs our hands in order to realize His divine plan on earth. But in order for His hopes for us to be realized, to do this tremendous work and become masters, we must all be willing to overcome considerations, fears, and obstacles. Let's go, and now. Now, before you move on to the next chapter, take the time to make a list of your goals. Make sure they are specific and measurable, how much, when, in every aspect of your vision. Then pick a breakthrough goal, write it down on the back of your business card, and put it in your wallet. And then make a list of 101 goals you want to achieve for the rest of your life. Having a clear vision of your task, dream, and goal will help you become one of the top 3% of the world's most successful people. And to be in the top 1%, all you have to do is write down some specific actions on your daily to-do list that will help you achieve your goals. Just don't forget to do those actions. Think about what you've said. If you're clear on where you're going, your goals, and you take at least a few steps in that direction every day, you're bound to reach your destination eventually. If I leave Santa Barbara and head north and take at least 5 steps a day, I will eventually reach San Francisco. So decide what you want, write it down, reread it constantly, and do something every day toward your goal. Rule 6. The keys to success exist. The keys to success exist. Anthony Robbins. Author of Unlimited Power. The interesting thing about this world of abundance and vast opportunity is that almost everything you would like to do has already been done by someone else. Whether it's to lose weight, run a marathon, start a business and become financially independent, cure breast cancer or throw a fancy dinner party, someone has already done it and left advice in the form of books, manuals, audio and video programs, university lectures, online courses, seminars and symposiums. About those who have already done what you would like to do. If, for example, you want to retire a millionaire, there are hundreds of books, from The Automatic Millionaire to The 1-Minute Millionaire, and seminars from Gary Eicher's The Millionaire Mindset to Marshall Thurber and DC Cordova's Money and You. If you want to improve your relationship with your spouse, check out John Gray's book Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, attend a couple of seminars or read Guy and Caitlin Hendricks' online course Conscious Relationship. In fact, there are books and courses with guidelines for everything you want to do. Even better is to contact by telephone those who have already succeeded in what you still want to do, and who are available as teachers, assistants, mentors, counselors, coaches, and consultants. When you use this information to your advantage, you will find that life is nothing more than a game of connect the dots and that all the dots have already been systematized and connected by someone else. All you have to do is to follow a ready-made plan or use a system or program that has already been developed. Why people aren't looking for the keys to success. One day, while preparing to appear on the morning news at a TV studio in Dallas, I asked the studio makeup girl what her long-term goals were. She replied that it had always been her dream to open her own beauty salon. The question on my part was immediately followed by the question of what she was doing to achieve it. Nothing, she said confused, because I don't know how to approach it. I suggested that she invite the mistress of some salon to lunch and ask her how she managed to open it. Can you really do that? The makeup girl exclaimed. I can, and so can you, of course. Most likely, you even thought about asking an expert for advice, but discarded the idea, thinking something like, why would someone waste time and explain to me what they've done? Why would they want to educate me and create a competitor for themselves? Chase such thoughts away. I assure you, and you'll find that people love to talk about how they built their business or achieved their goals. But unfortunately, like the makeup girl from Dallas, most of us don't take advantage of all the available sources. And there are several reasons for this. It never occurs to us. We don't see others using such sources, so we don't do it ourselves. Our parents didn't do it. Our friends and colleagues don't do it. It's inconvenient. You'd have to go to the bookstore or the library or the community college, then drag yourself across town to a meeting. You'd have to sacrifice your time with family, friends, or TV. At the thought of asking for advice or information, the fear of rejection comes alive in our souls. We are afraid to take risks. Connecting the dots in a new way would mean change, and change, even if it's in our best interests, makes us nervous. Who wants to be nervous? Connecting the dots means working hard, and most people, to be honest, don't want to work hard. Look for the keys to success. Here are 3 ways you can go in search of the keys to success. 1. Search for a teacher, trainer, mentor, manual, textbook, or audio program, or poke around on the internet. 2. Seek out someone who has already done what you want to do, and ask him or her to give you half an hour and explain how you can best get started. 3. Ask someone to let you walk behind him or her like a shadow during the day and watch him or her work. Or offer the services of someone you think you could learn from as a volunteer helper. Rule 7. Release the brake. Everything you want is just outside your comfort zone. Robert Allen, co-author of Millionaire in a Minute. Have you ever started your car and suddenly realized that you hadn't taken it off the handbrake? But you didn't put more pressure on the throttle to overcome the resistance of the brake, did you? Of course not. You just let go of the brake and you picked up speed without any effort. Most people move through life without taking themselves off the psychological handbrake. They cling to a negative self-image or suffer the consequences of strong experiences from which they have never been able to free themselves. They take refuge in their own comfort zone, clinging to erroneous beliefs about reality or experiencing guilt and insecurity. And when they try to achieve their goals, these negative beliefs and their predetermined comfort zones always negate good intentions, regardless of diligence. But successful people have found that flying to success at full speed is better, not by building up willpower as an engine of progress, but simply by taking yourself off the brake, ignoring blunders, freeing yourself from limiting beliefs and changing the view of yourself. Get out of your comfort zone. Think of your comfort zone as the prison in which you dwell, a prison largely built by yourself. It consists of various and numerous can'ts, shoulds, don'ts, and other unreasonable beliefs formed from all the negative thoughts and decisions you have accumulated and reinforced throughout your life. You may have even been taught to restrain yourself. Don't be a trained elephant. An elephant is taught from birth to confine itself to a very small space. The trainer ties his leg with a rope to a wooden pole dug deep into the ground. Naturally, the elephant can move away from the pole only by the length of the rope. This is its comfort zone. The rope is very strong, and although the elephant always tries to tear it at first, he soon realizes that it is impossible and that his freedom of action is limited by the length of the rope. Growing up, the elephant becomes a colossus weighing 5 tons and could easily rip that rope, but he doesn't even try it, because he is accustomed from childhood not to do it. And now you can put him even on a thin rope, he will obediently and meekly obey its length. Doesn't it remind you of yourself? After all, you are just as bound to your comfort zone by a thin and weak rope of limited beliefs and perceptions, instilled from childhood and acquired in your youth, which you can easily break, but do not dare. If I have convinced you, here is the good news: you can step outside your comfort zone. How? There are 3 different ways. 1. You can use affirmations and positive conversations with your inner self to affirm that you already have what you want, do what you want, and are what you want. 2. You can create a new, powerful and irresistible, inner image of having what you want, doing what you want, and being what you want. 3. You can simply change your behavior. Any of these ways will take you outside of your former comfort zone. Stop endlessly stepping on the same rake. Successful people have learned one very important concept: never persist in anything. By thinking the same thoughts, holding the same beliefs, repeating the same words and actions, you end up stepping on the same rake. Too often we find ourselves in an endless cycle, vicious circle, of the same behaviors, and by persisting in them we send ourselves into a downward spiral of existence. Limiting thoughts create images in our brain that control our actions, which in turn further reinforce those limiting thoughts. Picture this situation. Going to the presentation of a new project, you are afraid of forgetting or mixing up something in your report. Your imagination conjures up a picture of you standing in a pulpit, your mouth watering in cold sweat because you don't know what to say next. And this, in turn, only reinforces the view of your inner self that you can't speak in public. Well, I knew I'd forget what I had to say. Public speaking is not for me. As long as you continue to complain about present circumstances, your brain will continue to concentrate on them. If you continually talk, think, and write about how things are now, you are continually running the same thoughts through the same pathways of your brain, which is what makes you what you are now. And you are continually spreading the same vibrations around you, which will continue to attract the same people and the same circumstances that you have been creating all along. 50. To break out of this circle, you must focus on thinking, talking, and describing the reality you want to create. You must flood your subconscious mind with thoughts and images of this new reality. The serious problems we face cannot be solved at the same level of thinking at which they arose. Albert Einstein. What is your financial temperature? Your comfort zone acts much like the thermostat in your home. When the room temperature approaches your preset heating limit, the thermostat gives an electrical signal to the fireplace or air conditioner to turn on or off. The temperature in the room begins to change, and the electrical signals continue to respond to these changes and keep the temperature at your desired level. You have the same psychological thermostat inside you that regulates your vital activities and reactions to the world. Only instead of electrical signals, your internal regulator uses signals of discomfort and difficulty to keep you within your comfort zone. As soon as your behavior or reaction approaches the limit of that zone, you begin to experience discomfort. If your feelings don't match the self-image stored in your subconscious mind, your body sends your brain signals of emotional tension and physical discomfort. In an effort to avoid discomfort, you force yourself back into your comfort zone. My stepfather, who was head of regional sales at NCR, noticed that all of his agents thought of themselves as sales agents. They made $2,000 to $3,000 a month. If, according to his own notion, an agent earns $3,000 a month in commissions in the first week of the month, then the rest of the time he works with less zeal. But if the month was coming to an end, and he had only $1,500 in commissions in his account, he would have worked 16 hours a day without days off, developed new business plans, and would have done anything to reach his $3,000. Regardless of the circumstances, a person who thinks of himself as earning $36,000 will always earn it. But he won't do anything more than that, because he will feel uncomfortable. I remember one year my stepfather was selling cash registers right on New Year's Eve. He stayed well past midnight, determined to sell 2 more cash registers, for then he would be entitled to a trip to Hawaii, a trip granted to all salesmen who met their annual quota. He had deserved such a trip for several years in a row, and his self-image did not allow him to fail that year. He sold those units and earned the trip. To do less would have been out of his comfort zone. Now imagine the same scenario for your savings account. For some people, having $2,000 in an account is enough. Others feel uncomfortable if they manage to put away, say, less than $32,000 in 8 months. There are others who are quite comfortable with no reserves at all, and even with $25,000 in credit card debt. If a person who needs $32,000 in savings for comfort suddenly has to spend $16,000 on medical care, he will cut back, work overtime, have a garage sale, in short, do whatever it takes to get his cherished $32,000 back. And if an inheritance should suddenly fall on him, he will, again in order to stay in his comfort zone of $32,000, most likely spend the extra. You have no doubt heard that most lottery winners lose, squander, or give away all of their newfound money within a few years. Statistically speaking, 80% of lottery winners in the United States go bankrupt within 5 years. The reason is that they were unable to develop the mindset of a millionaire and an appropriate attitude toward money, and as a result subconsciously seek to return to the old, pre-millionaire reality that corresponds to their previous mindset. They feel uncomfortable with so much money and therefore find a way to return to the good old comfort zone. Our comfort zone also includes the restaurants we tend to dine in, the hotels we always stay in, the brand of car we are used to driving, the houses we live in, the clothes we wear, the time of year we usually take vacations, and the type of people we interact with. If you've ever walked down Fifth Avenue in New York City or Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills, you've probably had a chance to look into stores where you immediately felt like an outsider. The store was too upscale for you. You felt out of place there. It was your comfort zone in action. Change the way you act. When I first came to Los Angeles in 1981, my new boss took me to an upscale menswear store in Westwood. Before, the most I had ever paid for a white shirt to go with an evening suit was $35 at Nordstrom. Here, however, the cheapest shirt was $95. I was stunned and covered in cold sweat. And while the boss bought a lot of stuff that day, I could only afford one shirt from an Italian fashion designer for $95. I was so far out of my comfort zone that I could barely breathe. The next week, wearing this shirt, I was amazed at how much better it fit and looked and how much better I looked in it. 2 weeks later, after wearing it just 2 more times, I truly fell in love with it. Within a month I bought another one, and within a year I had replaced all my previous shirts altogether. Gradually, though slowly, my comfort zone changed as well, because I got used to using things of better quality, even if they were more expensive. When I lectured for the $1 Million Forum and Builders International, 2 organizations dedicated to training aspiring millionaires, all of the training sessions were held at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Laguna Beach, California, and the Hilton Hotel on the Big Island of Hawaii, as well as at hotels and other luxury resorts. This was done in order to accustom the participants to feeling like upper-class people who were treated appropriately. In this way, it was intended to expand their comfort zone, changing their inner perception of themselves. Each training session concluded with a dinner party and dance to which everyone was expected to attend in formal suits and evening gowns. For many participants, it was the first time they had ever been to a dinner like this, and it proved to be yet another extension of their comfort zone. Replace with affirmations your usual conversation with your inner self. I always believed in magic. Sitting idle in this town, I'd go up Mulholland Drive every night, spread my arms, and, looking out over the city below, I'd say, "Everyone wants to work with me. I'm a really good movie actor. Great offers await me." And he repeated these words over and over again many times, literally imagining that he was already engaged in a couple of films. Then went down the hill, ready to conquer the world, thinking, the proposals for filming are waiting for me right there, they just have not yet reached me. It was this kind of total affirmation, the cure for all moping, that I was taught as a child at home. 9. Jim Carrey. Movie actor. 9 instructions for effective affirmations. For affirmations to be effective, compose them according to the following 9 instructions. 1. Start with the words I, plus verb. These words are the most powerful words in the language. Any phrase that begins with these words is perceived by the subconscious as a guide to action and implementation of the task. 2. Use only the present tense affirmative verb. Describe what you want as if you already have or have achieved it. Wrong, I would like to buy a new red Porsche 911 Carrera. That's right, I love to drive my new red Porsche 911 Carrera. 3. No denials. Include in the affirmation what you want, not what you don't want. There should be no negative affirmations. The subconscious mind does not understand the word no. This means that it takes the call, "Don't slam the door," to mean slam the door. The subconscious mind thinks in images, and the words, "Don't slam the door," conjure up a picture of a slamming door. The phrase, "I am no longer afraid to fly," evokes the image of a person shaking with fear while flying, while the phrase, "I enjoy the thrill of flying," evokes the image of a person enjoying it. Wrong. I'm not afraid to fly anymore. That's right, I enjoy the thrill of flying. 4. Don't be verbose. An affirmation should sound like an advertising slogan. Think as if each word is worth $1,000. The phrase should be short enough and easy to remember. 5. Be specific. Uncertain affirmations lead to uncertain results. Wrong. I'm sitting behind the wheel of my new red car. That's right, I'm behind the wheel of my new red Porsche 911 Carrera. 6. Add to the verb adverbs like always, constantly, continuously, now, confidently, firmly, which give the imagined action a character of activity and extension in time from the present moment to the future. Wrong. I speak openly and honestly. That's right, I always speak openly and honestly with confidence. 7. Use at least one word or expression that denotes a vivid emotion or feeling. Denote the emotional state you would be in if you had already reached your goal. Here are some of the most common words and expressions: delighted, joyful, pleased, cheerful, proud, calm, peaceful, enthusiastic, delightful, loving, confident, undisturbed, jubilant. Wrong. I keep a good 70 pounds all the time. That's right, I fly like a bird, high and far, lifting my 70 admiringly and easily. Notice the rhyming nature of this affirmation. The subconscious mind loves rhyme and rhythm. This is the basis of various, perhaps not the cleverest, rhymes for memorizing all sorts of grammatical rules and mathematical laws such as hear, see and offend, chase, hold and hate, and breathe, look, twist, and depend, and endure. So we memorized verbs with improper conjugation at school, or Pythagorean pants on all sides are equal. The subconscious also likes sound and sound associations, such as the well-known saying "the dust flies in the field from the stomping of hooves." Listen to this frequent repetition of P sounds. Isn't there an impression of stomping? 8. The affirmation should refer to you and not to someone else. When writing an affirmation, describe your own action, not someone else's. Wrong. I watch Johnny clean the room. That's right, I confidently and effectively explain to Johnny what I want him to do. 9. Add, or even better. When writing an affirmation for a specific situation, work, study, vacation, a material goal, house, car, boat, or a relationship, with husband, wife, children, always add, best, with the best, with the best. Sometimes the criteria for desirability stem from our selfish or limited experiences. And something, or someone, may emerge that is far more attractive, better, than the one, or the one, we are striving for now, and your phrasing should take that into account as well. Example. I enjoy vacationing in my beautiful villa overlooking the coast on Ka Napoli, or Maui, or an even better place. An easy way to make an affirmation. 1. Visualize the circumstances you would like to create. Visualize everything as you would like to see it in reality. Put yourself in the picture and look at the world from the inside. If you want a car, imagine driving it, looking at the road or street through the windshield. 2. Imagine the sounds you would hear if you had already realized your dream. 3. Feel the feelings and emotions you would like to experience by creating the desired circumstances or receiving the desired thing. 4. Briefly describe all your feelings and emotions. 5. If necessary, edit the affirmation according to the above instructions. How to work with affirmations and visualization. 1. Reread your affirmations once or 3 times a day. It is best in the morning, then in the middle of the day to keep you focused, and before going to bed. 2. Read aloud if you have to. 3. Close your eyes and imagine yourself as described in the affirmation. And look at the imagined situation as if from within yourself. In other words, you should not look at yourself from the outside, but live in the imagined future. 4. Imagine any sounds you might hear in that successfully realized future that your affirmation describes: the sound of the surf, the roar of the crowd, the national anthem. Imagine gathering important people around you, congratulating you, and telling them how happy they are about your success. 5. Be deeply moved by the feelings you'll have when you succeed. The stronger the feelings, the more powerful the process. If imagining such feelings is difficult for you, you can repeat, I always easily and with pleasure experience strong feelings in effective work with affirmations. 6. Say this affirmation again and move on to the next one. Other ways to work with affirmations. 1. Place 3 by 5 inch affirmation cards around the house. 2. Draw and hang pictures of what you want around your house or at least in your room. You can also use pictures of yourself. 3. Repeat affirmations during any intellectual downtime, such as standing in line, doing gymnastics, or driving. Say it in a whisper or loudly. 4. Record the affirmations on tape and listen to them while doing physical labor, driving, or going to bed. You can use a looping tape, MP3 player, or iPod. 5. Have your father or mother record on tape the words of encouragement and support you would like to hear from them now. 6. Repeat affirmations in the first person, I, second person, you, and third person, he, she. 7. Place the affirmations among the windows on the screensaver of your computer so that every time you turn it on, you will see them. How affirmations work. I first learned of the power of affirmations when W. Clement Stone urged me to set a goal so far beyond my capabilities that I would have been amazed if I had achieved it. Although I knew Stone's recommendations were sound, I hadn't really thought about applying them to my own life. I thought about it several years later, when I decided it was time to make $100,000 or more a year, not $25,000. The first thing I did then was to make an affirmation, after which I was invited to Florence Scovel Shin. Here is my affirmation. God is my inexhaustible source, by his good pleasure great money comes to me easily and quickly, and I repay even more kindness to all who have done good to me. I easily and joyfully earn, save, and invest $100,000 a year. Then I pictured a huge, exact copy of the $100,000 bill and pinned it on the ceiling above my bed. In the morning, when I opened my eyes, I first of all saw the $100,000 bill, closed my eyes, repeated the affirmation, and visualized what I would enjoy if I led a lifestyle that matched the $100,000 a year income. I imagined the house I would live in, the furniture and paintings I would decorate it with, the car I would drive, and where I would go on vacation. I also imagined the feelings with which I would lead this new way of life. And one fine morning I woke up with my first idea about how to make that $100,000. Here's what occurred to me: if I sold 400,000 copies of my book 100 Ways to Enhance Self-Concept in the Classroom, each one giving me 25 cents, I would have made exactly $100,000. I added to my daily affirmation image of my book, flying off the shelves, and the publisher, writing me a check for the coveted $100,000. Soon a freelance correspondent came to me and wrote an article about me for the National Enquirer. As a result, thousands of additional copies of my book were sold that month. And since then, new ideas about how to make even more money have been pouring into my head in an almost uninterrupted flow. Almost every day I woke up with a new idea. For example, I gave a small ads and started to sell my own book, getting each of them is not for 25 cents, and already $3. I sent out my own customers a catalog of mail-order orders for other books on self-esteem and earned even more. The University of Massachusetts also read my catalog and invited me to sell books at Sunday conferences, which brought me over $2,000 in 2 days, and helped me to find another strategy for making $100,000 a year. As I visualized the increase in book sales, I simultaneously considered the idea of how to increase the income from my symposiums and seminars. When I asked a friend who was doing similar work how I could raise my fees, he told me that he had already raised them twice as much as I had been paid. Encouraged by his words, I immediately tripled my rates, and, imagine, there were educational and other organizations whose budgets allowed not only to invite me, but much more. My affirmation worked for a long time. But if I had not set a goal of making $100,000 and had not been so diligent in repeating affirmations and visualizations, I would never have thought of raising lecture fees, mailing books, selling books at a university conference, or negotiating an interview for a major article in a major magazine. As a result, my income soared from $25,000 to $92,000 that year. True, I didn't hit the bullseye, because I didn't reach my goal of $8,000, but I assure you, I wasn't discouraged about it. On the contrary, I was delighted. After all, in less than a year, using the power of visualization and affirmations along with the willingness to act on a given idea, I was able to almost quadruple my income. After living with that income for a year, my wife once asked, if affirmations worked for $100,000, maybe they can work for $1 million, don't you think? Using affirmations and visualization, we set ourselves this goal, too, and have been earning $1 million or more a year ever since. Rule 8. What you imagine is what you get. Imagination is everything. It is a preview of the film of life's temptations. Albert Einstein, Nobel laureate in physics. Visualization, or the act of creating compelling and vivid images in one's imagination, is perhaps one of the most underutilized tools of God-given success that help us achieve success in any field much faster. And here's why. 1. Visualization activates the creative powers of your subconscious mind. 2. Visualization concentrates the brain, programming its reticular formation, or reticular activating system, RAS, to pay attention to the quite available resources that have always been there, but, unnoticed until now, have remained dormant. 3. Visualization enchants and attracts you to the people, resources, and opportunities you need to reach your goal. Scientists have found that when you vividly visualize an activity, the same processes occur in your brain as when you solve the same task in real life, even if you don't move a finger. In other words, your brain sees no difference at all between visualizing an activity and actually doing it. This principle also applies to learning something new. Researchers at Harvard University found that students who visualized in advance solved almost 100% of problems correctly, while students who did not visualize managed to solve only 55% correctly. Visualization simply forces the brain to achieve more. Although none of us were taught it in school, sports psychologists and peak performance specialists began popularizing the power and efficacy of visualization back in the 1980s. Now almost all Olympic and professional athletes use it. Jack Nicklaus, the legendary golfer who won more than 100 tournaments and earned more than $5.7 million a year, once said, "I've never lifted a club without first imagining that shot mentally, and in very vivid detail. It's like a color movie. First I see the hole where I am about to throw the ball, so beautiful, white and as if it were hovering on bright green grass. Then the scene changes quickly, and I see the ball flying there, its trajectory, its shape, the mark left on the grass, and even how it rolls into the hole. Then the image gradually fades and goes out, and the next scene shows me how I have to swing and strike to make all the previous images come true." How visualization affects your KPI. When you daily visualize your goals as already achieved, a contradiction arises in your subconscious mind between what you visualize and what you currently have. Your subconscious mind tries to resolve this contradiction by turning your current reality into a new, more exciting dream. This contradiction, gradually aggravated by constant visualization, leads to 3 results. 1. It programs the RAS of your brain so that you catch and realize some idea that can help you realize your goals. 2. It pushes your subconscious mind to make the decisions necessary to achieve your goal. You'll start waking up with new ideas in the morning. They will come to you in the shower, on a walk, in the car on the way to work. 3. It creates new horizons of motivation. You suddenly find yourself doing completely unexpected things that lead you to your goal. You raise your hand in class by volunteering for some new assignment, speak at a general meeting of colleagues without the shyness of before asking for what you need, save money for something you want to buy, pay off your credit card debt, or take more risks in your personal life. Let's take a closer look at how PAS works. Every moment your brain receives about 8 million bits of information, most of which escapes your attention, and you don't need it. So your brain's PAS filters this information, letting only those signals into your consciousness that help you live and achieve your most important goals. And how does PAC know what to skip and what to discard? Very simply, it skips what will help you achieve the goal you have set for yourself and are constantly visualizing and reciting affirmations about it. It also skips what meets your beliefs and perceptions about yourself, the people around you and the world in general. PAC is a powerful tool, but it selects only the exact vivid images you create in your imagination. After all, your creative subconscious mind thinks in images, not words. So how does all this help you succeed and achieve your dreams in life? When you paint concrete, colorful, and irresistibly vivid pictures in your brain, it begins to seek out and record all the information it needs to turn those pictures into reality for you. If you give your brain a $10,000 problem, it will find a $10,000 solution. If it is a $1 million problem, it will find a $1 million solution. If you conjure up an image of a beautiful home, a loving wife, husband, a dizzying career or a vacation in an exotic location, your brain will begin to work toward achieving it. Conversely, if you constantly present it with negative images, frightening, disturbing, and God knows what else, it will realize those too. The process of visualizing your future. The process of visualizing success is actually quite simple. All you have to do is close your eyes and imagine your goals as already achieved. If one of your goals is to have a nice house on the lake, close your eyes and imagine yourself walking through exactly the kind of house you would like to have. Imagine in every detail. What is the exterior of the house like? Where do the windows look out? What kind of view is there? What do the living room, kitchen, bedroom, dining room, common room, and your personal sanctuary look like? How is everything furnished? Go from room to room and imagine everything in great detail. Images should be as clear and vivid as possible. This is true for goals from any area, whether it's work, fame, family, personal well-being, relationships, or charity. Write down each of your goals and objectives and then every day reread them, visualize them, and say the affirmations. Every morning when you open your eyes and every night before you go to bed, reread the list of goals aloud, pausing after each one and closing your eyes to refresh your brain's visual image of that goal as achieved. Continue reading until you have visualized each goal in this way. The whole process will take 10 to 15 minutes, depending on how many goals you have. If you are meditating, visualize right after you come out of meditation. The state of deepening into yourself that you've reached while meditating will increase the impact of the visualization. Images must be accompanied by sounds and emotions. To multiply the effect, mentally accompany your images with sounds, smells, tastes, and emotions. What sounds would you hear, what smells would you smell, what tastes would you taste, and, most importantly, what emotions and physical sensations would you experience if you had already reached your goal? If you imagine your dream home on the ocean, you can sound the picture with the sound of the surf, the shouts of children playing on the sandy beach, and the voice of your wife thanking you for being such a wonderful husband and father. 50. Don't get in daddy's way. He's busy visualizing unparalleled success in the business world and, in parallel, a better life for all of us. Now add the feeling of pride in owning such a beautiful home, the satisfaction of having reached your goal, and the feeling of gentle sunlight on your face as you stand on the deck of your yacht, slowly drifting along the shore, and admiring the beautiful sunset. Throw fuel on the fire of your emotions. All these emotions certainly stimulate the imagination. Scientists know that an image or event accompanied by strong emotion often stays in our memory forever. I am sure you remember exactly where you were when John F. Kennedy was assassinated in 1963 or when the World Trade Center collapsed on September 11, 2001. Your brain remembers every detail, not only because it has filtered out the outside information, leaving only the information you needed to survive those tense moments, but also because the images themselves were accompanied by the strongest emotions. Such emotions stimulate the growth of additional outgrowths on the dendrites of the brain neurons, which leads to the emergence of new nerve connections, thereby fixing in memory the image that emerged much more firmly. You can apply the same depth and power of emotion to your visualization by accompanying it with inspirational music, real smells, and deeply felt fervor. You can even shout your affirmations loudly with emphasized enthusiasm. The more passion, excitement, and energy you can put in, the more significant the end results will be. How visualization works. Olympic gold medalist Peter Widmer, a gymnast, describes his visualizations that helped him win gold. To stay focused on our Olympic goal, we ended each practice by visualizing our dream. We visualized competing and winning at the Olympics, imagining a decisive performance. I said at the time, "Okay, Tim, let's pretend that we're already in the finals of the Olympics. That tomorrow night is the last leg of the competition, and it's the uneven bars. And that you and I, Tim Daggett and Peter Widmer, are the entire United States team going head-to-head with the People's Republic of China, the current world champions, and we have to work our programs with flying colors to take the Olympic team gold." At that moment each of us was thinking, yeah. We never thought we'd end up head-to-head with those guys at the finish line. They were first at the World Championships in Budapest, while our team didn't even win a medal. That will never happen. Well, what if we did? How would we feel then? So we closed our eyes and, in the empty gymnasium after a long tiring day, began to visualize an Olympic stadium with 13,000 spectators and another 200 million people watching us on TV. Then we began to mentally execute our programs. First I did the announcements. I put my hands to my mouth, as if holding a microphone, and said, "And now Tim Daggett from Team United States of America." And Tim performed the program as if it were for real. Then Tim announced to me in a sonorous, well-pitched, a real announcer's voice, "And now meet Peter Widmer of Team United States of America." Now it was my turn. I imagined that our team's gold depended solely on me, on whether I could work the program to perfection. If I couldn't, we would lose. Tim shouted out, "Green," and I looked at the head referee, who was usually our coach Mako. I raised my hand, and he raised his right hand in response. Then I turned to face the bars, jumped up, grabbed hold of them and started. Yeah, it was funny then, July 31, 1984. It was at the Olympics, at the men's gymnastics team finals at the Pauley Pavilion on the campus of the University of California, Los Angeles. All 13,000 seats were filled, plus a television audience of more than 200 million worldwide. Team USA was facing the last leg of the competition, the uneven bars. And it so happened that Tim Daggett and Peter Widmer were the two guys on whom the fate of Team USA depended. And just as we visualized it, our team went head-to-head with the Chinese. To win the gold medal, we had to work our program with brilliance. I looked at Mako, my coach for 12 years. As focused as ever, he simply said, "Okay, Peter, come on. You know what to do. You're ready. You've done it 1,000 times, in gym practice. Do it one more time and then go home." He was right. I had prepared for this moment and visualized it hundreds of times. I was ready to do my program. And then I imagined that I wasn't standing in the Olympic Stadium, but back there, on the campus of UCLA, in the gymnasium with Tim. When the announcer announced, "Peter Vidmer, United States of America," I imagined it was my buddy Tim Daggett speaking. When the green light came on, indicating it was time to begin, I imagined it was Tim shouting to me, "Green." And when I raised my hand to greet the East German head referee, I mentally greeted my coach, exactly as I had done hundreds of times after every practice. In the gym, I always visualized myself standing in the Olympic Stadium. Standing in the stadium, I visualized myself back in the gym. I turned to face the bars, jumped up, grasped them, and started. I began the same program that I had visualized and prepared day after day in the gym. I moved as if on autopilot, doing the moves I had done hundreds of times before. Quickly and confidently I did the risky double somersault that had so undercut my chances back then at the World Championships. I finished my program smoothly, landed, and waited anxiously to see how many points the judges would give me. And then a deep voice came over the speaker, "Peter Vidmer, 9.95. Yes." I wailed. I did it. The crowd cheered loudly as my teammates and I celebrated our victory. Half an hour later, we were standing on the Olympic platform in the middle of the stadium, with 13,000 spectators and over 200 million more on TV watching us get our gold medal ribbons on. Tim and I and our teammates stood, proudly carrying our gold medals around our necks, while the national anthem played around us and the American flag was raised to the ceiling of the stadium. It was a moment we had visualized and prepared hundreds of times in the audience. Only this time it was real. What if I don't see anything during visualization? Some people are what psychologists call eidetic visualizers. When they close their eyes, they see everything in bright, clear, three-dimensional pictures, as if filmed with Technicolor. Most of us, however, are non-eidetic visualizers. This means that you don't really see the picture as much as you imagine it. That's a good thing, too, and it works beautifully, too. Every day, twice as often as you can, imagine your goals already achieved, and the result will be the same as for those who claim to see images. Use ready-made pictures. If you find it difficult to see your goals, you can use pictures, photographs, and symbols and use them to keep your subconscious mind in a state of constant concentration. For example, if one of your goals is to buy a new Lexus LS 430, you can go to the nearest car dealership, give the seller a camera and ask him to shoot you driving this particular model. If you want to go to Paris, find a bigger picture of the Eiffel Tower, then cut out a full-length photo of yourself and paste it at the base of the tower. It will look as if you were taken at the tower. I did this with a photo of the Sydney Opera House a few years ago, and within a year I actually went to Sydney, Australia, and had my picture taken in front of that building for real. If you have a goal of becoming a millionaire, you can write yourself a check for $1 million or make up a bank balance that shows your bank account or investment portfolio with a balance of $1 million. Mark Victor Hansen and I, for example, copied the New York Times bestseller list and put chicken broth for the soul registered at number 1. Within 15 months, our dream became a reality. 4 years later, we had as many as 7 books on that list at once, and we were in the Guinness Book of World Records. Once you've made the pictures you want, staple them into a binder and review them every day. Or you can glue all these pictures on cardboard, you get a kind of dream board or treasure map, and attach them in a place where you will bump into them every day, for example on the fridge. When NASA was developing a program to land a man on the moon, they had a huge picture of the moon that covered the entire wall, from floor to ceiling. Everyone was clear about their task, and together they achieved their common goal 2 years ahead of schedule. The Dream Board and the Book of Goals helped their dreams become a reality. In 1995, John Assaraf took a large cardboard and hung it on the wall of his office at home. Whenever he decided to buy something or dreamed of going somewhere, he would take a picture of it or that place and stick it on the cardboard. And in his mind he saw himself enjoying the object of his desire. In May 2000, having just moved into a new home in Southern California, he was sitting in his office at 6:30 a.m. when his 5-year-old son Keenan walked in and sat down on boxes that had been in storage for 4 years. Keenan asked his father what was in the boxes. "Dream boxes," John replied. "Dreams about what?" Keenan wondered. John opened one of the boxes to show Keenan the cartons. When he saw the first one, he smiled, for there were pictures of a Mercedes sports car, a watch, and some other things he had already purchased. But when he pulled out the second cardboard, he even wept. It showed the house they had just moved into. Not like this one, but exactly the same one. It was 7,000 square feet and surrounded by 6 acres of amazingly beautiful scenery, with a 3,000 square foot guesthouse, tennis court, and 320 orange trees, exactly the one whose picture he had once seen and clipped from Dream Homes magazine 4 years earlier. Carol Christensen and Marilyn Kens, better known as the Mommies because they make a living making jokes about children, family life, and maternal concerns, are well known for the power of Target pictures because they were the ones who helped their dreams come true. Their friendship, like their careers, began in the small farming community of Petaluma, California, where they lived next door. Determined to become actresses and show hosts, they compiled a book of goals in which they wrote down everything they wanted to accomplish and illustrated each entry with pictures. Everything in their book came to fruition. Their accomplishments include Moms, a situation comedy show that aired on NBC from 1993 to 1995, The Carol and Marilyn Show, a talk show that aired on ABC from 1996 to 1997, projects on the cable channels Showtime and Lifetime, and the hugely successful book The Mother Lode. Since both Carol and Marilyn can draw, they had no trouble drawing their goals, but you don't have to take a drawing class to make your own goal book. They phrased their goals in the present tense, added emotional phrases like, I am content and grateful, I feel peace and joy, and, it is so wonderful to live in this wonderful home, and always ended the page with, what's planned or better is for the benefit and joy of all concerned. And the intended or better things have always happened. Start now. Take the time to visualize each of your goals each day as already realized. This is vital to making your dreams come true. Some psychologists claim that an hour of visualization is worth 7 hours of physical effort. The claim seems implausible at first glance, but is actually quite true and very valuable. Visualization is one of the most powerful tools in your success toolkit. There is no need to visualize future achievements for an hour. 10 to 15 minutes is quite enough. Azim Jamal, a well-known speaker in Canada, recommends the so-called Power Hour, 20 minutes of visualization and meditation, 20 minutes of exercise and 20 minutes of reading inspirational or informative books. Just imagine what could happen in your life if you did this every day. Rule 9. Start taking action. Those who passively wait eventually get what is expected, but only what is left over from those who acted vigorously. Abraham Lincoln, the 16th President of the United States. What we think, know, or believe doesn't really matter in the end. All that matters is what we do. John Ruskin, English writer, art historian, and social activist. The world pays you not for what you know, but for what you do. There is an immortal axiom of success that states, the universe rewards action. And yet, as simple and true as this principle is, it is surprising how many people get bogged down in analysis, planning, and systematization and get bogged down in all this thinking when the only thing to do is to take action. When you take action, you connect the forces that will inevitably lead you to success. You make those around you aware of the seriousness of your intentions. People around you awaken and begin to pay attention to you. Those whose goals are similar to yours join you. You begin to explore the world from your own experience, which cannot be gained by listening to others or reading books. And you get a response from the world, you get information on how to do things better, faster, and more effectively. What seemed confusing before begins to clarify. What seemed complicated before becomes ordinary. You begin to attract others who support and encourage you. Once you begin to act, the whole course of things begins to line up in the direction you want. Chatter is worthless. To succeed, you have to follow those who have already achieved it, and those who have achieved it are focused on boiling activity. I have already explained how to think about your dreams and visions, set goals, break them down into smaller tasks, how to anticipate and overcome obstacles, work with visualization and affirmations, and how to believe in yourself and your dreams. Now it's time to take action. Sign up for classes, take the necessary training, call a travel agent, start writing that book, save up for installment payments on your house, take piano lessons, join a health club, or finally submit a long-plan proposal. Nothing happens until you take action. If you're waiting for a ship and it doesn't dock, swim towards it. Jonathan Winters, Grammy Award-winning comedian, actor, writer, and artist. To demonstrate the power of action in my seminars, I pull out a check for $100 and ask, who wants this check? Certainly most of those present want it, and their hands are outstretched in sign of it. Some even begin to wave vigorously, others begin to shout, me, I want it, or I'll take it, or me, give it to me. But I stand quietly with the check in my hand and patiently wait for them to get it. Eventually, someone does get out of their seat, runs up to me, and snatches the check out of my hand. After the man sat down, rewarded with $100 for his efforts, I asked the audience, what did this man do that none of you thought of? He got out of his hiding place and took action. He did what was necessary to get the money. And that's what you must do if you want to succeed in life. You must act, and in most cases, the sooner the better. Then I ask, which one of you had the thought of getting up, walking over and taking the money, but something stopped you? And then I ask you to recall exactly what thought stopped them. The answer is usually this. I didn't want to look like I needed it to death. I wasn't sure if you were really going to give it to me. I was sitting too far away. Others need it more than I do. I didn't want to look greedy. I was afraid of doing something wrong, then the others would judge me or make fun of me. I waited for further instructions. Then I explain that whatever thought stops them now, it also interferes with everything else. One of life's universal truths is, as good as you are in the little things, so good as you are in the big things. If you were cautious here, you are probably cautious about everything. If you are holding back now for fear of looking foolish, you are probably holding back in other places out of the same fear. You need to recognize these patterns in yourself and overcome them. It's time to stop holding back and go for the gold. Ruben Gonzalez goes for Olympic gold. As early as 3rd grade, Ruben Gonzalez wanted to compete in the Olympics. He respected Olympic athletes, seeing them as exemplary of what he believed in, the utmost determination, the ability to take risks for the goal set, the ability, after losing, not to give up, but to keep fighting until victory. But it wasn't until he was in college and saw Scott Hamilton in Sarajevo in 1984 that he made the final decision to train for the Olympics. Ruben said to himself, if a kid like that can do it, so can I. No, I will definitely get to the next Olympics. It's a done deal. I just need to find a sport. After learning a bit about Olympic sports, Ruben decided that a sport based on his merits would be the best fit. He knew he was a good athlete, but not a strong man. His strength was perseverance. He never gave up. He was even nicknamed Bulldog at school. He thought he should find a sport so tough that so many break bones that many drop out halfway through it. Then, at the expense of the dropouts, he might be able to get the coveted grade. Finally, he settled on luge. Then he wrote to Sports Illustrated, this was before the internet era, and asked, where do they teach luge? He was told, in Lake Placid, New York. The Olympics were held there in 1936 and 1980, and there's a track there. Ruben picked up the phone and called Lake Placid. I am an athlete from Houston and I want to learn luge so I can compete in the Olympics in 4 years. Will you help me? The man who answered him asked. How old are you? 21 years old. 21. That's too much. You're 10 years too late. We start teaching from the age of 10. Forget it. But Ruben couldn't forget and gave up and began to tell his life story to stall for some time until he thought of something. And in the conversation he mentioned Argentina, where he was born. Suddenly, the man on the other end of the line perked up. Argentina. Why didn't you say so? If you compete for Argentina, we will help you. It turns out that luge was in danger of being excluded from the Olympic program altogether, because there were not enough participating countries for the international level. If you would agree to compete for Argentina, we could probably train you in 4 years and include you among the 50 best sledders in the world, which of course would take you to the Olympic Games and add another country to the luge sport and strengthen it. If you agree, it would be a great help to the American team. And he added, before you come to Lake Placid, remember this. Number 1, if you want to do it at your age and get it done in 4 years, you've got to work not to the tune of 7, but to the sweat of 12. 9 out of 10 guys don't make it. And 2, be prepared for all sorts of fractures. Ruben thought, great. It's right in line with my plan. I'm not a quitter. The harder it is, the easier it is for me. A few days later, Ruben Gonzalez was walking down Main Street in Lake Placid, looking for the American Olympic Training Center. Another day later, he was already in his rookie class with 14 other eager Olympians. The first days were unsuccessful, and he had even considered quitting, but with the support of a friend he didn't give up on his Olympic dream, and although all 14 other candidates eventually dropped out before the end of the first season, Ruben finished his summer training safely. 50. And I couldn't figure out what it was that smelled so bad in here. 4 grueling years later, Ruben Gonzalez made his dream come true when he paraded in the opening ceremonies of the Calgary Winter Olympics in 1988. He was in Albertville in 1992, too, and Salt Lake City in 2000. Ruben Gonzalez will forever be a three-time Olympian because he took immediate and persistent action to make his dream come true. Successful people strive for action. The most successful people I know can't stand to make overly detailed plans and talk about it too much. They are eager to fight. They want to act, not reason. They are eager to get into the game. There is one good example, Otis, my friend Bob Kriegel's son. He came home with his new girlfriend for the summer break after his freshman year of college, and they both started looking for work right away. Otis got on the phone and started calling around to see if anyone needed his services. The girlfriend spent the first week writing and rewriting resumes. A couple of days later Otis found a job. His girlfriend kept rewriting resumes. Otis acted on it, wasting no time and rightly believing that he would have enough time to put together a resume if anyone in particular needed it. Planning is a necessary and useful thing, but it should occupy a strictly defined place in your life, and you should not get carried away with it. Otherwise, some people spend their whole life waiting for the right moment to do something significant, but the moment never comes. Do not wait, take action. Get into the game. Run to the playing field. Once you begin to act, there will be feedback that will help correct any lapses and omissions and implement what is necessary for success. Once you take action, you'll start learning much faster, too. Get ready, fire, hit it. Most of you are familiar with the command, ready, aim, fire. The problem is that too many of us spend our whole lives aiming but never bothering to fire. The fastest way to hit your target is to shoot while watching how your bullets land and adjusting your sights accordingly. If you miss by 2 inches, go a little lower and shoot again. Look again. And so keep shooting and correcting, and shooting. And soon you'll hit the bullseye. This is true not only for the target on the range, but for any other target. When the first book in the Chicken Soup for the Soul Registered series went on sale, I had the good idea of letting small and local newspapers print excerpts from the book for free in exchange for an indication that the excerpts were taken from our book, which can be purchased at the nearest bookstore or by calling our phone number. I had never done this before, so I wasn't sure if I was doing the right thing. So I sent the editor of LA Parent magazine a story from the book called, Remember, You're Raising Kids, Not Flowers, in which I told him about my neighbor and his son. The letter read. September 13, 1993. To Jack Berman. LA Parent. Dear Jack. Would you please publish this article in your journal? My short biography is enclosed. I would also like you to print a small blurb, also enclosed, for my new book, Chicken Broth for the Soul Registered, from which this article is taken. If you would like a copy of the book, I would be happy to send it to you. Thank you for your time. Yours sincerely, Jack Canfield. Appendix, article, Remember, you are raising children, not flowers. A few weeks later I received an answer. Dear Jack. When I received your fax, I was at first terribly angry. Who in the world would dare want me to print a little advertisement for a new book? Who on earth thought I would be interested in this unsolicited scrap of unedited text? But then I read your article. Needless to say, I will print your little blurb and everything else. This story touched me to the core and is sure to resonate in the hearts of our 200,000 readers from here to San Diego. Did all this really happen and is it registered in any official documents? If so, where? I would be happy to work with you in the future on questions of how to raise children, not flowers. Best wishes, Jack Bierman, Editor-in-Chief. I had no idea how to write a letter to the editor. Of course, there are common forms that I had never heard of at the time. But I didn't sit idly by, I took some action. In a subsequent phone conversation, Jack Bierman generously taught me how to properly submit articles to the magazine. We had a feedback loop, thanks to which I did not make such blunders in the future. Now I was in the game and learning from my own experience. Ready, fire, hit it. Within a month I had submitted the same article to more than 50 local and regional parenting magazines throughout the United States. 35 of them printed it, introducing my book to more than 6 million parents. Stop waiting. Enough waiting, it's time to act too. Improve yourself. Inspired by. Allow yourself. Restore confidence. Change. Stop suffering. The right people showed up. The children were able to leave home. The horoscope became more favorable. Power has changed. Nothing else was threatened. Has anyone discovered you? There are clear indications. Increased self-confidence. It's time, go. Satisfaction is the result of sufficient action. Have you ever noticed that the last 6 letters in the word satisfaction are actsia, action? In Latin, satis means enough. The ancient Romans were well aware that an action, if timely and sufficient, always brings satisfaction. Don't hesitate. My mentor, W. Clement Stone, used to wear a badge on his jacket lapel that said, "Don't hesitate." When your soul is seething and calling for action, don't hesitate. Ray Kroc, the founder of McDonald's, said, "There are 3 keys to success. 1. Being in the right place at the right time. 2. Understand that you are exactly where you need to be. 3. Act." On March 24, 1975, the little-known boxer Chuck Wepner, who had won only 1 fight out of 30 by direct knockout, did what no one expected of him, went 15 rounds with world heavyweight champion Muhammad Ali. In the 9th round, he took a fist to Ali's chin, knocking him out, which amazed both Ali himself and the fans attending the match. Wepner was just seconds away from becoming the new world champion. However, Ali still won the fight and retained the title. 1,000 miles away, an aspiring actor named Sylvester Stallone watched the match on a brand new TV set. Although he had long nurtured the idea of writing a screenplay about an unemployed boxer who unexpectedly wins the title, it wasn't until he saw Ali fight Wepner that he realized he could do it. Watching Wepner, who few people knew, but who bravely and persistently fought Ali himself, the champion of all time, Stallone could not stop thinking, "Give me a pen." That night he sat down at his desk and 3 days later finished the script for Rocky, which won 3 Oscars, including 4 Best Actor. That was the beginning of the film career of the Sly Man the world now knows. Give me a chance. There is an anecdote about a man who goes to church and prays, "Lord, I need so much luck. I must win the lottery. I'm relying on you, Lord." Having won nothing, the person comes to church again a week later and is beaming again, "Lord, it's about the lottery again. I've been good to my wife. I quit drinking. I've been so virtuous. Give me a chance. Send me luck. May I win the lottery." A week later, without getting rich, he comes again and again prays to God, "Lord, it seems that my prayer has not reached you. I've been doing everything, visualizing money, talking affirmations, and talking positively to my inner self, but to no avail. Give me a chance, O Lord. Send me the lottery winnings." Suddenly the heavens open, bright light floods the church, divine music is heard, and a heavenly voice says, "My son, give me a chance too. At least buy a lottery ticket." Failure is a blessed life lesson. No one has yet succeeded in attaining greatness or virtue except through numerous and significant errors. William Y. Gladstone, former British Prime Minister. Many people do not act because they are afraid of failing. Successful people, on the other hand, understand that failure is an important part of learning. They know that failure is just a way of learning by trial and error. Not only should you stop fearing failure, but you should look forward to it. I call this type of life lesson readiness to fail. Just start acting, make mistakes, listen to feedback, correct, and keep moving toward your goal. Each new experience brings with it more and more useful information that can be applied the next time. This principle is perhaps most evident when starting a new business. For example, risk-taking entrepreneurs know that most businesses fail. However, a new statistic is emerging in the risky investment industry. If the founding father of a new business is 55 or older, the business has a 73% better chance of survival. These older entrepreneurs have already learned from their mistakes. They are simply less fearful, because the mistakes they have made and corrected over the course of their lives, these well-learned life lessons, have allowed them to develop a knowledge system, gain certain skills and confidence that help them overcome obstacles to success. You can't learn less, you can only learn more. Personally, I know so much because I have made so many mistakes. Buckminster Fuller, mathematician and philosopher who did not receive a higher education but has 46 honorary doctorates. One of my favorite stories is about a famous research scientist who made some very important medical discoveries. He was interviewed by a newspaper reporter who asked him why he thought he could achieve so much more than the average person. In other words, what put him so far above the rest? The scientist replied that it all started with a lesson his mother taught him when he was 2 years old. He climbed into the refrigerator and took a bottle of milk, but he couldn't hold it, the bottle fell, and the entire contents poured out on the floor. His mother did not scold him, but said, "What a wonderful mess you've made. I rarely get to see such a big puddle of milk. All right, it's done now. Do you want to come down and play in the milk before we clean it up?" And so he did. After a few minutes, his mother continued, you know, any mess has to be cleaned up anyway. How would you like to do it? You can do it with a rag, or you can do it with a sponge or a mop. Which do you prefer? After the milk puddle was cleaned up, she said, "So, we had a bad experience here of holding a big, heavy bottle with two weak children's hands. Now let's go into the yard and pour water into the bottle and try to find a way to hold it without dropping it." And so they did. 50. What a great lesson. Then the scientist noticed that it was from that moment that he stopped being afraid of mistakes and lapses. On the contrary, he realized that mistakes are an opportunity to learn something new, which, in fact, is what all scientific experiments are based on. That bottle of spilled milk resulted in a life devoted entirely to the acquisition of new knowledge, knowledge that formed the basis of successes and major medical achievements, which made that life world famous. Rule 10. Be aware of your fear, but don't back down. Each of us goes through life only once. And we can either tiptoe through it, hoping to make it to the end without suffering any major bruises, or live a rich, vibrant life, achieving the goals we want and making the craziest dreams come true. Bob Proctor. Millionaire, radio and television personality, professional success consultant. I have fears, too. But whatever I'm afraid of, I won't analyze it, but go out of my way to see what it is I'm afraid of. I bet any successful person can tell you that he has had more failures in his life than successes. That's just the way it is with me myself. For every commercial I've been paid for, there are 200 for which I've gotten nothing. So go ahead, straight to what you are afraid of. Kevin Sorbo. Actor, who played the main role in the TV series The Fantastic Adventures of Hercules. As you gradually change from who you are to who you want to become, you find yourself confronting your fears. It is natural to be afraid. Whenever you start a new project, start a new enterprise, or go to new places, you experience some fear. Unfortunately, most people let their fears get the best of them and abandon the steps necessary to achieve their dreams. Meanwhile, successful people have fears just as you and I do, but they don't let them stop them from doing what they want to do or should do. They understand that fear needs to be acknowledged, experienced, and taken along for the ride. According to writer Susan Jeffers, they have learned to recognize their fear and not back down. Why are we so fearful? Millions of years ago, fear was the means by which our body signaled to us that we were out of our comfort zone. It put us in a state of readiness in the face of probable danger and gave us an adrenaline rush if we had to run away. Unfortunately, this reaction was useful and necessary in the days when there were saber-toothed tigers and cave lions roaming around, but today our lives are usually free of outside dangers. Today fear signals, rather, that we must be cautious. We can, while experiencing fear, nevertheless move on. Think of your fear as a 2-year-old who doesn't want to go grocery shopping with you. You wouldn't let a 2-year-old unintelligent child direct your actions. Because you need to buy groceries, you take this unintelligent toddler with you, despite his protests. So, fear is no different from such a toddler. In other words, admit that it exists, but don't let it interfere with your important tasks. You must be prepared for fear. Some people do things just to avoid an unpleasant feeling of fear. If you're one of those people, you run an even greater risk of never getting what you want out of life. In order to achieve something good, you usually have to take a risk. And risk is risk, whether it works or not. People lose money, property, fall off cliffs, die in disasters. But, as the saying goes, he who does not take risks does not win. When I interviewed Jeff Arch, who wrote the script for Sleepless in Seattle, he told me, "I'm about to embark on the biggest venture of my life, to write and direct a $2 million comedy, and I've never directed one before, and to put my own money plus sponsorship money into it. So you have to succeed, whether you want to or not. It's an all-or-nothing situation. But the most interesting thing is the feeling that I'm experiencing right now, which I think is extremely important and which is not considered by most people who write about success. It is a sense of readiness to be afraid. I am scared to death of what I intend to do. But it is not a paralyzing fear. No, it is a good fear, a fear that makes you always be fit. I know I have to do it because I'm very clear about it and I'm willing to stand my ground alone against everyone else, which is what I did when I pitched the idea for Sleepless in Seattle. Believe me, when you tell a love story where the main characters haven't even met, you're alone. Everyone turns their finger up at their head and says, "You're such a weirdo, and now you've lost your last brain." And I realized something: when everyone around you says that you've lost your last mind, it's worth going all the way. I learned all this from my previous experience. Back then, too, I was one against the other. And I was right. I learned that you have to believe in your dreams. Even if everyone around you says you're wrong, it doesn't mean anything, you could very well be right. And then there comes a moment when you say to yourself, this is it. I'm giving it everything. And it was sent to me to succeed. That's what the Spanish conquistador Hernán Cortés did in 1519. So that his soldiers wouldn't even think of sneaking away, he burned all the ships once they landed in Mexico. I imagined myself in his shoes, imagined what he was thinking. So I hired brand new ships to burn them. Besides, I didn't do it with my own money, but with a loan. I'm throwing money, credit, trust, anything I can into my new project. And everything could end up in a stampede home or a complete failure. I know my decision is awful, but there is conviction in it. It won't kill me. It can break me, bankrupt me, leave me in debt as if in silk, deprive me of trust, make the way back twice as hard. It's scary to come back with nothing. But, thank God, I'm not Cortés, and in my business I don't get executed for a failed project. I think one of the secrets of my success is that I am ready and even willing to be afraid. Many people, on the other hand, I suppose, are unwilling to be scared to death. And that's why they can't achieve their big dream. Associations with the worst became a reality. Here's another thing to remember about fear: having evolved into sentient human beings, we now create almost all of our fears for ourselves. We frighten ourselves by imagining how bad things would get for us if we did this or that, or if we got into such a situation. Fortunately, we have the power to both fantasize and stop fantasizing by bringing ourselves to a state of clarity and peace if we face the real facts openly, rather than substituting our own associations with the worst. We always have a choice whether to remain prudent or not. This is how psychologists usually decipher the word fear. They are reality. Associations with worst. To give you a better understanding of how we bring unreasonable fear into our lives, make a list of the things you are afraid to do. This is not a list of what you're afraid of, like spiders or snakes or the dark, but of what you're afraid to do, like being afraid to pick up a spider or go into a dark room. For example, I am afraid of asking your boss for a promotion. Ask Sally out on a date. Skydiving. Leaving children at home with a nanny. Quit that hateful job. Take 2 weeks off and go far away. Asking friends to help me start a new business. To delegate some of their work to others. Now go back to the beginning and reformulate each fear according to the following pattern. I want underscore 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 underscore, but I'm afraid. Imagining underscore 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 underscore. The key words are I am afraid, imagining. You created the fear yourself by imagining some negative outcome in the future. If you were to rewrite the list given as an example, using the suggested pattern, you would get: I want to ask my boss for a promotion, but I'm afraid, imagining that he will refuse it and also get mad at me. I'd like to ask Sally out on a date, but I'm afraid, imagining she'll say no and I'll look silly. I would like to take up skydiving, but I am afraid, imagining that my parachute will not open and I will die. I'd like to leave the kids at home with a nanny, but I'm afraid, imagining something awful happening to them. I want to leave this hateful job to finally realize my cherished dream, but I'm afraid, imagining that I won't be able to pay for the house and will lose it. I want to ask my friends to help me start a new business, but I am afraid, imagining that they will think that I only want to extort money from them. Now do you see that you create your own fears? How to free yourself from fear. I have lived a long life and pondered many possible troubles, most of which never happened. Mark Twain. Famous American writer. One way to free yourself from fear is to ask yourself which image of the future frightens you, and then replace that image with its positive opposite. When I recently flew to Orlando to give a lecture, I noticed the woman sitting next to me. She had her hands on the armrest so tightly that her knuckles turned white. I introduced myself, said I was the coach and couldn't help but notice her hands. And then I asked, "Are you afraid?" "Yes." "Could you close your eyes and tell me what thoughts or images come to your mind?" Closing her eyes, she answered, "I keep imagining a plane can't take off and crashes." "I see. Tell me, why are you going to Orlando?" "I want to spend 4 days with my grandchildren at Disney World." "Great. What is your favorite place in Disney World?" "Small World." "That's great. Can you imagine sitting in a booth with your grandchildren right there in Small World?" "Yes." Can you imagine the amazed, smiling faces of the grandchildren as they watch all these dolls and figures from different countries jumping and twirling around? Aha. And at that moment I sang, "It's just a little world, it's just a little world." Her face relaxed, her breathing became deeper and calmer, and her hands let go of the armrests. In her mind she was already in Disney World. She replaced the picture of the plane crash with a positive image with other, desirable consequences, and her fear immediately disappeared. 10. You can use the same technique to free yourself from any fears you may have. Change the physical sensation that fear brings with it. There is another technique, also very effective for eliminating fear, which is to focus on the momentary physical sensations that fear brings. Then you need to concentrate on the feelings you would like to experience in return: courage, self-confidence, calmness, joy. Fix both sensations in front of your mind and slowly move your gaze, mentally, of course, from one to the other, lingering on each for 15 seconds. After 1 to 2 minutes, the fear will dissipate, and you will remain calm and focused. Think of a time when you have triumphed over your fear. Have you ever dived into the water from a tower? If so, you probably remember the first time you walked to the edge of the bar and looked down. From above, the body of water seemed much deeper than it actually was. And when you estimated the height of the tower, and even taking your height into account, the way down must have seemed very long. You were scared. But did you look at mom or dad or the instructor and say, "I'm too scared to do this right now. I think I'm going to work on myself and get rid of this fear first, and then go back and jump"? No. You didn't say that. Still feeling fear, you mustered all the courage you could scrape together in the recesses of your soul and jumped into the water. You realized your fear, but you didn't give up. When you surfaced, you probably swung your arms like a madman, paddling as hard as you could toward the shore, or the edge, and frantically inhaling the blessed air. Your body was shaking nervously from the risk you had just experienced, the adrenaline buzzing in your blood, the thrill of an instant flight through the air and into the water. After a minute, you probably did it again, and then again and again, to savor the rediscovered sensations. Pretty soon the fear disappeared completely, and you were even tumbling in the water, splashing your laughing buddies, and maybe even learning how to do a somersault. Do you remember the first time you drove a car or the first time you kissed? Every time you do something new, you mentally model future events. And every time you are a little afraid of what awaits you there, beyond the horizon of new feelings, activities, or actions. New experiences are always a little scary. It's natural, it should be. But every time you look fear directly in the face and do not retreat, you form or strengthen your confidence in your own abilities. Take fewer risks. Anthony Robbins states, "If you can't, you should, and if you have to, you can." I agree with this. It is what we are most afraid to do that brings us the greatest release and spiritual growth. If the fear is so great that it paralyzes you, take fewer risks. Take on smaller tasks and find your own way. If you are just starting out in trade, call first those potential customers or buyers who will be the easiest to sell to. If you're looking for sponsors or loans for your business, reach out to those who aren't likely to say no. If you're worried that you might not be able to handle new responsibilities at work, ask for the parts of the project that are most interesting to you first. If you've become involved in a new sport, start with easier skills. Master them first, overcome your fears, and then move on to the harder problems. If fear has turned into a phobia. Some fears are so strong that they can completely shackle you. If you develop a real phobia like fear of airplanes or elevators, it can seriously suppress your drive and strength to succeed. Fortunately, there is a simple solution for most phobias. The How to Cure a Phobia in 5 Minutes program, developed by Dr. Roger Callahan, is easy to understand and apply both on your own and under the supervision of a doctor. I learned about this magical technique from Dr. Callahan's book and video recording, and I have been successfully using it in my seminars for over 15 years. The technique uses a simple but precise scheme. They prick you in various points of the body, while you are imagining the object or experience that caused your phobia. It acts much like a virus in a computer program, constantly interrupting your program, or the connection formed in your brain between the object of the phobia, snake, spider, or airplane, and the physical reaction, sweating, shivering, shallow breathing and weakness in the knees. When I taught a seminar for real estate agents, one woman confessed that she was afraid to walk up and down the stairs. Only yesterday morning she was covered with cold sweat when asked how to get to the seminar, the attendant pointed to a huge staircase leading up to a large dance hall. Fortunately, there was also an elevator, and she took it. If there hadn't been an elevator, she would have turned around and gone home. She said that when she showed houses to buyers, she never even went up to the second floor. She pretends she's already been there, but she just tells them what she read in the booklet, hoping they'll figure it out for themselves. I gave her a session on how to cure a phobia in 5 minutes, and then led all 100 people to the very hotel staircase that had so stunned her yesterday. Without a moment's delay, breathing calmly, she went up and down the stairs twice. So it's simple. 11. On the attack. Let's go to the edge, he said. But we're scared. There was a groan. Let's go to the edge, he said. They went. He pushed them. And they flew. Guillaume Apollinaire. French avant-garde poet. All of the successful people I know have always been willing to take their chances to go on the attack in faith even though they were afraid. Sometimes they were scared to death, but they knew that if they had not acted, the opportunity would have been lost. They trusted their intuition and simply went for it. Moving forward always involves risk. It is impossible to move to second base while remaining at first base. Frederick Wilcox. Mike Kelly lives in an earthly paradise and owns several companies under the protection of beach activities in Maui. After struggling through a year of college, he never went back to school. Mike left Las Vegas for Hawaii at 19 and began selling suntan lotion, strutting around the hotel pool in Maui with it. Starting so modestly, Mike gradually built a company with 175 employees and annual revenues in excess of $5 million that handles leisure travel, catamaran and scuba diving excursions, and many hotels on the island provide concierge services as well as business center space. Mike credits much of his success to his willingness to overcome any obstacle. There was a major hotel on the island that played an important role in its economic life. Mike would have liked to partner with it, but the 15-year contract belonged to a competitor. To stay competitive, Mike was always reading industry magazines and keeping his finger on the pulse of everything that happened in his business. One day he read that this hotel had a change of general manager and the new one, who was expected, lived in Copper Mountain, Colorado. This gave Mike the idea that since it was so difficult to meet the director, you had to get past the cordon of doormen, concierges, and hotel security, he might as well get in touch with him before he got to Hawaii. Mike just didn't know what to do best, write a letter or make a phone call. As he pondered these options, his friend Doug suggested, "Why don't you take a plane straight there and meet in person?" Done and done. Having picked up some prearranged suggestions, Mike gets on a plane the next night. He flies all night, rents a car when he arrives in Colorado, and after another 2 hours of racing down the highway, shows up unannounced in the office of the new general manager at Copper Mountain. He explains who he is, congratulates the director on his promotion, says he is eagerly awaited in Maui, and asks for a few minutes to talk about his firm and what it could do for his hotel. Of course, Mike didn't get the contract at that first meeting, but the very fact that such an inexperienced young man was so confident in himself and his business that in one breath he flew first to Denver and then to downtown Colorado just to have a meeting with a man important to him made a lasting impression on the CEO, and when he finally arrived in Hawaii, Mike got the contract, which over the next 15 years brought him hundreds of thousands. That's what it means to go on the attack with faith. By going on an attack, you can change your life completely. Power is 20% given and 80% taken, so take it. Peter Weberoth. Summer Olympics organizer in 1984 and Major League Baseball's representative in 1984 to 1988. Multi-millionaire Dr. John DeMartini is the man who has achieved staggering success by any standards. He married a beautiful and distinguished woman, Athena Starr, a world-renowned astrologer who consults and writes for 24 famous magazines, including Vogue. They both own several homes in Australia. And they spend more than 60 days a year circumnavigating the globe in $3 million luxury suites aboard the $550 million ocean liner World of Residency, a residence they bought after selling Trump Tower in New York. The author of 54 coaching programs and 13 books, John travels the world giving lectures on financial success and life skills. But his life did not begin in wealth and success. At 7, he was found to have a complete learning disability and was told he would never learn to read, write, or even speak coherently. At 14, he dropped out of school, left home in his native Texas and headed for the Gulf of California. At 17 he found himself in Hawaii, where he surfed the famous north shore of Oahu and nearly died after being poisoned by strychnine. His quest to recover led him to Dr. Paul Bragg, a 93-year-old elder, who completely changed John's life by giving him one simple affirmation to repeat: "I am a genius and in everything and always apply my wisdom." Encouraged by Dr. Bragg, John graduated from college, then received his bachelor's degree from the University of Houston and later his doctorate in chiropractic from the University of Texas. His first chiropractic office in Houston was only 970 square feet. 9 months later, he moved to twice that size and opened a free wellness course. When more people wanted it, John was ready to expand again. That's when he went on the attack that completely changed his career. It was a Monday, John says. The shoe store next door had to move out by the end of the week. What a great lecture hall, John thought, and quickly called the rental company. When no one ever called him back in response to his offer, John realized that they weren't going to give up the place so soon and decided to go on the offensive. I called a locksmith to open the door, John recounted, figuring that the most I could be punished with was being made to pay rent. He quickly converted the room into a lecture hall and gave several free evening lectures. Because the auditorium was right next to a movie theater, he turned on a loudspeaker so moviegoers on their way to their cars after the evening session could listen to him. Hundreds began attending his classes and eventually became patients. John's practice was rapidly expanding. But it was almost 6 months before the chairman of the city's real estate commission arrived to investigate the incident. "And you are a brave man," remarked the chairman, "and in that you are like me." In fact, John's courage impressed him so much that he even exempted him from the rent for those 6 months. "Anyone who had the courage to do what you did deserves it," he told him. Then the chairman invited John downstairs to his office and offered to work for him for $250,000 a year. John declined because he had other plans, but the offer was flattering, for it validated his bold and decisive actions. John went on the attack, and it helped him create a thriving practice, which he later sold to consult other chiropractors. "My determination then opened the way for me," John said. "If I had held back, been careful, I would not have made the breakthrough that has given me my present life." Well, what are you stomping around for? Go ahead. Do you want to live quietly and modestly or take risks and become famous? Jimmy Johnson, the coach who led the Dallas Cowboys soccer team to the Super Bowl 2 years in a row in 1992 and 1993. When Richard Paul Evans wrote his first book, The Christmas Box, it was simply a gift of love to both his daughters. He later made photocopies for family and friends, but word of this touching and kindly tale spread quickly. Inspired by this positive response, Rick began looking for a publisher. When no one was interested, he decided to publish it on his own dime. To sell the book, he rented a table at the American Booksellers Association's regional trade show conference, where, among other things, famous writers were signing their books in a corner of the exhibit hall. Rick noted that these celebrities were the only focus of the press. He also noticed that when the next group of celebrities arrived at the appointed time, one writer was gone, the table was empty. The urge to realize the dream overpowered the fear, and with all his determination in his fist, Rick decided to take his fate by storm. He took 2 boxes of books, went to an empty table, sat down, and began to sign. Seeing him at the table, the exhibition worker approached to ask him to leave. The intrepid Evans looked up and, before she could utter a word, said, "Sorry I'm late." The stunned woman looked at him dazedly and only asked, "Can I get you something to drink?" The next year, Evans was the lead author on such a show, and his book rose to the top of the New York Times bestseller list. Since then, more than 8 million copies of The Christmas Box have been sold in 18 languages, and an Emmy-winning TV movie has been produced on it on CBS. The book, previously rejected by several major publishers, was eventually bought by Simon & Schuster for a record $4.2 million. Taking a risk is like jumping off a cliff, trying to build wings on the fly. Ray Bradbury, author of more than 500 literary works. Be willing to put everything on the line for your dreams. Only he who dares to lose everything can achieve everything. Robert F. Kennedy, former Secretary of Justice and U.S. Senator. In January 1981, Robert Allen, a real estate investor, was faced with the problem of sacrificing everything for a new career as a seminar leader and writer, and it was make or break. He was looking for ways to promote his new book, Nothing Down: How to Buy Real Estate with Little or No Money Down. Frustrated with the publicity his publishers had composed in the public relations department, Bob bluntly laid out what he felt he should have said in the advertisement: "We must demonstrate that you can buy real estate without spending almost anything." The publisher wondered, "How so?" "What do you mean?" "I don't know," Bob said. "Well, for instance, take me into town, get my wallet, leave me just $100, and I'll buy some real estate. How long will it take you to do it?" "I don't know, maybe a week, maybe 3 or 4 days, 72 hours. "And you're going to do that?" An abyss opened up before Bob. He knew he'd never done it before, and he wasn't sure if he could now. His mind said no, but his heart said yes. And Bob listened to his heart and said, "Yeah, I guess I could do that." "Well, if you can, then we'll run an ad with this headline." Then he said he'd take my wallet, give me a check for $100, and send me out to buy some real estate without spending a dime of my cash. Bob said, "Deal," and they ran an advertisement, after which the book was a huge success. Within months it was #1 on Time magazine's bestseller list, and then it moved to the New York Times bestseller list, where it was on it for 46 weeks. Later that year, Bob got a call from a reporter at the Los Angeles Times saying, "We don't think you're capable of fulfilling what you promised." Bob replied, "All right, I'll be glad to accept the challenge," and mockingly added, "How about the year 2050? But the Times reporter, intent on nailing Bob, was determined. "I'm going to get you out in the open. We don't like your advertising. We think you're a crook and you belong in jail." Frightened but determined, Bob had to accept the challenge and set up a meeting with him in 4 weeks. On January 12, 1981, a Times reporter met him at the Marriott Hotel just east of Los Angeles International Airport. Bob had not slept a wink most of the night. In fact, he hadn't slept all that month either. Lying there with his eyes open, he wondered if he could really deliver what he'd promised in such a short time. That he had accepted the challenge was right, but how to do it, and whether it was possible at all, remained unclear. Together they boarded a plane and flew to San Francisco. Bob rushed to the real estate agency and started offering no-cash offers, but he was quickly escorted out of the agency, which Bob felt was not a good start. Bob thought darkly, "Phew, I'm screwed. It's all gone. It's not going to work. I'm not going to make it." What was I thinking then? Was he scared? Oh yes, just terrified. But he didn't stop calling on the phone, and by the end of the first day good luck was beginning to dawn on him. He had found a property he was willing to sell. The next morning he had a signed offer in his hands. So it took just over 24 hours to buy the first property. Then Bob said, "Wait a minute. We're not done yet. You gave me 72 hours. These are the 3 days I've been preparing for my whole life. Let's see how much more we can buy in that time." And from that moment on, the reporter went from foe and accuser to ally and admirer. All of his anger was eventually squandered, and the more he lost, the better the story. Before, he'd say, "Hold on, I'll get you out in the open." Now it's, "Hey, Bob, come on, boy, do it. If you're going to beat me, you'd better beat me for good." And Bob did it. In 57 hours he bought 7 houses worth $700,000, and he gave the reporter back $20 of the $100 he started with. With the article, then published in the Los Angeles Times and reprinted by many newspapers across the country, Bob's career began to take off. He risked it all and won even more. His book, Just Go, sold 1 million copies and became the 11th bestseller to come out in hardcover in the 1980s. 12. Calling. If you want to achieve a high goal, you have to risk something. Alberto Salazar. 3-time winner of the New York City Marathon in 1980, 1981 and 1982 and the new face of Nike. Robert Allen's whole life seems to have been devoted to this kind of jumping into the void, designed to prove that his methods can and do work for everyone, regardless of social standing, and enable them to get rich. Even after that staggeringly successful purchase of 7 houses in 72 hours in San Francisco, reporters kept hounding him with questions like, "Okay, you proved to us that you can do it, but the average person can hardly do that." After all, Bob's advertisement claimed that anyone could buy real estate without money, but the reporters insisted, "You may be, but not anyone." Bob told me, "They made me so mad that I said, give me any unemployed man in the line at the stock exchange, the most hopeless, the one who's broke and totally discouraged and desperate, and in 2 days I'll teach him how to get rich. In 3 months he will be back on his feet, open a $5,000 bank account, and never set foot in a labor exchange again." Bob went to St. Louis, asked the former mayor to supervise the project, and then went to the stock exchange and handed out 1,200 tickets inviting him to learn how to become financially independent. Assuming that there was no room to spare, he rented a room for 300 people, but only 50 came, and half of them left during the first break when they heard that they would have to work up a sweat. In general, after long interviews left only 3 pairs. With them he began to work. Although all of them made deals within 90 days, only one couple actually made $5,000 in cash during that period. True, over the year they had more deals, and life changed dramatically, though each in their own way. The most successful couple, who earned $5,000 in the first 90 days, backed up their success in the next 12 months, earning another $100,000. Once again, by taking a hell of a risk, Bob jumped into the void, proved his point, and finally disengaged himself from pesky reporters. He decided to write a book about this experience and call it The Challenge. And this book, which was the least popular, only 65,000 copies were sold, was at the same time the most profitable because it was the first one in which he gave his address and phone numbers. More than 4,000 people who read it called Bob's office and ended up paying $5,000 each to attend his ongoing training sessions. That's $20 million, not bad for a willingness to risk another fight with his detractors. The secret of my success is that I try to take a bigger bite and chew it faster. Paul Hogan, the actor who played Crocodile Dundee. Look forward and upward. If you want to live your life in harmony and tranquility, then do not cling to the old ideas, but look brightly ahead and upward. Do everything to achieve the desired results, and then let everything take its course. Sometimes the desired result is not achieved by the date you set. Well, that's life. Keep moving toward your goal until you get there. Sometimes the universe has other plans, and often better than yours. That's why I recommend adding the phrase, or something better, at the end of every affirmation. The summer before last we went on a cruise to Tahiti as a family. The three of us, my son Christopher, my stepson Travis, both 12 years old at the time, and I went on a bicycle tour of the island. We were joined by some of our cruise companions. I had intended to just be with my own boys that day. The wind was blowing very hard and the ride was difficult. And at one point Stevie Eller, along with her 11-year-old grandson who was braving the wind, fell and hurt her leg badly. Since there was hardly anyone behind us, my sons and I stayed behind to help her. Our group had climbed to the far edge of the island where there were no people, no houses, no stores, so there was no one around to ask for help. So, after bandaging the injured woman quickly, we decided to catch up with the others. My boys, who were tired of crawling at a turtle's pace, rushed forward, while I biked for hours and walked alongside my new acquaintance, until we eventually reached the nearest hotel, where she took a cab, and I was reunited with my sons, who had decided to go swimming as an appetizer for the excursion around the island. That same evening, Stevie and her husband Carl invited us to join them for dinner. It turned out that they were members of a nominating committee for an International Success Summit to be held in 2004. The summit was sponsored by the Success Academy, and its purpose was to inspire young people to dream new dreams of success in a world of limitless possibilities, and by bringing together graduate students and representatives from over 200 universities from around the world to discuss with today's leaders the challenges of serving humanity and mankind. And there, over dinner, after chatting with us, they decided to nominate me for membership in the Academy and to nominate me for their Gold Award, thereby placing me alongside previous recipients, including former President Bill Clinton, Placido Domingo, George Lucas, New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, U.S. Senator John McCain, former Israeli Prime Minister Shimon Peres and Archbishop Desmond Tutu. Because my nomination was approved, I had the opportunity to participate in this annual event, along with the brightest young leaders of the future and some very interesting and outstanding minds and spirits of the world, not only in 2004, but all the years to come, and even to bring my sons there in the future. That's it. If I had been firmly attached to my original plan to spend the day with my sons and left Stevie in the care of others, I would have missed the far greater opportunity that fate had afforded me. I learned a long time ago that whenever one door closes, another opens. You just have to stay open, positive, and attentive. And don't get upset when something doesn't go the way you intended, but ask yourself, what new opportunity does this hold? Rule 11. Be prepared to pay. If people knew what my skill cost me, it wouldn't seem like a miracle at all. Michelangelo, Renaissance sculptor and painter, who painted the Sistine Chapel for 4 years while lying on his back on scaffolding. Behind every great achievement there is always a long and often difficult history of learning, work, discipline, and sacrifice. You must be willing to pay the price set by fate. You may have to pay for a single action, and everything else in your life will run its course. You may have to forfeit some investments or savings. You may have to sacrifice the security of your current situation. It takes a lot to be successful in any case, but it is the willingness to do what is necessary that greatly expands the range of means to help you not only withstand all sorts of problems, obstacles, suffering and even personal damage, but also to move forward. Suffering is transitory, benefit is eternal. I remember the 1976 Summer Olympics, when the men's gymnastics competition riveted the attention of the world. In front of a roaring stadium, Shang Fujimoto of Japan brilliantly performed a triple somersault with a flip, jumping off the rings, making his team, which was watching him with bated breath, the winner of the gold medal in the team competition. With his face distorted with pain, he worked the program almost flawlessly and landed flawlessly, on his broken right knee. It was an outstanding example of courage and commitment. In an interview after his victory, Fujimoto said he had hurt his knee earlier in practice, but realized how serious it was during the competition, and the team's gold medal depended on his program on the rings. "The pain hit me like a dagger," he said. "It even brought tears to my eyes. But now we have a gold medal, and the pain is gone." What gave Fujimoto such extraordinary courage in the face of excruciating pain and serious risk of exacerbating injury? Willingness to pay, and probably a long backstory of that willingness, when one has come a long way, sacrificing something daily, just to stand on the top step of the Olympic podium. Labor, labor, and labor again. When I played with Michael Jordan on the Olympic team, he was a few heads above the other, also pretty good players in terms of ability. But the thing that impressed me the most was that he was always the first one in and the last one out. Steve Alford. Olympic gold medalist, NBA player and head basketball coach at Iowa State University. Bill Bradley, before becoming a U.S. Senator from New Jersey, was a prominent basketball player. He played on Princeton University's U.S. national team, won an Olympic gold medal in 1964, played in the NBA championship with the New York Knicks, and his portrait is in the Basketball Hall of Fame. How did he achieve such success in sports? First of all, when he was still in high school, he practiced for 4 hours every day. In his 1996 memoir, Time Present, Time Past, Bradley wrote this diary entry about his training regimen: "I stayed in the gym to practice after all my teammates had left. My personal routine consisted of hitting the basket 15 times in a row with each of the 5 markings on the floor. Only then could I quit. If he didn't hit it at least once, he started all over again." And so he practiced all the way from college to the end of his athletic career. He developed this supreme commitment while attending summer basketball camps sponsored by Ed Macaulay, owner of the St. Louis Hawks, who told him how important it was to work up a sweat. When you're idle, someone is working hard somewhere. And if you happen to meet him, don't doubt he'll win. Bill took these words to heart. The hours of hard work paid off. 4 years of high school basketball played for more than 3,000 points. The price of Olympic victory. I realized that the only way to achieve anything worthwhile in life was to work hard. Whether you are a musician, a writer, an athlete, or a businessman, you cannot do without work. If you work hard, you win. If you're lazy, you lose. Bruce Jenner. Olympic decathlon gold medalist. According to John Troop, writing for USA Today, the average Olympian trains 4 hours a day for at least 310 days a year for 6 years before succeeding. Results begin to improve with daily training. By 7 a.m., most athletes have worked out more than many have all day. If equal in ability, the athlete who trains harder and harder can outperform the athlete who has not worked hard and usually relies on some general lethargy at the start of the competition. In the 4 years leading up to the Olympics, Greg Louganis dived probably more than 3,000 times. Kim Zmeskal has probably done every gymnastics somersault at least 20,000 times, and Janet Evans has run more than 240,000 laps. Training is an effective thing, but not easy or simple. Swimmers swim an average of 10 miles at 5 miles per hour in the pool in a day of training. It doesn't sound all that intimidating, but their heart rate averages 160 beats per minute the entire time. Try running upstairs for at least a march and then check your heart rate. Now imagine having to do that for 4 hours straight. Marathon runners run an average of 160 miles in a week at 10 miles per hour, 13. Although most of you reading this will never be Olympic athletes, nor do you want to be, you can still be among the world's elite in any sport if you put in the effort to outdo others in that sport. To win any game, you must be willing to pay. It's not the desire to win that matters, everyone has it. The will and the willingness to win are important. Paul Bryant, the Bear. The most successful coach of the varsity soccer team, which with him had 323 victories, including 6 national championships, and was ranked first in the Southeastern Conference 13 times. 10 times more perfect. If I don't exercise one day, it's noticeable to me. If 2, my manager notices it. If 3, my audience notices it. Andre Previn. Pianist, conductor, and composer. Today Tom Boyer is a productivity consultant working with leading corporations such as Siemens, Motorola, Polaroid, and Weyerhaeuser. But he was a clarinetist until his early 20s and gave it his all. Because he was willing to practice 2 hours a day even during vacations, such was the price of excellence for him, he won the Ohio State competition several years in a row. One year, the school orchestra director decided to put Rossini's Semiramide Overture on the competition program, because he didn't doubt for a second that no one but Tom could play the clarinet solo that was there at the proper level. However, he had no idea how difficult this solo, which lasts only 20 to 30 seconds, is for any master, perhaps the most difficult of all clarinet solos. Their next class was to be taught by Robert Marcellus, then the first clarinet player of the Cleveland Orchestra. Arriving in class, Tom asked him, "What are my chances of playing this part?" Marcellus looked at him and said, "It's difficult, but if you can play it 10 times in a row in class, you'll have a chance on stage." And he said, "Play it." When Tom played it right, he held up one finger and said, "1. Play again." Then he held up 2 fingers. 2. Again. Raised 3 fingers. Again. And that's when Tom lost his way. Marcellus put his index finger together with his thumb. 0. Start over. 1. One more time. 2. One more time. And so it went on for 45 minutes before Tom was able to play a 30-second solo 10 times in a row without a hitch. All the instructor did was lift his fingers, 1, 2, 3. When Tom reached the 10th time in a row without a single mistake, the instructor smiled slightly and asked, "Now tell me what you got." Only then did he show Tom a few tricks to make the game a little easier. Tom performed flawlessly in the competition solo and later, after 6 years at the Cleveland Institute of Music, played in the Cleveland Orchestra for 2 years. The legendary violinist Isaac Stern was once met after a concert by a fan, a middle-aged lady. "Oh," she murmured enthusiastically, "I'd give my whole life to play like you." "Madam," remarked Stern, wryly, "you're too late, I've already done it. Become an artist at all costs." It was the 70s, and Wieland was a classic type of artist, starving and sacrificing everything for his dreams. He painted and stacked his paintings in a row against the wall. He did, however, have occasional exhibitions at the local high school and sold his work for only $35, otherwise how could he earn the brushes, canvas and paints to paint more and more, for that was what his soul and his desire to develop as an artist demanded. And then one day there was what turned out to be a turning point for the young artist. His mother said to Wieland, "Art is not a job, it's a hobby. Go look for a real job." And the next day she brought him to the Detroit Labor Exchange. But, to Wieland's horror, 3 times he was offered different jobs, and in all 3 he was unable to hold on for more than a day. He was fired. The boring mechanics of the factory didn't suit him, he couldn't concentrate on them, he wanted to create and write. A week later he set up a studio in his basement and worked day and night, creating a portfolio that eventually won him a scholarship to the Detroit Art School. Wieland grabbed a brush at every opportunity and even sold some paintings, but for many years he struggled to make ends meet. But determined that art was the only thing he wanted to do, he continued to work and hone his skills. One day Wieland felt he had to go to a place where other artists were thriving and new ideas were being born. So he decided to go to Laguna Beach, a town known for its community of artists. There, brimming with hope and the liveliest dreams, he settled into the cramped, tiny studio where he had lived and worked for many years. Eventually, he was invited to participate in an annual art festival, where he learned how to talk about his work and communicate with collectors. Soon after, he was discovered in art galleries in Hawaii, but there his paintings were often sold, paying him nothing and explaining this by the high overhead costs. Frustrated that he was getting only a fraction of that money, quite a lot of it, by the way, Wieland realized it was time to open his own gallery, where he could track all the stages of the sale of his painting, from the moment when it was put in the frame and where it was hung, to how and who bought it. Today, 26 years after opening his first gallery in Laguna Beach, he creates as much as 1,000 pieces a year, with some going for $200,000, works closely with artists at Disney, owns 4 homes in Hawaii, California, and Florida, and has the life he always dreamed of. Perhaps you, too, like Wieland, would like to turn your hobby into a profession. And you can be extraordinarily successful doing what you love, if you're willing to pay the right price. You have to suffer in the beginning, Wieland says, giving in to just about everyone and everything. But there is nothing sweeter than to succeed in the end on your own terms. Whatever it takes. In 1987, John Assaraf came from Toronto, Ontario to Indianapolis, Indiana as a young man to find new partners and to expand the RE/MAX real estate franchise system that was just beginning to fledge. He was up for anything. As his friends sat at the bar over drinks, John worked on his dream of convincing existing real estate firms to join the RE/MAX system. He visited at least 5 agents every day for 5 years. At first the people in the offices laughed in his face. Why would they give up some of their existing income or reputation just to join a new, dubious business that had already failed twice? But John was driven by a passion for his business and success. In his zeal, he even tried to recruit the best real estate firm in Indiana at the time. He was considered nuts. But John persisted, and after only 5 years, the amount of deals he and his partners went over $1 billion, and they took the lead. Today, RE/MAX has 1,500 commercial partners in Indiana, more than $1 billion in deals and $100 million a year in commissions. Today John has enough income from his own company in Indiana and lives in Southern California, where he has time to play with his 2 sons, pursue other business interests, write books, and teach others his formula for success. About the amount of effort and time spent. Willingness to pay includes a willingness to do whatever is necessary to complete a task. It stems from a determination to get it done, no matter what it takes, how long it takes, or what follows. It must be done. You are responsible for your own intended result. No excuses, only top-notch performance or outstanding results count. Compare. Michael Crichton is an Emmy and Peabody Award-winning author of the television series ER. His books have sold more than 100 million copies worldwide in 30 languages, and 12 of them have been made into films, 7 of which he himself directed. These include Jurassic Park, The Andromeda Strain, Congo, Coma, Deathstroke, and Wild West World. He is the only man who has written the best book, the best movie, and the best TV movie in the United States. But for all his natural talent, Michael says, you don't write books, you rewrite them. It's one of the hardest things to take in, especially after you've rewritten it for the 7th time, and you still haven't gotten it right. Ernest Hemingway rewrote A Farewell to Arms 39 times. Such devotion to perfection later earned him the Pulitzer Prize and the Nobel Prize for Literature. M. Scott Peck, for his book, The Road Less Traveled, received only a $5,000 advance, but he was willing to pay just to make his dream come true. Within the first year of the book's publication, he participated in 1,000 radio interviews to promote it, which kept the book on the New York Times bestseller list for more than 540 weeks, a record, and sold more than 10 million copies in more than 20 languages. And for the next 12 years he continued to give at least 1 interview a day. Talent itself is cheaper than table salt. The only thing that distinguishes a successful person from a talented one is a lot of hard work. Stephen King. Author of many bestsellers, many of which have been made into films, and 40 of which are constantly on sale. About creating momentum. When a NASA rocket rises from Cape Canaveral, it uses most of its fuel only to overcome Earth's gravity. But once it overcomes it, the rest of the time it can actually fly free. Likewise, an athlete often trains for days on end, subject to Spartan self-discipline. But once he has won a gold medal or won a world championship, he begins to reap the benefits. He moves to the position of sports representative, begins to accept various offers, sign contracts for performances, advertise products, and take other entrepreneurial opportunities that allow him to live more peacefully and take advantage of the momentum he has built throughout his previous career. It's the same in any business or profession. Once you pay a set price to establish yourself as an excellent professional, a person of dignity and integrity who always does everything well and on time, you can spend the rest of your life reaping the sweet rewards of that effort. When I first started performing, no one had ever heard of me. But as my lectures and seminars became more in-depth and informative, and my listeners benefited more and more from them, my reputation grew. Mail carriers brought me letters and cassettes in bags, with people expressing their appreciation and trust in the most ardent terms. It was for this trust, this faith in me, that I had worked hard all those long years, working for little or no pay, and honing my skills. The same could be said of my writing career. It took me many years to become a master at it as well. If you're in network marketing, you should be prepared to put in countless hours at first without getting paid decently. You may go many months without any real income, but eventually the law of quantity to quality will take effect, and a huge amount of your labor will turn into quality, both skill and income, and you will make more money than you ever even imagined. Creating momentum is an important part of the success process. Successful people know that if you are willing to pay in the beginning, you will reap the benefits of that willingness for the rest of your life. On the stage of ineptitude. Business consultant Marshall Thurber once said, "Any business worthy of excellence is bad at first." Think back to when you started learning to drive a car, ride a bicycle, play a musical instrument, or play sports. You knew ahead of time that you were going to be a failure at first. You assumed that this ineptitude was just an unavoidable stage in the process of acquiring the new skills you needed. So don't be surprised if such clumsiness accompanies you at the beginning of any of your activities, and be prepared to go through that stage to become a professional. As children, we were not afraid of being inept and clumsy. But sadly, as we grow up, we become so afraid of missteps that we don't allow ourselves to be clumsy, and we should learn from children again. I didn't know how to ski until I was in my early 40s, and at first, of course, I was a terrible loser. After a while, after taking a few lessons, I stopped falling, bruising, and breaking skis and poles all the time. I decided to learn to play the piano when I was 58, and it took me a long time to acquire some skill. Even my first kiss was pretty awkward. But as you learn new skills or improve at something, you have to be ready to move forward, regardless of the fear of looking or feeling stupid. Find out the price to be paid. Of course, before you start something new, it's a good idea to know what the cost of all this will be. After all, you may not want to pay it. So sometimes the first step is to study the steps to be taken to achieve the goal. For example, many people, and perhaps you too, say they would like to own a yacht. But have you ever wondered how much you would have to earn to buy one, or how much it would cost to maintain it each month? Hangar, marina, fuel, insurance, and license. It might be worth asking others about what it cost them to have a dream like yours. Maybe you should make a list of their dream mates and find out what sacrifices they had to make to achieve it. You may find that some costs are higher than you would like. You may not want to risk your health, your relationships, or all of your savings. You have to weigh all the factors. The effort to pursue your dreams may not be worth the price it would take: a destroyed family, abandoned children, or lost balance in life. It is up to you to decide what is right for you and what price you are willing to pay. Besides, it may happen, and so, fulfilled the dream ceases to please you. So first find out what you really want, what you really need, and only then proceed to the implementation. Rule 12. Ask. 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 It is necessary to ask. Asking, in my opinion, is the world's most powerful and most forgotten secret to success and happiness. Percy Ross. A multi-millionaire and philanthropist who has achieved everything himself. History is full of examples of the incredible wealth and astonishing benefits that people have received simply by asking for them. No, it is simply amazing how asking one of the most effective rules of success remains for many an intractable problem that prevents them from moving forward. If you're not afraid to ask anyone for anything, skip this chapter. But if you are like most people, you tie yourself down by hesitating to ask for the information, help, support, money, and deadlines needed to realize your visions and dreams. Why are people afraid to ask? Why are people so afraid to ask? They are afraid of many things, such as appearing needy, foolish, or unhelpful. But mostly they are afraid of rejection. They are afraid of hearing the word no. And the saddest part is that they actually program that rejection in advance. They say no to themselves before anyone else even thinks about it. As a graduate student in the University of Chicago's Faculty of Education, I was in a self-development group with 20 other people. During one exercise, a man asked a woman if she found him attractive. I was shocked by the boldness of the question, and with fear for the questioner, I waited for the answer. The answer turned out to be in the affirmative. Then, encouraged by his success, I also asked if she found me attractive. After this little exercise in daring questions, several women told us that it was unbelievable how men were afraid to ask a woman for a date. One added, "You're rejecting yourself before we even think about it, and you're depriving us of a choice. Take a chance." We could say yes. Don't assume in advance that you will be rejected. Take the risk of asking for whatever you want or need. If they refuse you, you will lose nothing, but if they agree, you will become richer. Only by being willing to ask can you get a promotion, a donation, a house with a sea view, a discount, a free sample, a date, a better appointment, an order, a more convenient delivery date, a deferral, free time, or help with housework. How to ask. There is a whole science of asking for and getting what you want or need, which Mark Victor Hansen and I have even written a book about. Although you will learn this science best by reading our book, The Aladdin Factor, I will give you a few quick tips to get you started. 1. Ask as if you firmly expect to receive it. The request should sound with positive expectation. Say it as if you have already received what you are asking for, as if it is already done. Ask with the firm hope of a positive answer. 2. Assume that you can. Never start asking by assuming rejection beforehand. If you have to assume something, then assume that you can get something better. For example, you can get a table in front of the window. Or you can get something back without a receipt. You can get a scholarship, a promotion, a ticket the day you leave. Never assume anything that would backfire on you. 3. Ask who could grant your request. To do this, ask around like this: who should I talk to in order to, who is authorized to make a decision about? 4. Express yourself clearly and concretely. In my seminars I often ask, who wants to have more money? I pick someone who's holding out their hand, and I give them $1. And I say, well, now you have more money. Are you satisfied? The person usually answers, no, I want more. Then I give the man a few 25-cent coins and ask again, is that enough now? No, I want more. Okay, so how much do you want? We could play this more game for days and never get to an amount that will satisfy you. Then the person usually names a certain number, and I explain the importance of being specific. Vague requests lead to vague results. Your request must be specific. If it's about money, always ask for a specific amount. Don't say, I want a raise. Say, I want a raise of $500 a month. If you want something done for you, don't say soon or when it's convenient for you. Name a specific date and time. Don't say, I'd like to spend this weekend with you. Tell me, I'd like to have dinner with you on Saturday night and go to the movies. Would that work for you? And when your request is behavioral in nature, be especially specific. Say exactly what you want the person to do. Don't say, I want you to help me around the house more. Say, I want you to wash the dishes every time after dinner and take out the trash on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 5. Ask repeatedly. One of the most important rules for success is to be persistent. Don't give up. Whenever you ask others to participate in your goals, some intend to say no. They may have other priorities, commitments, and lots of other reasons not to participate. This should not embarrass you. Get used to the idea that on the way to the big prize you will have many more rejections. The main thing is not to give up. If someone says no, keep asking. Why? Because when you ask even the same person over and over again, you may well end up being told yes. On different days. When a person is in a good mood. When you have new data to present to him. After you have proven your affection or loyalty. When circumstances changed. When you have learned how to get close. When you were able to establish a better understanding. When a person starts to trust you more. When you have paid your taxes. When the economic situation improved. Perhaps children understand this rule of success better than anyone else. They will not hesitate to ask the same thing of the same person. And in the end they get what they want. I once read a story in People magazine about a man who asked the same woman over 30 times to marry him. No matter how many times she refused, he came back and asked again and eventually she said yes. The following statistics bear witness. Herbert True, a marketing specialist at Notre Dame University, found that 44% of all salespeople quit after the first call, 24% after the second, 14% after the third, and only 12% keep trying to sell their product even after the fourth call. This means that 94% of all salespeople give up trying after the fourth call. But 60% of all sales are made after the fourth call. These statistics show that 94% of all salespeople are losing out on 60% of possible buyers. You may have ability, but it must be backed up by perseverance. To succeed, ask, 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 ask. Ask, and it will be given to you. In 2000, Sylvia Collins flew from Australia to Santa Barbara for one of my week-long seminars, where she learned about the power of asking. A year later I received this letter from her. I decided to change my line of work and now sell new developments on the Gold Coast at a company called Gold Coast Property. I work with a team of guys, mostly 20-somethings. The skills I learned in your seminars help me do a great job and be an active part of a winning team. I can't help but tell you how much the quality of my work has benefited from the fact that I was able to release my fear of asking and thereby improve my self-esteem. At a staff meeting recently, we were asked how we would like to spend our monthly corporate day. I asked Michael, the general manager, we'd like to spend a week on the island. What would it take to do that? Everyone at the table fell silent and stared at me. Obviously, it was out of everyone's comfort zone to ask. Michael looked around at everyone, then looked at me and said, "All right, if you make money for the firm." And named the amount. "I'll take the whole crew, and there are 10 of us, to the Great Barrier Reef." Well, the next month the goal was achieved, and we went to Lady Elliot Island for 4 days, with airfare, accommodation, food, and entertainment all paid for by the company. We had the most amazing 4 days, swimming together underwater, building bonfires on the shore, making pranks, and generally having a lot of fun. Subsequently, Michael set us another goal and said he would take us to Fiji if we completed it, and we did in December. Even though the company pays for all these trips, our department, led by Michael, was many heads ahead of the other departments in terms of sales, quite a few of them too. You lose nothing by making a request, but you can gain everything. To succeed, you have to take risks, and one kind of risk is the willingness to run into rejection. Here is an email I received from Donna Hutcherson, who heard me speak at her company meeting in Scottsdale, Arizona. "My husband Dale and I heard you at a meeting at Walsworth in early January. he was particularly impressed by your statement that by asking and trying, you lose nothing. After your speech, he decided to follow one of his longtime life goals and aspirations of the soul, of becoming a head soccer coach. He submitted 4 applications, and the very next day he was invited to Sebring High School and asked to fill out an online application. He did, and he couldn't sleep all that night. After 2 interviews, he was selected from 61 applicants. Today, Dale is the head soccer coach at Sebring High School in Florida. Thank you for inspiring him. And here's an excerpt from another of her emails that came in late this summer. Dale took a high school team that had previously had only 1 win and 9 losses in several seasons, earning a reputation as perpetual surrenderers. And he led it to victory. 4 goals were scored from behind in the final 3 minutes, a district championship and a wagering victory, just the 3rd time in the school's 78-year history. He was also named the district's Coach of the Year and Sports History of the Year. But most importantly, he changed the lives of many of the players, teachers, and students he worked with. Will you give me some money? In 1997, Chad Pregrack, 21 years old, decided to lead a remarkable effort to clean up the Mississippi River. He started with a 20-foot boat and his own 2 hands and has since cleaned more than 1,000 miles of the Mississippi River and 435 miles of the Illinois River, removing more than 1 million tons of trash from their banks. Taking advantage of the power of the request, he has raised over $2,500,000 in donations and recruited over 4,000 people who have agreed to help in his crusade. Realizing that more barges, trucks and equipment would be needed, Chad asked state and local officials for help, but was turned down. Unsettled, Chad grabbed a phone book, opened to the company phone pages, and called Alcoa. Just because, he explained, its name started with A. Armed only with a passionate pursuit of his dream, Chad asked to call whoever is most important. In the end, Alcoa gave him $8,400. Later, taking the same alphabetical route, he called Anheuser-Busch. As the Smithsonian later wrote, Mary Alice Ramirez, head of the environmental program at Anheuser-Busch, remembers her first conversation with Chad on the subject. Will you give me some money? Chad asked. And who are you? Ramirez asked. I want to clear the Mississippi of trash, Chad replied. Can you show me the suggestions? Ramirez asked. What kind of suggestions? Chad wondered. Eventually Ramirez invited Chad to a meeting and presented a check for $25,000 to expand his Mississippi Restoration and Beautification Project. 14. Far more important than the fundraising process itself was Chad's clear, well-conscious desire to change the status quo, his undying enthusiasm, his absolute dedication to the project, and his willingness to ask. In the end, Chad solicited everything he needed. He now has a board of lawyers, accountants, and clerks, as well as several full-time employees and thousands of volunteers. Throughout his tenure, he has not only cleaned up miles of Mississippi, Illinois, Anacostia, Potomac, Missouri, Ohio, and Rock River shorelines, removing over 1 million tons of trash, but he has also brought public attention to the condition of all rivers, for whose vitality and beauty we should all be responsible by keeping them clean. 15. Start begging today. Right now, take some time and make a list of the things you want but are hesitant to ask for at home, school, or work. Next to each item, write down what keeps you from asking. What are you afraid of? Then write what it will cost to be reluctant to ask. And finally, write what benefits you will get from your request. Take time to make a list of what you would like to ask and ask for in each of the 7 goal categories I outlined in Rule 3. Identify what you want: dream, exercise, finances, career, leisure and recreation, health, relationships, personal plans and hobbies, and contributions to the community. This could include a promotion, a loan, an initial investment, feedback in your work, a referral to a doctor or other job, someone else's support or approval, time for extra training, a babysitter for your children, a massage, someone else's favor, or volunteering to help with a project. Rule 13. No to rejection. By not letting rejection knock us down, we become not weaker, but only stronger. If we can stick firmly to our decision, there is no other way to success. Earl G. Graves, founder and publisher of Black Enterprise magazine. If you intend to be successful, you must know how to handle rejection. Rejection is a natural and integral part of our lives. Rejection is when you are not accepted into a team, not given a part in a play, not chosen, not accepted into the college, institute, or graduate school of your choice, not given the job or promotion you want, the appointment you ask for, the deferment or permission you need. Rejection is also when your manuscript is rejected, your proposal is disregarded, your new idea is silenced, your request for a charitable donation is ignored, your design concept is not accepted, your membership application is rejected, or you are not married. Denial is a fiction. To end rejection, you must understand that rejection is pure fiction. It doesn't really exist. It is just a concept fixed in your head. Think about this. If you ask Patty to have dinner with you, and she says no, nothing changes for you. You were having dinner alone before you talked to her, and you still will be. In reality, the situation has not worsened at all, everything remains the same. It has only worsened in your imagination when you, discouraged by her no, withdraw into yourself and mentally say something like, "You see, my mother was right. No one in the whole world needs me, no one is able to like me." And that's right, who's going to love a dullard like that? If you apply to Harvard and don't get in, you never studied there, and you never will. Again, nothing happened, and your life was not made worse by it. You haven't lost anything. And another thing, you spent all your previous years not going to Harvard, and you felt fine, and now you have a good idea of what to do next. The truth is, you don't lose anything by asking, but you might very well gain something, so ask by all means. KNKDKZH. Whatever and whoever you ask, remember this. KNCKJ, which means some will say no, some will say yes, some will wait. Some will say no, some will say yes. So what? And somewhere, someone can't wait for you and your ideas. It's just going through the numbers in the unrelenting hope that sooner or later a lucky one will come up. Keep asking until you get it. It's waiting for you there, just around the corner. As my friend Mark Victor Hansen likes to say, he who needs you, needs you. You just insist long enough and eventually you'll get consent. 9 yes on 81 no. An alumna of my self-esteem and maximum productivity seminar, whose life it had changed so dramatically, volunteered to call people in the evenings and invite them to an upcoming seminar I was going to hold in St. Louis. She took it upon herself to call 3 people every night for a month. Many of the calls turned into long conversations with her asking thousands of questions. In all, she called 90 people. The first 81 refused the seminar. The next 9 signed up. The success rate was almost 10%, which is pretty good for phone calls, but all 9 were the last. What if she had quit after the first 50 calls and said to herself, "It's no use. It's not worth trying. No one's signing up." But she longed to share her life-changing experience with people, and so she persisted in pushing her line, regardless of the many rejections, knowing that they were all nothing more than too many numbers in the search for happiness. And her persistence worked. Thanks to her, 9 more people changed their lives. If you are committed to the object of your passion and aspirations, you will continue to learn from your own experience. No matter what, you will not deviate from your chosen path and eventually come to the desired result. Never give up on your dreams. Persistence is everything. If you don't have the desire and belief in yourself to keep going, even if everyone around you tells you to quit, you'll never get there. Tony O'Dell. Best-selling author of Back Roads, member of the Oprah Book Club. Just tell yourself, next. Get used to the idea that on the way to the coveted golden key you will face many rejections. The secret to success is not to give up. When someone tells you no, say to yourself, next. And keep asking. When Colonel Harlan Sanders, with his pressure cooker and a special recipe for Southern-style fried chicken, set out from home in search of happiness, he received more than 300 rejections before he found someone who believed in his dream. Since he himself has turned down more than 300 rejections, he now has 11,000 KFC restaurants in 80 countries around the world. If one person tells you no, ask someone else. Remember, there are 5 billion people on the planet. Someone, somewhere, sometime will say yes. Don't cling to your fears, resentment. Move on to the next person. This is a numbers game. Someone is waiting for you to say yes. Chicken broth for the soul. In the fall of 1991, Mark Victor Hansen and I began pitching our first book, Chicken Soup for the Soul Registered, to a publisher. We flew to New York with our agent, Jeff Herman, and met with every publisher we could arrange to meet with. All said they were not interested. Short story collections don't go. Life stories don't interest anyone. The title is absolutely no good. We were also rejected by the other 20 publishers who received our manuscript in the mail. And after our book was rejected by more than 30 publishers, the agent returned it to us and said, "I'm sorry, but I can't help you." What did we do? We said, next. We knew we had to think outside the box. For more than a month we racked our brains until it hit us. We printed forms that represented a promise to buy our book after it was published. The forms had boxes for the name, address, and number of books that the person pledged to buy. For several months we asked everyone who attended our lectures and seminars to fill out this form. Eventually we had 20,000 such pledges to buy the book. The next spring, Mark and I went to the American Booksellers Association convention in Anaheim, California, and went from tent to tent, entering into conversation with any publisher willing to listen, and showing commitment to our listeners. But even with this kind of assurance that our book would have a market, we were turned away again and again. But again and again we were told, next. At the end of the second, very long day, we gave a copy of the first 30 stories in the book to Peter Vegso and Gary Seidler, co-presidents of Health Communications, Inc., an aspiring publisher specializing in books on getting rid of bad habits. They agreed to review the manuscript at home. At the end of the week, Gary Seidler took it to the beach and read it. He liked it and decided to give it a shot. And hundreds of followers paid. Rejected over 130 times, our first book sold 8 million copies, launching an entire series of 80 bestsellers translated into 39 languages. And what about those forms promising to buy our book after it was published? When the book finally came out, we stapled each form with a notice, sent it to the addresses indicated, and waited for the receipts. And almost everyone who promised to buy the book kept their promise. One Canadian entrepreneur bought 1,700 copies and gave them to each of his clients. Has your manuscript come back again from another editor with assurances that it is a real treasure, but it doesn't suit them? Don't consider it a rejection. Consider that you sent it to an editor who is capable of appreciating the work, and the package just came back with an incorrect address stamp. All that remains is to find the correct address. Barbara Kingsolver, best-selling author of The Poisonwood Bible. The Poisonwood Bible. He was not discouraged by the 155 rejections. Deciding it was time for a high school program that taught children how to deal with their own feelings, deal with conflict, identify life goals and acquire the communication skills and moral values that would help them lead more productive and fulfilling lives in the future, 19-year-old Rick Little drafted proposals and sent them to more than 155 foundations. He spent most of the year sleeping in the back seat of his car and eating crackers and peanut butter. But he didn't give up and didn't give up on his dream. In the end, the Kellogg Foundation gave Rick $130,000. Which is almost $1,000 for every previous no. Since then, Rick and his team have raised more than $100 million for their program in more than 30,000 schools around the world. 3 million children a year are taught important life skills because one 19-year-old boy rejected every no and kept getting his way until he got a yes. In 1989, Rick received a $65 million grant, the second largest ever awarded in U.S. history, to create the International Youth Foundation. What if Rick had given up after the 100th rejection and said to himself, well, that's not fate, then? What a great loss to the world and to Rick's own lofty life purpose. He knocked on 12,500 doors. Rejection sounds to me like the trumpet of Jericho in my ear, urging me not to retreat, but to wake up and get on with it. Sylvester Stallone. Actor, writer, and director. As a newly minted chiropractor fresh out of university, Dr. Ignatius Piazza decided to open a clinic in the Monterey Bay area of California. When he went to the local chiropractic association for help, he was advised to open an office somewhere else. He was told he would not succeed because there were already too many chiropractors in the area. But unafraid of such predictions, he applied the principle of next. For several months, from dawn to dusk, he methodically went and knocked on every door. Introducing himself as a new graduate physician, he asked the following questions. Where do you think I should open a clinic? What newspaper should I advertise in so that it reaches your neighbors? What are the best reception hours to announce, morning and afternoon or evening, for those who return from work after 5? Should I call my clinic, Vester Ignatius Piazza Chiropractic Clinic? And lastly he wondered. When the clinic opens, would you like an invitation? If people agreed, he wrote down their names and addresses, and so he continued day after day, month after month. By the time this job was done, he had knocked on more than 12,500 doors and talked to more than 6,500 people. Many times he was told no. Often people just weren't home. He even walked into a trap once. He was cornered by a pit bull and held in his driveway all day. But in his first month, he also got enough yes, and with them 233 new patients, and earned a record $72,000 in an area that didn't need another chiropractor. Remember, to get what you want, you have to ask and ask next, and next, until you are told yes. Asking and asking was, and always will be, just going through the numbers. Don't take it personally, for there is nothing personal about it. It's just a contest to see who can outbid whom. Some of the celebrities who have been rejected. As I see it, girls are not distinguished by a special perception or feeling that would make this book arouse more than mere curiosity in them. From a negative review of The Diary of Anne Frank. The Diary of Anne Frank. Everyone who has climbed to the top of life has had to face rejections. You just have to understand that they don't apply to you personally. Take a look at this list. When Alexander Graham Bell offered Carl Orton, president of Western Union, the rights to the phone for $100,000, Orton replied, "What use can our company find for this electric toy?" Angie Everhart, who began her modeling career at age 16, was once told by the owner of the modeling agency, Eileen Ford, that she would never become a model. Why not? Nobody likes redheads. Everhart later became the first ever redhead on the cover of Glamour magazine, had great success, had a great career as a model, and then starred in 27 movies and hosted numerous television shows. Best-selling author Stephen King nearly made a mistake that would have cost him several million when he threw the manuscript of Carrie in the trash because he was tired of being rejected. "We're not interested in science fiction that deals with dystopias," he was told. It doesn't go. Fortunately, his wife fished the manuscript out of the bucket. Eventually, Carrie was printed by another publisher, sold more than 4 million copies, and a blockbuster movie was made based on the book's plot. In 1998, Google co-founders Sergey Brin and Larry Page came to Yahoo and offered to merge the two companies. Yahoo could have bought their offer for a handful of shares, but instead offered the two fledglings to work on their baby project and come back when they were older. 5 years later, Google's market capitalization was estimated at $20 billion. And at the time of writing this book, they were about to launch a public stock auction, which, according to experts, should bring in $30 to $50 billion. No one in the United States buys or reads animal stories. From a negative review of Animal Farm. George Orwell's Animal Farm. The record breaker in the number of rejections is probably John Creasy. The now popular British mystery author received 743 rejection slips before selling his first book. Immune to rejections, over the next 40 years he released 562 books under 28 different pseudonyms without being subjected to the abbreviations so familiar to all writers. If John Creasy could ignore 743 rejections, so can you. Rule 14. Let the backlash be to your benefit. The backlash is the breakfast of champions. Ken Blanchard and Spencer Johnson. Co-authors Offman Ager in a minute. The 1-minute manager. As soon as you begin to act, there will be immediate feedback, letting you know if you are doing the right thing. You will receive information, advice, help, suggestions, guidance, and even criticism that will help you continually adjust and move forward, continually building your knowledge, abilities, relationships. But questions regarding backlash are only the first part of the equation. As soon as it arises, you must be prepared to give answers as well. There are 2 types of backlash. You may encounter 2 kinds of feedback, negative and positive. We prefer the positive, that is, expressed in positive results, money, praise, promotion, advancement, satisfied customers, awards, happiness, inner peace, close relationships, and satisfaction. That's when we feel on top of ourselves. This feedback indicates that we are doing the right thing. We tend to dislike negative feedback, lack of results, lack of or no money, criticism, low ratings, complaints, unhappiness, internal conflicts, lack of career advancement, especially when we are blatantly bypassed or pushed into a corner, loneliness, misery. However, negative backlash is just as useful as positive backlash. It indicates that we have veered off course, taken the wrong direction, are doing the wrong thing. And this information is just as valuable. Valuable in fact, so much so that the best thing you could do when you feel negative feedback is to change. Personally, I like to call negative feedback notification of an opportunity to improve. The world is notifying me where and how I can improve what I am doing. Here is a place where I can get better. And here is a chance to correct behavior and get closer to what I want, to make more money, increase sales, get promoted, improve relationships, raise school grades, or achieve more success in sports. To achieve your goals more quickly, accept any feedback that life sends you willingly, gratefully, and joyfully. Warm, cold, warm, cold. There are many ways to respond to a backlash, some of which work, get you closer to your goal, and others that don't, delay or even set you back. When I conduct training on the rules of success, I illustrate this point as follows. I ask a volunteer from the audience to stand in the far corner of the room. The volunteer represents the goal I want to achieve. My task is to cross the room and get to where he is standing. If I get there, I have successfully achieved my goal. I instruct the volunteer to act as a mechanism that constantly generates feedback. Every time I take a step, he must say, warm if I walk straight toward him, and cold if I deviate just a little. Then I start moving very slowly toward the volunteer. As I walk straight ahead, he says, warm. Every few steps I intentionally turn sideways, and the volunteer says, it's cold. I immediately correct the direction. After a few steps, I deviate again and get back on course again after he responds back, it's cold. After many such zigzags, I eventually reach my goal, and give the volunteer a big hug. Then I ask the audience to tell me which word the volunteer said more often, warm or cold. The answer is always cold. And here's the interesting thing. I deviated more often than I kept my direction, and I still got there, only because I constantly took action and calibrated it against the backlash. It's the same in life. All we have to do is to take action and check back. If we do it diligently enough and long enough, we will eventually get there and make our dreams come true. Incorrect responses to the backlash. There are many ways to respond to the backlash, but some responses go nowhere. 1. Giving up and getting out of the game. I sometimes introduce a new element to the above-mentioned seminar exercise. Somewhere in the middle of the path I deviate from the course and, despite repeated calls from the volunteer, cold, cold, lose my temper, and shout, I can't take it anymore. Life is too hard. All this negativism and criticism is not for me. I'm out. How many times have you or someone you know simply given up after receiving negative feedback? As a result, you're stuck in the same place at best. Once you receive negative feedback, it's easier not to back down if you remember that feedback is just information. Don't take it as criticism, but as a guide to correction. Treat it like a navigational message to the autopilot of an airplane. The autopilot constantly receives information that the aircraft is going too high, too low, veering too far to the right or too far to the left, and corrects its course. It doesn't make the plane go into kerosene tears, flap its wings, or freeze in place. So you, too, should not take the backlash so personally. It's just information designed to help you adjust your course and get to your destination as quickly as possible. 2. Get angry at the source of the backlash. Again, I walk to another corner of the room, deliberately turning sideways now and then, prompting the volunteer to repeat, it's cold. This time I straighten up, lift my chin, put one hand on my hip, and, pointing my finger at the offender, shout, bastards, all around are bastards and creeps. You always do nothing but criticize me. You're looking for the one thing that's wrong with me. Can't anyone say anything good? Think about it. How many times have you responded with anger and hostility to someone whose backlash was sincere and helpful? The only thing you've accomplished as a result is to alienate the person and their backlash. 3. Ignore the backlash. For the third demonstration, imagine that I, with my fingers plugged in my ears, am walking resolutely away. The volunteer can repeat endlessly, cold, 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 but I can't hear anything because my ears are plugged. Not listening or ignoring the backlash is another pointless response. We all know people who don't listen to anyone's point of view but their own. They simply don't care what others think. They don't want to hear anyone else's opinion. It's sad, because a backlash could make a big difference in their lives if they were willing to get rid of their willful deafness. So you have 3 unhelpful options for responding to someone's backlash. 1. Cry, fall apart, retreat, and give up. 2. Get angry at the source of the backlash. 3. Not listen or ignore the backlash. Crying and falling apart is simply a fruitless option. It will help you blow off steam, but it will take you out of the game. Will not lead anywhere, but only stop. Not a good strategy for success. Backing down and giving up isn't an option either. You may feel more protected from the flood of negative backlash, but you will also lose the opportunity to cultivate the qualities you need to win. You can't win on the playing field of life by being out of the game. It is just as useless to get angry at the source of the backlash. It will only make him criticize you quietly, behind your back, or just walk away. Is that a good thing? You may feel better for a while, but it won't make you any better or more successful. On the third day of my workshop, when everyone already knows each other quite well, I ask the whole group, about 40 people, to stand around me and ask as many people as possible the following question: what do you see as the limitations of my behavior? After this 30-minute exercise, everyone sits down and writes down what they heard. You might think it's hard to spend 30 minutes listening to other people's opinions about their behavior, but it's such valuable feedback that people actually feel grateful for the opportunity to learn what that limitation is, and to make their behavior more successful by going beyond their usual limits. Remember, feedback is nothing more than information. It should not be taken as a reaction to one's personality. No one tells anyone that one is a bad or limited person, everyone is only pointing out each other's bad or limited actions. This can only be welcomed and used to one's own advantage. The most reasonable and productive response is, "Thank you for the feedback. Thank you for taking the time and concern to tell me how you see and feel about my behavior. I appreciate it." Look for a backlash. People generally will not voluntarily show and tell you the opposite of what you are saying. They are just as afraid of possible conflict as you are. They don't want to hurt your feelings. They are afraid of your reaction. They are afraid of your censure. So in order to get honest and open feedback, you have to ask for it, and in doing so, guarantee the person's safety. In other words, don't execute the messenger. The most effective question to ask family, friends, and coworkers is, "What do you see as the limitations of my behavior?" The answers may seem difficult to listen to, but most people find the information so valuable that they feel grateful for what they are told. Armed with this new feedback, they can consider and plan how to change their limited behavior into more effective and productive behavior. The most valuable question you have ever been asked. In the 1980s, a multi-millionaire businessman asked me a question that radically changed my life. If the only benefit you will get from my book is the ability to apply this question to your personal and business life, you may consider that you have not wasted your money to buy the book and the time to read it. So, what is this magic question that can improve the quality of any relationship you have, any products you make, any services you provide, any meetings and classes you hold, any transaction you conduct? Here it is. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate the quality of our relationships, services/products, over the past week, 2 weeks/month/quarter/year/year? Here are variations of the same question that has faithfully served me for many years. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate our meeting today? Me as a manager? As a parent? As a teacher? These classes? This food? My culinary abilities? Our sex life? This business? This book? Any score less than 10 points triggers the next question. How can I raise my grade to 10? Hearing that a person is dissatisfied is not enough. You need to know in detail what will satisfy him. Only with this information can you do what is necessary to create a better product, service, or relationship. Make it a habit to end every project, meeting, class, training, technical work, and consultation with these 2 questions. Make it a daily ritual. I ask my wife these 2 questions every Sunday night. Here is a typical scenario. How would you rate the quality of our relationship this past week? 8. What should I do to make it 10? Put the kids to bed without me reminding you. Coming back for dinner on time or calling me to let me know you'll be late. I can't stand sitting here in complete ignorance of where you are and waiting for who knows what. If I'm telling a joke, don't interrupt me just because you think you tell it better. Put dirty clothes in the laundry basket, not in a pile on the laundry room floor. I ask my assistants the same question every Friday. Once, when we first started working with her, Deborah answered, 6. Wow. What should I do to make it 10? At this week's meeting, I thought my quarterly report was supposed to be heard, but other things were more important. I felt like I was a small cog and that you were paying much less attention to me than the others. I have so much to discuss with you, and I feel completely insignificant. And also, you're not using me to my full potential. You're only giving me the easiest jobs. I want more responsibility, I want you to give me more important material, I want more complex tasks. This job has become boring and uninteresting to me. Give me a harder and more serious job, or I will leave. Hearing all this was not easy, but her words were true and her claims were fair and led to 2 wonderful results. I did delegate some of my important work to her and thus freed up more time for myself. Well, and I got a satisfied and faithful assistant who could work better for both me and the company. Be prepared to ask. Most people are afraid to ask for feedback because they are afraid of what they will hear. But there is nothing to be afraid of. The truth is the truth, even unpleasant truth, and it is better to know it than not to know it. Knowing it, you can do something, correct something in your life, and not knowing it, you will remain in a happy ignorance, until some unpleasantness happens, which will be already difficult to correct. So without feedback you can't improve your life, your relationships, your game, or your productivity. But what's the worst thing about this kind of ostrich politics? You are the only one who is not yet privy to this secret. Others are already in the habit of telling their spouses, friends, parents, business partners, and potential clients what's wrong with them. As we said in Rule 1, 100% responsibility for your own life, most people prefer to complain rather than take constructive action to solve their problems. And for them, the only problem is that they are complaining to the wrong person. They should be telling you all this, but they are reluctant for fear of your reaction. As a result, you are deprived of the main thing, taking into account and taking action. You could work better, study, bring up children, and yourself, have more harmonious relations with those around you and loved ones. To correct this situation, you need to do the following. First, you must be intentionally and actively interested in feedback. Ask your partner, friends, colleagues, boss, employees, customers, parents, teachers, students, and coaches. Ask more often. These kinds of questions should become a habit for you. What can we do to do it better? What do I do to get you to give me a 10? Second, you should be grateful for the feedback. Don't bristle or shut down, but simply say, "Thank you for taking the trouble to share this with me." If you are truly grateful, you will gain a reputation for always being open to feedback. Remember, feedback is a gift that helps you become more effective. In addition, an old Chinese proverb says, "Gratitude is the pearl of the universe." Be grateful at all times. Pull your head out of the sand and ask. And check with your inner counselor to find out what works for you, and then act on the feedback you hear. Anything, including changing your own behavior, will do to improve the situation. A few years ago, our company gave up the services of one typesetter because another offered us his services at a higher quality and lower price. After about 4 months, our former typesetter called and asked, "For some reason you stopped inviting me lately. You probably aren't happy with my work. I would like to continue working with you. What do you need to do about it?" I replied, "Reduce your rates, improve quality, and pick up, deliver the work on time. If you can guarantee us these 3 conditions, I will give you a small job to try, and we'll see." He eventually came back to us because he met all 3 conditions. He charged less than everyone else for the work, he picked up, completed, and delivered the work on time, and the quality was more than acceptable. Since he asked the question, "What does it take?" he got the information he needed to continue working with us successfully. She figured out her way to success in just 3 months. One of the best-selling books on weight loss was Thin Thighs in 30 Days. And most interestingly, it owes its appearance exclusively to feedback. Its author, Wendy Stelling, worked in an advertising agency and hated her job with every fiber of her being. She wanted to open her own agency, but had no money. She knew she would need about $100,000 to start one, and wondered, "How can I make that money quickly?" Write and sell the book. She decided that if she wrote a book, 100,000 copies of which she could sell in 90 days, at a price of $1 apiece, she could earn the $100,000 she needed. But what kind of book would 100,000 buyers need? Which books are most in demand? She asked. Books on weight loss, came the feedback. Yes, but I don't know anything about it. What to do? Wendy asked. Ask around for other women, came the feedback. So she went to the mall and started asking questions. If you could lose weight in just one body part, which one would you prefer? An overwhelming number of women answered, thighs. And when would you like to lose weight like that? April, May, for the bathing season, came the feedback. So what did she do? She wrote a book, Slim Thighs in a Month, and had it out by April 15th. By June, she had the coveted $100,000, all because she found out from people what they needed and gave it to them using the information that came in the feedback. How to make a brilliant impression with almost no effort. Virginia Satter, author of the classic parenting book The Making of Man, People Making, was probably the most successful and best-known family therapist of all time. During her long and illustrious career, she had the opportunity to work for the Michigan State Department of Social Services, where she was invited to develop proposals on how to update and restructure the Social Security Division to better serve the public. 2 months later, she put a 150-page report on her desk to management, about which they said they had never seen such amazing work in their lives. Simply brilliant, was the unanimous admiring opinion. How did you manage to come up with all this? She said, "Oh, I just went around to all the social workers in your system and asked what they thought needed to be done to make the system work better. Listen to the feedback. People have a left foot and a right foot to go first to the left, not there, and then to the right, there, and so alternately over and over again." Buckminster Fuller. engineer, inventor, and philosopher. Whether we like it or not, whether we ask or bury our heads in the sand, the backlash still comes in many forms. Colleagues say something. Suddenly a government decree comes along. Or a bank refuses to give you a loan. Or a special opportunity arises due to some previous action of yours. Whatever it is, listen for feedback. Just take a step and listen. Take another and listen again. If you hear cold, take a step in the direction that feels right to you and on which you hope to hear warmth, and listen. Listen to what's going on outside, what others are telling you, but also listen to what's going on inside you, what your body, feelings, and instincts are telling you. Does your mind and body say, I'm happy? I like it. I'm doing this job with pleasure, it's the right thing to do. Or, I'm tired. My feelings have dried up. I'm emotionally drained. I didn't like all of this before and I don't like it now. I have no sympathy for this guy. Whatever the backlash, don't ignore its warning signals. Never go against your inner feelings. If something is wrong with them, something is wrong on the outside as well. Is every backlash accurate? But not every backlash is helpful or accurate. You have to look closely at the source. For example, if your drunken husband says to you, oh, you Trantare Ram, then that backlash is probably both inaccurate and unhelpful. But the fact that your husband is drunk and angry is exactly the kind of backlash you should listen to. Watch out for repetitions. Also, you should look out for repetition, for patterns in the backlash. As my friend Jack Rosenblum likes to say, if someone tells you you're a horse, he's crazy. If 3 people say you're a horse, that's a conspiracy. But if 10 people say you're a horse, it's time to buy a saddle. The point is that if several people tell you the same thing, there is probably a grain of truth in it. So why fight it? You can think of yourself as right, but you better ask yourself, do I prefer to be right or happy? Do I prefer to be right or to be successful? I have a friend who would rather be right than happy and successful. He gets angry at anyone who tries to give him the opposite reaction. Don't you dare talk to me like that, young lady. Don't tell me how to run my business. This is my business, and I conduct it as I see fit. And I'm not the least bit interested in what you think. He always lived by the think like me or get out. He wasn't interested in anyone's opinion or the backlash. As a result, his wife, both daughters, clients, and all his employees turned their backs on him. He divorced twice, his children stopped talking to him, and 2 businesses went bankrupt. But he was always right. God be his judge, but don't fall into that trap. It's a dead-end road. What kind of feedback do you get from your family, friends, opposite sex, co-workers, boss, partners, customers, salespeople, and even your body, which you should pay more attention to? Do you come across any unusual repetitions? Make a list and next to each item, write down the action you think you should take to get back on track. What to do if the backlash indicates failure? When all indications are that you have failed, there are many ways to react appropriately and keep moving. 1. Recognize that you did the best you could at your then level of understanding, knowledge, and skill. 2. Recognize that you are a survivor and can handle any and all consequences without fear or reproach. 3. Write down everything you have learned from the new experience. Keep a special file on your computer or journal called New Insight and Lessons Learned and read it often. Ask others relevant to your new experience, team members, employees, customers, etc., what they have learned. I, for example, often ask my employees to write, I realized that, on a piece of paper at the top and list all the things they can remember in 5 minutes. Then we make a list with the heading, How to do it better next time. 4. Be sure to thank everyone for their feedback and understanding. If someone is hostile in their feedback, remember that it does not indicate that you are incompetent or unsympathetic, but only that they are insecure. But even then, you should thank him or her for the backlash. Explaining, making excuses, and blaming is just wasting your time and his. Just don't take feedback indiscriminately, but choose what is relevant and valuable for the future, and let the rest pass you by. 5. Address the misunderstanding and do whatever is necessary to make the experience of the backlash complete, including offering the appropriate apologies or regrets. Don't try to hide the failure. 6. Take time to look back and review your successes. It's important to remind yourself that you've had more successes than failures. You've done the right thing more often than you've done the wrong thing. 7. Change your surroundings. Spending some time in a positive environment with friends, family, and coworkers who love you can boost your self-esteem and confidence. 8. Refocus on your dreams. Recall the lessons you've learned, revisit your original plan of action or create a new one, and then move on. Stay in the game. Keep striving to achieve your dreams. You have many more mistakes to make along the way. So shake the dust of the past off your boots, jump back in the saddle, and go. Rule 15. Surrender to continuous and endless perfection. It is our nature to want to learn, grow, and develop all the time. We always want to rise above ourselves, to become something bigger and better. And if we yield to this natural inclination to continuous and endless perfection, then our life becomes a chain of ceaseless achievement and satisfaction. Chuck Galatzi. I have been called a demanding person, but that is not true. Rather, I am a right-winger, that is, I achieve rightness in one thing and then move on to the next. James Cameron. Oscar-winning director of Titanic and Terminators. In Japanese, continuous and endless improvement is called kaizen. And it is not only the current philosophy of modern Japanese businessmen, but also the ancient philosophy of warriors. It has become a mantra for millions of successful people. Those who succeed, whether in business, sports, or the arts, give their all to this continuous improvement. If you want to be more successful, learn to ask yourself, how can I do it better? How should I do it to increase my efficiency in life? How can I do this more profitably and effectively? How should we act with love? Everything changes so fast that the mind just goes into a daze. In today's world, it is at least partly necessary to improve in order to keep up with the general pace of lightning changes. After all, almost every month there are some technical innovations. And new production technologies appear even more frequently. As soon as a new trend or fad appears, new words come into use. And all this news about ourselves, our health, and the capabilities of the human mind pours out to us in a continuous stream. So it is necessary to improve, just to survive. But to thrive, as successful people do, a more sophisticated approach to improvement is necessary. Improve in small portions. Whenever you intend to improve your skills, change behavior, or improve your family life or business, start with small, easy steps, but take them steadily and continually, and they will lead to sustained success. A task that is too big and too fast will not only overwhelm you and your associates, but it can also ruin all your efforts, thereby reinforcing the belief that success is extremely difficult, if not impossible, to achieve. When you set yourself small, achievable tasks, complicating and increasing them gradually, you cope with them easily, thereby strengthening the belief that you can easily improve. Determine what you will improve in. At work, you can aim to raise the quality of your product, improve customer service, or make your advertising even more attractive. You could improve your professional skills, improve your computer skills, increase your typing speed, learn how to sell or negotiate even more successfully. In your family life, you could learn to do better with your children, communicate with each other, or cook. You could also focus on improving your health and fitness, your money management skills, or your piano playing. Or maybe you want to expand your consciousness through meditation, yoga, and prayer. Whatever your goal is, determine what you want to improve in and what steps you'll need to take to do so. Want to learn a whole new skill? Perhaps you could enroll in an evening class at a local college. And if you want to serve your church community more usefully, you might find a way to devote an hour a week to some charitable cause. To keep your focus on continuous and endless improvement, ask yourself every day, how can I do better today? What can I do better today than before? Where can I acquire a new skill or new knowledge? If you can, you'll be on a lifelong path of improvement that guarantees your success. Jumping over the steps is not a good idea. He who ceases to exist, ceases to improve. Oliver Cromwell. British politician and warrior, 1599 to 1658. The reality of life is that the most important improvements take time, they do not happen suddenly. But because so many of today's programs, goods, and services promise improvements precisely suddenly, we expect instant rewards for our efforts and get discouraged when they don't. However, if you persist in learning new things in small increments every day, time will pass and those small increments will add up to a large body of knowledge in your head, you will reach your goal. It takes time to become a master. It takes work and work and work. Skill is honed through constant application and refinement. It takes years to gain the depth and breadth of experience that gives mastery, understanding, and wisdom. Every book you read, every class you attend, every new experience you have is one more brick in the building of your career and life. Don't deceive yourself by being unprepared when fate sends you a chance. Make sure you've done your homework and honed your skills. An actor must be thoroughly trained, in theater school, working in amateur and non-Broadway theaters, playing many cameo roles in film and television, learning to use his voice, dance, ride, learn martial arts, get rid of the accent, or learn to portray it, before one day he is ready for the roles of his dreams. Successful basketball players learn to throw the ball both with their right and left hand and even from behind their backs and, in mirror image. Artists experiment with different painting techniques. Civil aviation pilots practice coping with various emergency situations on flight simulators. Doctors return to their studies to learn new treatment techniques and receive advanced degrees. They are all engaged in a process of continuous and never-ending improvement. You, too, should improve yourself every day and in any way you can. If you succeed, your growing self-esteem, self-respect, and self-confidence will be as satisfying as the success that will inevitably follow. The edge of perfection. In professional baseball, the highest-ranked player strikes out an average of 0.250, or 1 out of every 4 at-bats hits the right target. If that level of hitter is also a good receiver, he may well become a top player. But someone who strikes out .300 or hits 3 times out of 10 with accuracy can already be considered a star. By the end of the season, only about a dozen of the thousands of players in different leagues will reach the .300 level. These lucky players are honored as the greatest players and receive not only multi-million-dollar sports contracts, but also very lucrative commercial offers. But think about it, the difference between a good player and a great player is only 1 shot out of 20. A good one who hits .250 hits 5 times out of 20, and a great one, .300, hits 6 times out of the same 20. Isn't that amazing? In the world of professional baseball, the margin of perfection is only 1 hit in 20. From good to great is 1 small step. Rule 16. Measure your progress. You should measure what you want to achieve more in. Charles Conrad, author of The Game of Work. Remember when you were a child, your father or mother used to measure your height every few months and put a marker on the wall by the closet or kitchen door. It was something visible, concrete, letting you know how far you had progressed toward your goal, which in those days was to catch up with mom or dad in height. It also let you know exactly where you were going and encouraged you to eat what you were supposed to eat and drink milk to keep growing. Now, successful people also take these kinds of measurements. They measure significant progress, positive behavior, financial growth, success in any area where they want to achieve something more. In his innovative, you might say landmark book, Work as Play, Charles Conrad writes that this kind of measuring, or constant scoring, encourages us to create more positive consequences, which is where we stay on course. And in the first place, they encourage us to act in such a way that these consequences occur. It is inherently human to strive for perfection, that is, to increase your life score. If you need to do this in the 5 areas where you want to grow as a person and an expert, imagine how much your motivation will increase each time your score increases. Measure what you want, not what you don't want. We begin to realize quite early how useful it is to count the things that made a difference. We count how many times we jumped rope, how many fish we caught, how many marbles we collected, how many runs we got to first base when we played in the junior league, how many cookie baskets we sold at the Girl Scout charity auction. The batting average tells us how many times we hit the ball with the bat, not how many times we missed. We count our good luck points because that's what we strive for the most. When Mike Walsh of High Performers International wanted to increase practical results, he began counting not just how many new members his company was able to recruit, but how many times his employees made phone calls, and how many times they made personal appointments, and how many of those meetings resulted in an application for admission. As a result of this kind of metering, Mike was able to experience a real 39% increase in revenue after just 6 months. No longer just for business people. When Tyler Williams joined the Junior Basketball League, his father Rick Williams, co-author of Managing the Obvious, decided to reverse the usual negative attitude toward teenage sports by starting to keep a parental account, keeping track of what Tyler did right and not where he went wrong. He kept track of several things his son could contribute to the team's success: points, rebounds, blocked shots, tricks, etc., each time Tyler scored a point when he did well in one of these areas. Since sports statistics kept by coaches traditionally count mostly points and rebounds in youth basketball, the score sheet compiled by Tyler's father included almost every point awarded to him for positive accomplishments during the game. At halftime, Tyler would run home to check his score. When he came home after a match, the first thing he did was look in the bedroom, where a chart of his progress hung. On this simple chart, which he made himself, Tyler could see where and how much he was improving. And over the course of the season, the line on his chart steadily went up. Just like that, without any pushing or prodding from his coach or father, Tyler became a better basketball player, and among other things, he enjoyed the steps of his improvement himself. Keep an account at home, too. Of course, you can keep your own score not only in business, sports, or studies, but also in your personal life. In the May 2000 issue of Fast Company magazine, Vinod Hosaya, founder and president of Sun Microsystems, wrote, "It's good to know where and how to recharge. But it's even more important to remember to do it. I, for example, keep track of how many times I get home in time to eat dinner with my family. My assistant reports back to me every month exactly. I have 4 children, from 7 to 11. It's being with them that gives me the strength to keep going." Each company has its own priorities and its own system for calculating earned points. A person should have their own. I, for example, spend about 50 hours a week at work, and I could easily do 100. But I always try to get home in time to eat dinner with the kids. Then I help them with their homework and play with them. My goal is to spend evenings at home at least 25 times a month. And that's the key. There are people in my business who would consider being home at least 5 nights a month a fortune. I don't think my productivity is lower than theirs. Start keeping your life account today. Decide where you will keep a record of this account so you can see more clearly your progress toward your goal. Such an account should be kept in all areas of life: financial, professional, academic, entertainment and recreation, health and fitness, family and other relationships, personal plans, and helping others. Hang, post, or spread these notes wherever you and the rest of the participants in this game can see them. Rule 17. Develop perseverance in yourself. Most give up when they are one step away from success. They walk away from the finish line. They quit at the last minute. A foot away from the winning landing, their legs are shaky. H. Ross Perot, American billionaire and former U.S. presidential candidate. Persistence is perhaps the one quality that all successful people have in common. They simply refuse to give up. The more persistent you are, the more likely it is that something favorable will happen in your life. As difficult as it may seem, the more persistent you are, the more likely you are to succeed. Don't look for the easy way. Sometimes you will have to persevere in the face of obstacles, unforeseen ones that no amount of planning or foresight can predict. Sometimes you will encounter contradictions that will seem insurmountable. And sometimes the universe will test your dedication to your goal. The path can be very difficult, as you need to learn a new lesson, develop new qualities, or make a difficult decision on it. More than once there can be a temptation to drop everything and retreat. History has shown time and again that the most famous winners have usually encountered exorbitant obstacles before triumphing. And we won because we didn't let ourselves be discouraged. K. Forbes, founder of Forbes magazine. Hugh Panaro, head of XM Satellite Radio, is an example of remarkable steadfastness and dedication to a common cause. After 2 years of recruiting new investors from General Motors and Hughes Electronics to DirecTV and Clear Channel Communications, Panaro's dreams of opening the world's largest satellite pay radio channel nearly collapsed at the last minute when investors threatened to back out if an acceptable agreement was not reached by midnight June 6, 2001. After exhausting negotiations and shuttle diplomacy, Panaro and Chairman Gary Parsons still managed to get a $225 million commitment signed just minutes before the deadline. Less than a year later, a launch of one of XM's $200 million satellites was cancelled 11 seconds before launch when an engineer misinterpreted a message on the computer display, forcing the company to wait another 2 months for the next suitable launch date. However, Panaro was persistent and finally scheduled the debut of XM Radio 101 for September 12, 2001. But on the morning of September 11, just 1 day before the scheduled debut, terrorists destroyed the World Trade Center. Panaro was forced to cancel the satellite launch again. The whole team convinced Panaro to postpone the company's debut until the following year. However, he persevered, and quickly, towards his goal, and only 2 weeks later the debut took place. Today, after going through all the hassle, disruption, and defeat that most of our daily struggles pale before, XM dominates the satellite radio business, with more than 1.7 million subscribers who pay each month to enjoy 68 channels of ad-free music, plus 33 channels of sports, comedy, children's, and entertainment programs and traffic and weather shows. And the stock price went up from the original $12 to $25. Just another Telegraph poll. Fall 7 times, rise 8 times. Japanese proverb. Left without his right leg, which had been cut off along with a cancerous tumor, Terry Fox went on a cross-Canada run, called the Marathon of Hope, in 1980 to raise money for cancer research. He ran by bouncing and wobbling his prosthesis and ran about 24 miles a day, almost the standard marathon distance of 26 miles, and that on a prosthesis. He lasted 143 days and covered a distance of 3,339 miles, from his starting point in St. John's, Newfoundland, to Thunder Bay, Ontario, where he had to stop when doctors diagnosed him with lung cancer as well. He died a few months later, but his inspiring example has left a following. Annual runs named after Terry Fox are held in Canada and around the world, having already raised $340 million for cancer research. When asked how he, utterly exhausted by illness and the distance already covered, managed to hang on, knowing there were thousands of miles ahead, he replied, "I just ran from one telegraph pole to the next." 5 years. No, is just a milestone on your way to yes. Don't give up too quickly. Even if well-meaning parents, relatives, friends, and colleagues are all unanimously advising you to get a real job. Your dream is the real work. Joyce Spicer. By rejections of the written famous. Determined to fulfill a long-held dream of becoming a writer, Debbie Macomber rented a typewriter, put it on the kitchen table and started typing every morning after sending her children to school. When the children returned, she took the typewriter off and fed them. After she put them to bed, she put the typewriter back on and continued typing. And so it went on for 2.5 years. Supermom became an aspiring author, and she loved it. One evening, however, her husband Wayne sat her down and said, "Honey, I'm sorry, but you're not making any money. We can't go on like this. We can't live on my salary alone." His words struck her to the heart, and that night she didn't sleep a wink, staring at the dark bedroom ceiling and pondering them. Debbie knew that if she went to work, 40 hours a week, plus the household chores she'd been meticulously doing, and taking her 4 children to sports and church and Boy Scout activities, she'd have absolutely no time left for writing. Sensing her despair, her husband woke up and asked, "What's wrong?" "I just think I might still succeed as a writer. I'll do anything for it." Wayne lay silent for a long time, then sat up, turned on the light and said, "All right, love, come on." And Debbie went back to her dream and her typewriter on the kitchen table, tapping out page after page for another 2.5 years. They went nowhere on vacation and vacations, saved every penny, and wore old clothes. But sacrifice and perseverance eventually paid off. After 5 years of struggle, Debbie sold her first book. Then another. And another. More than 100 of her books have been published to date, many of them on the New York Times bestseller list and movies based on them. She now has millions of loyal fans. What about Wayne? All the sacrifices for his wife paid off 100-fold. He retired at age 50 and now spends his time building an airplane in the basement of their 7,000-square-foot mansion. Debbie's kids got far more important prizes than a few summer vacations at camp, an opportunity and a clear example of how their dreams can and should be pursued. Today Debbie still has unfulfilled dreams. She wants a television series based on her books, intends to win an Emmy Award, and to write a book that would top the New York Times bestseller list. To this end, her day is strictly scheduled. She gets up at 4:30, reads the Bible and keeps a diary. At 6 o'clock she swims in the pool. By 7:30 she is in her office, answering letters. From 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. she writes, steadily and disciplinedly, giving away 3 books a year. And what could you achieve if you followed your heart and worked at it every day, persistently and steadfastly, without giving up anything? Never give up on your dreams and never give up on your hopes. Perseverance and determination are all powerful in and of themselves. The call, "Let's push on," has solved, and will always solve, many human problems. Calvin Coolidge. 30th President of the United States. Note: Admiral Robert Peary tried to reach the North Pole 7 times, and only the 8th attempt was successful. Of 28 attempts by NASA to launch rockets into space, 20 failed. Oscar Hammerstein had 5 shows failing for a total of 6 weeks, and only the 7th in Oklahoma lasted a full 269 weeks and earned him $7 million. Tawny Odell's writing career can serve as an example and a testament to perseverance. In 13 years she wrote 6 novels that all refused to print and collected 300 negative reviews. Finally, her first novel, Country Roads, was published in January 2000. Oprah Winfrey selected her book for her Oprah's Book Club, and the novel thus consecrated rose to number 2 on the New York Times bestseller list, where it remained for 8 weeks. Don't give up ever, ever, ever. During the Vietnam War, Texas computer billionaire H. Ross Perot decided to give a Christmas present to every American prisoner of war in Vietnam. According to David Frost, who told the story, Perot ordered thousands of packages packed and ready to be shipped. To get them to Hanoi, he chartered several Boeing 707s, but the war was in full swing, and Hanoi authorities said they would not cooperate. As officials explained, charitable acts were out of the question when American bombers were wiping Vietnamese villages off the face of the earth. Perot suggested inviting an American construction firm to rebuild what the Americans had destroyed. The authorities still refused to cooperate. Christmas was approaching, and the parcels were still lying undelivered. Not about to back down, Perot eventually picked up a chartered flotilla and flew to Moscow, where his assistant sent the parcels one by one to the Moscow main post office. They arrived safely and unharmed. Do you understand why this man was so successful? He simply had no idea what it was like to back down. 50. Be persistent now. It's always too early to retreat. Norman Vincent Peale. Author of books on positive thinking. If you show enough persistence long enough, you will eventually reach your goal. Take a look at the career of Major League Baseball player Pat Tabler. Pat played 7 seasons in the minor leagues and 10 full seasons in the big leagues. He participated in 1 annual U.S. championship and 1 All-Star game. According to his game stats, he performed very well the first 7 years, but look at how his earnings grew throughout his career because he persisted in pursuing his dream. How to deal with obstacles. Each setback puts us before the choice of further action. We only need to determine the right direction. And if you run into an obstacle, take a detour. Mary Kay Ash. Founder of Mary Kay Cosmetics. Whenever you encounter an obstacle or hindrance, stop and brainstorm, or at least just think about it. There are 3 different strategies for dealing with a potential obstacle, and many different ways that will only work if you take the time to find them. As you ponder, always be solution-oriented. Persistently keep looking until you find the right way. Difficulties are opportunities to get better, steps of learning, of gaining a broader experience. When one door closes, another opens. This is how the natural law of conservation of equilibrium works. Bryan Adams. Rule 18. Exceeding expectations. It never hurts to go the extra mile. Wayne Dyer. Co-author of the book, How to Get What You Really Want. Are you the type of person who goes the extra mile and goes above and beyond what is promised? It's rare these days, but a sign of a super successful person who understands that by hoping for more, you rise above the crowd. Succeeding people do more almost out of habit. And they are rewarded for the extra effort not only with money, but they also change as individuals, becoming more confident, more independent, and more influential. So go that extra mile. Seattle-based Dillanos Coffee Roasters roasts coffee beans and distributes them to retailers in nearly all 50 states. Its motto is helping people, making friends, and enjoying life. The company also has 6 core principles that help its 28 employees cope with challenging responsibilities. They are so dedicated to their principles that they read out the entire list together at the end of each general meeting. Number 2 on that list is serve the customer with a walk, always giving them more than they expect. This means that they treat each of their clients as their best friend, for whom going the extra mile is no problem. In 1997, one such friend, Marty Cox, owner of 4 coffee shops in Long Beach, California, was just a medium-sized customer, but with big plans for the future. Dillanos founder and president David Morris was eager to help his friend realize his big dreams. Dillanos used to ship its merchandise through the USPS, United Parcel Service. But in 1997, the USP went on strike, jeopardizing all of Marty's income. How do you ship Marty's coffee, the backbone of his coffee shops, from Seattle to Long Beach? Dillanos had considered mail delivery, but rumor had it that both mail and FedEx were overloaded because of the EPS strike, and they didn't want to take any chances, the beans might arrive too late. Marty usually ordered 800 pounds of coffee, a 2-week supply. Morris hired a trailer, loaded it with half of Marty's order, and got behind the wheel. He drove 17 hours from Seattle to Long Beach, brought back a week's supply, came back, loaded up again and drove back. Morris' literal extra mile, 2,320 miles to be exact, his determination to do whatever it took to fulfill his obligations made Marty the most loyal Dillanos customer for years. How did that turn out for Dillanos? In just 6 years, Marty's 4 stores have grown into a chain of 150 stores with retail privileges in 9 states. Marty's is now Dillanos' biggest customer. So the extra mile always pays off. Dillanos itself, never one to skimp on the extra mile for all its customers, expanded and in 1992 was no longer housed in 1,600 square feet with a single 25-pound roaster that dispensed 200 pounds a month, but in a 26,000 square foot space with 2 800-pound machines. Dillanos now supplies more than 1 million pounds of roasted coffee a year with annual sales of more than $10 million, with those volumes doubling every 3 years. From expedition to producers in 4 years. If you are willing to do more and earn less, you will end up doing less and earning more. Author unknown. Several years ago, when TV producer and screenwriter Stephen J. Cannell had 2,000 people under his command, his company hired bright kids straight out of film school for expedition work and other odd jobs. Often hearing complaints that they were paid so little, $7 an hour, and had to work overtime, Cannell thought, gee, they just don't get it. I mean, this job and the pay in my company, it's all nothing, and it's just for a little while in these guys' lives. They could have turned their experience into a launching pad, but instead they prefer to complain about something as transient as money. They don't even realize that the more time and effort they put in here on my expedition, the higher they can rise in later life. Then one day Cannell heard about an extraordinary newcomer. He was 40 years old, and as a drummer in a rock band he was making more than $100,000 a year. But his wife was expecting a baby, he decided to change careers, and he was ready to sit on the minimum in Cannell's expedition. How do you like this new guy? Everyone asked each other. But soon everyone was talking about his decency, efficiency, and assertiveness. Steve Beers, that was the name of the newcomer, turned out to be the kind of guy who is always ready to do the extra work and listens carefully to the plans for the work ahead. One day, while filling in for Cannell's regular limousine driver, he overheard Cannell mention that he should have his suit cleaned for an upcoming reception. The next day, the freshly cleaned suit, fresh from the dry cleaners, hung on the limo's shoulders. When Cannell inquired how it was there, Steve replied, I picked it up from your wife and took it to the cleaners. When he heard that the secretary urgently needed to take the checks to the bank, he volunteered to do it at lunchtime. When the young people on the expedition argued over who would have to deliver scripts to the actors' homes at midnight just before filming began, Beers said, give it to me. And he never asked for compensation or even expected praise for his efforts. When 2 of Cannell's co-producers asked that same day to appoint Beers as assistant director on their new shows, Cannell was happy to put him on 21 Jump Street, a huge leap from expedition. A year later, Cannell moved him to direct Jump Street, 21, and soon appointed him co-executive producer on the same show and on Booker, paying him more than $500,000 a year. He's not a creator, Cannell said. He had no qualities in his character that would make him an executive producer except one. He was so ready for any job, even the most difficult and unpleasant one, that he stood a few heads above the rest, thereby demonstrating to me his attitude and dedication. Since co-producing 21 Jump Street, Beers has produced numerous pilot programs and series, including Steven Spielberg's sci-fi miniseries Kidnapped. Beers is now the co-executive producer of the successful series Dead Like Me, Underwater Odyssey, The Magnificent Seven, and, of course, 21 Jump Street. What success principle did Steve Beers use on his journey from expeditionary to producer, from $7 an hour to $500,000 a year? He was willing to go the extra mile and did more than expected. What could you accomplish if you were willing to go the extra mile, put in a little more effort and obliging? Are there no circumstances in your life in which you could right now do, report, or deliver more or better than is expected of you? Could you and would you be willing to go the extra mile? Let's go beyond expectations. When he first arrived on the island of Maui, Mike Kelly, who I've told you about before, was selling suntan lotion to tourists in hotels. Mike, who then had an extensive and highly successful business on the islands, was always willing to go the extra mile for his customers. One of his products was aloe vera sunburn gel. He would show the product to a sunburned person and ask, do you know what aloe is? This was in the 80s, when most Americans didn't know aloe. I'll get it and show you. And he would leave the hotel, climb up a huge rock overlooking the ocean, cut off a piece from a large aloe growing there, come back, knead the piece in his fingers, and put it on a potential customer's burnt spots. The effect of the aloe was such that the product was almost always bought. Why go the extra mile? Why indeed? Because by giving above and beyond expectations, you are much more likely to get a promotion, a higher salary, a bonus, or an additional profit, benefit. You will never be out of a job. You will always be hired first and fired last. Your business will be profitable and your customers will not only be loyal, but will attract new ones to you. Not to mention, you'll feel much more satisfied at the end of each work day. But all of this won't happen immediately, of course, so to make sure the rewards don't slow you down, start now. Let's go beyond expectations. If you really want to surpass others in your business to achieve stunning success in your studies, business, or life, do more than is required of you, always giving something above and beyond expectations. A businessman who doesn't hesitate to go the extra mile earns the respect and loyalty of his customers. When Mike Foster ran the computer warehouse, he forbade employees to carry boxes of parts. He brought in a computer, printer, modems, and other office equipment and spent 2 hours setting up the system and training everyone to use it. As a result, Mike's warehouse became the best in computer manufacturing in Smith County, Texas. When Gary Eicher sold sports equipment, he always not only arranged the delivery, but also installed and set it up, and then trained the man to use the equipment properly. Gary's company grew so fast that in just 2 years he went from being a mid-sized entrepreneur to a millionaire. Of course, if you are only focused on your own needs, it doesn't seem fair to you to do something above and beyond what is expected. What's the point of going the extra mile if you don't get paid or even thanked for it? But you have to believe that your efforts won't go unnoticed, and that in the end you will get the compensation and recognition you deserve. It is in the end, because, as they say, the cream always gathers at the top. This will be the case for you and your company. Above all, you will have an impeccable reputation, and that is one of the most valuable things you can gain. Here are a few more examples of giving above and beyond expectations. Someone buys your oil painting, and you frame it for free, as an additional service. You sell a car to someone and, before you give it to them, you replace worn parts and fill it up. You sell the house, and when you move in, the new owner finds a bottle of champagne and a $100 gift certificate to a local gourmet restaurant on the table. As an employee, you not only do all the work you are supposed to do, but you willingly go to work on your day off to replace a sick colleague, accept new responsibilities without asking for a raise, offer to train a newcomer, anticipate and prevent problems, notice work that needs to be done urgently and do it without waiting for instructions, constantly looking for something else to do that is useful and a service to provide. Constantly thinking not about how to get more, but how to give more. What can you do to go the extra mile and give more to your boss, clients and customers, or students? One way is to surprise them with something completely unexpected. I know a car dealer in Los Angeles who gives all his customers a free car wash every Saturday. No one expects it, but everyone loves it and attracts more customers to him, because everyone who enjoys the unexpected free service tells their friends about it. The Four Seasons always goes the extra mile. The name of the Four Seasons hotel chain has already become synonymous with such service, when the client is always given above expectations. It is customary here to go the extra mile. If you ask an employee how to go somewhere, he doesn't show you but escorts you. Here you are always treated as if you were a member of the royal family. Dan Sullivan tells of a man who brought his daughter to San Francisco for the weekend, but suddenly realized he didn't know how to braid her braids the special way her mother did. He called the Four Seasons, and they told him they had a woman on staff who did just that. That is, the management assumed in advance that the guests might have a similar problem and became concerned about solving it. Another hotel chain, also famous for its service, is the Ritz-Carlton. When I walked into my room the last time I was in Chicago, there was a pleasant surprise waiting for me on the table, a thermos of hot chicken broth and noodles. Get the hint. Healing chicken broth for my tired body. Next to it was a note from the manager, telling me how much he and his staff enjoy reading the chicken broth for the Soul Registered series. How to go the extra mile at Nordstrom. Nordstrom is a chain of stores where it is also customary to go the extra mile. The staff is always ready to provide you with unusual services. The salesmen are famous for dropping off the purchased goods to the customer on their way home from work. At Nordstrom, you can also return any item at any time. That's their policy. Do customers abuse this policy? Of course they do. But the result of this policy is Nordstrom's impeccable reputation as a store of the highest level of service. It is part of a carefully preserved and maintained company image. This makes Nordstrom a very profitable store. Take the trouble to reach the same level as Seasons, Ritz-Carlton, and Nordstrom, and for that, feel free to go the extra mile and do the extra service, and start today. Part 2. Change yourself for success. The greatest revolution of our generation is the discovery that by changing one's mindset and attitude toward the world, one can change the external circumstances of one's life as well. William James. American psychologist, philosopher. Rule 19. Get out of the "life is terrible around here" club and surround yourself with successful people. You are the psychological average of the 5 people with whom you most often interact. Jim Rohn. A self-made millionaire and successful writer. When Tim Ferriss was 12 years old, someone who wished to remain anonymous left the above quote from Jim Rohn on his home answering machine. It changed his life forever. The idea stuck in his head. And just like that, at just 12 years old, Tim realized that the kids around him all the time were not the ones under whose influence he wanted to shape his future. So he went to his father and mother and asked them to send him to a private school. 4 years at St. Paul's School opened a path for him that led him overseas to Japan to study Zen philosophy and judo wrestling, followed by 4 years at Princeton University, where he made the U.S. college team, a national kickboxing championship and eventually, at 23, his own company. Tim realized what every parent knows intuitively: we become like those with whom we constantly interact. Why else do you think parents always demand that their children stop hanging out with those kids? Because they know how it ends. Children, and adults, too, become like those with whom they hang out a lot and often. That is why it is so important to spend time with people you would like to resemble. If you yourself want to become more successful, then hang out with more successful people. And you can find such people in many places. Join a professional association. Attend your professional conferences. Become a member of the Chamber of Commerce. Join a hobby club, the Young Directors Organization or the Young Businessmen's Association. Join civic movement groups like Kiwanis, Optimist International and Rotary International. Become a leadership preacher and serve with other leaders at your church, mosque or other temple. Attend lectures, symposiums, courses, seminars, classes taught by those who have already achieved what you still want to achieve. When you can, always fly first or business class. You become like the people you interact with the most. Pay any price to be in the company of outstanding people. Mike Murdoch, author of The Secrets of Jesus Leadership. The Leadership Secrets of Jesus. John Assaraf is a successful entrepreneur who achieved everything on his own, including traveling the world for a year at age 20, acquiring a franchise company with over $3 billion in annual revenues from real estate operations, and helped create the first virtual internet club, Bamboo.com, now known as IPEX, which initially had only 6 people, and in just 1 year the group grew to 1,500 people, generating millions in net monthly sales, and on top of that in just 9 months successfully ran the first public offering of new stock on the NAS exchange. John was a child of the street, spinning in a world of drugs and gangsters. When he got a job at a Jewish community center gym just across the street from his apartment in Montreal, that powerful principle that you resemble the people you spend most of your time with changed his life completely. In addition to earning $1.65 an hour, he got into a men's fitness club. John credits his first education in business to a men's bathhouse. Every night after work from 9:15 a.m. to 10 p.m., he would sit in the hot steam-filled room, listening to stories from successful businessmen about their successes and failures. Many of these businessmen were immigrants who had come from Canada to get their piece of the pie, and John was fascinated by their stories. The stories of some of their business, family, and health troubles only inspired him because his own family had experienced tremendous difficulties and problems, and John realized that difficulties were normal. Other families had gone through similar crises and still succeeded. These successful people taught John never to give up on his dreams. Let it fail, they said, look for another way, try to go above, below, around or through, but never give up. There is always a way out. John also learned from them that it doesn't matter where you were born, what nationality or color you are, whether you grew up rich or poor. Many of the men in that bathhouse spoke broken English, some were single, others divorced, some in happy marriages, others in bad ones, some in excellent health, others in terrible shape, some had graduated from college, others not. Some didn't even go to high school. For the first time, John realized that success was by no means reserved for those who grew up in an affluent family with no problems and who had been given every opportunity since childhood. He realized, regardless of the conditions of childhood and adolescence, you can build your own success. Next to him were men from all walks of life who had done so and who readily shared their wisdom and experience with him. Every night John took a class at his own business school, the bathhouse of the Jewish Community Center. You, too, should surround yourself with those who have done this. You should have people around you who have a positive attitude toward life, who are solution-oriented, who know that they can achieve any goal they set. Self-confidence is contagious. Equally contagious is insecurity. Vince Lombardi, Green Bay Packers head coach, with whom they won their sectional title 6 times, the NFL title 5 times, and the Super Bowl twice, 1 and 2. Get out of the "life is terrible around here" club. People are divided into 2 types, anchors and motors. Get away from the anchors and join the motors, because the motors are always in motion and full of life. Anchors, on the other hand, will drag you to the bottom. Wieland, internationally renowned marine painter. When I taught history my first year at a Chicago high school, I quickly stopped even going into the teacher's lounge, which was a typical "life is terrible around here" club. Worse than the clouds of cigarette smoke that constantly hung in the room was only a cloud of emotional negativity. No, do you have any idea what they want from us now? That Simmons kid is back in my math class this year. He's just the scourge of God. These kids just can't be taught anything. They're completely out of control. It was a continuous stream of negative judgments, criticisms, accusations, and complaints. Soon I ran into a group of subject teachers chatting in the library and eating lunch together at 2 tables in the teacher's lounge. They had a positive attitude and believed that they could overcome any obstacle and cope with any difficulty. I implemented all the new ideas they had shared with me, as well as some of the others I had developed in my Sunday classes at the University of Chicago. As a result, in my first year as a teacher, the students chose me as their Teacher of the Year. Be selective. I was always surrounded only by those with whom I wanted to communicate. And for me it has been a blessing and an opportunity to stay positive. I connect with those who are happy, who are improving, who want to learn, who don't chip in with apologies or gratitude, and who know how to rejoice. John Assaraf, author of Street Kids. The Street Kid's Guide to Having It All. I'd like you to do one very useful exercise that I did with my mentor, W. Clement Stone. Make a list of those with whom you regularly spend time, relatives, colleagues, neighbors, friends, members of the civic and religious community, and so on. Then put a minus next to the names of those you think are negative and judgmental, and a plus next to the positive and benevolent. Think carefully about each candidate. Gradually even a pattern may emerge. Maybe you are surrounded by poisonous and spiteful, envious and whiny people at work. Maybe your friends are full of those who resent everything you do. Or maybe it is your relatives constantly suppress you and undermine your self-esteem and self-confidence. I want you to do what Stone advised me to do. Stop communicating with people whose names have a minus in them. If that is not possible, but remember, nothing is impossible, it is always a matter of choice, then drastically reduce the time you spend with them. You must free yourself from other people's negative influence. I'm sure you know people who just need to look into a room for a minute to suck the energy out of you. I call them mental vampires. They literally suck the energy out of you. Stop all communication with them. Are there people in your life who are always complaining and blaming others for all their troubles? Or people who are always judging someone, spreading rumors and gossip and telling you how bad things are around you? Eliminate them from your environment as well. Do you have acquaintances who can make your life tense, stressful, and confusing with just a phone call? Are there dream snatchers who claim your dreams are unrealizable and try to stop you from believing in them and in your ability to achieve them? Are there no friends constantly trying to reduce you to their level? If so, it's time to make new ones. Avoid the angry. Until you reach a state in your self-improvement where human negativity can no longer affect you, try at all costs to avoid angry people. It is better to be alone for a while than to kill it on those who pressure you with their victim mentality and criteria of mediocrity. Make a conscious effort to surround yourself with people who are positive, caring, spiritually uplifting, who believe in you, encourage you to follow your heart and welcome your victories. Surround yourself with positive thinkers, idealists, and dreamers. Surround yourself with success. One of the clients who invited me to teach these rules of success to his salespeople was a top optical lens manufacturer. As I mingled with the crowd of my students before class, I asked each person I met if he, or she, could name the top 5 salespeople in his or her firm. Most answered in the affirmative and hurriedly recited the 5 names. Already in class, I posed the same question to an audience of 300 people and asked those who could name them to raise their hands. Almost everyone did. Then I asked who of them had ever come up to any of these 5 and asked them to share the secret of their success. Not one hand went up. Just imagine. Everyone knew the most successful people in the firm, but no one had ever asked these trade leaders to share their secrets. They feared rejection, and with no reason at all. If you intend to be successful, start communicating with successful people. Ask them to share their success strategies with you. Try it out, try it on yourself and see if it fits. Try to do as they do, think as they do, read as they read, etc. If the new way of thinking and acting works, accept it. If not, drop it and keep looking and experimenting. Rule 20. Be grateful for your positive past. I look back on my life as a great day's work. The work is done, and I am completely satisfied with it. Grandma Moses, Anna Marie Moses. American primitivist painter who lived 101 years. Most of our cultural figures remember their failures more often than their successes. This is the result of the methodology of upbringing, teaching, and treatment that dominates our culture. As a child, your parents left you alone as long as you played quietly and behaved quietly, but promptly stopped your fun as soon as it became too noisy, a nuisance, or a nuisance. Later you probably got a careless, not bad 4 A's, but long tedious rants for C's and D's or, God forbid, a 1. At school, most teachers were more likely to notice your poor answers, and at the stadium there was a howl whenever you missed a ball in a soccer or baseball game. That is, there was almost always more emotional intensity around your mistakes, missteps, and failures than around your victories and successes. Because the brain remembers events more easily and firmly when accompanied by strong emotions, most people tend to underestimate their successes and attach too much importance to failures. One way to overcome this is to consciously focus on successes and rejoice in them wholeheartedly. In my seminars, the trainees do an exercise. They share with each other their successes of the past week. You should see how difficult this is for many people. People can't even suggest that they have had any particular success. They'll give you 10 times in a week when they blew it, but they'll spend a long time trying to remember their 10 victories. The saddest part is that in reality we have more successes than failures. We just set the bar too high for what we call success. One participant in the Goals, Gaining Opportunity and Life Skills program that I developed in California to help those who want to live better lives claimed that he had not made any progress. When I inquired about his accent, he told me that he left Iran in 1979, after the overthrow of the Shah. He moved his whole family to Germany, where he learned German and became a car mechanic. Later, again with the whole family, he moved to the United States and learned English, and was now studying to become a welder, but he didn't consider that a success. When the group asked him what he thought success was, he said it was a house in Beverly Hills and a Cadillac in the garage. In his mind, anything less could no longer be considered an achievement. Gradually, with a little practice, he began to see that he had many successes, and every week at that. Even if they were simple things like getting to work on time, joining Goals, learning to speak English, providing for his family and buying his daughter her first bicycle, they were real successes. A poker approach to self-esteem and success. Why do you think it takes me so long to reason with you to look at your past with appreciation? Because it is essential to your current self-esteem. Imagine for a moment your self-esteem in the form of poker chips. Now imagine you and I are playing poker and you have 10 chips and I have 200. Who do you think would be more cautious in the game? That's right, you. If you lose just 2 bets of 5 chips, you're out of the game, whereas I've got 40 bets on the subject and can afford to risk a lot more. It's about the same with your self-esteem. The higher it is, the more risk you are willing to take. Studies have repeatedly confirmed that the more you are grateful for your past successes, the more confident you are in moving forward and achieving new ones. After all, you know that failure will not destroy you, because your self-esteem is high. And who does not take risks, he does not win. The greater the risk, the greater the winnings. The more shots you take, the more chance you have of hitting the bullseye. Understanding that there have been successes in the past gives you confidence in yourself and that they will continue. So let's look at a few simple but effective ways to build and consolidate high self-esteem and self-confidence. Let's start with the 9 most important successes. Here's an easy way to take an inventory of your major successes. It's a good idea to do this exercise with your spouse or even your whole family. To begin, divide your life into 3 equal periods. For example, if you are 45, from birth to 15, from 16 to 30, and from 31 to 45. Then list 3 successes that occurred in each of the 3 periods. Take a look at my list for clarity. The first third, from birth to 20. 1. Selected as commander of the Boy Scout Patrol. 2. He scored the decisive goal, thanks to which our team won the City Rugby Championship. 3. Entered Harvard University. The second third, from 20 to 40. 1. He received his master's degree from the University of Massachusetts. 2. Published his first book. 3. Founded the New England Center for Personal Excellence. The last third, from 40 to 60. 1. Established seminars on self-assessment. 2. Chicken broth for the soul registered, topped the New York Times bestseller list. 3. Reached my goal of lecturing in all 50 states. Can't you list 100 successes? In order to finally convince yourself that you are a successful person, capable of further significant victories, do the last part of the exercise and list 100 or more of your successes. From my own experience, I know that the most successes occur before the age of 30, after which it becomes a little more difficult to remember. To count the necessary 100, count for example, learning to ride a bicycle, soloing in a church choir, getting your first summer job, being in the junior league for the first time, being named to your sports team's cheerleading squad, getting your driver's license, wrote an article for the school paper, got an A in history from Mr. Simmons, survived a basic combat training course, learned to surf, distinguished yourself at the country fair, changed your car for a better one, got married, had your first child, led a fundraising campaign at your children's school. All of these things you probably take for granted now, but they were successful milestones in your life's journey, and you should show appreciation for them. Depending on your age, you may even have to resort to a record like, pass the first degree, second degree, third degree exam, but that's how it should be. Your task is simply to score 100 successes. Start a victory diary. Another effective way to increase the handful of poker chips in your hand is to keep a journal of your successes. This can be as easy as turning over a piece of paper in a notebook or creating a new document on a computer, or it can be as challenging as a thick leather-bound ledger. By recalling and writing down your daily successes, you put them aside in your long-term memory, which increases your self-esteem and boosts your self-confidence. If a situation arises when your self-confidence needs support, when you suddenly let your guard down, going over your notes will certainly cheer you up. Peter Thigpen, ex-president of Levi Strauss & Company, keeps such a diary of victories on his desk, and every time he wins another one, he puts it in there. If he is facing a big event, like negotiating a multi-million loan with a bank or making a speech to the board of directors, he rereads the diary to maintain his self-confidence. Here are some of his notes. He discovered China as a new market, he made his teenage son clean his room, he convinced his board of directors to adopt a new development plan. Most people, when about to take on a task they fear, tend to remember their previous unsuccessful attempts, thereby undermining their confidence and defeating the fear of failing again. Writing down your victories gives you an opportunity to focus on your successes, because there it is, written confirmation that you are not some loser, but a person capable and obligated to achieve another victory. Start writing them down as soon as possible. If you like, you can illustrate your entries with pictures, diplomas, certificates, drawings, and other reminders of your successes for clarity and greater impact. Success Symbols Exhibition. Researchers have found that everything going on around you, everything you observe, has a powerful psychological impact on your perception, mood, and behavior. The environment has a big influence on you. But scientists have come to an even more important conclusion: you have almost complete control over your immediate environment. You have the right to choose which pictures to hang in your bedroom or office, which curiosities to stick on your fridge or locker door, and which souvenirs to put on your desk at work. A very useful technique to help boost and strengthen your self-esteem and motivate you to be more successful in the future is to surround yourself with awards, pictures, and other items that remind you of your successes. These can include Army medals and merit badges, a picture of your winning goal, a wedding photo, a prize, a poem printed in the local newspaper and framed, a letter of appreciation, a college diploma and a Boy Scout Eagle badge or Girl Scout gold medal. Give this exhibition a special place, a special shelf, the top of a dresser, a wall of victories, in the hallway you walk down every day, and fill it all with symbols of your success. Frame your symbols, laminate, polish and put them in a special drawer, closet in the toilet or make a file cabinet, and look through them every day. This will have a powerful effect on your subconscious mind, subtly programming you to present yourself as a winner, someone who goes through life from success to success. Waves of success will emanate from you and be perceived by those around you. You will become stronger believing in yourself, and those around you will believe in you. Do the same for your children, it will make a big difference for them. Proudly hang up symbols of their successes, notebooks with excellent grades, merit badges, artwork, pictures of them in a baseball uniform or with a violin in their hands or grabbing them in a moment of immediate joy, prizes, medals, and other awards. If children live at home, frame their best artwork and hang it in the kitchen, in their room and in the hallways. Such an exhibition of their successes, as well as a testimony of their parents' appreciation, will greatly increase their self-esteem. Exercise with a mirror. You are a living magnet and attract to your life those who meet the prevailing thoughts and attitudes in you. Brian Tracy. A leading expert and authority on human development and personal effectiveness. While recognizing your big successes, don't forget the small everyday ones. The mirror exercise is based on the principle that we all need recognition, but the most important recognition is to yourself. The mirror exercise sends your subconscious mind the positive impulses it needs to continue to achieve and helps to remove deep-seated negativity toward praise and victories, bringing you into the mindset you need to achieve. Do this exercise daily for at least 3 months and then decide if you want to continue. I know some very successful people who have been doing it every night for years. Before you go to bed, stand in front of the mirror and acknowledge all your achievements of the past day. Start by looking straight into the eyes of the person in the mirror, your reflection, who is looking in the same way into your eyes. Then address yourself by name and begin to acknowledge aloud the following. Any successes, business, financial, emotional, in studies, in personal life, in spiritual or physical development. Any order or discipline you followed, sticking to your diet, doing gymnastics, reading, reflecting, meditating, praying. Any temptations you haven't given into, eating dessert, lying, staying up longer in front of the TV or staying up late, having an extra drink. This is what such an exercise might look like. As you do this exercise, don't stop looking into your own eyes. When you have finished speaking, end the exercise with a deep, penetrating look into yourself and the words, "I love you." Then stand for a few more seconds to feel more deeply the impact of the experience, as if you were there, in the looking glass, just listening to the whole confession. The trick of the last moment is exactly not to turn away in embarrassment from the mirror, thinking yourself the last moron, and the exercise, complete idiocy. This is how I do this exercise. Jack, I want to appreciate what you did today. First of all, well done for not watching TV late last night, but going to bed on time and therefore getting up early and having a real good talk with Inga on your own and happily. Then, before taking a shower, he meditated for 20 minutes. Helped the kids get ready for school and ate a healthy, low-fat breakfast with a minimum of carbs. Got to work on time and had a great town hall meeting with your wonderful, supportive team. You did the right job of helping everyone listen to common feelings and thoughts. And you did a great job of getting the quietest and humblest ones to come forward. Well, let's see. Oh, then it was lunch, diet soup and salad, and you bravely turned down a very tempting dessert. But you drank the 10 glasses of water you pledged to drink every day. Well, and then, you finished editing the new staff manual, and it was a good start on the schedule for the summer management training program. Then, before you left work, you made an entry in your daily progress journal. Yes, because you also remembered to thank your assistant for her help during the day. What a pleasure it was to see her glow. And once you got home, you had a great time playing with the kids, especially Christopher, and then reading a bedtime book to all the kids. That was just great. And now you're going to bed on time again, instead of wandering around the internet all night. Yeah, Jack, you did great tonight. And another thing, Jack, I love you. Don't be surprised if you have all kinds of reactions the first few times. You may feel embarrassed, foolish, or simply out of place, and you may have tears in your eyes, or you may even cry. I've been told that some people even experience fever, dizziness, sweating, or hives. These are all natural and normal reactions, since you are doing something with which you are completely unfamiliar. We have never been taught to acknowledge our successes to ourselves. In fact, we were taught the exact opposite: don't get cocky. Don't get cocky. There's nothing to be proud of. It's a sin to be proud of yourself. And when you begin to treat yourself with more positivity, love and care, then, naturally, physical and emotional reactions arise, as you release the old resentments from your parents, therein your negativism, unfulfilled hopes, and self-criticism. If such reactions arise in you, which is not the case with everyone, don't stop. They are temporary and will pass in a few days. When I started doing this exercise, after 40 days, I noticed that my inner critic, with his constant censures and negativity, was silenced, replaced by daily positive concentration in front of the mirror. I used to berate myself for always looking for my car keys and glasses. After this exercise, though, I didn't pedantically put them back and still look for them, but now I react to it calmly. The same thing will happen to you, but only if you bother to do the exercise regularly. One note to remember: even if you have already laid down and suddenly remember that you haven't done the mirror exercise, don't be lazy to get up and do it. Looking at yourself in the mirror is an extremely important part of the exercise. One last tip: tell your spouse, children, neighbor, or parents in advance that you will be doing the exercise every night for the next 3 months or longer. You don't want them to break in and think you're crazy. Reward the child within you. Inside each of us there are 3 different and completely independent egos working in unity with each other to ensure the uniqueness of our personality. They are the parental ego, the adult ego, and the child ego, and they are the ones that make us act in certain situations the way our parents would have acted, the way we ourselves would have acted as children and as adults. Your adult ego, the most rational part of your ego, gathers information and makes purely logical decisions without emotion. It makes your work schedule, keeps your checkbook balanced, calculates your taxes, and decides when to change your tires. The parental ego reminds you to tie your shoes, brush your teeth, eat your vegetables, do your homework and exercise, meet deadlines, and finish all your projects. It is your inner critic, the part that reprimands you when you don't meet its standards. But it is also the most caring part of your ego that cares about you, making sure that you are protected, groomed, and prepared. It also affirms, evaluates, and recognizes the high quality of your work. Your childish ego does what any child should do: it whines, craves attention, asks to be held, and becomes fretful when it does not receive it. Throughout our lives, it is as if there is a 3-year-old child sitting in us, constantly asking, "Why are we sitting at this table? Why aren't we having fun? Why am I still awake at 3 in the morning? Why am I reading this boring report?" One of your most important tasks as a parent of this inner child is to keep him interested and reward good behavior while you do your work. To a real 3-year-old you might say, "Wait, in about 20 minutes mommy will finish work and we'll go get ice cream or play a video game." And a real 3-year-old would say, "Okay, I'll sit quietly, because you promised me something good for it later." The child inside you is no different from the real you. When you ask him to sit quietly, let you finish your work, go to bed late, and so on, he will be obedient as long as he is sure he will be rewarded for this behavior. He must know that the moment will come and he will be allowed to read a new book, go to the movies, play with a buddy, listen to music, go dancing, be given freedom, given a new toy, allowed to go to a restaurant or on vacation. On the road to great success, it is extremely important to reward yourself for the successes in between. After all, by doing this you make the child inside you happy, and the next time he will be obedient when needed, knowing that he can trust you, that you always keep your promises. If you do not do that, then he, just like a real child, will start to be naughty, pretend to be sick, get into an accident or make such mistakes that will cost you promotion, if not work at all, just to make you distracted for a while. And this will only further distance you from the success that you are really striving for. A sense of accomplishment. Another reason to celebrate your successes is that without recognition you won't have a sense of accomplishment and contentment. If you spend more than a week on a report and your boss does not acknowledge it, you will be hurt. If you don't show appreciation for the gift, you too will be stung by such inattention to you. Your subconscious mind must complete the cycle. But an act as simple and pleasant as recognition and encouragement for success, in addition to a sense of accomplishment, causes our subconscious to think things like, "Wow, success turns out to be cool." Every time we succeed, we get something to cheer us up. Jack buys us what we want or takes us someplace nice. So let's have more of those successes so Jack can play with us more often. By encouraging yourself for victories, you greatly strengthen the desire of your subconscious mind to work even harder for your good. This is the basis of human nature. Rule 21. Focus on luck. If I were asked to give advice to young people, I would recommend one thing: focus on your work and don't listen to or read what anyone writes about you. Woody Allen. Writer, director, actor, comedian, winner of 3 Oscars. Successful people focus on the positive, no matter what is going on around them. They remain focused on their past successes rather than defeats, and on the actions they need to take to get closer to their goals rather than the obstacles that life puts in front of them. In accomplishing their tasks, they are always proactive, not passively drifting in the current of what has already happened. The most important 45 minutes of the day. In the process of concentration, it is very important, while maintaining consistency, to always set aside time for it at the end of the day, just before bed, to review your goals, focus on a successful future, and make specific plans for what you want to accomplish the next day. Why do I suggest the end of the day? Because no matter what you read, watch, listen to, or talk about, it is the experiences of the last 45 minutes of your waking hours that have a tremendous impact on your sleep and the day that follows. During the night, your subconscious mind plays back and processes these very last experiences almost 6 times more intensely than all that you experienced during the day. That is why going to bed the night before an exam, it is so useful to go over the material again, and watching all kinds of horrors on TV before going to bed is so harmful, you will have nightmares. That is why it is so important to read good, kind fairy tales to children at night, not only so that they fall asleep faster, but also because the kindness, love and morals of these tales, while they are scrolling in the subconscious, are organically woven into the fabric of children's consciousness. When you doze off before finally falling asleep, your brain begins to emit alpha rhythm waves, and you enter a state in which you are easily indoctrinated. If it is the evening news on TV, that is what is imprinted on your consciousness: all those reports of wars, crimes, car accidents, violence, murders, executions, gang warfare, shootings, kidnappings, and scandals in the government. Think about how much better it would be to read someone's inspirational biography or a self-help book right before bed instead. Reflect or meditate, listen to an audio program on self-improvement, or at least plan the next day. As a first impulse, let me suggest a few exercises to help you focus on what you need at the end of the day. Evening viewing. Sit down, close your eyes, breathe deeply, and give yourself the following instructions. Show me what I could have been more effective at today. Show me what I could have been more modest about today. Show me what I could do better today as, then add your profession, manager, teacher, etc. Show me what I could have been more loving about today. Show me what I could have been more persistent about today. Show me what I could have been more at today, add any characteristic of your choice. Sitting quietly in a state of quiet receptivity, you will see how many events of the day come to mind. Just observe them without the shadow of judgment or self-criticism. When no more events come to mind, replay this tape in your mind's eye again, but this time adjusting your behavior in each incident, making it seem more correct from your present, balanced point of view. This will create an image in your subconscious mind that will help you behave properly next time in a similar situation. Diary of Daily Successes. Another effective way to stay focused on the positive, and to keep your mind's eye on the reward is to keep a diary of daily successes. This is an improved and more detailed version of the victory diary discussed in the previous chapter. If you do this exercise every day for a month, you will strengthen your self-confidence and increase your productivity in all areas of life. At the end of each day, simply identify 5 things that you have successfully accomplished for the day. They can be from any area: work, school, family, spirituality, finances, health, personal development, or service to the community. Draw out the table and, having identified your achievement, enter it in the first column, success. Then, after figuring out why this achievement is important to you, enter that reason in the second column, reason. Then determine how you could have achieved even more success in the same area, and put it in the further progress column. And finally, in the next action column, briefly write down the specific action that would contribute to that progress. In such a chart, my first success I wrote, successfully conducted a large staff meeting. The reason it was important to me was, the team spirit that we lacked showed up. Further progress, I should have worked on strengthening that spirit, which in this case meant developing and implementing a plan for closer out-of-work team communication. The next action I could take was to organize a committee with Ann and Bob to plan for such communication. The quick and uncomplicated process of putting together such a form helps me to continually move forward not only in building and strengthening team spirit, but in many other areas as well. 50. Once you have completed the chart, you can transfer everything in the next specific action column to your planner. Schedule each item for a certain time to really get it done. Put it on your calendar or on your to-do list. See what kind of momentum for progress this exercise can create in your life. If you are a director, consider doing this exercise with your staff for a month. It will keep them focused and build, or strengthen, their self-confidence. It will be just as effective for your home staff. I've seen many teenagers blossom after doing it for just a month. Create the perfect day. And another powerful tool to keep your focus on creating exactly the life you want. A few minutes after you've planned the next day, visualize it completely, from the first moment to the last, according to the plan. Visualize that everyone you've called comes to you, that meetings start and end on time, that tasks are completed according to urgency and importance, and that your errands are done without stress or fuss, that every deal you've conceived is done, and so on. Imagine yourself at your best in any situation you may encounter the next day. Then your subconscious mind will work through the night, picking up ways to make things happen the way you visualized. Make it a habit to visualize your ideal next day before going to sleep. You'll quickly feel a dramatic change in your life. Rule 22. Sort out the mess and complete the incomplete. If clutter on the table speaks of clutter in thought, what does a clean and tidy table speak of? Lawrence J. Peter. American educational theorist and author. 50. Take a look at the diagram above. It is called the completion cycle. Each of the stages decide, plan, begin, continue, finish, and finish is necessary to succeed in anything, to get the desired result, to complete what we have begun. And yet, how many of us really bring what we have begun to an end? Yes, we pass this way with the best intentions, but some little thing remains unfinished. Have you ever left a project unfinished or failed in your life when trying to get close to someone or, on the contrary, to break up with someone? As long as unfinished business remains in your past, you will feel a certain constraint and will not be able to embrace the future with a pure and open heart. Incomplete takes your attention away. When you start some business, enter into an agreement, or plan some change in your life, that data enters your present memory bank and occupies what I call an attention module. We are able to pay attention to several things at once, but each new promise, agreement, or item on your to-do list leaves fewer and fewer free attention modules in your memory bank to complete the tasks at hand and bring new possibilities into your life. So, where does unfinished business come from? Often there are unfinished tasks that cause us doubts or are related to those areas of life where we have emotional and psychological blocks. For example, you have many requests, projects, tasks, and other things on your desk that you would sincerely like to refuse, but you are afraid of being seen as bad. And you put off and delay your refusal, and meanwhile the stack of unpleasant papers grows, the problem nails in your head and distracts your attention from the important and necessary things. Circumstances can arise in which you have to make difficult or uncomfortable decisions. And instead of overcoming the awkwardness and doing what you have to do, you procrastinate again and let the unfinished business pile up. Some cases remain unfinished because we do not have enough knowledge, experience, or a certain system to solve these problems. Others accumulate simply because we don't know how to work properly. Completion must be deliberate. Constantly ask yourself, what is needed to complete this task? Then you can consciously take the next step, register the finished documents, mail the necessary forms, or report to your boss that the project is finished. And you can be sure, 20 fully finished papers will make a much stronger impression than 50 things that are half finished. One finished book that, once published, can make the world a better place is always better than 13 begun and still unfinished. Instead of starting and abandoning halfway through 15 projects that will only take up space, it's better to take on just 3, but make sure you finish them completely. The 4 whales of completion. There is one way to deal with current affairs, the one they teach in time management courses: do it yourself, reassign it to someone else, postpone it, or get rid of it forever. When you receive a document, decide right away whether you will ever do anything with it. If not, get rid of it. If you can resolve the issue in it within 10 minutes, do it immediately. If you still want to do it yourself, but understand that it will take time, set aside the paper, register it in the deferred file. If you can't do it yourself or don't want to waste time, reassign it to someone you can trust with a task of this nature. Don't forget to ask that person for a progress report so you know it's complete. Make room for a new. It's not just the workplace that's full of unfinished business. Most homes are also groaning under the weight of old papers, newspapers, clothes, and used toys, personal items, and outdated, broken, and unwanted appliances. In the United States, there's even a whole industry that produces mini warehouses for homeowners and small business owners where they can store things that no longer have a place in their homes or offices. But do we need all this junk? Of course we don't. One way to free up the modules of attention is to free your home and workplace from the mental burden of this clutter. By removing the old, you make room for the new. For example, reconsider your closet. If there is no more room in it, if a shirt or dress already has to be pulled out with effort, this is a perfectly reasonable reason not to buy more clothes. Hang it up and put it already nowhere. If something you have not worn once in 6 months, get rid of it. The exception is seasonal clothing or things for special occasions, like an evening gown or tuxedo. If you want something new to happen in your life, make room for it. And not only in the physical sense, but also in the psychological sense. If you want to meet a new man, let go, forgive and forget the last man you stopped seeing 5 years ago. If you don't do this, the new man will get a silent message from your subconscious: this woman is attached to someone. She's not free yet. My good friend Martin Ruda once told me that every time he was about to open a new business, he thoroughly cleaned out his office, house, car, and garage. And every time he does, he gets calls and emails from people who want to work with him. Others do this kind of general cleaning every spring, believing that it helps to clarify problems and difficulties, to sort out possibilities and relationships. Clinging to the usual clutter, old junk and things that are no longer needed, it's as if we don't trust our own ability to get money for new things in abundance. And if we do not trust, then this abundance, long awaited, by the way, does not appear. It is not allowed into the space filled with junk and unfinished business. So that a happy future can more fully manifest itself in the present, it is necessary to complete one's past. 25 ways to finish things before moving forward. How many tasks do you need to finish, reassign, or get rid of before you can move on and bring new activities, relationships, excitement, and abundance into your life? Using the list below as an example, make your own and then write down how you intend to complete each task. Once you've made your list, choose 4 tasks and proceed to complete them. Best of all, the ones that would immediately free up the most time, energy, or space, whether physical or mental. I would recommend finishing at least one big, unfinished item every 3 months. If you want things to really get going, schedule what's called a completion weekend, and devote both weekends entirely to cleaning up as many of the items on your list as possible. 1. Activities of the former business. 2. Promises unfulfilled, unrecognized, or unrenewed. Unpaid debts or financial obligations, money you or you owe. 4. Closets overflowing with unused clothing. 5. A garage cluttered with unnecessary items. 6. Accidental or unneeded tax documents. 7. Unbalanced checkbook or unclosed accounts. 8. Boxes of unusable junk. 9. Broken tools and incomplete tool kits. 10. An attic filled with unnecessary junk. 11. A car trailer or the backseat of a car filled to the brim with junk. 12. Old or useless auto parts. 13. A basement filled with used items. 14. A secretary with unfinished or uncompleted projects. 15. Folders with unfinished documents. 16. Corrupted computer files or data never converted to save. 17. A desk cluttered with random papers. 18. Family photos that never made it into the album. 19. Torn or unirond items and other piles of items that should be either repaired or thrown away. 20. Endlessly postponed repairs to the house. 21. Personal relationships full of underlying resentment, irritation, or unspoken opinions. 22. People you need to forgive. 23. Time not spent with those with whom you intended to spend it. 24. Projects incomplete or completed without the necessary consent or feedback. 25. Gratitude not expressed by you or to you. What annoys you? Like that incomplete, everyday annoying little things are just as destructive to your success because they are distracting, too. It could be a missing button on your favorite suit, making you unable to wear it to an important meeting, or a torn mosquito net on the patio door, causing insects to swoop into the room. The best thing you can do, so that you do not linger on the road to success, is to install, replace, fix, repair or get rid of those everyday little things that annoy you and sit in your brain with splinters. Tulane Middiner, author of Coach Yourself to Success, recommends going through your house, your garage, going around your possessions and writing down briefly what annoys, bothers and angers you, and then eliminating all those little things, either yourself or having someone else do it. Of course, none of them threaten the lives of your household or the well-being of your business. But every time you notice them, get angry, curse them, and wish with every fiber of your being that they were gone, they pull at your strength. They subtly but steadily drain your life of energy. Shouldn't we invite a professional organizer? The purpose of the National Association of Professional Organizers, NAPO, is to help you free yourself from the turmoil of life and build a system to help you no longer make a mess. You may need someone who is dispassionate about your attachments and fears and takes your turmoil in a detached way that you yourself cannot. In addition, NAPO members are experts in how to get out of different situations with maximum efficiency and simplicity. This is their profession. I, for example, was helped by Martha Ringer, a productivity coach, to get my desk in order and organize my workflow. In 2 days, my office was transformed from the office of a confused inept to the office of an ideal manager, and the work process has been running efficiently since then, without a hitch. You can invite people from there to clear out and household clutter, eliminate annoying little things, occasionally do chores and other boring chores that you don't have the time or skills to do. If you can't afford an organizer, ask a friend, a teenager, or your neighbor's homemaker to help. You can read a couple of good books with tips on the subject and manage all by yourself. And remember, do not grasp at once. It is enough to get rid of one unfinished month, but do it steadily. Otherwise, not only will you not get rid of the mess in your life, but you will square it, which is absolutely inexcusable in the light of the desire to build a successful future. Rule 23. Face your problems. Facts do not cease to exist because they are ignored. Aldous Huxley. Fiction writer. Our lives are only perfected if we don't miss opportunities, the most important and difficult of which is the opportunity to be honest with ourselves. Walter Anderson. Publisher of Parade magazine. If you intend to do better in life, stop hiding your head in the sand and face reality. Do you tolerate or ignore the hostility and malice surrounding you at work? Are you making excuses for your failed marriage? Prefer not to notice that you got fat, weakened physically, lost form, became less active. Do not admit that in the last 3 months sales have plummeted. Postpone an unpleasant conversation with a negligent employee. Successful people do not turn away from such problems, but look them straight in the face, consider the warning signals and take the necessary actions, no matter how unpleasant they may be and no matter how much effort they require. Be aware of the warning signals. Remember the warning signals I mentioned when I talked about the C+P tongue sticking out formula in Rule 1, 100% responsibility for your own life. Warning signals are the subtle ones that life sends us when things don't go well. Your teenage child comes home late from school again. Strange messages are found in company mail. Friends or neighbors cast leering glances or make unusual remarks. Sometimes we bother to pay attention to these signals and take action, but more often we don't notice or simply ignore them. We prefer to pretend that nothing wrong is going on. To face problems usually means that some uncomfortable step is to be taken. That is to show more discipline, to openly oppose someone, to risk the sympathy of others, to ask for what we want, to openly demand respect instead of putting up with a boorish or dismissive attitude, or even just to quit your job or leave the family. But we do not want to do this. It is awkward, uncomfortable, unpleasant, so we often justify our own conciliatory attitude to the situation, to which eyes would not look. What do you mean? Fence it off. Though life's unpleasant situations may be embarrassing, confusing, and burdensome, we resign ourselves to them or, even worse, cover them with all kinds of myths, conventional wisdom, and truisms. Sometimes we don't even realize that we are fencing ourselves off from something, using phrases like, "That's what all men do." Today's teenagers are completely out of control. He's just taking his frustration out on us. It has nothing to do with me. My reputation must remain untarnished. It's none of my business. It is not in my competence. I don't want to spit in the wind. Don't make waves. I can't help it. Don't rinse your dirty laundry in public. Credit card debt is quite normal. But nothing like that can happen to us. I'll be fired if I open my mouth. Well, of course, it's not without marijuana. Yeah, it's a bit of a gray hair, but it's a bit of a mess. There's no way I can relax without it. I have to work so hard, otherwise I won't succeed. No, it's better to wait it out. And I have no doubt that he will return the favor. Sometimes, in seeking to ward off a problem, we even set the stage, not realizing that the sooner we acknowledge its existence, the less painful and more beneficial the solution will be. The less blood we could do with it, the more honest and open we could be with everyone it touched, and our souls would not be torn apart. But no, we prefer to fence ourselves off with offensive habitual inferences and to keep our noses out of it. Successful people, on the other hand, tend to identify the causes of their troubles and fix them in their minds to avoid repetition, rather than asserting their position or clinging to their own ignorance. In business they prefer the bitter truth of real numbers and never misinform their shareholders, promising them the moon and trying to put a good face on a bad game. They want to know exactly why their products or services do not go, why the advertising campaign was ineffective, or why costs suddenly increased so much. They are rational, living in close touch with true reality, and facing problems rather than shutting them out or turning a blind eye to them. Charles J. Givens. Real estate investment strategist and author of Wealth Without Risk. A time to gather stones and a time to scatter them. In order not to shut yourself off, you must first admit that there is a problem and then find a solution. It's amazing how hard it is for many people to admit and solve their problems, even when it comes to alcoholism and drug addiction. After all, many drug addicts and alcoholics have their marriages fail, their businesses wither, they become homeless and end their lives, as they say, in the gutter, without ever realizing that their addiction is to blame. Fortunately, most of our problems are not as intractable as drugs and alcohol, but that doesn't make the process of recognition or resolution any easier. Take your job, for example. After all, there is a problem. It's not something you really want to do at all, is it? But you've shied away from it. Worse, don't you declare to all and sundry how happy and content you are not doing it? So don't you think you are living a lie? Workaholics are a perfect example of this kind of detachment. Almost no one can withstand a demanding work schedule for long, but most workaholics justify themselves by saying, "This is the only way I make a lot of money, this is the only way I can support my family, this is how I succeed, and I have to in order to withstand competition at work." However, in making these excuses, they are also just fending off the problem. We shut ourselves off out of fear. Often we shut ourselves off based on the conventional wisdom that if we stop doing it, it will get worse. In other words, we are afraid to face facts. Doctors know that despite overwhelming evidence of adultery, many patients prefer to shy away from the obvious. They simply don't want to realize that the marriage is over. In what situations are we often afraid to face the truth? Your teenage child has started smoking or dabbling in drugs. Your supervisor is trying to leave work early, dumping the task on you, and the results attributing themselves. A business partner shies away from full participation in the business or spends too much. Household expenses have become unaffordable. Aging parents require constant supervision and tie you down for the day. Your health has deteriorated because of an unhealthy diet or lifestyle. Spouse has become withdrawn, rude or abusive. Not enough time for yourself and the children. While many of these problems require major lifestyle, work, and relationship changes, remember that solving them doesn't always require quitting your job, getting a divorce, firing your employee, or locking your child in the house. Less extreme measures may be more effective. It is worth first discussing the issue with your boss, go to a consultant on family relationships, limit the freedom of children, but only in some way, to bring costs in line with income and seek competent assistance of a professional. However, for these, albeit less radical, decisions you still need to first face your fears and recognize them. But even before that, it should be recognized that there is a problem. I can console you, the more you get into unpleasant situations, the faster you begin to understand and recognize them. If you encounter one problem, the next time you are likely to take action at the slightest suspicion. Get started now. Make a list of your problems, the things that are not working out in your life. Start with the 7 major areas in which you usually have goals: finances, possessions, career or business, leisure or family time, health and appearance, relationships, and finally, self-improvement. Ask your coworkers, family, friends, classmates, and fellow students what they think you are failing at. Ask, what am I not good at? How can I improve it? What can I ask for? What do you need from me? How can I help you? What can I do to turn this situation around in my favor? Do you need someone to talk to? Need to call a repairman? Call someone for help? Learn a new skill? Find new resources? Read a book? Call in a professional? Make a plan to get things in order? Choose what you need and act. Then do the next thing, and do it again, until the situation is resolved. Rule 24. Embrace change willingly. Change is the law of life. And whoever sees only the past or the present is bound to miss the future. John F. Kennedy, 35th President of the United States. Change is inevitable. At this very moment, for example, the cells in your body are changing. The earth is changing. The economy is changing, technology is changing, we're doing things differently, we're communicating and even communicating with each other. The changes can be formidable, capable of destroying you, and you can resist them, but it is better to find common ground with them, to adapt and benefit from them. Evolve or perish. In 1910, 15 American florists decided to use a novelty of technology, the telegraph, to deliver flowers to order thousands of miles away and founded the company Florists Telegraph Delivery, now known as FTD. Gone were the days when daughters and sisters usually lived nearby and you could send them a bouquet with a messenger from the nearest flower store. Now people were free to spread out from home across the country, with relatives often living very far away from each other. And FTD took brilliant advantage of the new economic and technical situation. After all, the advent of the telegraph was a change in the means of communication. At about the same time, America's railroad industry saw in automobiles and airplanes new technologies for transporting people and goods. But unlike other industries, which readily embraced this new technology, the railroad industry resisted, seeing it as a competitor rather than a transportation partner. The owners of railroad companies did not at first embrace the new, nor did they take the opportunity to combine these, albeit different, commercial activities and develop. As a result, the industry almost stalled. However, they realized it in time. Which way should you go? When change happens, you can either engage with it, looking for ways to benefit from it, or you can resist it and eventually be crushed. The choice is yours. When you accept change as the inevitable course of life with an open mind, trying to use it to make your life richer, easier, and fuller, life will pay you back in kind. You won't see change as a hindrance, but as an opportunity for growth and new experiences. A few years ago, I was invited by the Naval Systems Command in Washington, D.C. They had just announced the relocation of all personnel to San Diego, California, which meant the loss of many civilian jobs. My job was to conduct a seminar for those non-military personnel who were not going to California. Although the command offered everyone jobs in San Diego, as well as reimbursement for all relocation expenses, or assistance in finding a new job in Washington, many service members almost despaired with fear and resentment. Although almost all of them considered the change a disaster, I was able to make them see it as an opportunity to find something new. I told them about the formula C plus P tongue sticking out and that although a move to San Diego, C, was inevitable, the consequence, P, whether they could succeed later, depended entirely on their reaction, P, to the situation. Maybe you'll find a more interesting job in DC, I said, or a better paying one. Or maybe you like the idea of moving to California, where it's almost always warm and there may be new friends and pleasant events waiting for you. Slowly they began to move from panic and fear to an understanding that everything was happening, perhaps even for the better. You just have to willingly accept change and see it as an opportunity for the better. How to learn to accept change willingly. It should be understood that there are two kinds of change, cyclical and structural, neither of which depends on you. The cyclical changes we see in the stock market occur several times a year. Prices go up and down. There are markets in which there is a constant tendency for rates to rise and adjust. The weather changes with the seasons, Americans always spend more by the holidays, travel more in the summer, and so on. These are changes that occur cyclically, and most of them we sincerely accept as a natural part of life. But there are also structural changes, like the invention of the computer, which has made us work differently, learn the news, shop differently, and generally change our lives radically. It is because of structural change that we never go back to the way we used to live and do things. And it is they that can destroy you if you resist them. Think back to the last time there was a change in your life that you resisted. It could have been a move, a job change, a change in suppliers, a change in technology in your company, a change in management, or simply your child growing up, graduating from high school, and moving to another city to study, a change for which you were preparing, but you thought it was almost the end of the world. What happened when you gave into the change, because it was inevitable and not up to you? Didn't your life improve in the end? And can't you look back now and say, gee, it turned out for the best, and I'm happy. Just look at all the good it's done for me in the end. And now, if you think carefully, remember that almost all changes in the past have turned out for the better, and on this basis, it is quite possible to hope that the coming ones will be no worse, and you can rightfully wait for them with an open mind and pleasant excitement. To help yourself with this, ask yourself the following questions. What is changing in my life at this moment and I'm stubbornly resisting? Why do I resist it? What do I fear about this change? What could happen to me that I fear? What will be the payback for my conservatism? What good could this change do me? What will have to be done to find common ground with these changes? What should be my next step to engage with this change? When should I take it? Rule 25. Re-educate your inner critic into a mentor. Man is literally what he thinks he is. James Allen, author of The Thinking Man. As a man thinketh. Studies show that the average person, that's you, refers to himself about 50,000 times a day. And the subject of most of these internal conversations is yourself, and, according to psychologists, 80% are self-criticisms like, I shouldn't have said that. They don't like me. I'll never get over it. My hair looks terrible today. We're clearly losing to that group. I can't dance. I'll never learn to skate well. I'm not a public speaker. I'll never lose weight. I will never get organized. I am always late. Protect your negative thoughts and you can be sure, they will say thank you and blossom in you in lush colors. Richard Bach, author of A Seagull Named Jonathan Livingston. We know from research that such thoughts have a powerful effect on us. They affect our attitudes, physiology, and motivation to act. Negative thoughts control our behavior. They cause us to stutter, to be clumsy, to forget words, to sweat, to breathe heavily, to tremble with fear, and, taken to extremes, can even paralyze and kill us. Scared to death. Nick Sitzman, a railroad depot worker, was a young, strong, healthy, and ambitious man. He worked hard, had a loving wife, 2 daughters, and many friends. One day, in the height of summer, the train crew was told that on the occasion of the dispatcher's birthday they could leave work an hour early. While checking one of the cars one last time, Nick found himself accidentally trapped in a refrigerated freight car. When he realized everyone was gone, he was terribly frightened. He pounded and screamed until his fists bled and he went hoarse, but no one heard him. Knowing where he was, Nick knew the temperature was about to drop below zero. And he couldn't stop thinking, if I don't get out of here, I'll freeze to death by morning. In an effort to at least let his wife and family know what had happened to him, Nick found a knife and began carving a message into the wooden floor. It's so cold in here that I'm numb. I can't hear my hands anymore. I wish I were asleep. These are my last words. The next morning the workers pushed back the heavy doors of the freight car and found Nick dead. An autopsy revealed that he had indeed frozen. However, the wagon's freezing unit had not been turned on that day, and the thermometer inside showed 55 degrees Fahrenheit. Nick drove himself to death by the power of his own thoughts. You too can inadvertently drive yourself to death with your negative thoughts, not suddenly and not physically, like Nick Sitzman, but psychologically, gradually, day by day, killing your natural ability to realize your dreams. Negative thoughts affect your whole body. We know that when you take a lie detector test, your body reacts to your thoughts, your temperature, heart rate, blood pressure, breathing rate, muscles tense and hands sweat. When sensors are attached to you and you hear a question like, "Did you take the money?" and you lie and deny it because you took it, your hands would get colder, your heart would beat faster, your blood pressure would increase, your breathing would increase, your muscles would tense, and your hands would sweat. Such physiological changes occur not only when you lie out loud, but also in response to any negative thought. Negative thoughts affect your body negatively, weakening you, restraining you, and making you sweat and nervous. Positive thoughts have a positive effect, making you calmer, more focused, more alive, and more nimble. Positive thoughts help release endorphins, joy hormones, in the brain, thereby reducing suffering and increasing pleasure. Treat yourself like a winner. Today you are where your thoughts take you, and tomorrow you will be where they take you. James Allen. So, why don't you learn to always address yourself as a winner rather than a loser? Why not turn your negative inner monologue into a positive one? Don't banish thoughts of shortcomings and weaknesses and replace them with thoughts of your unlimited possibilities. Don't you switch your thoughts from the language of the victim to the language of rights? And why not re-educate your inner critic, who judges your every move, into a benevolent mentor, who would encourage you and give you advice and faith in times of difficult and risky life situations? Well, all this is possible with some understanding, focus, and aspiration. Stomp out your ants. Psychiatrist Daniel G. Amen, MD, called the limiting thoughts that automatically swirl around in our heads mechanical ants. And just as real ants at a picnic can ruin all pleasure, your mechanical ants can poison your life experience. Dr. Amen recommends that you learn to stomp out your ants. First you should recognize them, then you should shake them off and stomp on them, contradicting them. Finally, replace them with positive and affirmative thoughts. Don't believe everything you hear even if it's going off in your own head. Daniel G. Amen. Professor of Medicine, clinical neurologist, psychiatrist, attention deficit specialist. In order to deal with any kind of negative thinking, you have to understand that ultimately it's up to you to decide whether or not to listen to and agree with your thoughts. After all, what you think or what your inner voice tells you is not always true just because you think it. Constantly ask yourself, does this thought help me or hurt me? Does it bring me closer to my goal or away from it? Does it motivate me or block me with fear and insecurity? You must learn to object to those thoughts that don't help create greater success and happiness. But to learn how to object to your ants, you must first become aware of them. My friend Doug Bench, author of the Mastery of Advanced Achievement Home Study course, recommends writing down every negative thought or statement, your own or someone else's, for 3 days. And 2 of those should be work days and 1 should be weekends. This is the best way to become more deeply aware of your ants. Here are a few others. Ask your spouse, partner, children, neighbors, and coworkers to fine you $1 each time they hear a negative judgment from you. At the last workshop I attended, anyone who blamed, excused, or censured themselves or others had to put $2 in the bowl. It's just amazing how quickly the bowl filled up the first day. However, over the remaining 3, the workshop lasted 4 days, there were fewer and fewer of these automatic negative judgments as we all watched ourselves more closely and caught these ants, and trampled them, before they could come out of our mouths. By the way, doing this exercise will be much easier if you can agitate others as well. Different types of ants. The ants that pounce on you come in many varieties. As you learn to recognize them, realize that they are all nothing more than irrational thoughts that should be challenged and replaced. Here are some of the most common types of ants and ways to stomp them out. Always/never thoughts. In reality, very few things always happen or never happen. But if you think that way, or if you assume that you'll never get what you want, you're doomed from the start. Using uncompromising words like always, never, every time, no way, no one, every time, and everything, you are wrong. Here are some examples of always/never thoughts. I will never get a raise. Everyone always uses me. My employees never listen to me. I never have time for myself. Everyone is always laughing at me. There's no way I can make time for a break. No one ever gives me a break. Whenever I want to take a risk, I get criticized. No one cares whether I'm alive or dead. Once you've caught yourself thinking these thoughts, replace them with really true thoughts. For example, instead of, you're always using me, think, yes, you use me sometimes, and I'm angry at you, but I know you've treated me fairly before and you will continue to do so. Concentration on the negative. Some focus only on the bad in every situation and never see the good. When I was training high school teachers, I noticed that most teachers are just models of the ability to focus only on the negative. If 30 children understood the material in class and 4 did not, such teachers see only those 4 and suffer instead of thinking of the other 30 and rejoicing. Learn to look for the positive in everything. This will not only help you feel better about yourself, but will also be an essential component of your future success. A friend of mine recently told me about an interview he saw on TV with a multimillionaire in which he described a turning point in his career. One fine morning, he asked all his employees to report one good thing that had happened during the past week. At first, there was nothing good, only complaints, problems, and difficulties. Finally, one clerk reported that an UPS driver who delivered packages to the office was going back to college, and how pleased he was with his own determination to continue his education in order to realize his biggest dream, his diploma. Slowly, one by one, first tentatively, then increasingly determinedly, employees began to come forward with good news and share it with one another and with their boss. It soon became a tradition. Moreover, at the end of the weekly staff meeting, all the good news of the week was listed meticulously. The very psychological orientation of the entire firm changed. Instead of focusing only on the negative, people began to pay more attention to the general and private achievements, to the positive, and from that moment the business began to grow and develop not by days but by hours. Learn to play the find the plus game. In every situation, try to find as much positivity as possible. The more actively you do this, the more optimistic and receptive to goodness you will become, which is essential for creating the life of your dreams. Look for the good in everything. My wife was in an accident recently. She was driving through an intersection with a traffic light that wasn't working, the power went out in the whole neighborhood, and she hit a car coming out of an alley in the side. She could have gone for the ants like, what kind of bad luck is this? And why am I so inattentive? You can't get distracted while driving, especially when the traffic lights don't work. Probably shouldn't have gotten out in the first place. Instead, she focused on the positive, what luck that I'm alive and practically unharmed. And the other driver is alive and well. Thank God my car turned out to be so reliable. What luck that the police arrived so quickly. It's just amazing how many people showed a willingness to help. It's so nice to see that kind of awareness. There is a very effective exercise to reinforce the desire to look for the good in everything. Every morning take 7 minutes and write down everything in your life that you give a positive assessment of. I recommend making this a daily ritual for the rest of your days, but if you think it's too much, exercise for at least 30 to 40 days. Your view of the world will change dramatically. Expecting trouble. In anticipation of trouble, you create a worst-case scenario in your brain and act as if it were a fait accompli. This includes expecting that prospective customers won't be interested in your product, that the person you like won't agree to go out with you, that your boss won't give you a raise or promotion, or that the plane you're flying in will crash. Replace, she would probably laugh if I asked her out, with, I don't know what she would do. She might say yes. Mind reading. You feel like you're reading someone else's mind when you think you can tell from their appearance what they're thinking, even if they're silent. It seems to you when you think, he's mad at me. She doesn't like me. He's going to fire me. Replace such pseudo-telepathy with the truth. I won't know what he thinks until I ask him. Maybe he's just having a bad day. Remember, if you're not psychic, you can't read other people's minds. You will never know what others really think until you ask them or they tell you themselves. So it's better to test your assumptions with a question like, I think you're mad at me. Are you? Personally, in order not to get in trouble, I always remind myself in cases like this, if you suspect it, check it. Guilt. Guilt arises when we have words like should, must. Here are some examples. To pass the bar exam, I will have to spend a lot of time preparing. I should spend more time at home with my children. I should exercise more. As soon as we feel compulsion, and all the given words of obligation mean compulsion, we immediately begin to offer inner resistance, and with it comes feelings of guilt. I'm not going to force myself to do anything today. Poster caption. It's much more effective to replace those words with phrases like, I want. I need. My goal would help. It would be great. It would be in my best interest. Guilt is not productive. It will get in the way of your goal. So if you want to succeed, get rid of that emotional barrier. Labeling. The labels we place on ourselves or others are, of course, negative. By labeling a person, or ourselves, with some bad word, we lose the opportunity to see the positive, again, qualities in them, and in ourselves. For example, nothing, an idiot, a humbug, a slacker. With this label you put the person, and yourself, in the category of all the lowlifes or idiots you have ever known, making it much more difficult to communicate with them, and with yourself, and your unique life experience. Object to the thought, well, I'm a dumbass, by replacing it with, well, I may not have acted as an outstanding sage, but still quite sensible. All the most significant things are hidden under the spoils. Virginia Satter. A distinguished psychotherapist specializing in family therapy and self-esteem and known for his achievements. Personalization. You personalize, attribute to yourself, something when you give a perfectly neutral event a personal meaning. Kevin never called me back. He must be angry. Or, we lost a good client. It's probably my fault. I should have sat longer on the proposals. In fact, there are plenty of possible explanations for other people's actions besides the negative ones that your ants invent. For example, Kevin may not have called back because he was sick, away, or very busy. You'll never guess why people do things this way and that way. Re-educate your inner critic into a mentor. One of the most effective exercises in re-educating your inner critic is to teach him to tell you the whole truth. To turn him into your inner mentor, you must understand the root cause. Self-criticism and self-esteem are usually based on love. Part of your ego tries to move you to act for your own good. Just like your parents, your inner critic is guided by your best intentions and self-interest in centering you. He wants you to be more successful, for good deeds are beneficial. The problem is that he only tells you part of the truth. As a child, when you did something stupid, like skipping right in front of a coming car, your parents probably yelled at you and sent you away to the nursery. Their real motive was, I love you and I don't want you to get hit by a car. I want you to be alive and well so I can watch and be happy as you grow up and become an adult. But that was only half the message. What's the matter with you? Have you no brains at all? You know perfectly well that you can't run out into the street when there's all this traffic. That's it, you're grounded. Go back to your room and think about what you're doing. The only thing they expressed by fear of losing you was anger. But beneath the anger there were 3 other layers of messages that never reached you: fear, specific requests, and love. The full message would look like this. Rage. I'm mad at you for jumping out onto the road without looking to see if cars are coming. Fear. I'm afraid that you won't be killed or crippled. Requests. Please be more careful when playing in the street. And when crossing the road, be sure to stop and look around. Love. I love you so much. If something happened to you, I don't know how I would live. You are very precious to me. I want you to be alive and well. You deserve joy and happiness and a good life to enjoy it to the fullest. Do you understand? What different messages? You must train your inner critic to speak to you in the same way. You can do this exercise in writing or verbally by talking to yourself out loud. I usually talk to my doppelganger, whom I imagine sitting across from me. Make a list of all the things you say when you judge yourself. Include all the things you should have done, but didn't or don't do, and are now blaming yourself. Here's what a typical list of this kind might look like. You don't train enough. You're getting fat fast. You've accumulated a lot of fat. Well, what are you all sitting at home, a real sissy? You abuse alcohol and sweets. Stop consuming carbs. You need to stare less into the box and go to bed early. If I had gotten up earlier, I would have had time to recharge. Lazybones. Why don't you ever finish what you start? You've developed an exercise program for yourself, but you never stick to it. You are an irresponsible person. You don't keep your word. Once you've finished your list, try to decompose the same information into the 4 steps above: 1. Anger, 2. Fear, 3. Requests, and 4. Love. Spend at least 1 minute on each. Try to be especially specific at the request stage. Be specific about what you want from yourself. I want you to eat right is too vague. Be more specific, like, I want you to eat at least 4 vegetable dishes every day. I want you to eliminate French fries and desserts. I want you to have some fruit for breakfast every day. I want you to eat whole grain bread, like wheat and unrefined rice, not fine flour. The more precise and specific you are, the more effective the exercise is. If you decide to say it out loud, which I highly recommend, do it as emotionally as possible. I'm mad at you for not taking good care of yourself. You're just a lazy slob. You eat and drink too much. No self-discipline. When are you going to learn to control yourself? Lazy bastard. All you do is sit and stare at the TV. I just can't bear to see how lazy you are. You get fatter and fatter every year. You're already crawling out of all your clothes. You're a shapeless pile. You disgust me. Fear. If you don't change, I'm afraid you'll keep getting fatter and you might get sick. I'm afraid your cholesterol will spike so high it will give you heart attacks. I'm afraid you'll fatten up to diabetes. I'm afraid you'll never think of changing, die young, and never experience all that fate has given you. If this goes on, you'll never fulfill your dreams. I'm afraid if you don't stop eating like that and start taking better care of yourself, no one will want you, and you'll spend the rest of your life in proud solitude. Requests. I want you to join a health club and go there at least 3 times a week. I want you to walk 20 minutes the other 4 days. I want you to spend 1 hour a day working out instead of watching TV. I want you to stop eating fried foods and eat more fresh fruits and vegetables. I want you to stop drinking soda and switch to plain clean water. I want you to have alcohol in your stomach only on Friday and Saturday nights. Love. I love you. I want you to have lots of love and a wonderful relationship. You deserve to look great, be well dressed and feel great. You deserve to have all your dreams come true. I want you to be awake and full of energy, not perpetually lethargic and half asleep. You deserve a fulfilled life and to be able to enjoy every moment of it. You deserve true happiness. Whenever you hear your inner critic rebuking you for something, simply reply, "Thank you for caring." What are you afraid of? What exactly do you want me to do? How will it help me? Thank you. The first time I felt my inner critic turn into a mentor was 20 years ago, and it changed my life. When I left my coaching company, I worked as a consultant and professional speaker, but really wanted to start my own coaching company, train other coaches, open offices in other cities, and make a huge difference in the world. But this goal was so all-encompassing that I feared failure. Worse, I regularly berated myself for being cowardly, for not daring to take the leap into the unknown. Having done the above exercise, slightly modified, I stopped beating myself up and realized how much I had missed out because of my indecision. I clearly outlined to myself what I had to do, and the very next day sketched out a business plan for my new company, asked my mother-in-law for a $10,000 loan, invited a friend to be my business partner, made an appointment to get a certificate of incorporation, and started working out my letterhead. Less than 3 months later, I held my first weekend training seminar in St. Louis for over 200 people. Within a year, I had opened offices in Los Angeles, St. Louis, Philadelphia, San Diego, and San Francisco. Since then, more than 40,000 people have participated in my weekend and week-long training programs. Here are those programs. Self-esteem and maximum performance, self-esteem in school, the power of focus, coaching coaches, marital relationships, how to achieve wealth and prosperity, live your highest dreams, and live the rules for success. By re-educating my inner critic into a mentor, I stopped feeling like a failure and began to act, and as a result, the dream became a reality. I was able to turn someone who was using my own energy against me into someone who was channeling my energy to fulfill my desire. Do not be misled by the apparent simplicity of this technique. It is very effective. But to appreciate it, like everything else in this book, you must try it. No one will do it for you. Take 20 minutes right now to turn your inner critic into a mentor. Let all sides of yourself work together for you, for the realization of your best dreams and aspirations. How to silence an internal critic of your work. Have you ever had to teach a class, give a speech, give a commercial presentation, participate in a sporting event, a play, a concert, or do any job, and then on the way home listen to the voice in your head annoyingly telling you that you blew it, that you should have done differently, that you could have and should have done better? I'm sure I had to. And if you listen to that voice for very long, it can undermine your confidence, lower your self-esteem, and even demoralize and ultimately paralyze you. Here's another simple but effective way to melt criticism and rebuke into correction and support. Once again, remember that your inner critic's primary motivation is to help you be a better person, and ask him to stop criticizing and berating you, or you will stop listening to him. Tell your inner voice that you don't want to hear any more of these insults, scolding, and other murderous words, that you only want advice on how to do better next time. By doing so, you will move the conversation from the plane of insulting outbursts to the plane of peaceful negotiations about the possibilities of improvement in the future. Now the inner voice from a stern, if not vicious, critic becomes a benevolent mentor who simply points out how to do better or better in the future. The past is gone, and it cannot be changed. You can only learn a lesson from it and do a better job next time. Here is an example from my life. The VC is the inner critic, gradually turning into a mentor. VK. I can't believe my eyes. What were you thinking? So much information in one seminar. You were talking too fast, and at the end, you were going too fast. It's too much information for the listeners to digest. And that's you. All these years of teaching seminars and you screw up so badly. You of all people should know that. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm not going to listen to any hasty criticism here. I have worked all day to give people my best knowledge and experience so far. Now, after the seminar, I'm sure it could have been done better, and there are ways to do it. If you have something concrete to advise me, have some ideas for the next time, tell me, and I am not interested in your judgments and criticism. Okay. Next time, pick just 3 or 4 main topics and focus on them and try to get them across, backing them up with more examples, humor, and interpersonal exercises so that people really learn. You can't give them all your knowledge in one day. You're right. Anything else? Yes. In the afternoon, when perception is low, include more interactive learning games. Then you can be sure that everyone will stay awake and active by the end of class. Okay. Anything else? Yes. I think it would be better to have a 10-minute break every hour rather than a 20-minute break every 2 hours. It would help keep perception high, and it would allow people to better absorb what they have already learned. That's a good idea. Anything else? Yes. People should have a chance to stretch out during the day so that those of us who are physically active don't get tired of sitting still and leave early. Anything else? Yes. Next time, be sure to give 2 copies of the success concentration sheet to each student, one to fill out at the seminar, and one for a sample, which they can then make a copy from at home. It's a good idea to post the list on your website so that those who want it can download it from there. That's a good idea. Anything else? No, that's probably it. Good. I wrote it all down, and I'll be sure to take it into account at the next seminar. Thank you. Always at your service. As you can see from the example, the inner mentor is very perceptive and notices what and how you can further improve your work. The problem was that so far he has been presenting the information as judgmental. But once you stopped arguing with him and started quietly discussing possibilities for improvement, your communication turned from negative to positive. And one more valuable tip. According to memory studies, any new idea stays in short memory for no more than 40 seconds and then goes away, so it's important to write down and put all new ideas in a folder that you can review before your next job. Otherwise, all value and importance of feedback will be lost. Rule 26. Push the boundaries of your beliefs. Your subconscious doesn't argue with you. It accepts what your conscious mind decides. If you think, I can't afford it, your subconscious mind obediently imprints the thought into its depths and does everything it can to make it happen. So choose a more pleasant thought. Decide to yourself, I'm going to buy this someday. I accept that thought with consciousness. Dr. Joseph Murphy. Author of the book, The Power of Your Subconscious. The Power of Your Subconscious Mind. Many of us have beliefs that limit our success, whether it's a strong opinion about our own abilities, or what it takes to succeed, or what our relationships with others should be, or even just common myths that modern science or research has long ago disproved. Getting beyond your limiting beliefs is the first and most important step toward success. You can learn to recognize such beliefs that hinder your success and replace them with positive beliefs that promote success. You are capable of. One of the most limiting beliefs in existence today is the notion that, for one reason or another, we are unable to realize our goals. Despite the publicly available best educational programs, the vast knowledge accumulated over decades about how to accomplish any task, we often still say to ourselves, I can't do it. I don't know how. There's no one to show me. I'm not smart enough to do it. And so on and so forth. Where does it come from? Most of us come from early childhood, when we were voluntarily or involuntarily programmed by our parents, grandparents, and other adults whom we tried to imitate. They did it by saying, no, baby, you can't handle it. Let me help you. You have to grow up first. And this sense of our own inability we took with us into adulthood, and then consolidated by missteps at work and other failures. What if instead you said to yourself, I can do it. I can do it. After all, others have done it. If I don't know enough, someone will teach me. And you will take the first step toward knowledge and mastery. Changing your mind can lead to a dramatic change in your whole life, from a life of only might have been, to a life filled with the fulfillment of what you really want. You are capable of love and worthy of it. In the same way, many people don't believe that they can handle any challenges life will offer, or that they are worthy of love. 2 pillars of high self-esteem and self-esteem. Believing that you can handle anything in life means that you are no longer afraid of anything. Think about it, haven't you had to cope with everything that has ever happened to you? Things that turned out to be a lot harder than you thought at first. The death of a loved one, a divorce, an illness, an injury. Loss of a friend, job, money, reputation, aging. It was hard, but you got through it. And you will cope no matter what happens. Once you realize this, your faith in yourself will soar. Believing that you are worthy of love means believing that I deserve to be treated well, with respect and dignity. I deserve to be adored, nurtured, and cherished. I deserve a close, satisfying relationship. I will not settle for less than I deserve. I will do whatever is necessary to make it so. You can overcome any limiting beliefs. Not only are we convinced that we are incapable of or do not deserve love, but we often suffer from other limiting beliefs as well. Here are some of them. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? I am not enough, smart, attractive, rich, experienced or young. Women don't do that, they never do. I will never be put in charge of a new project. Even though I don't like this job, it gives me financial stability. Whatever I do ends in failure. No one can get rich in this city. How to overcome limiting beliefs. Here's a simple but effective 4-step way you can use to transform any limiting beliefs you have into inspiring ones. Identify the beliefs you want to change. Start by making a list of all the beliefs you find limiting. It is a good idea to invite 2 or 3 friends to discuss together a list of all the epithets and worldly truths you have heard from parents, guardians, teachers, coaches, and even well-meaning religious leaders, such as Catholic school nuns, in your childhood and youth that continue to limit you. Here are some of the more common ones, coming from childhood. You're silly. I'm stupid. You're not smart enough to go to college. I'm not the kind of person who gets a college education. Money doesn't grow on trees. I will never get rich. Can't you do anything right? I don't know how to do anything the way it should be done, and then why even try? Don't you dare leave anything on your plate. There are children starving in China. I have to eat everything, even if I'm not hungry. If you don't keep your innocence, no one will marry you. I'm damaged goods, no one will ever love me. You only think about yourself. I have to sit quietly, or they'll stop loving me. People don't care about your problems. I have to hide my troubles, my worries, my sufferings. Boys don't cry. It's not good to express your feelings, especially sadness. Act like a real lady. You can't have fun, being silly, sexy, direct. No one is interested in your opinion. What I think doesn't matter. Once you've finished your list, choose the belief that you still find limiting, and do the following 3 steps. 2. Identify exactly how it restricts you. 3. Decide what you want to be, how to act or what to feel. 4. Formulate an opposite statement that reinforces your intention or permission to live, act, or feel in a new way. For example, 1. My negative limiting belief, I have to do everything myself. I shouldn't ask for help. This is a sign of weakness. 2. It limits me by not asking for help and as a result I stay up too late and don't get enough sleep. 3. I want to feel that asking for help is a good thing. It is not at all a sign of weakness. After all, it takes a certain amount of courage to ask for help. I want to ask for help when I need it. I want to delegate to others things that I don't like to do and that don't make the best use of my time. 4. Asking for help is good and right. I deserve the support I need. Here are some more examples of contrary statements. Negative, focusing on your own needs is not good. Opposite, my needs are just as important as anyone else's. Negative, if I am sincere, people will think I am weak and will deceive me. The opposite, the more sincere I am, the more people will love, respect and support me. Negative, I don't know how to do anything as it should be done, and then why even try? The opposite is true, I can and do a lot of things correctly, and if I make mistakes, it's because it's impossible to know and be able to do everything, and every time I try something new, I learn and improve myself. Remember, your internal dialogue and external conversation should be focused on making you the person you want to be. So keep replacing any thought that stands in the way of your goals with a thought or belief that brings you closer to those goals. You can use the template below to do this. 1. My negative/limiting belief. 2. What it restricts me to underscore. 3. What I want to become, how to act or feel underscore 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 underscore. 4. A contrary statement that will strengthen my intention or allow me to live, act or feel in a new way underscore 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 underscore. Once you've created a new belief, the opposite of the old, negative belief, you'll have to incorporate it into your subconscious mind, and to do this, you'll have to keep repeating it several times a day for at least 30 days. Use the affirmations discussed in Rule 7, let go of the brake. As Claude Bristol notes in his splendid book The Magic of Believing, this invisible power of repeated suggestion overcomes the resistance of our consciousness. It is by acting directly on our emotions and feelings that it finally penetrates to the innermost depths of our subconscious. It is this repeated suggestion that creates in us deep convictions. Rule 27. Create 4 new habits of success in 1 year. Whoever wants to reach the pinnacle of success must appreciate the power and authority of habit. He must always be ready to break those habits that can break him, and quickly move on to those behaviors that will turn into habits that contribute to the desired success. J. Paul Getty, founder of the Getty Oil Company, a philanthropist who, until the late 1950s, was considered the richest man in the world. According to psychologists, up to 90% of our behavior is dictated by habits. 90%. From the moment you get out of bed in the morning until you go to sleep, you do hundreds of things in exactly the same way every day. Taking a shower, getting dressed, eating breakfast, reading the newspaper, brushing your teeth, driving to work, organizing your workday, shopping in the supermarket, cleaning the house. Over the years, you have developed a circle of well-established habits that determine the quality of your entire life, from your work and income to your health and relationships. The good thing here is that habits help you automatically do all the necessary actions, leaving your mind free. It allows you to plan your day while standing under the shower and talk to fellow travelers while driving. The bad thing is that you can become hostage to subconsciously fixed patterns of behavior that hinder your growth and limit your success. Whatever habits you have developed at this point, they are the reason you have what you have. If you want to achieve more, you should get rid of some habits: not calling back on the phone, staying up late watching TV, making sarcastic remarks, constantly grabbing some quick food, smoking, being late for meetings, spending more than you earn, and replace them with more productive habits. Call back no later than 24 hours, sleep at least 8 hours, read an hour a day, do exercise 4 times a week, eat well, show up on time everywhere, and set aside 10% of your earnings. Good or bad, habits always lead to results. Success is a matter of realizing and rigorously following specific, simple habits that always lead to success. Robert J. Ringer, author of the book $1 Million Habits. $1 Million Habits. Your results are determined by your habits. Successful people don't just drift downstream to their dream island. To get there, it takes focus, personal discipline, and a lot of energy expended every day to make sure things go the way they should. The habits you begin to develop from this day forward will ultimately determine how your future unfolds. Bad habits are insidious; their results usually do not manifest themselves immediately. Bad habits, when they become chronic, are not without certain life consequences in the end. You may not like them, but life will continue to provide for them. You can rest assured, the same behaviors always produce predictable results. Negative habits lead to negative consequences. Positive ones, of course, lead to positive ones. To change habits, start acting now. To change habits, you need to take 2 steps. First, make a list of all the habits that interfere with your productivity or could negatively affect your future. Ask others to help you objectively identify those of your habits that they think are limiting you. Look for patterns of behavior in yourself. Below is a list of the most common habits that are not conducive to success. Constantly putting things off. Paying bills at the last minute. Failure to meet deadlines. Not paying back debts on time. Being late for work and appointments. Forgetting the name of the interlocutor a minute after being introduced. Eating out more than twice a week. Once you've identified your negative habits, you can take the second step: choose a better, more productive habit and develop a system to reinforce it. For example, if your goal is to exercise every morning, you could go to bed an hour earlier and set your alarm an hour ahead. If you're in sales, you can make a list of activities so that all potential customers get the same information. You may want to make it a habit to end things on Friday so you can spend the weekend with your spouse and children. The habit is great, but what exactly will you do to make it stick? What kind of cases you prefer? How will you stay motivated? Make a list of things that should be done on Friday night, so as not to lose track. Will you talk less with your co-workers at the soda machine? Will you email promise documents to people while talking to them on the phone? Cut back on your lunch hour. What can be achieved by acquiring 4 new habits in 1 year? Using this strategy, in 5 years, starting now, you will develop 20 new habits for success, which will give you what you want: money, wonderful love relationships, a healthier, more energetic body, and many more different new opportunities. Start by listing 4 new habits that you would like to develop in the next year. Acquire 1 new habit every quarter. If you work diligently on building 1 new habit every 13 weeks, you won't have to face the new year as usual with a bag of unrealistic and therefore unfulfilled resolutions. Research shows that any action performed regularly for 13 weeks, whether you meditate for 20 minutes every day, floss your teeth, review your goal notes, or write thank you notes to clients, turns into a habit for the rest of your life. By systematically adding 1 action at a time, you can completely and thoroughly change your lifestyle for the better. Here are some tips to stay on track with your new habit. Hang, spread, and post notes everywhere reminding you of the new behavior. After learning that even a small lack of water in the body can reduce mental acuity by as much as 30%, I decided to develop the habit, which all doctors have always recommended, of drinking 2.5 liters, 10 glasses, of water a day. I put and posted notes, drink some water, by the phone, on the office door, on the bathroom mirror and on the fridge in the kitchen. I also asked my secretary to remind me every hour. Another effective way is to team up with someone, score points with each other, see Rule 16, and report back to each other at least once a week to make sure you're both doing what you want. But perhaps the most effective way is to follow the no exceptions rule, which will be discussed in the next chapter. Rule 28. 99%, an impossible task, 100%, nothing. There's a big difference between interest and commitment. If you are interested in doing something, you do it only when it suits you. If you commit, no excuses and excuses are accepted, only results. Ken Blanchard. Spiritual inspirer and leader of Ken Blanchard Companies and co-author of more than 30 books, including the classic bestseller Manager in a Minute. In life, victory is enjoyed by those who are committed to 100% results, those for whom the attitude, do what it takes, no matter what, is characteristic. They give it their all, they work hard to achieve their desired outcome, whether it's an Olympic gold medal, a top sales award, a flawless dinner party, an honors degree in microbiology, or their dream home. What a simple approach, and yet it's amazing how many people, when they open their eyes in the morning, begin to struggle with themselves, whether to fulfill their obligations, stick to their routines, follow their plan, or indulge themselves. The no exceptions rule. Successful people steadfastly adhere to this rule first and foremost when it comes to committing to themselves. If you commit to something 100%, no exceptions are allowed. The task must be done. There is no one to bargain with and no reason to do so. The matter is closed. If I have made a 100% commitment to be faithful in my marriage, amen. I don't even think about it anymore. No matter how the circumstances play out, there are no exceptions. The debate is over, the door is closed, all other possibilities are left there, beyond the threshold of the church, mosque, synagogue, city hall, etc. There is no reason to oppose this decision every day. It has already been made. The die is cast. All bridges have been burned. It makes life so much easier and simpler and allows you to focus on other things. It frees up a lot of energy that would otherwise be wasted on endless arguments with yourself, because the energy spent on internal conflict can no longer be channeled into external achievements. If you commit to doing half an hour of exercise every day, nothing should stop you. You just do it, and that's it. It doesn't matter if you're going on a trip, if you're on a business trip, if you have a television interview at 7 o'clock in the morning, if it's raining outside, if you went to bed late, if your schedule is overloaded, or if you're just not in the mood. Getting exercise has become a part of your life, and not doing it is just unthinkable for you. It's akin to brushing your teeth before you go to bed. After all, you always do it, no matter what. Even if you forget, have already gone to bed and suddenly remember, you get out of bed and go to the bathroom. It doesn't matter that you're very tired or that it's very late. You just do it, and that's it. Only on the full moon. My mentor, Sid Simon, a successful lecturer, coach, noted writer, and poet, divides his time between Hadley in Massachusetts in the summer and Sanibel in Florida in the winter. When I was a graduate student at the University of Massachusetts, Sid was considered the most popular professor in the Department of Education. One of Sid's top priorities was health and staying in shape. At 77, he still rides his bike regularly, takes dietary supplements, eats healthy foods, and once a month, on a full moon, allows himself a scoop of ice cream. I had a chance to attend his 70th birthday party, where more than 100 people gathered from all over the country, family, closest friends, and former students who adored him. Dessert was standard, birthday cake and ice cream. There was only one problem: the full moon had not yet arrived that day. To persuade him to make an exception for himself just once, such a day, after all, 4 people who knew of Sid's commitment dressed as moon goddesses and solemnly entered the hall, carrying a huge full moon made of cardboard and foil, as if the higher beings were thus permitting Sid from fasting. 50. I'm going to order a diet fried chicken breast with no skin, but I want you to mistakenly bring me lasagna and garlic bread. But even the entreaties of loyal and loving friends had no effect. Sid stood his ground and refused the ice cream. He knew that if you indulged yourself once, you would give yourself more, and then you would have to start all over again. And that was a lot harder. Sid knew it was actually easier to keep a 100% commitment, and he didn't want to throw away years of successful abstinence for a moment of approval from others. That night we learned a lot about true self-discipline. No matter what. Dr. Wayne Dyer, world-renowned motivational speaker and host of The Power of Intention on PBS, is another friend of mine who has made a similar commitment to his health and staying in shape. For 22 years, Wayne ran at least 8 miles every day without fail. He was seen running up and down stairs and hotel corridors in freezing winters in New York City and even down airplane aisles on international flights. Whatever your commitment is, read an hour a day, practice the piano 5 days a week, make 2 business phone calls every day, learn a new language, practice typing, hit the hole 200 times on the golf course, do 50 squats, run 6 miles, meditate, pray, read the Bible, give an hour a day fully to your children, and whatever it takes to do it, keep your daily commitments 100%, don't back down, don't cut yourself any slack under any circumstances, and you'll get there. The last reason why 100% is important. It's also important to be 100% committed in other areas of life, such as the workplace. Look at what would happen if those, or that, on whom our lives and health depended allowed themselves just 0.1% leeway in their jobs. You would have to drink substandard water for an hour every month. At O'Hare International Airport, 2 planes would land every day, endangering the lives and health of passengers. 16,000 pieces of mail would be lost every hour. 20,000 medications would be wrongly prescribed each year. There would be 500 surgical errors every week. Every day 50 newborns would die because of doctors. Every hour, 22,000 accounts would be improperly debited for the checks presented. Your heart would fail 32,000 times a year. Now do you see why 100% is so important? Just imagine how much better your life and the world would be if you always did 100% of everything. Rule 29. Passion and enthusiasm are the fuel on which the fire of success is built. Enthusiasm is one of the most powerful drivers of success. When you do something, do it with all your energy. Put your whole soul into your work. The work should bear the imprint of your personality. Be active, energetic, enthusiastic, and dedicated, and you'll get there. All the greatest and most amazing things in the world would not be possible without enthusiasm. Ralph Waldo Emerson. American essayist and poet. Passion is what's tucked away inside us, constantly fueling the enthusiasm, focus, and energy we need to succeed. But unlike the quite positive motivation that comes to us from the outside, true passion is born within. And it can be directed toward astonishing feats. Overflowing with passion. The word enthusiasm comes from the Greek entheos, which means filled with God. When you are filled with the Spirit, you feel enthusiasm and passion. Sometimes this passion is very ardent and active, like the athlete in whom it burns with the desire to win, and sometimes it is more peaceful and quiet, like Mother Teresa, who cared for the dying in Calcutta. You no doubt know or have met people who live with passion and work with enthusiasm. They hardly wait until morning to jump up and go. They are eager, impatient, and energetic. They are devoted to their calling and are undivided in their pursuit of their goal. This kind of passion comes from a love for and enjoyment of their work. From doing what you came into this world to do. From following the call of your heart and trusting your joy as a spiritual guide. Enthusiasm and passion arise as a consequence of caring about what you do. If you love your work, enjoy it, you are a success. Success is guaranteed. My son Kyle, also called the Master of No-No, is doing hip-hop in Berkeley, California. Although he's had a tough time financially for the past 8 years, he's already recorded 10 full-length CDs, performed at Woodstock, '99, founded KRS-One and Public Enemy, performed with Joan Baez, Jurassic 5, Dilated Peoples, The Beat Junkies, Blackalicious, The Alcoholics, Freestyle Fellowship, Babatunde Olatunji, and Masta Ace, was a DJ, and very popular, at radio station KPOO in San Francisco, taught high school history, culture, and hip-hop style enrichment. He followed his dream, and nothing could make him give up the art he loved. Even if he didn't make a lot of money or become a rap superstar outside of the Bay Area, Kyle had already succeeded. For when you're happy doing what you love, you've already won. When you do what you love with passion and perseverance, you've already succeeded. Even if you haven't achieved both fame and fortune, who cares? Either way, you've enjoyed doing what you love all along. Passion for horses. Someone who has definitely found his passion is Monty Roberts. He raises, not trains. Horses, seeing his vocation as showing people that violence will never get you anywhere. He believes that horses try to explain to people that they would be much happier if violence were eliminated from their lives. His Fosters have won 8 times at world shows and over 300 times at international thoroughbred prize horse races. He wrote several books, including A Dream for Those Who Love Horses, which was on the New York Times bestseller list for 58 weeks. Monty has a unique way of tuning into passion, which he recently told me. In 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade, I found that whenever I imagined doing something that truly excited me, there was a very intense tingling sensation somewhere deep down in my belly. When I was a child, this sensation most often appeared when I dreamed of winning races or becoming a good, very good rider. As soon as I had a definite goal in mind, a tingling sensation in my stomach would indicate the direction in which to move toward that goal. All I had to do was wait for the tingling to occur, and I knew what the right next step was. I walked through life as if on an azimuth, allowing myself not to bother with work, at least not in the sense of most people. I worked hard, you can be sure I did, but I always listened to the tingling in my stomach, which told me exactly to do exactly what I wanted to do the most. That is, I was able to work as hard as I could imagine, without even thinking of it as work. Even now, at the age of 69, my schedule is so demanding that it would have sent shivers down the spine of 40, and even 30-somethings. I have read in many motivational and self-help books that we must work hard to earn the right to step back and enjoy free time while still young. By following my most passionate desires and pursuing my highest goals, I have created for myself an environment so filled with joy that, for me, free time and work time are one and the same. Passion for learning. Hobart Elementary School is the 3rd largest school in the United States, and it is located in a neighborhood of Los Angeles that is crawling with gangsters, drug addicts, drug dealers, and other objects of police scrutiny. But the 5th graders, led by teacher Rafe Asquith, are excellent in classical English, and score 50 points higher in math and reading than the rest of the school. Their surprisingly deep understanding of the English language stems from the fact that they read and put Shakespeare on the school stage. So far, the Hobart High School Shakespeareans have performed 15 plays to full houses, not only in Los Angeles, but also in Washington, D.C. Among their passionate supporters are actors Ian McKellen and Hal Holbrook. When you enter Rafe's classroom, the first thing you notice is the huge banner over the blackboard, "No Clicks." Nearby is the Wall of Fame, on which hang the pennants of Stanford, Princeton, Yale, and UCLA, where many of his students received their higher education. School officials from around the world often sit in his classroom to witness the wonders of education in action. In addition to being named National Teacher of the Year, Rafe is the only teacher in history to have received the National Medal of Arts. Queen Elizabeth bestowed on him the highest honor bestowed on non-British citizens, the title of Member of the British Empire. What moved this visionary, this patriot of public schooling to work 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, 52 weeks a year for 21 years? Passion and enthusiasm. Nothing gives him more joy than to give hundreds of children the happiness and joy of simple fun and learning about literature, theater, music, science, and math. The results? He teaches his students to seek and find joy in the process of learning, in high achievement, in increased self-esteem. As Rafe himself puts it, "I'm a very ordinary person who just made a smart move. I didn't let the current education system, which preaches routine and produces mediocrity left and right, turn me into a robot like many once gifted teachers. In the classroom, I kept my own spirit and passion high and, because I love Shakespeare so much myself, was able to convey that excitement to impatient young minds. Among the unsuccessful and desperate, my school became a bastion of success and unsurpassed excellence that became the standard rather than the exception to the rule for many. Best of all, my kids and I are having a heck of a time in our exasperating, yet so uplifting, labors. It's a wonderful life." How to develop passion. How can you develop passion in the most important areas of your life? Let's look at your career. It is the job that takes up most of your time. A recent Gallup Institute poll found that a third of Americans would be happier in another job. Ask yourself, am I doing what I love? If not, and if you had the choice to do what you've always wanted to do, what would you do? If you think you can't make money, imagine winning the lottery. After buying a luxury estate, a Rolls-Royce, and other expensive toys, and traveling around, what would you spend your free time doing? The same thing you are doing now, or something else. The most successful people I have met love their work so much that they would do it even for free. But they succeeded because they found a way to make money doing what they love. If you don't have enough qualifications for the job you want to do, get those qualifications. Do what you can, get your dream job as a part-time, quarter-time job, even if it's free, just to see how the real masters of the job you want to master work. At the same time, do not forget about your current job. Also, notice what moments outside of work have made you feel happiest, most joyful, most fully absorbed, most recognized and appreciated, and most connected to yourself and others. What were you doing in those moments? What were you experiencing? Those events and experiences tell you the way you can bring passion into your life outside of your daily work. They tell you what kind of pastime would bring you the most happiness. How to keep the flame of passion and enthusiasm alive. Passion is a powerful tool for success and deserves to be constantly worked on. Passion makes the days fly by unnoticed. Helps you get more done in less time. Make better decisions. And it attracts people around you who want to be a part of your passion and your success. So, how do you keep the flame of passion and enthusiasm alive every day? The most obvious way is to spend more time doing what you love. As I've said in previous chapters, this includes identifying your true purpose, determining what you really want to do, believing that you can do it by purposefully creating your dream career and reassigning to others all the things that are not among your basic inclinations, and taking concrete steps toward achieving your goals. Another key to passion and enthusiasm is to reconnect with your original purpose in life. When you look closely at the essence of should and must, you can always find in the back of your mind the ashes of disappointment that you are passionately striving for. The thought of having to sit with your child in the waiting room of the pediatrician and wait until you deign to be seen, you may not like it, but when you look under that thought, do not you find a passionate concern for the health and well-being of the child there? Ask yourself, what is such a deeply underlying reason for what I am doing? If you can recognize that reason, you will do what you have to do with much more ease, and more importantly, with more enthusiasm. It will become necessary. You will find that everything you have to do, i.e., as if you are not doing it by choice, but by obligation, is actually necessary. That is, it is your own choice that serves some higher purpose, to provide for your family, to create a secure and prosperous future, to get out of prison, or to attain health and longevity. Once you realize that all of these are your own choices, you realize that you have the power to make one more, and that is the choice of attitude. After all, even when stuck between floors in an elevator with 3 strangers, you can have different attitudes. You can grumble and get angry at the slackers, badly doing their job, or you can see it as an opportunity to meet new people. The choice is yours. Why not prefer to do everything with joy and enthusiasm? The choice is yours. And one last thought. By showing passion and enthusiasm, you will become a magnet for others, who will be attracted by your energy, your positive charge. They will want to communicate with you, work with you and support your dreams and goals. As a result, you will do your usual work much faster, and you will reach your goal sooner in the end. Part 3. Create your success team. Alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much. Helen Keller. American writer, lecturer, and advocate for the rights of the blind. Rule 30. Surrender to your innermost inclination. Success comes to those who do what they want to do. There is no other way to success. Malcolm S. Forbes. Founder and publisher of Forbes magazine. I am convinced that deep down inside you there is a deep inclination to do something that you love to do and do with such pleasure that you would never agree to turn it over to someone else. It is the work that is easy and enjoyable for you. And if you could make money doing it, you would probably devote your whole life to it. Successful people are convinced of the same thing. That is why they give priority to their innermost inclination, devoting themselves mainly to it and distributing the rest among the other members of their team. Compare this to those who spend their lives doing everything, even work in which they have little competence or which someone else could do cheaper, better, and faster. They don't have enough time to give to their innermost inclination because they are unable to delegate even the blackest work. By reassigning work that is unpleasant or too hard for you, you can let yourself not think about it anymore and concentrate on what you love to do. Free up time to increase your own productivity. And enjoy life more. So why is reassigning routine and unwanted work such a difficult task for many? Surprisingly, most people are afraid of appearing worthless or arrogant. They are afraid to let go of the reins or to pay for help, believing it to be a waste of money. Deep down, such people simply don't want to be free. Others, perhaps you too, are just used to doing everything themselves. It takes too long to explain it to someone else, you say. It's quicker and cheaper to do it yourself. But is that so? Reassign once and for all. If you're a professional making $75 an hour, you probably shouldn't mow the lawn yourself on the weekends if you don't enjoy the work. It's better to ask the boy next door and pay him $10 an hour. By doing so you will free yourself from the unpleasant work and win an extra hour, for which you can earn $65. Sure, an hour isn't much, but multiply it by at least 20 weekends in the spring and summer, and you get 20 hours a year at $65 an hour, or an extra $1,300 in potential income. If you're a realtor, for example, you need to make a list of houses for sale, gather information to register them, make appointments, inspect the houses yourself, videotape and show potential buyers both the recording and the house in person, place keys in P.O. boxes, make offers. And if you're lucky, you'll close the deal safely. But imagine that you are the best in your business, that you close the most deals, and that you are not an ordinary agent who has to run everywhere by himself, but that you have a small, albeit small, team at your disposal. Why waste time on the above routine work when you can delegate it to your assistants, and yourself, just play the final chord? Instead of closing only one deal a week, you could close 3 because you reassign the part of the job that is worse for you. One of the strategies that I use myself and teach others is total reassignment. This means finding the right person and entrusting them with a certain piece of work once and for all, rather than doing it all over again and possibly to different people. When hiring a gardener for my house in Santa Barbara, I said, it is desirable that you, within the amount I am appropriating, make my garden as similar as possible to the garden at the Four Seasons Biltmore Hotel in Montecito. After all, when I come to this hotel, I don't go to check to see if the trees are trimmed and the sprinklers are working. Someone else is in charge of that. It's the same luxury I want to take advantage of in my home. Based on that, that's the amount you can manage. Take responsibility for my garden. If I am ever dissatisfied with anything, I will certainly report it. If I'm dissatisfied a second time, I'll find someone else. Are you satisfied with these terms? My gardener was very excited. He knew no one would pick on him for nothing and pry into his diocese, and I knew I didn't have to worry about the job anymore. I never did. Do you understand what I did? Completely outsourced the work that I myself could not do and did not want to do. When my niece came to live with us for a year to attend community college, we gave her the task of buying groceries entirely. We let her use our minivan as she saw fit, as long as she bought provisions for the whole family each week. We gave her a list of basic groceries to have in the house at all times: eggs, butter, milk, ketchup, etc., and she had to check to see what was running low and replenish the supplies. In addition, my wife, when putting together the menu for the week, reported what else she needed for cooking for everyone: fish, chicken, broccoli, avocados, and so on. The task was reassigned once and for all and saved us hundreds of hours that year to exercise, socialize with each other, relax, and I even wrote an extra book. In the business you love, become an artist. Not trying to make a living doing what you love is the biggest mistake people make. Malcolm S. Forbes. Success strategy coach Dan Sullivan once said that all entrepreneurs are true artists of their craft. They make others pay them to learn from them how to do what they love even better. Tiger Woods loves to play golf. People pay him a lot of money to play with him. Every game he plays, he learns how to play even better. From time to time he practices at clubs and with other golfers, and every time he gets paid. Anthony Robbins is a lecturer and trainer. He loves to talk and teach. And he has arranged his life in such a way that people constantly pay him, and quite a bit, to do what he loves. Or take famous baseball player Sammy Sosa of the Chicago Cubs. In a run to the plate, he strikes out a batter in about a second, exactly how long it takes for the bat to meet the ball. In 70 such seconds, he makes $10,625,000 a year, so you could say he's learned to connect the bat to the ball just fine. That's how he makes his money. That's what he spends all his time on, practicing and preparing to meet the ball and the bat. He has found his innermost inclination and, when he is awake, devotes most of his time to perfecting it. Of course, most of us can't compare to Tiger Woods, Tony Robbins, or Sammy Sosa, but our ability to concentrate is something we could learn from. Many telephone salespeople, for example, spend more time counting than making work calls, even though they could hire someone part-time or full-time, splitting the cost with another salesperson, to do this time-consuming, boring job. Most working women spend too much time on housework, when they could easily, and for a small fee, call in a person from a special service, invite a domestic helper for 2 or 3 hours, or ask a neighbor to do the housework. This would free up their time, which could also be devoted to their careers or spent with their families, which businesswomen often lack. Even most entrepreneurs devote no more than 30% of their time to their favorite business. After all, once they open their business, they seem to do everything except the one thing they started it for. Do not allow your destiny to become the same. Identify your innermost inclinations, and delegate the routine and unpleasant work completely to someone else to free up more time and devote it to your favorite pastime. Do what you love, and the money will come. Making money is the biggest mistake in life. You have to do what you feel inclined and talented to do, and if you succeed at it, there will be money. Greer Garson. Winner of the Academy of Theatre Arts Best Actress of the Year Award in 1943. Diane von Velenetz-Wentworth was one of those people who, following her heart, always did what she loved and achieved stunning results. Her greatest pleasure was to cook something, gather her guests around the table, and watch them enjoy her cooking while they talked to each other. She always managed to create the kind of atmosphere that she herself calls the feeling of a feast at the table. And she began her writing career with a book about how to organize a dinner party, prepare everything in advance, without fuss and haste, so that when the guests arrive, they do not collapse without energy, but go out to them in full glory, be present at the dinner actually, not nominally, and enjoy socializing, not be in prostration from exhaustion. Then, in May 1985, she traveled to the Soviet Union with a group of leaders of the Human Development Movement. And during the trip she realized how lonely they all were. And this despite the fact that each was known for their books and contributions to the common cause. Yet they barely spoke to each other. Upon her return, Diana realized that her purpose in life had always been not so much to eat together as to connect people more closely. And food had only served as a catalyst. This insight led her to create Confident, an organization that hosted weekly breakfasts in Beverly Hills, Orange County, and San Diego, California, where eminent and learned people gathered to share their knowledge and wisdom on human potential, spirituality, consciousness and world peace. Attendees included Mark Victor Hansen and yours truly, motivation expert Anthony Robbins, management consultant Ken Blanchard, actor Dennis Weaver, attorney Reverend Leo Booth and writers Susan Jeffers and Dan Millman. Participants not only listened to the speakers, but encouraged each other to dream bigger, provide mutual support for new projects, and simply socialize. 18 years later, these breakfasts are still held in Orange County every week. Diane, on the other hand, continues to write and has co-authored numerous books, including Chicken Broth for the Soul and the Cookbook, once again combining her love of cooking with her love of people and her desire to let them share her ideas, experiences, and wisdom. Rule 31. Redefine time. The world is entering a new time zone, and the hardest thing for people to adjust to is their old ideas and beliefs about time management. Dan Sullivan. Founder and president of Strategic Coach and Success Coach. The most successful people I know excel at balancing work, family, and leisure. They use a unique system, their time is divided into 3 completely different periods, their efforts are rewarded 100-fold according to a predetermined plan, and there is still an abundance of free time for personal interests. This system, which I call the Winning Results Time System, divides all of your time into 3 types of days: best results days, preparation days, and recovery and rest days. Top score days. A best results day is one in which you devote at least 80% of your time to your innermost inclination or core knowledge work, interacting with people or processes that reward you 100-fold for your time. To succeed, you need to schedule more of these days and understand that you alone are responsible for getting results. In the previous chapter we talked about your innermost inclination, the thing you love to do and do so well that you would never outsource it. It's not difficult for you, and it's a pleasure to do it. And if you could earn money with it, you would dedicate your whole life to it. The innermost inclination is your God-given talent, a field of knowledge or activity where you shine. For example, my favorite thing to do is to give speeches, give lectures, lead seminars, teach, write, and edit. This work is easy and high quality, and when I give it the most time, I get the most money for it, too. For me, best results day is when I spend 80% of my time giving a lecture or seminar for money, writing or editing a book, like this one, developing a new audio program, or coaching someone to be more successful. For Janet Switzer, best results day is when she compiles and develops marketing materials, writes new programs, or talks with a group of consultants and business people about how to achieve exponential revenue growth. You could spend your best day designing a new fashion line, painting or performing on stage, making trade deals over the phone, negotiating a loan to pay off a mortgage lender, or writing grant proposals from a nonprofit organization. Days of preparation. Preparation day is the day you prepare for and plan for best practices day, either by learning a new skill, finding new resources, training your support team, or reassigning some tasks and projects to others. A properly conducted preparation day ensures that best practices day will be as productive as possible. I may attend a workshop on my prep day to improve my teaching skills, engage in planning how to increase online sales of our books and tapes, rehearse a new speech, read stories that might be useful for a new book in the chicken broth for the Soul Registered series, or reassign some task to a member of my support team. On your training day you could look for a mentor, develop a new product presentation, write a brochure, prepare your studio to record a new music session, cassette, CD, program, talk to an applicant for a job with you, train an assistant, attend a production or professional meeting, or write a job description. Recovery and rest days. A recovery and rest day, RRD, lasts from midnight to midnight and should not be associated in any way with any work activity. It is a day completely free from anything in any way related to business or work, meetings, regular or cell phone calls, emails, or reading documents. On a true VNE day, no employees, customers, students, or even management have or can have access to you, no matter what they need from you. The only exception is a true emergency, injury, death, flood, or fire. After all, what many people think of as an emergency is not really an emergency, but merely the result of your employees, colleagues, and relatives being unwilling, untrained, or unable to deal with unexpected situations. You need to set clear boundaries, stop being everyone's go-to guy and rely more on the people themselves, believing that they can handle everything themselves. When you tell your subordinates, employees, and colleagues not to bother you on VNE day, it encourages them to be more independent, and it also increases their capacity and self-confidence. If you are consistent and persistent, after a while people will get used to the fact that on certain days you are simply not there, and will learn to make do with their own resources. And you will fully enjoy the fruits of your persistence, because on the VNA days you can completely disconnect from thoughts and worries about work and surrender to what you consider to be rest. 50. Rumor has it, Wycliffe, that you carefully plan your life outside of work. VNE are sometimes days without children. The question often arises where to put the children. After all, from time to time there is an urgent need to take a break from them as well. If you can't afford a babysitter, ask someone you trust to babysit them. We've had aunts and uncles and our 20-something nieces, for example. If they are far away, do not want to do it, or they simply do not exist, make a deal with the other parents, you take their kids for the weekend, and they take yours the next. And God forbid you from making the standard parenting mistake of calling every hour to ask what they are doing there. If you trusted them, they trusted you, so relax and think nothing of it. VNE days give you strength, vigor, and intelligence. The value of regular VNE days is that you return to work refreshed and ready to do it with renewed energy, enthusiasm, and creativity. To be truly successful, you need these breaks, which allow you to forget for a while the hardships of everyday life and boost the creativity you need to generate winning ideas and solve problems. I believe that everyone should allow themselves 130 to 150 free days a year. If you were to completely unplug from any work every weekend, you would enjoy 104 days of extra vacation. And if you could find 48 more VNE days in the form of long holidays, 2-week vacations and other opportunities, you would have 150 VNE days to recharge, rejuvenate, and rest, without any pocket computers, emails, cell phones, documents and contacts with subordinates, colleagues, or bosses. It may take months, even years, to reach this number, but most importantly, you must steadily increase the number of VNE days each year. Take advantage of your vacation. According to the American Travel Industry Association, in 1997 the average vacation was 7.1 days. In 2001, that number dropped to 4.1 days. Even more disturbing, the Institute for Family and Labor reports that more than a quarter of all U.S. workers didn't use their vacation time at all. Why? They were afraid they would be fired by the time they returned from leave. Compare that to the concept of VNE days, which actually makes you more rested, more productive and more valuable to your employer. Jane Moyer, role model manager at Xerox Business Services in 1996 and now at Quantic in San Francisco, came to some remarkable conclusions about the value of VNE days in her interview with Fast Company magazine. Every October I spend some time on Cape Cod. I rent a cabin 2 blocks from the ocean and live there for a week. There's no phone or TV in the cabin. I don't go near the car, listen to the radio, or read the newspaper. The first 2 days I still try to get back to civilization, but then I get used to it. I cook a simple meal, read, walk on the beach. It is simply delightful. On the way back, starting to think about work again, I see a lot of things differently. Work doesn't seem so cluttered to me anymore. But the amazing thing about this break is that it helps me understand what is important and what is not. Start planning. 1. List the 3 most productive best results days you have had. Write down what they had in common. This will help you make them even more productive. Schedule them. 2. Meet with your boss, subordinates, and colleagues and discuss how to increase the number of best performance days when you can devote 80% of your time to what you are brilliant at and achieve even better results. 3. Meet with friends and family and discuss how to organize real VNE days. 4. Plan at least 4 vacations for next year. It could be an extended weekend or something even longer. Spend them really like a weekend, going on a camping trip, on an excursion to San Francisco or wine country, on the coast, fishing, or visiting friends in a neighboring state for a week, or you can make the crystal dream come true and go to California, Hawaii, Florida, Mexico, Europe, or Asia. However, if you don't plan it, it won't happen, so sit down and make a plan. 5. List the 3 best VNE days and what you noticed in common. Include more of these elements in the next planned VNE days. As our world becomes increasingly complex and stressful, you will have to systematize your time with more and more consciousness and purpose in order to bring out your talents as fully as possible and raise your results and income as high as possible. So start managing your time and your life right now. And remember, you are in charge. Rule 32. Organize a strong support team for yourself. Conquering Everest was not the work of one day or even of those few unforgettable weeks during which we climbed it. In fact, it is a story of long, continuous, and hard work. Sir John Hunt, who conquered Everest in 1953. Every high achiever has a powerful team of employees, consultants, salespeople, and assistants who do most of the work while he or she is free to create new sources of income and new opportunities for success. The world's most famous philanthropists, athletes, artists, scientists, specialists in various fields of knowledge also have people who free them from the daily grind, giving them the opportunity to do more for others, hone their craft, improve their sports and other skills, and so on. How to fully concentrate on what you love. To help you better understand what you should spend your time on yourself and what you should delegate to others, do the following exercise. Your goal is to find 1, 2, or 3 activities in which your innermost inclination would flourish best, bringing you both the greatest pleasure and the maximum income. 1. Start by listing all the activities that occupy your time, whether they are related to business, personal business, your civic duties, or volunteer work. Include even small tasks like returning phone calls, sorting out documents, or making photocopies. 2. Then choose from the list 1, 2, or 3 tasks that you are particularly brilliant at, that match your talents, and that very few people can do as well as you. In addition, choose 3 activities from the list that bring you or your company the most income. These are the tasks and activities to which you should try to devote most of your time and energy. Finally, plan how to delegate everything else to others. It will take time and patience, you'll have to train the right people, but pretty soon you'll see how with minimal effort you have to do less and less of the minor tasks on your list and more of the things you're really good at. This is how a brilliant career is created. Page. Find the right employees. If you are a business owner, and as you remember, becoming an entrepreneur at a fairly young age is one of the signs of significant success for anyone, start recruiting the right employees or train those who are there to handle the above tasks. If you are a hedgehog and reaper in your business, start looking for an energetic assistant who can manage your projects, programs, record your business transactions and take over all other routine tasks, while you do what you do best. You could hire them as your own employees or on a part-time contract until your firm expands. I have seen many highly successful future entrepreneurs find a highly qualified commercial director much sooner than they expected, and quickly become convinced of how quickly and confidently the ship of their business went forward, once they had a knowledgeable person on board. If your business is philanthropy or community projects, there are plenty of volunteers you can recruit to help you. Look out for undergraduate students or interns who can work solely for so-called conditional points per course. We have quite a few of them working for our company. Or a local foundation can support your project with people. Ask and ask, otherwise you will never know who and what can help. And even if you stay home with the kids, your most valuable employees will be the housekeeper or babysitter, the neighbor's kid, and others who can let you go alone or even with your spouse for a while. A neighbor or babysitter can also go to the store to get groceries, wash your car, pick up your kids, or take your laundry or clothes to the dry cleaner, all for $8 an hour. If you are raising children alone, these helpers are even more important to your successful future and should be chosen with great care. Often it happens that just say the word, and the right person is immediately there. It turns out that he had long been in your life space, you just did not know it. Why personal advisors are needed. Living in our world has become very difficult. It is becoming more and more difficult to file a tax return, to plan a pension in advance, to give bonuses to employees, and to simply buy a house. That is why every successful person has a strong group of personal advisors to whom he or she can turn at any time for advice and support. The importance of such a group is so great that it should be selected at the very beginning of your path to success. Whether you own your own business, work for someone else, or stay at home raising children, personal advisors are needed to answer questions, help you make plans, and ensure that you make the most of all your efforts, accomplishments, and opportunities that life presents. Your personal advisors are guides through the mountain paths of opportunity and the passes of problems to the shining peaks of success. They accompany you, saving you time, effort, and usually money. The advisory team should include a banker, lawyers, a certified public accountant, an investment advisor, a personal dietitian, a coach, and the head of your religious organization. If you are a business owner, this rule takes on a special meaning for you. How many entrepreneurs don't even keep an accountant? They run all their own business with a special computer program, and it doesn't occur to them to bring in an outside expert to check their numbers. They don't have an established relationship with consultants who can free them up for more exciting activities of inclination and help them succeed more quickly. If you are a teenager or college student, your support group can be parents, best friends, a sports coach, a counselor, anyone who believes in you. Unfortunately, for many teenagers, parents are not friends, but nemesis. Sometimes this is a teenager's perception, and sometimes it really is. If your parents are disenfranchised, alcoholic, or treat you out of hand, if they are just never around because they are workaholics or divorced, you need a support group of friends and other adults in your environment. Often this is someone from a buddy's parents or neighbors. If you are a working mom, your core group should include a good babysitter or caregiver. And you should not only check them out thoroughly, but also have a backup. You also need a good pediatrician and dentist, as well as other specialists to help you raise healthy, happy children while you pursue your career. Athletes have their own close circle, trainers, massage therapists, nutritionists, and performance counselors. Their support team includes those who specialize in formulating diets for their body type and sport. They select trusted advisors and build long-lasting, strong relationships with them. Once you have determined who should be on your support team, you can begin to build and nurture that relationship. Make sure that you and your team are clear about what you expect from each other. Will your relationship be based on financial commitment or unselfish friendly support? What should the working relationship be like? How will your team help you to improve and succeed? And finally, how will you keep in contact with them and strengthen that relationship? I recommend making a schedule and meeting with each team member once a month, every quarter, or every 6 months. Once you've picked your team, trust it. If you don't have a helper, you're alone. Raymond Aaron, founder of Monthly Mentor. Having carefully and cautiously selected your team, you can begin to dump everything that distracts you from immersing yourself in your favorite business, in what your innermost inclination is drawn to, even personal plans. When Raymond Aaron sold the house and decided to move into an apartment, he delegated the plan entirely to his assistant. He asked her to find a luxurious studio apartment closer to the office, and to make sure there was a gym in the basement. Find it, negotiate the lease, and bring the contract to me to sign, he said. Then hire a van, get a check from the office to pay the movers, carefully pack all the fragile items and keep an eye on the movers, then follow them to my new place. He even asked her to hire cleaners to clean the new apartment properly beforehand, to work with the movers to arrange the furniture, unpack the boxes, put everything in its place, and only then call him. And where was Raymond himself while his assistant was moving all his belongings? Vacationing in Florida. Although we often try to do everything ourselves because we are afraid that the person to whom we have given the job will not spoil everything, I can assure you that there are people who like to do things that you dislike the most. And they often do such work much better than you do, and for very little money. Rule 33. Just say no. Don't let others terrorize you with the expectations these others have of you. Sue Patton Toll, author of The Courage to Be Yourself. The Courage to Be Yourself. Our world is a place where everyone competes with everyone else and everyone drives each other to do something, so not only can we not be distracted from our daily tasks, but we need to stay focused on our long-term goals at all times. Because of the explosion of communication technology, we are now accessible to a much wider range of people than ever before. Complete strangers can reach you by phone, cell phone, pager, fax, regular mail, email, and express mail. You may be sent an email to your home, work, or pocket computer, or a text message to your cell phone. If you don't answer, they will leave you a message on your answering machine or voicemail. If you are on a call at this time, you may be put on hold. It's as if everyone wants something from you. Your children want you to buy them a car or take yours, your colleagues ask you to work on projects that you have nothing to do with, your boss demands that you stay late after work and finish a report that he urgently needs, your sister begs you to take her children to her house for the weekend, your child's school instructs you to bake 4 dozen buns for the teacher's birthday, and the next week to take the whole class out of town to the countryside, your mother asks that you install her screen door, your best friend wants to cry about an imminent divorce, a local charity invites you to head the committee for the upcoming annual dinner, and a neighbor asks to borrow your van to take some junk to the barn. And those endless crowds of telemarketers who talk you into subscribing to the local paper, donating to the nearest nature preserve, or transferring all your credit card obligations to their new card. Even the pets are demanding more and more attention. We suffer from overload at work, trying to take on more than we can handle, in a subconscious effort to impress others, to get ahead, and not to fail to meet someone's expectations. Meanwhile, our own top priorities remain unclaimed. To successfully achieve your goals and create the life of your dreams, you have to learn to politely and kindly say no to all those people and distractions that would otherwise just devour you. Successful people know how to say no without feeling guilty. Don't oversell it, just ignore it. If you intend to raise your results and income, as well as increase the number of VO days, you will have to ignore those tasks, requests, and other time stealers for which fate will not reward you in any way. You will have to organize your work so as to focus your time, efforts, energy, and inner resources only on projects, opportunities, and people that will bear fruit. You will have to sharply distinguish between what you will do and what you will not do. Start with what Jim Collins, author of Good to Great, calls a "stop doing it" list. After all, we are mostly busy but undisciplined. Active, but not focused. Moving, but not always in the right direction. By making a "stop doing it" list and its antipode, an actual to-do list, you will bring more discipline and focus into your life. Proceed to the first list as soon as possible. Then add a polite but firm rejection to each item. People respond to polite firmness, believing it to be the boundary between you and themselves. They will respect you more for the kindly clarity and unambiguousness with which you refuse to do something. Here's an example from my "stop doing it" list on personal issues. I don't lend my car to anyone under any circumstances. I don't lend money. I don't have a bank. On Friday night, any activities are excluded. This is a strictly family evening. I don't discuss donations over the phone. Send written proposals. And here's the same thing for business. I do not write reviews or reviews of works of fiction. I don't let others read books from my personal library. I rarely get them back, and they are the source of my livelihood, so don't feel bad. I don't plan more than 4 lectures a month. I no longer agree to co-author aspiring writers. It costs too much to educate them. I don't give individual consultations or trainings. Working with a group is much more effective. I don't schedule more than 2 radio interviews a day, except when I'm presenting my new book. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, I don't call anyone or answer the phone. These are the days of writing. Shouldn't you give up your email and your cell phone? Today a great many people are determined to regain control of their own lives. They have given up cell phones and email. The technological revolution was supposed to make our lives easier. But it's been more than a decade since email became widespread, cell phones have become available to everyone, and most of us are drowning in a sea of empty emails, not to mention spam. Many businessmen I know spend 3 or 4 hours a day just answering emails. I used to do that, too. Now my assistant handles my emails and brings me only the most important ones, no more than 5 a day, so that I can answer them. Others won't make a move without a cell phone. They go shopping, to lunch, and even on vacation with a handset in their pocket. This trend is typical for the whole world. Personally, I still carry my cell phone with me, but I only turn it on to call myself. By providing instant communication, cell phones and email encourage you to expect an equally instant response. People who have your cell phone number know they can reach you immediately in case of an emergency, their own. Email delivers a message in minutes, and you are expected to respond just as instantly. So by giving out your cell phone number and email address, You are giving informal permission to contact you whenever and whoever you want. But imagine how much less time you would spend and have more control over your life if you didn't have to respond to all those urgent needs or read emails by the dozens every day. Just last week I had lunch with 4 senior executives at a major publishing firm. They were all complaining about how overwhelmed they were by the flood of emails, no less than 150 a day, most of them internal. When I asked how many of them were essential to the work, they told me, 10 to 20%. When I asked why not just exclude those who exchange non-serious messages from the general mailing list, they said they were afraid of hurting people's feelings. They seemed to prefer to suffer than to drastically solve the problem. Think about the consequences of not telling people the truth to their faces and changing the status quo. If they could have discarded at least half of the unwanted emails, they would have saved 90 minutes per workday. That would amount to 375 hours over a year, or more than 9 40-hour work weeks. More than 2 months of precious time. Do you think it's worth it to upset a few people for a few days? Barry Spilchuk, my close friend and co-author of A Bowl of Chicken Broth for the Soul, recently sent out a request to all his email address book addresses to stop sending him wellness messages, poems, and other frivolous material. He apologized, explaining his request to an already overloaded email account. If he could do it, I suppose you can, too. If no is so important, why is it so hard to say? Why do we find it so difficult to say no to someone else's request? As children, many of us were taught that no was an unacceptable response. An answer containing no was punished. Later, in the workplace, no could be the cause of a low evaluation of our abilities and even shut us out of a promotion. 50. No, I can't on Thursday. How about never? Never suits you. And yet, very successful people don't bother saying no when they see fit, to stupid projects, unthinkable deadlines, questionable priorities, and other people's contrived problems. In fact, the decision to say no is just as acceptable to them as the decision to say yes. Someone will say no but refer you to someone else. Someone will deny the request, citing busy schedules, family commitments, deadlines, and even finances. At work, successful employees find other ways out of the emergencies that individual colleagues get into now and then, but do not allow themselves to fall victim to someone else's disorganization and inability to manage time. The reason is not you, but solely me. Here's another answer that I find very successful when I have to say no to all sorts of inappropriate requests or appeals that steal your time. The reason is not you, it's all me. When your local PTA chairman calls and once again asks you by all means to attend some charity event this weekend, you might say, I have nothing against you personally or what you're doing. It's a good and worthy cause, but I've recently realized that I'm too rarely home. In my mind I'm with you, but I promised mine I'd spend more time with my family. So it's not because of you, it's because of me alone. Few people are capable of getting angry at you for giving and fulfilling a higher commitment. Moreover, you will be respected for your clarity of thought and firmness. There are many effective ways to say no without feeling guilty. Unfortunately, I can't devote much attention to this problem here, so I recommend reading some good book that covers it quite extensively. Rule 34. Get under someone's wing. Read the biographies of the greats and see that they all apprenticed to a master, or even to several masters, for a time. So you, too, if you want to achieve greatness, fame, or the highest success, have to find a master and join him as an apprentice. Robert Allen. Multi-millionaire, co-author of Millionaire in a Minute. Despite the fact that there is plenty of quality and accessible information around about how to solve any problem, people still tend to consult friends, neighbors, colleagues, and relatives about the difficulties they may encounter. And all too often, alas, they consult those who have never had to deal with these particular challenges or succeed in this particular area. As I said in Rule 6, there are keys to success. So why not take advantage of all the wisdom and experience that humanity has accumulated, and find a mentor who has already walked the path you have just embarked on? After all you have to do is ask. One of the main strategies of successful people is to constantly seek guidance and advice from experts in their field. Make a list of people you would like to have as mentors and whose advice you would certainly listen to, and ask for their help. Determine in advance what you want from a mentor. At first you may be a little afraid to ask an overachiever for ongoing help and advice, but in reality it is not at all difficult to ask for mentoring from someone who is far above you in the area in which you want to succeed. That's what renowned speaker and best-selling author Les Brown says mentors do with undisguised pleasure, and most often, they help you see opportunities. In other words, mentors help you overcome intellectual blindness, while serving as role models and communicating some hope in the process. When Les began lecturing in the early 1980s, he sent a tape of his earliest keynote address to the recently departed Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, world-renowned lecturer and publisher of Guideposts magazine. This tape led to a long and fruitful relationship for Les, as Dr. Norman Peale not only took him under his wing, taught him the proper way to speak, but also opened many different doors and helped Les with engagements for lectures. Quite unexpectedly, though hardly anyone in the field knew Les, he was invited through the lecture committee, which even raised his rate to $5,000 per lecture instead of the modest $700 that Les himself was asking for. According to Les, Norman Vincent Peale was the first person to tell him that he could make serious headway speaking from the podium. He appealed more to my heart than to my intellect, Les said. Even though I doubted myself, my abilities, my education, and my cultural level, Dr. Peale never ceased to assert, you have everything you need: a real character, a gift, and a knack for it. Just keep speaking from your heart, and you'll be heard and you'll succeed. It was then that Les realized how important it was to have a mentor. Although their relationship was limited to brief telephone conversations, with only occasional visits to Dr. Peale's lectures to learn his way of speaking, it ultimately meant more to both of them than they believed at the time. The last time he spoke in public, at the age of 95, Dr. Peale cited a saying often repeated by one of his listeners: aim for the moon, because even if you miss, at least you'll hit a star. Maybe, like Les, all you need is someone with your connections to open doors for you. Or technical expertise to help set up a new division in your firm. Or simply to understandably endorse your choices, confirming that they are the right ones. A mentor can help you with all this, but you have to be prepared to ask for specific advice. Prepare the soil. The easiest way to find out the names and cultural and educational backgrounds of those who are already successful in your area of interest is to read trade magazines, surf the internet, search executives of various associations, attend trade shows and conventions, or ask fellow entrepreneurs or those who work in the same field as you. Look for mentors with the comprehensive experience you need to achieve your goals. Janet Switzer is constantly mentoring hundreds of people on how to grow their businesses. One day she got a call from Liza Miller of the management group of the Association for Computing Research. She was already ready to hand over a pretty big chunk of her income to someone who she thought would help her turn her business around in a new area. Janet explained to Liza how she could achieve the same goal very quickly without any outside help, and even helped bring her former customers into the new business, which sped up Liza's company growth by 4 months and brought in hundreds of thousands of additional dollars. To get in touch with a mentor like Janet and ensure a successful conversation, make a list of specific questions that you would like answered in the first conversation, such as why you chose this particular person to mentor and what help you expect from them. Be brief but confident. Successful people really like to share their knowledge with others. It is human nature to seek to impart their wisdom. Not everyone has time to mentor you, but many will if you ask them to. You just need to make a list of the people you would like to be your mentor, and ask for just a few minutes a month. Some will say no, and others will say yes. Keep going down your list until you get a positive answer. Les Hewitt, the author of the Achievers Coaching Program, had a small trucking company owner who wanted one of the pillars of the trucking industry to be his mentor. So he asked him to do it. The mentor was thrilled with the request, and he was happy to help the young man, whose business expanded many times over. Here is his own scenario, which you can use. Hello, Mr. Johnston, my name is Neil. We've never met before. And I know you're a busy man, so I'll be brief. I own a small trucking company. And you've done a fantastic job in turning your company into one of the biggest companies in our industry. I have no doubt that you had some difficulties in the beginning. And I'm in that beginning stage right now, and I'm trying to get a good understanding of it. So, Mr. Johnston, I would be extremely grateful if you would consider becoming my mentor. It would only take 10 minutes once a month to talk to me on the phone so I could ask you some questions. That would be very helpful to me. How would you feel about that? Be sure to follow your mentor's advice. Mentors don't like to waste their time. If you ask them for advice, follow it. Study their methods, ask your questions, make sure you understand everything, and try to the best of your ability to act on their recommendations with redoubled vigor. It is possible that you can outdo them. Priceless advice. Jason Dorsey and his first mentor, a local entrepreneur, met unexpectedly while still a regular college student when he was asked to teach a business class at the University of Texas. During the class, Brad amazed everyone by defining success as more than just making a lot of money. Jason was the most intrigued, taking the risk of asking Brad to be his mentor. At the first meeting, Brad asked Jason about his plans for the future. He answered that he intended to finish college, work at the New York Stock Exchange, get a bachelor's degree, open his own business, and retire at age 40. In retirement he was going to work with troubled teenagers, make sure they got a good education and a decent job. After hearing this life plan, Brad asked Jason at what age he intended to take up parenting. Jason assumed he would be about 45. Then Brad asked the life-changing question, why wait 25 years to do what you really aspire to do? Why not start now? Because the older you get, the harder it will be to get along with teenagers. Brad's remark made a lot of sense, but Jason was only 18 and lived in a dormitory. He asked, what do you think I, at my present age, can do best to help people if I start now? Write a book they'll want to read, Brad replied. Reveal your secret of how you don't get disappointed in people when there's so much negativity around. Tell them how to ask someone to be your mentor. Tell me how you have so many job opportunities at your age of 18. So on January 7, 1997, at 1:58 a.m., Jason sat down to write his book. Because he had no idea it was beyond human strength, he finished the draft of Graduate to Your Perfect Job in just 3 weeks. Jason published the book on his own dime and began speaking at schools and mentoring young people. By the age of 25, he had spoken to an audience of 500,000 people, participated 3 times in the Today Show, and his first book was recycled into a school course and introduced into more than 1,500 schools. Jason is such a great speaker, orator, and motivator that he will soon be invited to schools to conduct trainings for teachers and counselors as well. His latest venture is a new company where administrators and managers are trained to keep young workers safe and motivated. But the best part is that Jason is still learning from his mentors, all 5 of them. Recently, at just 26 years old, Jason received the Austin Award, an annual award for entrepreneurs under 40 in the education category. Imagine, if Jason hadn't risked asking a stranger to be his mentor, he would now be just getting his bachelor's degree. Service for service. Be willing to return the favor, even if it's something as simple as keeping your mentor up to date on the latest information in an industry or reporting on new opportunities that might benefit him, but always look for ways to do your mentor a favor. Help others as well. After all, the greatest reward for any mentor is to raise a full replacement so that eventually the former mentee gets out from under their wing and goes out into the big world to help others. Rule 35. Ask your heart. Brain researchers believe that our subconscious mind stores 10 million times more information than our conscious mind. It is this database that is the source of our latent natural giftedness. In other words, part of you is much smarter than you are. And wise people constantly turn to this smarter part for help. Michael J. Gelb, author of Learn to Think and Draw Like Leonardo da Vinci. How to think like Leonardo da Vinci. As the ancient legend says, there was a time when mortals had access to all the knowledge of the gods. But again and again they neglected this wisdom. One day the gods got fed up that their generous gift was not being used, and they decided to hide this priceless wisdom where only the most perfect of seekers would be able to find it. They felt that people would value wisdom far more if they worked hard to find it. One of the gods suggested that she be buried deep in the ground. No, objected the others, she could easily be dug up, and she would be too accessible again. Then let's hide it in the depths of the ocean, another suggested, but that idea was rejected as well. The gods knew that one day humans would learn to dive and find wisdom again without difficulty. Hiding it on the highest mountain peak was not a good idea either. It was clear that people could climb mountains, too. Finally, one of the wisest gods said, let us bury it deep within men themselves. They won't even think of looking inside themselves. And so it was and continues to this day. Trust your intuition. Most of us, when we begin to learn about the world and learn, focus on the external world and look only to it for answers to our questions. Few are able or willing to learn to look within themselves, yet many of the overachievers I have met over the years have managed to develop intuition, learn to trust their instinctive sense and follow their inner guide. Many even engage in a kind of daily meditation to hear that inner voice. Bert Dabin, then a successful real estate investor and now the creator of Speaking Success System, serving speakers worldwide, knows how to trust his intuition. In the early days of the business, he intended to buy a building lot in Kingman, Arizona. It would have been a good investment, but he didn't know exactly where such a lot would be for sale. Somehow he went to bed at the usual time, only to wake up at 3 a.m. with a clear inner conviction that he must go to Kingman right away. This seemed strange to Bert, for just the previous afternoon he had called a realtor in Kingman, who had said that there were no lots for sale on the registry. But Bert, who already knew how to trust his inner voice, got in the car immediately, and after spending most of the night on the road, he was in Kingman at 8 o'clock. He stopped at Howard Johnson's, bought a newspaper, and looking in the real estate section, saw an advertisement for the right plot. At 9 a.m. he went to the realtor's office, and at 9:15 a.m. he already owned the lot in escrow. But how did this happen? Because only the day before he had been told that no plots were for sale. And it turned out that yesterday at 4:30 p.m. the landowner had called from New York to put it up for sale. He needed money urgently. Since it was too late to register the property in the many registers, the realtor, knowing that the weekly newspaper was open until 5 p.m., simply called the editorial office and placed an ad. Because Bert trusted that quiet, humble voice inside, he was able to buy what he needed and where his business began by being there before anyone knew it. When Conrad Hilton, founder of the Hilton Hotel chain and Hilton Hotels Corporation, decided to buy the Stevens Corporation at auction, he submitted a bid of $165,000 in a sealed envelope. Waking up the next morning with the number $180,000 in his head, he hurriedly changed his bid to $180,000, thus guaranteeing himself a successful purchase and a profit of $2 million. The maximum bid at the auction was $179,800. Whoever they are, the real estate investor who hears an inner voice in the middle of the night, the detective who uses his intuition to solve a cold case, the investor who knows when it is better to leave the market, or the midfielder who knows in his gut how the defender will behave next minute, all successful people rely on their intuition. You, too, can use your intuition to make more money, make better decisions, solve problems faster, unleash your creativity, recognize the ulterior motives behind people's actions, anticipate new business opportunities and create winning strategies and business plans. Everyone has intuition, the question is how to develop it. All the necessary sources are in our heads. Theodore Roosevelt, 26th President of the United States. Intuition is not the property of some special people or psychics. Everyone has it, and everyone has experienced it firsthand. Has this ever happened to you? Just when you remembered your old friend Jerry, the phone rings and Jerry is on the line, thinking of you right now and deciding to call. Have you ever woken up in the middle of the night with the distinct feeling that one of your children was in trouble, and later found out that your son had been in an accident at that very moment? Have you ever had a burning or piercing sensation in the back of your head, and when you turned around, did you notice that someone was staring at you from the opposite corner of the room? This kind of involuntary intuition is familiar to us all. The question is to learn how to use intuition consciously and intentionally in order to achieve greater success. If you want to get in touch with your own intuition, meditate. There is only one true way, into the depths of yourself. Rainer Maria Rilke, poet and novelist. At the age of 35, I started taking meditation classes, which slowly but completely changed my life. For a whole week we sat and meditated from 6:30 in the morning until 10 o'clock at night, with only breaks for food and a silent walk. The first 3 days I thought I was going crazy. Either I was falling asleep the years of sleep deprivation in my youth, or I was mentally jumping from topic to topic, wandering through past memories, planning how to improve business, and wondering what I was doing in this room while everyone I knew was out there enjoying life. On the fourth day, something completely unexpected and wonderful happened. My mind was suddenly silent, and I found myself in a place from which I could only observe what was going on around me, unconcerned about anything. I was aware of sounds, felt my own body, and experienced deep inner peace. Thoughts still came and went, but not as quickly. They became deeper, more penetrating, meaningful, and wise. I was seeing connections I hadn't even imagined before. I was learning about my own motivations, fears, and desires on a deeper level. Creative solutions to problems that I had encountered in life emerged in my mind. I felt peace, tranquility, and mental clarity unknown to me before. The annoying, vain urge to prove something to someone, to explain something about myself, to conform to some external standard, to satisfy the needs of others, was gone. Instead, there was a deep perception of one's own identity, purpose, and place in life. As I focused on my deepest, most intimate goals and desires, I felt a flood of ready-made solutions, clear thoughts and images of actions to take, people to talk to, and ways to overcome any obstacles I might encounter, pouring into my consciousness. It was a true miracle. From this experience, I realized that all the ideas needed to accomplish any task, solve any problem, or achieve any goal are all in me. And I have been using my invaluable insight ever since. Regular meditation deepens intuition. By practicing meditation properly, you can free yourself from all distractions and learn to recognize the subtle impulses coming from the soul. Imagine parents sitting on a bench at a playground filled with children's laughter and shouting. In all this noise, among the other children's voices, parents discern their own child's voice. Your intuition works on the same principle. The more often you meditate, the more finely and spiritually attuned you become, and the better you begin to discern the faint sound of your own deepest self or the voice of God speaking to you through words, images, and feelings. Intelligence has nothing to do with the true process of discovery. There's a leap of consciousness, call it intuition or whatever, and you don't know where or why the decision comes to you. Albert Einstein. Physicist, Nobel laureate. All the answers are inside. Mark Victor Hansen and I were close to completing the first book of Chicken Broth for the Soul, and we still didn't know what to call it. Since we were both practicing meditation, we decided to look within ourselves. Every day for a week we asked our inner leader what we should name the book so that it would be in demand. Mark would repeat the phrase, a title in rabid demand, every night before going to bed, and every morning when he got out of bed, he would immediately start meditating. I simply asked God to send me the best title for my book, and then I sat down, closed my eyes, and waited patiently for an answer. On the third morning, my imagination suddenly saw a blackboard on which my hand had written the words chicken broth. My immediate reaction was, what does chicken broth have to do with our book? And a voice rang out in my head, chicken broth is what your grandmother used to make for you when you were sick as a child. But our book is not at all for the sick, I thought. The human spirit is sick, the inner voice continued. Millions of people are depressed, living in fear that life will never get better, and dejectedly resigning themselves to it. The book will cheer them up and encourage them. In the remaining minutes of meditation, the title evolved from Chicken Broth for the Spirit to Chicken Broth for the Soul, 101 stories to unlock the heart and rekindle the fated spirit. Hearing Chicken Broth for the Soul gave me goosebumps. Since then, it always shows up when my intuition tells me I'm on the right track. 10 minutes later I told my wife everything, and she got goosebumps, too. Then I called Mark, the same effect. We had made the right bet, and everyone understood that. How intuition makes itself known. It does this in a variety of ways. The message in the form of an image or vision can come from within during sleep or meditation. I often have visions in the first minutes after waking up, during a massage, while taking a hot bath or standing under a shower. The visions can be momentary, like a sudden flash, or they can unfold like a film. Intuition can come in the form of a hunch, a thought, or a voice actually telling you yes, no, go ahead, or it's too soon. It can be a single sounding word, a short sentence, or an entire lecture. You may even enter into a dialogue with the voice in order to clarify something. Organize your success team. Sometimes your intuition also talks to you with the usual 5 senses. If it warns you to watch out or beware, it can manifest as chills, goosebumps, anxiety, a feeling of discomfort in the stomach, chest tightness, shortness of breath, a headache, and even a sour taste in the mouth. The positive answer, yes, can come in the form of goosebumps, dizziness, feelings of calm or relief, and even a kind of ringing lightness throughout the body. Intuition also sends messages through emotions: anxiety, concern, discomfort. Positive messages come through joy, elation, or deep inner peace. Sometimes you feel like you just know it, that's all. How many times have you heard someone say, I have no idea how I know it, I just know it, or, I know it in my heart, or something tells me. An indication that your intuition is really speaking to you can also be a feeling of extraordinary clarity, the correctness of an arising answer or impulse. Moreover, such correct answers or impulses are often accompanied by some passionate feeling or strong mental excitement. If you are pondering a decision or a plan of action and feel bored or feel exhausted and broken, then your intuition is unequivocally telling you no, you shouldn't do this. But if you feel a rush of energy, joyful excitement, then you can consider that you have received good from your intuition. Hurry up and listen. It is important not to miss the moment when intuition begins to speak. Most often, it comes when you are relaxed and open to receive bits of its wisdom. This can happen during a real meditation or when we are deep in thought, or even just sitting by a waterfall or on a river bank, watching the sea waves gently lapping or the clouds slowly floating in the sky, looking at the stars, without thinking about anything, sitting under a tree in the breeze, gazing into a fire, listening to soft music or birdsong, jogging, doing yoga, praying, taking a shower, racing down the highway, watching children play, or writing in a personal journal. There is nothing mystical about intuition. Dr. James Watson, Nobel laureate, one of the discoverers of DNA. You can think deeply even during a hectic day. When you need help making the right decision, take a break, take a deep breath, begin to ponder your question, and let your intuitive impressions flow in. Pay attention to any images, words, physical sensations, or emotions you become aware of. Sometimes an intuitive insight comes right away. Other times it may come to you later, when you least expect it. Ask. Your intuition will answer any questions you may have. When asking them, start with the words, should I, how should I, what should I do, how should I do, how can I. For example, should I take the job? What should I do about the lack of fighting spirit in the team? How can I increase sales this year? What can I do to get this order for sure? Should I marry this girl, marry this guy? How do I run a marathon in less time? How can I achieve my ideal weight? What else can I do to become financially independent? What should I do next time? Write down the answers. Immediately write down any impressions you have. Intuitive impressions are often barely discernible and therefore immediately evaporate, so get them down on paper as quickly as possible. Recent research in neuroscience has shown that an intuitive insight, and indeed any new idea not recorded in 37 seconds, will probably never occur to you again. After 7 minutes, it's gone forever. As my sidekick Mark Victor Hansen likes to say, the idea came, grab a pen. I always carry a digital tape recorder. I use the Olympus DM1, which has 10 hours of recording time, with me if I'm at work, and in my pocket a few 3x5-inch cards and a pen when I'm not. For many, the most effective intuitive insight comes while writing in a journal. Take any question you need an answer to and start writing it down. Record the answers to the questions at the same rate they come. The clarity of thought and action that emerges in this process will amaze you. Act without delay. When you receive information, act on it without delay. As you do so, you will soon find that more and more intuitive impulses are coming in. After a while you will simply live in the flow of such impulses. Everything will be simple and easy for you, because the wisdom that comes to you will allow you to simply act. When you learn to trust yourself and your intuition, the process will become automatic. Experts confirm, the more you trust your intuition, the better it works. The more faith you show in it, the more extensive and profound are its positive results. I strongly recommend listening to your intuition, trusting it and following its instructions. Believing in your own intuition is just another form of believing in yourself, and the more you believe in yourself, the more success you will achieve. She listened and acted. Madeline Belletta is a highly spiritual person. For her, asking her heart means turning to God, and listening to His answers. In 1984, Madeline's life and path to success changed radically when she and some church friends prayed for relief from chronic fatigue syndrome and heard fresh royal jelly. Not having understood this clear and distinct instruction, she began to find out what was what, and found out, royal jelly is a substance that the worker bees in the hive use to feed the queen bee. It is a healing and highly nutritious liquid that has only just appeared in England as a dietary supplement. After a while Madeline felt better. And she began to pray, asking what she should do next and whether royal jelly should help her alone. Start a company, the answer came. So she did. And today Be Alive is a multi-million-dollar distribution company, distributing nutritional supplements and products that has brought royal jelly to hundreds of thousands of people across the country. And all the while, Madeline never stopped praying for advice and guidance and listened carefully to the answers. I'm sure God sends me signs, inspires me, and gives me strength and courage to see it through, Madeline said. Incidentally, by her second year in business, the measures Madeline had taken to organize and stimulate sales were almost ineffective. She had only $450 left in her account, and one day her accountant advised her to close up shop and do something else. When she returned from the meeting, she locked herself in her room and cried and prayed and prayed and cried. On the third day, after hearing some advertising on the radio, Maid Lena decided to run 10 ads on the radio for her last money, just $45 apiece. In just a few days, the trade was on the upswing. At the radio station, her passionate dedication made an impression, and Maid Lena was invited to one of the talk shows, and no sooner had she returned than she got a call from the famous radio host and actor Pat Boone and began asking about royal jelly and whether it would help his daughter. A few months later he called again, thrilled with the life-giving effect that royal jelly had had on his daughter. When he uttered, "If there is anything I can do for you, I would be eternally pleased," Madeline asked to record 3 radio commercials. Boone agreed, and soon his Be Alive ads were running on 400 radio stations across America, and sales were multi-million-dollar. Where can what you ask your heart lead to? Madeline Belletta, who prayed, listened in silence, and acted on what she heard, not only led to a successful company with hundreds of thousands of satisfied customers, but also to a way of life that neither she nor her family could have imagined until recently. Part 4. Create a trusting relationship. Personal relationships are the fertile ground on which all achievements, victories, and successes grow. Ben Stein. Writer, actor, game show host. Rule 36. Learn to hear. Hear me out 100 times. Think it over 1,000 times. Say it once. Source unknown. There is a huge difference between listening, which means simply being in touch, and hearing, which is the art of attentively listening to the other person with a willingness to fully comprehend his or her words. In order to listen, not just to listen, but to hear actively, interlocutors must constantly look at each other, observe body language, interrogate and perceive so-called nonverbal messages. Journalists working in news programs are specially trained to listen actively and to hear, interviewing techniques that enable reporters to hear and understand so well that they can ask very intelligent, clarifying questions even about an unfamiliar subject. It is active listening that gets good stories and helps us learn how to improve our own interactions. It guarantees accuracy and honesty, the two pillars of journalism in reporting, and two qualities essential to any relationship. Hearing always pays off. Marcia Martin is a coach. One mentee, a senior vice president at a large bank, once complained that at meetings his team doesn't work the way he would like them to. They don't bring what they need, are constantly distracted, or even don't show up at all. So he asked her to help him organize the meetings to make them more effective. Then Marcia asked him how he runs the meeting and what questions he raises. The banker replied that he always starts by explaining the purpose of the current meeting, the shortcomings of the team and the plans he expects the team to implement. By the time he had finished, Marcia had already realized his mistake. The meeting was an occasion for him to pour out his own irritation on the people and, in a harsh, commanding voice, list his grievances and instructions. Marcia said, "I would advise you to start the meeting with one phrase. The purpose of our meeting is for me to learn from you how things are going in your departments, what you think the shortcomings are, and what you want from me. Then you should shut up and give the floor to the people, and let them talk and talk and talk until they have finished speaking. When the speeches run out, just ask, anything else? And let them talk some more." She explained to the banker that people never had a chance to really open up about their feelings, to talk about their thoughts, suggestions, or questions. He was piling on too much information, overloading them with his own opinions and not being able to listen and hear. Marcia advised him to sit quietly for 2 hours of the meeting without saying a word. Just listen, take notes, and nod his head as a sign of attention and interest. But don't say anything. 3 days later, the banker took Marcia aside and told her, with an enthusiastic gasp, that such a fantastically effective meeting had never happened before. He did as she commanded, he listened as he had never listened before. His subordinates talked and talked and talked, and as a result he learned about them, what they breathed, what they thought, and what they needed, and that he could do more for them than he had done in all his previous years of leadership. Prove less, listen more. A New York photographer I once met was traveling around the world doing location shoots for big names like Revlon and Lancome. He once told me what a problem he had encountered. He always did what his clients asked for, and then couldn't understand why they weren't happy with the results. If he was asked to take a picture of the Egyptian pyramids, he was welcome to do so. Arguing with the client and proving something to him is expensive, even if you do his job exactly. Eventually he realized after losing several luxury orders that he should simply say, "Let's see if this works out well. You want more of this and less of that? Right. Fine, I'll reshoot it and bring it to you, and you decide if it's okay with you." In other words, he learned to argue and prove less and listen more to those on whom his earnings depended, responding appropriately and adjusting to feedback until he saw that the customer was satisfied. Strive to show, not attract attention and interest. Another way of not hearing is to be too preoccupied with paying attention to yourself instead of showing attention and interest in the person you are talking to. Many people believe that the right way to succeed is to speak without closing your mouth, constantly demonstrating your knowledge or education. Meanwhile, the best way to connect with a person, to draw them to you, is to listen carefully with the sincere intention of learning more about them. When they feel that you are really interested in them and their feelings, they are more likely to open up to you and be happy to share those feelings with you. Work on yourself to develop an inquisitive attitude toward people. Take an interest in them, their feelings, their thoughts, their view of the world. What hopes do they cherish? What dreams do they dream of? What are they afraid of? What are they striving for? What obstacles do they face in life? If you want people to like you, if you want them to cooperate with you, to open up to you, show interest in them. Instead of focusing on yourself, start focusing on others. Notice what makes them happy or unhappy. Thinking more about others than yourself causes you less stress. You begin to react and act much more intelligently. Not only does your productivity increase, but simply, life becomes more fun. And then, when you show interest, people reciprocate by showing interest in you. They want to be around you. You begin to enjoy more success. Effective question. When I spent a year with Dan Sullivan in his Strategic Coach program, he taught me one of the most effective means of communication. It can be used very effectively to find rapport and create friendships. I have used this tool in both my business and personal life. It consists of just 4 questions. 1. If, from this point on, you and I had been communicating for 3 years, what would have to happen for you to be satisfied with the course of events and your successes? 2. What do you think are the greatest challenges you will face and overcome in order to achieve these successes? 3. What are the biggest opportunities you could have had for this that you should have focused on and not missed? 4. What strengths will you need to strengthen and increase, and what skills and resources that you don't have now, to develop so that you don't miss those opportunities? About a week after I learned these questions, I had an upcoming meeting with my sister Kim, co-author of all of our chicken broth for the Teenage Soul books. She and I had never been particularly close, so I decided to try out these new questions on her and listen very thoughtfully. When I asked her the first question, it was like using a magic key to open a long locked door. She almost choked and began to tell me about all her hopes and dreams. I think she talked for at least half an hour without a break. Then I asked a second question. Another 15 minutes she told me with the same enthusiasm. I didn't say a word. Then it was the turn of the third and fourth question. More than an hour later, she stopped. She smiled from ear to ear and looked unusually calm and peaceful. Then she grinned and said, "I think this is the best conversation we've ever had. I feel such clarity and focus inside. I know exactly where I'm supposed to go and what I'm supposed to do. Thank you. It's amazing." I didn't say a word unless you count the 4 questions. She used them to clarify things for herself. She had never asked anything like that before, and I pushed her to these considerations with my questions, and they brought relief and clarity to her soul. We have been very close ever since. If this conversation had happened before, I would have taken a moment to interrupt the self-disclosure and jumped up without listening and began to state my point of view. Since then, I have asked these questions of my wife, my children, my employees, corporate clients, students, potential seminar participants, and business partners. The results have always been magical. Your turn. Today, take the time to write these 4 questions on a card and carry it with you. Ask them each day to someone at lunch or dinner. Start with friends and family. You'll be surprised at how many new things you'll learn and how much closer you'll become to them. Ask them to your colleagues and potential clients as well, and from their answers you will immediately know if it is worthwhile to enter into a business relationship with them. Find out if your products and services will help them achieve their goals. If they don't want to answer these questions, then they are not the right people to deal with, because they either don't realize their future and can't think ahead, which will make it difficult for you to help them, or they just don't want to answer, which means there is no trust, and therefore no basis for further relationships. And one final suggestion: answer these questions yourself in writing or verbally to a think tank partner or friend. This is a very useful exercise. Rule 37. A heart-to-heart talk. Our relationships most often resemble ping pong, where everyone just waits his turn to send the ball to his opponent, but if you stop and give yourself the trouble to understand the other's point of view and the feelings associated with it, you can turn pronounced enemies into true friends. Cliff Durfee, creator of the Heart Talk process. Unfortunately, in our business, academic, and other environments, almost no one has the opportunity to express their feelings and hope to be heard. Therefore, relationships are built on the basis that the neighbor is supposedly unable to focus on his or her own task. The atmosphere is oversaturated with emotional tension. It is reminiscent of trying to pour more water into a glass full to the top. But there's nowhere else to go. The glass must first be emptied so that there is room for more water to be poured. It's the same with emotion. People will not be heard unless they are heard. They must first free themselves from what is bothering them, remove the stone from their souls. Whoever you are, the exhausted husband, wife, who just came home from work, the parent looking at the diary of his child, where all are C's, the salesman unsuccessfully trying to sell a new car, or the president, anxiously watching the merger of 2 companies, one of which is your child, first let the other speak out, talk about his desires and needs, hopes and dreams, fears and worries, pain and suffering, and then talk about yours. By giving the other the opportunity to pour out your soul, you empty the glass, into which you can pour your water, so that the other is able to hear and perceive what you have to say. What is a heart-to-heart talk? A heart-to-heart talk is a well-structured process of information exchange in which 8 unspoken rules must be strictly observed to create an atmosphere of trust and deep communication in which the interlocutor has no fear of being judged, given unsolicited advice, interrupted or pushed around. Such a conversation is a powerful tool for releasing any latent and repressed emotions that prevent a person to fully devote himself to his specific case. You can have heart-to-heart conversations with family members, co-workers, fellow athletes, and members of your religious organization to develop mutual understanding and intimacy. When to have a heart-to-heart talk. Such conversations are useful before or during a general staff meeting. At the beginning of a business meeting, when two groups of strangers meet for the first time. After an event that caused a storm of negative emotions, like a company merger, a mass dismissal, the death, the defeat of a famous athlete, a financial meltdown, or even a national tragedy like the one that happened on September 11, 2001. When there is a conflict between two people, groups, or departments. Regularly at home or in the classroom to create a closer, more trusting relationship. How to have a heart-to-heart talk. It can be held with any number of people, from 2 to 10 people. If more than 10, it is better to divide the group, otherwise the factor of trust and safety will decrease, and the conversation itself may take too much time. Begin the first heart-to-heart conversation by explaining that there is value in this casual use of the relationship structure. A deeper listening experience is guaranteed. The structure of the heart-to-heart conversation creates a safe, inclusive space that supports the constructiveness, not the destructiveness, of expressed feelings that, left unspoken, can block the interaction, synergy, creativity, and intuition vital to the productivity and success of any activity. Recommendations for having a heart-to-heart talk. Begin by asking everyone to sit in a circle or around a table. State the ground rules, which include the following. Only the one in whose hands the ring is held speaks. No one judges or criticizes what others have said. The turn to speak is passed to the one sitting on the left. Everyone talks about their feelings. Confidentiality is mandatory. No one leaves until the conversation is declared over. If there is enough time, the heart-to-heart talk ends by itself when the ring goes around the entire circle of those seated and there is no one left who wants to speak out. Ask the group to agree to these guidelines, as they are very important to keep the conversation from degenerating and losing its value. Since only the person who holds the ring speaks, while the others remain silent, it is better for you to wait until he or she finishes and only then to remind people of some rules that require extra attention. Another option is to write down the rules on a piece of paper or a whiteboard and just point them out if someone gets too carried away. The ring should go around the whole group completely at least once, or set a time limit, say, 15 to 30 minutes, longer is for more profound and emotionally intense problems, and generally until time runs out or everyone speaks out. Any object can be used as a ring to be passed to the next in line, a balloon, a paperweight, a book, as long as it is visible to all participants. It can be anything, a stuffed animal, for hospital medical staff, a baseball, for the school baseball team, a soccer helmet, for the champion American soccer team, a microphone, for the family at the country house. What results can you expect from a heart-to-heart talk? These are the ones. Learning to listen and hear. Learn to express your feelings constructively. Learn to solve contradictions. Learn to let go of grudges and free yourself from long-standing problems. Develop mutual understanding and respect. Increase the sense of intimacy and togetherness. I finally realized the amazing value of a heart-to-heart talk at a week-long coaching session I was doing for 120 school principals in Bergen, Norway. We were about to begin the afternoon session when suddenly it was announced that one of the participants had just been killed in a car accident during the lunch break. It was a shock to everyone, and there was a sorrowful silence in the audience. In such a general mood, it was unthinkable to continue the program, so I divided the class into groups of 6 and read them the heart-to-heart talk guide. I asked them to pass the ring around in a circle until everyone said, "I'll pass," twice in a row, that is, to make it clear that there was nothing more to say. All the participants in each group talked and cried for over an hour. They talked about their sorrows, confessed their sad sense of mortality, lamented how fragile human life is and how much misery and grief it contains, and said that we should still treasure every moment of this precious life, for no one knows their fate, not even tomorrow, but in half an hour. Emotions boiled over, but it was a shared cauldron, everyone shared with everyone else. At the end of the day, the class united again, ready to absorb the material I had come to teach them. How a heart-to-heart talk saved the family business. James had a small family business that fed him and his family for many years. His wife and 2 sons, already married and having children, also worked in the firm. At least once a week they would get together for a big family dinner, a way James tried to bring his growing family together. James hoped that when he retired, the business would continue to provide a livelihood for everyone in his extended family. At first glance the plan was excellent, but there had always been rivalry between the sons, and when the 2 sons-in-law started working in the business, things went to pieces. No one, of course, voiced their irritations and grievances about trivial matters, so as to keep the peace if possible, but they still came out in sarcastic remarks and sudden outbursts of anger. When the sons almost fought one day, James realized that everyone needed to talk and clear the air. But he was afraid that the situation would not escalate and become even more explosive. And then fate gave him a gift in the form of the basic rules of heart-to-heart talk, which he decided to use. Seated in a circle after a traditional family dinner, everyone was unusually quiet, not knowing what to expect. James began by reading out the 8 rules and structure of the conversation and getting general agreement on them. At first, handing the ring to each other, everyone could barely squeeze out a few words. The second time, one of the sons became irritated, and when it was the other son's turn, he became even more hostile, but it was clear that no one was going to break the rules, run out of the room, or throw anything at them. It wasn't an easy conversation, and at times it seemed as if everyone would prefer to do something else, even if it were dishes to be washed. But as the ring went on in a circle and everyone listened to each other, the animosity began to dissipate. Then one of the daughters-in-law burst into tears and confessed that she was exhausted. She could no longer endure all the conflict in her family and business. Something had to change. At that moment, it was as if some abscess burst in their chests, and tears welled up. No one's eyes were dry. The ring went on, and soon the sadness was replaced by declarations of love and gratitude for each other. Although no one knows anything for sure, James is convinced that it was a heart-to-heart talk that saved his business, his family, and even his sanity. How the phrase, "Here's what I'd like to say," saves millions. My friend Marshall Thurber is a coach and management consultant who has been teaching people how to create and preserve wealth for over 30 years. He recently worked with Lee Brower, creator of Empowered Wealth, teaching super-rich families how to properly manage their money and consciously pass it on to the next generation. Marshall uses a simple kind of heart-to-heart talk, which he himself calls the "Here's what I'd like to say" exercise, with amazing effectiveness. I begin each meeting by asking everyone to first answer the question, what do you need to say in order to free yourself and be with everyone in spirit? The key to the success of this process is that while the other speaks, the others keep their comments to themselves. Everyone waits for the speaker to say, "Thank you," and only then does the turn pass to the next person in the group. I can tell by the vigor of my remarks if a second round is needed. Sometimes more than one round is needed. Some may skip their turn if they have already poured out their heart and cleansed themselves. I worked with one very wealthy family, whose fortune was in the hundreds of millions of dollars, but the relationship inside was just awful. The children would not talk to their parents and would punish them by keeping their children away from their grandparents. The animosity, the utter inability to communicate normally, and the disconnect were costing the family tens of millions of dollars. I sat them all down and said, "Look, clearly everyone has a heavy emotional weight of the past in their souls and a lot of unresolved problems, but if you can't come together and solve them now, there's no point in continuing to try to create a new and better future." When I suggested doing the "Here's what I'd like to say" exercise, everyone thought it was a waste of time, but I still convinced them, and we were done in 4 hours. And we went not just one lap, but many, time after time. But by the end of the 4th hour, everyone loved each other tenderly, loved each other so much that they agreed in friendship and harmony, as a team, to work on the Empowered Wealth program to develop a new way to save family wealth for everyone. It was far from perfect, but it ended the family's disconnectedness and utter inability to communicate sincerely, expressing their grievances. And out of this new cohesion were born 2 unquestionable family rules: family first and feeling together, we improve. That's all we did, but it took all day. If not for the "Here's what I'd like to say" exercise, there would have been no hope for this family. Not the slightest bit. The miracle is that when you reveal your soul, when you pour out your anger, resentment, and distrust, all that remains is the love that was hiding underneath. And with that love, nothing is impossible for you. Rule 38. Be quick to tell the truth. If in doubt, tell the truth. Mark Twain. American classic writer. Most of us avoid telling the truth because it is uncomfortable. We are afraid of the consequences of inconveniencing others, hurting their feelings, or incurring their anger. And yet, without telling the truth ourselves or hearing it from others, we lose the ability to see things realistically. Everyone has heard the phrase, "The truth makes you free." And it is true. Truth allows us the freedom to see events as true, not as imagined or more favorable to us, so that they can be manipulated to fit our false perceptions. Truth also releases our energy. After all, it takes a lot of energy to hide the truth or keep something a secret. What happens when you tell the truth? In my 4-day workshop we do an exercise called Secrets. It's a very simple exercise where we spend an hour or 2 telling each other our secrets, things we hide from others for fear of losing their love, respect or approval. I suggest that participants simply stand up and tell the others if they have something to hide. No discussion or backlash is expected, just to inform and listen. It begins slowly and discreetly, as if people were stepping into the water, gently probing first with their toes, then their ankles, and so on, with phrases like, "I failed my 8th grade exams," or, "At 14, I stole a penknife from a cheap shop." But as it becomes clear that no one is treated worse than anyone else, people open up more deeply and talk about more painful issues. When everyone has spoken, I ask, "Well, do you feel that anyone in the group likes or approves of you any less?" In all the years that have passed, no one has said yes. Then I ask, "How many of you feel relieved to have shed this heavy weight?" Everyone raises their hand. Finally, I ask, "How many of you feel closer to the rest of us?" And again, a forest of hands. People realize, there's nothing horrible about their secrets. Moreover, many have hidden the same thing. And now you don't have to fear being seen as a despicable outcast who has no place among normal, decent people. That all people are alike, and you are no longer a pathetic loner, hiding from everyone, but a full member of the human community. But the most amazing thing is what people report days later. Some are relieved of the migraine that had accompanied them all their lives. Others are relieved of their spastic colitis and no longer need treatment. Others get out of the swamp of depression and realize with joyful amazement how beautiful life is. People look and feel younger and more energetic. It is simply amazing. One man lost 5 pounds in 2 days, completely unnecessary for him. So by freeing himself from the carefully concealed, he lightened not only his soul but his body as well. This example shows how much energy it takes to keep a secret by hiding the truth from everyone, and how that energy can be used to achieve success in all areas of life. One can no longer look back and be cautious, but behave more casually, become oneself, become a natural person. And to the natural man, information about how to act and what to do to make life move in the right direction comes naturally, and he just as naturally shares it with others. What should not be hoarded in the shower? In any sphere of life, these are primarily grievances, unmet needs underlying those grievances, and judgments, evaluations. Behind all of our resentments are unmet needs and desires. Whenever you resent someone, ask yourself, what do I want and don't get from that person? And then persuade yourself to ask for it. As we said, in the worst case you will be refused, but they may agree. But at least you will speak openly and you will know exactly what to expect, you will know the truth. And the truth, as we said again, is a liberator, including from resentment. One of the most precious and yet most burdensome of human actions is to tell the truth when it is uncomfortable. We are so concerned about not offending others that we deprive ourselves of the opportunity to express our own true feelings and end up offending ourselves. The truth always pays off. Shortly after I founded the Self-Assessment Foundation to do nonprofit work in education and welfare, among prisoners and other at-risk groups, my director, Larry Price, came across a request for proposals issued by the Los Angeles County Office of Federal Education. It turned out that more than 84% of those sent to a social guidance and welfare program dropped out after the first day. The district understood that such a program was needed, that it should give people hope and motivation to learn a profession and to improve their lives for themselves and their families. We knew that we could develop a program that would meet the needs of the county, but we also knew that a standard program of this kind usually lacked the hours of communication and understanding that we thought would be necessary to produce the results the county had hoped for. It was quite clear that the way the authorities envisioned this program would not work. However, eager to win the $730,000 contract and provide our foundation with much-needed money, we nevertheless set out to develop a comprehensive proposal and worked on it and the report for a month. We even stayed up past midnight the day before the submission, finalizing, typing, and proofreading many copies. We must have liked our proposals because we were one of 3 finalists invited to the county administration for a live interview and final presentation. I still remember when we were standing in front of the administration building and I said to Larry, "You know, I'm not even sure if I really want to win this contest. Our program is good, of course, but the structure they're going for isn't likely to produce the results we want. I think we should tell them the truth. Otherwise, how will they know what kind of structure is really needed? They're not experts in motivation, they have no idea what's needed." We were afraid that the officials would suspect that we were criticizing or condemning them and would not give the contract to others. It was a huge risk, especially considering the huge amount of money allocated to the program. But we decided to tell the truth. The reaction of the county officials astounded us. After hearing our point of view, they decided, without any offense, to take us on precisely because we dared to tell the truth. After analyzing our report, they realized that we were the only ones who understood both the situation and their intention to achieve better results, and they were strengthened in their decision. The results were so fantastic, so far beyond our expectations, that the program we developed, Goals, was adopted in other counties, not only in the Social Services Department, but also in the Housing and Urban Development Department, and, for trial, in San Quentin and several other prisons. The best time for truth is always. As our experience with the Los Angeles County Office of Federal Education showed, if we had not told the truth, we would never have had a contract. We may have jeopardized our well-being, but we decided that the sooner we told the truth, the better. Learning to tell the truth at all times is one of the most important habits of success. After all, there's no set time for it. In fact, as soon as you start to wonder, how can I find a better moment to tell the truth? Then that moment is now, and it's time to tell it. Would that be inconvenient? Probably. Will it provoke a lot of feedback? Of course it will. But it will be the right thing to do. Get in the habit of telling the truth immediately. After all, what you really want is to get to the point quickly, the moment when you finally tell the truth. It was at this point you become yourself and gain credibility. You will perceive what you see, not what you imagine. People will know your true position, and they will understand that they can always count on you to speak your mind. I don't want to offend anyone. People have been using this excuse since time immemorial. And they've been lying since time immemorial. When you catch yourself thinking this, you know you're trying to hide from your own feelings. Avoiding what you might feel by upsetting the other. But it's a coward's policy that you're just delaying the moment when you do have to lay your cards on the table. This includes how you communicate that you are getting a divorce, that the family is moving to Texas because daddy moved to a new job, that you have to lay off some employees, that this year's family vacation will not work out, that you will have to put your pet to sleep, that you are not on time to fulfill an order by the date you promised, or that you failed to invest your family rainy day money and it is gone. Hiding the truth always has unpleasant consequences. And the longer you hide it, the worse service you do to yourself and to everyone concerned. I don't want to hear this, but I don't need any sing-alongs around. I want everyone to tell me only the truth, even if it costs them their jobs. Samuel Goldwyn, co-founder of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. This happened in 1986. Marilyn Tam worked as a manager and supervised the activities of 320 Miller stores. One day a friend told her that Nike was planning to open its own themed stores in their town and that the head manager, Phil Knight, was going to invite her to oversee the project. At the time, Nike was not on top of its game, since its sportswear and footwear stores, like Foot Locker, did not adequately reflect the lifestyle it promoted. Thinking the job at Nike would be more interesting, Marilyn did a little preliminary research before going for an interview, going through several Nike-branded stores in order to prepare suggestions for Phil on how to create a Nike store that would not be ashamed to present to the world. In the process of her research, she discovered two things: the shoes were good. They were functional, good-looking, beautiful, and reasonably priced. The clothes, on the other hand, were worthless. They were of inferior quality, flimsy, poorly made and color-matched, and in incongruous sizes. She later learned that the Nike clothing brand was a belated response to consumer demand for a branded label. No one thought through its design or industrial release. Nike simply bought a very large batch and slapped their own label on it. The clothes were from different manufacturers, not coordinated with the standards for size, quality, and color. It was impossible to call it a new company brand, even at a stretch. In her soul, Marilyn's desire to work with Nike fought against a professionally negative appraisal of the products. She feared that if she honestly told Phil about the complete incompatibility of these awful clothes with the firm's high brand, such a nightmare simply had no place in stores, she would not get the job. When they did meet Phil Knight in Oregon, at first the conversation about the new approach to store organization was lively. But gradually Marilyn began to feel more and more uncomfortable, for she knew that she had to tell the truth about the quality of the clothes and her certainty that the stores would go bankrupt if they continued to sell this ghastly, undermining company prestige, if the new brand was not truly developed, fitting the accepted standards. But she hesitated, fearing that Phil, in his hurry to get the stores up and running, might find someone else to do it. After 2 hours of indecision, she finally pulled herself together and told Phil that Nike shoes were great, but if they intended to open not just another series of athletic shoe stores, but a truly themed store with matching apparel and accessories, even if apparel accounted for no more than 5% of total sales, that would be more than half of the store's merchandise display. She reported that she firmly believes, as a professional, that otherwise the stores will go bankrupt, for the merchandise does not reflect the lifestyle that Nike proclaims and even already symbolizes. As she had feared, after this statement, the conversation was over very quickly. Marilyn flew back to California, tormented by doubts as to whether she had done the right thing. She was again torn by contradictory feelings, pity for a job she would probably not get, but pleasure at having decided to tell the truth. 2 weeks later, Phil Knight called and said that he had carefully studied her proposals, had done his own research on the quality of goods and agreed with her assessment of the situation. And he offered to work as vice president of the sports apparel and accessories brand to start. "Come over, get your merchandise in order, and then we'll open stores," he said. You probably know the end of the story. Although the decision to delay the opening of the stores delayed by almost 2 years, the clothes that appeared in them created a real sensation, and the stores that opened, truly conceptual, helped Nike not only to maintain its prestige, but also to become the legislator of sports fashion and even the ruler of sports souls in America. Rule 39. When in doubt, ask. Perhaps hard facts can be replaced by something, but I have no idea what to replace them with. J. Paul Getty, author of How to Be Rich. It is simply unimaginable how many people waste precious time and mental energy thinking about what others are thinking, doing, or intending to do. Instead of just asking, they start making all kinds of speculations and assumptions, usually against themselves, and then, on the basis of these shaky speculations, make decisions. Successful people don't waste time speculating. They are not afraid of getting a negative answer, so they ask without mending their ways, "I wonder what," or "Do you approve," or "What do you think?" Without knowing the truth, people always imagine the worst. Why do people even begin to speculate? Because they are afraid of the unknown. But instead of inquiring directly, they speculate about things that don't exist, and then, based on these conclusions, they make preconceived notions and erroneous decisions based on their speculation, hearsay, or outside opinions. It's different when you know the real facts about a situation, a person, a problem, or an opportunity. Then you can make a decision based on your knowledge rather than on assumptions. I remember teaching a seminar once, and one listener in the very back row was sitting there, looking as if he had been forced or coerced into it. With his arms crossed over his chest and a frown on his face, he looked straight ahead with a hostile and closed expression, as if he hated everything I was saying. I realized that I had to be very careful, or I would end up having to focus only on him and his apparent hostility, to the detriment of all the other listeners. As you understand, no lecturer is pleasant to know that someone from the audience was forced to attend the seminar by his boss, or he dislikes the topic, or, worse, the lecturer himself. Judging by the body language of this listener, it was easy to assume any of the 3 options. But I did something simpler. I went over and asked. He came up during the first break and asked, "I'm sorry, but I couldn't help noticing that you're out of place here. Maybe you don't like what I'm saying, or maybe you're here at the urging of your boss and not of your own free will. That's very important to me." And then it was as if he was switched. "Oh, no, I really like everything you say. But I seem to be sick, I must have caught the flu. And I didn't want to stay home and miss your seminar, I really need it and find it useful. Frankly speaking, I'm doing my best, but it's worth it, because I've already learned a lot from your lecture." What if I hadn't asked? Assuming the worst, I would have wasted the whole day. Have you ever assumed, without checking beforehand, that everyone would be on time when an important project was pending? That you were doing exactly what everyone needed to do? That by the end of the meeting, everyone understood their responsibility to complete a specific task by a specific deadline? Imagine how much easier it would have been not to assume, but to ask, "John, will you finish the report by next Friday? Are you sure? And will you, Mary, make me a printout of the quotes by 5 on Tuesday? Are you sure?" More often than not, we have doubts when we suspect a bad. It is by assuming the worst that we usually don't want to ask anything. We're just afraid of the answer. If I come home from work and my wife is furrowing her brow, the easiest thing to assume is that she is mad at me, that I have done something wrong. And start tiptoeing around, in preparation for a slap on the wrist. Meanwhile, why not just ask, "Honey, you look sad. Is something wrong?" The moment you ask, 2 things happen. First, you learn the truth, the real facts. Whether you really did something wrong, or whether she was upset by a call from her sister that you didn't know about. Second, you can comfort her if she tells you what's really going on. The same happens when you want to obtain or achieve something. For example, you assume you're already too late to get tickets to a rock concert, or to go to an exhibition, or to buy that antique slide that would look so good in the dining room. It's much easier to ask. Ask with phrases like, "May I know," or "Do you approve," or "Do you think," or "Is there no way," or "What should I do to," or "What would it take for you to," and so on. Do you mean that? Another way to test assumptions is to use a technique that I teach in my coaching sessions, which can help to build more sincere relationships. I call it the "Do you mean that?" Technique. Suppose my wife asks me to help her clean the garage on Saturday. No, I can't, I reply. Now my wife will wonder why I turned her down. Jack is mad at me. He doesn't care about my needs. He doesn't care that my car no longer fits in the garage, etc. But with, do you mean that? She cannot speculate about anything but ask what I meant by saying no. Jack, you mean you're not going to help me with this at all, that I have to clean it up myself? No, that's not what I meant. So, maybe you meant you'd be doing something else in the meantime. No, and not that either. Then I guess you meant you're busy on Saturday and have something planned that I don't know about, right? Yes, that's exactly what I meant. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. It slipped my mind. It's true that people sometimes say no, without giving a reason. This is more characteristic of men. A woman without any questions will give you 100 reasons for their refusal, but a man will just say the final no, without going into details. So by asking, did you mean that, you will clarify the situation, and do not have to suffer the uncertainty and nothing to speculate. By asking, you contribute to your success. By checking your assumptions, you deepen your contacts, improve your relationships and quality of life, and most importantly, contribute to your success and productivity at work. No longer will you show ignorance and guess whether or not certain subordinates are completing their assignments. If you suspect that Barbara won't finish her work by the deadline, you simply call her in and ask. Edwards Deming, who played the role of the father of the Japanese economic miracle, a brilliant specialist in management systems, management, who helped post-war Japan to establish the production of cars, electronics, and other consumer goods, and we can see the magnificent result themselves, once said that the most important in any project is the first 15%. That is, the period when it is necessary to clarify, verify, collect information. If you, for example, enter into a business relationship with someone, it is the beginning, the first 15% of communication, that determines how you will work together, how you will resolve conflicts, what will be the exit strategy if someone decides to leave the case, by what criteria to determine whether the parties comply with the terms of the agreement, etc. Most conflicts arise between people because they don't bother to find out and make sure first, and then they start to speculate and assume things. As a rule, they are mistaken, and this is not good for the relationship and for business. Deming also says that too many people tend to rush in at the beginning, without knowing the facts or even knowing what the measure of success should be. And by what signs will you know that you have achieved what you want? What did you set it up for in the first place? Just for money, for social purposes, to sell it, to retire early, to use it as a political platform, to make the world a better place? What was your original purpose? What were your core values? And the exit strategy? Loophole in the rules. Remember Tim Ferriss, the kickboxer who won the national championship after only 6 weeks of training? That story was preceded by another one. He didn't assume anything about the rules of kickboxing, but he checked them thoroughly, studied them. So, for example, he learned that if you knock your opponent out of the ring twice in one round, you win the match. When most of us think of kickboxing, we think of kicking and punching. Ferriss, on the other hand, was a wrestler by nature. And he told his coach, teach me not just to knock out, but to knock my opponent out of the ring without him knocking me out himself. That's how he won the championship. By defining the difference between the actual rules and the generally accepted notions of them. There are many examples in life where the rules allow you to maneuver. If you don't bother to ask about it, and you just decide that you can't achieve something, you won't achieve it. And meanwhile you could easily succeed by finding some workaround or a hidden fact, which can only be discovered when you study the rules, check them out. Rule 40. As much attention and appreciation as possible. In our world, people need love and attention far more than they do their daily bread. Mother Teresa. Nobel Peace Prize laureate. I have not yet met a man who, no matter how anxious he was about the result, worked better and harder after criticism than after praise. Charles Schwab. Charles Schwab & Company is the founder of multiple financial advisory firms. A recent study of management issues found that 46% of quitters do so because they feel misunderstood and unappreciated, 61% believe their superiors undervalue their human qualities, and 88% said their work is not understood or valued. The email below is an example of how powerful an incentive a person's appreciation can be and how important it can be. For the 10th anniversary of Chicken Soup for the Soul Registered, our publisher, Health Communications Inc., threw a party with a slideshow of the most memorable events of the past decade. Randy Zeitlin Feldman put together the slides and organized the display, and as a thank you and a token of appreciation for her work, I sent her flowers. And this was the letter I received in response. And in the subject line it was sincere, my work has never been appreciated so highly. Hey, Jack. Thank you so much for the beautiful flowers you brought today. I was touched and couldn't believe that such a beautiful bouquet was for me. It is such an honor and joy to have worked with you all these 8 years. I'm glad to have been involved, though not the most active, in the creation of one of the most successful book series in recent years. I enjoyed it so much that I truly enjoyed every minute of it. You might say I'm lucky, I feel lucky, and I want to thank you again for remembering me. Whoever came into my office paid attention to the flowers and asked why I had received such an amazing bouquet. Telling me about it, I felt the love it brought over and over again. Thank you again. Love, Randy. I've never heard anyone complain about too much positive feedback before. Have you? But the opposite is true. Whether you are an entrepreneur, a manager, a teacher, a parent, a coach, or just a friend, if you want to succeed with others, learn to recognize and appreciate their merits. Here's an example. Every year a consulting firm conducts a survey of employees in 200 companies on the topic of motivation. When the interviewees are given a list of 10 optimal motivational factors, the number one is always gratitude. When managers and executives of various ranks are given the same question with the same list, they put gratitude only in 8th place. And this, as the diagram below clearly shows, is the main inconsistency and contradiction. 50. It is also interesting to note that the 3 factors of motivation most important from the employee's point of view, appreciation, a sense of belonging and being needed, and empathy, are not worth a penny to the superiors. They require only a modicum of time, respect, and understanding. 3 kinds of gratitude. Acknowledgement, like any information, is of 3 types: auditory, visual, and kinesthetic. That is, according to the way gratitude is perceived, people are divided into 3 types. The auditory person perceives it by ear, the visual person by sight, and the kinesthetic person by movement and sensation. A listener may inadequately perceive the visual feedback and say, all he knows is to send me letters and postcards. He would not come and thank me, like a human being, directly to my eyes. Visualists, on the other hand, prefer to receive something visible to gawk at and hang on the refrigerator, for example. They like to receive cards, letters, flowers, badges, diplomas, pictures, souvenirs and gifts of all kinds, which they can hang everywhere they can, and, admiring them, recall that they are loved and appreciated. One can always recognize a visualizer by the walls, doors, and refrigerators covered with such memos. Kinestheticians need recognition to the touch, a hug, a handshake, a pat on the back or shoulder, or movement. As an encouragement they can be given a massage, invited to dinner or lunch, for a walk or a sports match, take them to a dance. If you want to become a real appreciation professional, you must first find out what type of people you intend to show your appreciation to. The easiest way is to ask each person to think of a time in their life when they felt most loved. Have them describe it to you. You can ask some qualifying questions like, what was your favorite expression of love, in words, in touch, or in action? Was it a particular eye expression, visualist, intonation, auditory, or an affectionate embrace in a dance or a gentle touch, kinesthetic? Once you've identified the type, you should respond accordingly. I know, for example, that my wife Inga is mostly of the kinesthetic type. She majored in physical fitness at university, practiced therapeutic massage for many years, worked as a personal trainer and yoga teacher. She loves hiking, horseback riding, running on the beach, swimming, surfing, and dancing. She loves to lie in the tub and on the massage table and do yoga. All of this puts her in a great mood and energizes her. When she chooses clothes, it is much more important to her whether the clothes caress her body than whether they look good. My wife's appreciation is best expressed by kissing or hugging her or massaging her feet. She feels most loved when we go for a walk together. To make her feel better about the verbal feedback, I should certainly sit across from her, make eye contact, and hold her hands. Lying in bed hand in hand is enough for her to feel loved and priceless. When I sometimes launch into eloquent confessions, she interrupts me with empty words, "You'd better hold my hand." Patty Aubrey, the president of my company, is a listener. She likes to talk on the phone, listen to the radio, or sit in the peace and quiet of an empty house. She is very sensitive to my intonation. She loves it when I speak in an attentive, sympathetic tone. 2 or 3 words of thanks on the phone do wonders for her. I, on the other hand, am a typical visualist. I'm the kind of person whose home and workplace walls and doors are covered with all kinds of commemorative pictures, badges, book and magazine covers, chicken soup for the soul registered cartoons, and drawings of my children. I love getting signs of attention, cards, letters, from everyone I get to talk to. I like beautiful, aesthetic, well-made things, so that they are a joy to look at. I always choose clothes according to their appearance. I have 2 bank safes full of letters and newspaper clippings. I call them warm memory vaults, and looking through these nice little things invariably puts me in a good mood. When someone gives me even the simplest souvenir to show their appreciation, it stays with me for a long time. My wife puts a single rose in a narrow vase on my desk in the morning, and all day I look at the flower and feel that she loves me. Mark Victor Hansen, my co-author on Chicken Broth, brought me back a small statue from a trip to Asia recently and said, "As soon as I saw it, I thought of you and decided to buy it for you. And every time I look at it, I feel loved, remembered, and appreciated." A great combination. If you have doubts about the purity of the type, apply all 3 at once: auditory, visual, and kinesthetic. Speak out, point, and pat the person on the back. You can, taking the person's hand and looking directly into their eyes, tell them in the most sincere and emotional tone how much you appreciate them and their efforts. Then give them a card or souvenir to make memories. You can affectionately hug your son or daughter by the shoulders and, while walking down the road or on the beach, tell him or her how much you cherish him or her, and again, give a card. You can be sure you will hit the bullseye. Persevere until you find out. I once attended a couples seminar taught by Dr. Harville Hendricks, co-author of Getting the Love You Want, A Guide for Couples. He described how he tried to find out what type of wife he was and what kind of love and appreciation she preferred. Since she herself always gives flowers to others on similar occasions, he thought she'd like that, too. So he sent a dozen roses. As he opened the door of the house, he hoped to hear from his wife the words of gratitude, a huge, sincere thank you. His wife, however, acted as if nothing had happened. When he asked if she had received the roses, she confirmed. "Did you like them?" "Not particularly," was the reply. "I don't get it. You're the one who's always giving other people flowers. I thought you liked getting them, too." "Not really." "So what do you like to get?" "Postcards." "Okay," he thought. And the next day he went to the store, bought an incredibly large card with a picture of Snoopy and an amusing dedication, and put it in a prominent place. He returned home that evening, hoping again for gratitude. Not a hint of it. Frustrated beyond belief, he asked, "Did you find the card?" "Yes." "Didn't you like her?" "Not a bit." "Why not?" "You said you like cards." "Yes, but not comic ones. I like the ones you buy in museums to have some kind of artwork on them and a sensitive, romantic dedication." The next day he went to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, bought a beautiful card, and wrote the most sensitive, most romantic lines he could think of. This time, when he returned home, his wife met him at the door, showered kisses on him, and thanked him profusely for such a wonderful, wonderful card. Who remembers? Could you list the 5 richest people in the world, or the 5 Nobel Prize winners, or the 5 most recent Theatre Academy Award winners? The fact is that today no one remembers yesterday's stars. When the applause fades, the awards also fade, the achievements are forgotten, no one cares anymore who received what award and for what. But if I asked you to name 5 teachers or mentors who believed in you and encouraged you, 5 friends who helped you through difficult times, 5 people who taught you something worthwhile or made you feel valuable, that would be a lot easier, wouldn't it? That's because the people who were important in your life weren't thinking about diplomas, awards, and money. They loved and cared. If you want to be remembered for playing an important role in someone's life, show consideration and appreciation. Acknowledgement as the secret of success. There is another important reason for expressing gratitude as often as possible. When you do this, you are in the highest emotional state, emitting one of the strongest energetic vibrations, a vibration of abundance. You begin to appreciate what you have instead of envying what you don't have and complaining. You focus on what you can gain, and you always get more. And according to the cosmic law of attraction, like attracts like, the more gratitude you show, the more abundance you attract. The longer you stay in the state of gratitude, the more you will attract people who have something to be grateful for. The process becomes an upward spiral, and with it, abundance ascends. Think about it. The more grateful people are for what we do for them, the more we are inclined to do more for them. Their gratitude and appreciation strengthen our desire to give. This principle is equally true on the cosmic and spiritual level and on the level of interpersonal relationships. Count the points. When I first learned about the power of gratitude, everything made perfect sense to me. However, there was one thing I had forgotten to do. I hadn't made it a habit. And then, to make up for lost time, I used an effective technique. I put a small card in my pocket, and every time I thanked someone, I put a check mark on it. I didn't go to bed until I had thanked 10 people. If it was too late in the evening and I didn't get the required 10 check marks, I thanked my wife and kids and sent thank you emails to my coworkers or wrote letters to my mother or stepfather. I did this until it became ingrained in my subconscious, a conditioned reflex. I had to do it every single day for 6 months, and only then did the card become unnecessary. Don't forget to thank yourself. David Stevens, formerly of the Dallas Morning News, told the story of Frank Szymanski, the former Notre Dame centerfielder in the 40s. He was called as a witness in a civil suit in South Bend, Indiana. Did you play for the Notre Dame soccer team this year? The judge asked. Yes, Your Honor. In what capacity? Center forward, Your Honor. And were you a good center forward? Szymanski fidgeted in his seat, but said firmly, Sir, I was the best centerfielder Notre Dame ever had. His coach, Frank Leahy, who was present in the courtroom, was surprised. Szymanski has always been known for his restraint and modesty. So when the hearing was over, he sat down with Szymanski and asked him why he had made such a statement. Szymanski blushed with embarrassment. I was terribly embarrassed, Coach. I swore an oath to tell only the truth. Here I urge you to take an oath to yourself and recognize for the rest of your life what a wonderful person you are, how many positive qualities you have and what wonderful successes you have achieved. Rule 41. Keep your promises. Your life is productive to the extent that you keep your word. Werner Erhard, founder of Training and Landmark Forum. Never promise more than you can deliver. Publius Cyrus. In the past, keeping one's word was considered a matter of honor. Agreements were made and carried out without any pomp. Before agreeing to anything, people thought carefully about whether they could keep their promises. This was important. Nowadays, promises seem to be treated with complete nonchalance. Failure to keep promises is costly. At my workshops, I ask participants to promise to follow 15 basic rules, like showing up on time, sitting in a different chair after each break, and not drinking any alcoholic beverages until after coaching. If they refuse, I don't let them stay. I even make them write in their workbook the phrase, I promise to follow all these guidelines and rules. On the third day in the morning, I ask those who have broken at least one of the ground rules to stand up. And everyone looks at them, learning a lesson from their experience. And the lesson is the ease with which we give our word, and the ease with which we break it. But the most interesting thing is that many people, without having made a promise, already know in advance that they will break at least one of the rules. And yet they promise. Why? Most don't want to be asked why they refuse to follow the rules and feel uncomfortable about it. They don't like being the center of attention or engaging in any controversy. Others really want to practice without any rules and therefore agree just for show. The real problem is not that people give and break their word so easily, but that they do not understand the psychological cost of doing so. When you break a promise, you incur both external and internal costs. You lose the trust and respect of others, family, friends, colleagues, and clients. You create confusion in your own life and in the life of those who depend on your promise, no matter if you promised your child to come home early from work to go to the movies with him, the boss, on time to deliver a report, or your wife, to clean the garage. After you've broken your promise several times in a row to take the kids to the park for the weekend, they stop trusting you, your word. They begin to realize that they can't count on you. You lose your authority. Your relationship deteriorates. When you give your word, you give it first of all to yourself. But more importantly, when you give your word, you give it first and foremost to yourself. When your consciousness hears you promise something, even to someone else, it fixes it as a commitment. That is, you end up promising it to yourself and failing to keep the promise, you learn not to trust yourself, and as a result you lose decent self-esteem, self-confidence, and self-respect. You lose faith in your own ability to achieve results. You weaken your sense of inner purity and honesty. Suppose you promise your spouse to get up at 6:30 a.m. and exercise. But after 3 days in a row you wake up at the alarm bell like a hysterical chicken, hardly make a few sluggish movements, and then, not getting enough sleep, pecking your nose at work, your subconscious signals that it is better not to do so anymore. Of course, consciously you may think that sleeping late is not useful, but the subconscious is sure that for you, just useful. You made a promise that you cannot fulfill. And, not fulfilling the promise, you create confusion in the signals of consciousness and subconsciousness, bring yourself into inner confusion, destroying the feeling of power over your own actions. Inner honesty and self-esteem are worth more than $1 million. Once you understand how important inner honesty and self-esteem are, you will stop giving your word left and right just to get something from someone. No longer will you sell your self-esteem for a moment of fleeting approval. Stop making promises you don't intend to keep. Promise less, but only what you can deliver, and keep your word, no matter the cost. To make it clear, at seminars I ask students, if you knew that if you sat through the seminar without breaking a single rule you would get $1 million, would you be able to do it? Most agree that you could. But some refuse, saying, no way. I couldn't. It wasn't my fault for the traffic jam I got into this morning on my way to the seminar. Or, how could I have arrived on time if the chauffeur was late picking me up? Then I ask, what if the life of the person you love most depended on you following the rules of coaching? Would you do things differently then? This is where the man who was referring to the traffic gets it and confesses, oh yeah. If my son's life depended on it, I wouldn't leave the classroom at all. I would sleep on the floor in the conference room, just so I wouldn't be late for class. Once you understand how important it is to keep your word, you realize that there is always an opportunity for that. The only question is what you are willing to give up for it. The power over your own actions that you gain by keeping your word is worth many more than $1 million. If you want to raise your self-esteem, sense of self-worth, self-confidence, and self-respect, strengthen your mental strength, energy, and clarity of mind, then being true to your word will be most important to you. If you aspire to have the respect and trust of others necessary to achieve something big and important in life, including $1 million, you will be much more serious about keeping your promises. Some useful tips on how to make and keep promises. I want to give some advice on how to make fewer promises, but certainly keep them. Promise only what you intend to keep. Before you make a promise, think for a few seconds about whether it's realistic for you to fulfill what you're about to promise. Compare it with yourself, with your physical sensations. Don't promise just for someone's approval, or at some point you'll realize that you won't keep your word. 2. Write down all your promises. Use a calendar, day planner, notebook, or computer. You may have made a lot of promises in a week. Often we don't keep our promises just because we forget many of our promises because of the daily hustle and bustle and the pressure of urgent matters. Write them down and review the list every day. As I said before, recent studies of the human brain have shown that a new thought does not stay in short-term memory for more than 37 seconds, and unless you make an effort to transfer it into long-term memory, to fix it somehow or other, it is lost forever. You may have the best of intentions, but if you forget to keep your promises, the result is the same as if you had simply neglected the word in question. 3. If you can't keep a promise, give notice at the first appropriate moment. If you realize that you can't keep your word, your car won't start, you're stuck in traffic, your child is sick, your babysitter isn't coming on time, your computer is broken, notify the person waiting for you at the first appropriate moment and make an appointment. This will show your respect for the person, their business, and employment, give them time to reschedule, reassign, make other arrangements, and minimize potential damage. If the first opportune moment comes after you've broken your promise, let them know anyway, apologize, explain yourself, and decide whether to renew the agreement. 4. Learn to say no more often. Before you make any new promises, think about it. I, for example, write the word no on all pages of my calendar with a yellow felt tip pen to remind myself of this. It makes me stop and think about whether or not I should add a new commitment to the ones I haven't made yet. The rules of the game. One of the most effective coaching sessions I ever attended was called Money and You, taught by Marshall Thurber in the late 1970s. It radically changed the way I thought about money, business, and people. Whatever you set out to accomplish, you need relationships in everything, with friends, relatives, subordinates, salespeople, coaches, bosses, boards of directors, customers, buyers, partners, assistants, listeners, students, teachers, admirers, etc. To make these relationships work, you need to develop what my friend John Assaraf calls commitment rules, and Marshall Thurber, D.C. Cordova, and others at Accelerad Business Schools call game rules. How are we going to play our common game? What are the ground rules and norms for the relationship we are about to enter? The rules below were taught to us by Marshall, and I have tried to live by them ever since. If you and everyone you talk to agree to abide by them, I assure you that your success will soar to unimaginable heights. 1. Be willing to support common goals, values, and rules. 2. Speak only with good intentions. If not, do not speak at all. Under no circumstances should you make anyone defend themselves, make excuses, or feel guilty. If you don't agree with something or don't understand something, ask clarifying questions so that you don't blame anyone later. 4. Only make promises that you are ready and intend to keep. 5. If you can't keep a promise, tell them as soon as possible. If you do break a promise, explain yourself at the earliest opportunity. 6. If something doesn't work, First check to see if the system itself is correct, and then propose a system solution to someone who is competent and authorized. 7. Be responsible. No excuses, blame, or guilt. Raise the stakes. If you really want to learn to always keep your word, you can use the way my friend Martin Ruda taught me. Just in case you don't keep your promise, commit to doing something quite extraordinary for you, writing a big check to a person or organization you hate, or shaving your head, which for many people is far more serious than losing money, in short, publicly flogging yourself. Then an unfulfilled promise will cost you more or cause more inconvenience than a fulfilled one. What is so important to you in life that you wouldn't want to lose? Tell all your friends and acquaintances that you will pay this price if you don't keep your word, and you will gain a very powerful motivation that will make you keep your word no matter what. Rule 42. Be a master. Every society has human standards, people whose behavior becomes a model for everyone, outstanding individuals who are admired and imitated. We call them masters. Dan Sullivan, co-founder and president of the Strategic Coach Incorporated. I have already mentioned my friend and colleague Dan Sullivan, the creator of the Strategic Coach program. One of his groups is made up entirely of super successful people with incomes of over $1 million a year. He taught me a rule that has helped so many of the super successful people I have trained myself that I really wondered how I didn't know such an important thing before. It turns out that you just have to declare to yourself and to yourself, I am a master. There you go. Strive to become a person who behaves like a master, becomes known as a master, and attracts others to himself with his master qualities. The sad truth, however, is that there are fewer masters today than there used to be. I think we can all agree that actor Jimmy Stewart is a master. And Tom Hanks. And Paul Newman, and Denzel Washington, and Coretta Scott King, and Nelson Mandela, the former president of South Africa, they are all masters. But how do you become a master in a world where you are surrounded mostly by mediocre, unself-conscious people? You have to consciously free yourself from all sorts of fears, anxieties, and worries that impoverish the imagination and minimize the healthy ambition of the vast majority of people, and escape the world of traditionalism into the world of expanding consciousness, unfolding creativity, and achievement. But to do this, you need a pattern of masterful behavior to guide your thinking and actions. Dan gave the following characteristics of a master capable of guiding you. Live by your own highest standards. The master is free, for he has adopted for himself his own criteria of thinking and behavior, more exacting and severe than those accepted in society. And he has chosen, accepted, and applies them quite consciously. Maintain dignity and courtesy under any pressure. This quality has 3 aspects. The first is equanimity in the face of chaos. Since you yourself are accustomed to living up to your own highest standards and behaving accordingly, you can lead others. The second is equanimity, which gives you courage. Your equanimity gives others hope that things will work out. The third is steadfastness. In the 20th century, Winston Churchill was the best example of this characteristic. Pay attention to the way others act and strive to do better. Because a master's personality is a great role model, those around him begin to think and act at a level that amazes themselves and others. The best example of this characteristic is Larry Bird, a star basketball extraordinaire who played on 3 different teams and led all 3 to wins over the Boston Celtics in championships. His name is engraved in the Basketball Hall of Fame. Now, the players on those teams said they were only able to play at such a high level because they followed Larry and obeyed the power of his personality. Be tolerant and compassionate. Living up to the higher canons and possessing the best human qualities, the master understands people more deeply and has compassion for them. He feels his unbreakable bond with them, sympathizes with their failures, and maintains unfailing courtesy in the midst of any conflict. Deepen every experience. By virtue of his personal qualities, through conscious reflection and action, the master is able to transform any insignificant and uninteresting situation into something pleasant, meaningful, and unforgettable. He is a creator, not just a consumer, and constantly enriches the lives of those around him, giving each of their experiences greater beauty, significance, and uniqueness. An example of this characteristic would be the service at the Seasons hotels. Do not allow lowliness, pettiness, and vulgarity into your soul. The criteria for this characteristic are courtesy, respect, appreciation, gratitude, and generosity. One of my favorite examples is Pat Riley, formerly of the Los Angeles Lakers and New York Knicks and now of the Miami Heat. What makes him a master in my eyes is his boundless generosity. When Pat coached the Miami Heat before the crucial meetings, he invited a group of opponents in their entirety along with the coach to his home for a barbecue and personally talked to each player, congratulating them on the big new season and wishing them all the best. He could have avoided that. In fact, he could have been unfriendly and even hostile to opponents, after all, but instead he chose to show appreciation and lift their spirits. It was the master's act. Take responsibility for your actions and results. Unlike an ordinary person, a master will never allow himself to hide from responsibility. He always looks openly into the eyes of failures, from which he is not immune either, speaks the truth about them and turns defeat into victory and progress. Look forward and upward. A master always sets and achieves great goals, through which he continually grows and improves, thereby increasing the importance of the world around him. Magnify the meaning of human existence. The master approaches everyone, including himself, as a unique individual, constantly finding new ways to make both his own and others' lives better. By pushing the boundaries of being for himself, he does the same for others, giving them the freedom to express their uniqueness in the world. Multiply the possibilities of others and their faith in themselves. A master does not so much absorb energy as generate it. He reinforces people's faith in themselves by consciously choosing and creating guiding ideas, ideals, and creative structures that contribute to their aspirations and possibilities. These new structures and others enable the fullest expression of self, forming an environment that fosters creativity, fruitful collaboration, success, and self-improvement. After studying Dan's list, I realized what it means to be a master. I realized another, much more important thing, the importance of being recognized as a master by others. How to become a recognized master. Looking back at former UCLA basketball coach John Wooden, people recognize that he is a master. He is recognized as a master because he acts like one. He takes the time to show appreciation to others and tirelessly seeks and finds ways and means to make the world a better place and to reveal its beauty. John says or lets everyone know, you are unique. You are the salt of the earth. One of the most difficult tasks for any coach is to finally decide who to put on the team and who to leave out. Most coaches simply post the roster on the bulletin board in the training room, and let the rest of us think what we want. But not Wooden. Showing his own deep respect and love for all people, he did it differently. He would sit down with each player and explain what other sports for UCLA he could do well in. Honestly talking about a player's strengths, discussing weaknesses, and, based on his strengths, giving advice on how to improve his performance. He took the time to recognize these strengths and raise the athlete's self-esteem, so that he or she remained motivated and highly athletic, rather than feeling discarded and emotionally drained and unwanted. So simply raise the bar of moral values for yourself, live up to high standards, and soon you will see people looking at you with admiration and reaching out to you as if you were a pure source. It won't be long before the effect can be summed up as, gee, there's a man you always want to be friends with, to do business with, and simply to communicate with. Why is being a master so important to success? The main value of being a master is that people want to do business with you or be involved in your sphere of influence. They see you as a successful person who can help them spread their wings, too. They trust you, knowing that you are responsible, honest, and confident. Perhaps that's why the question in the title is easiest to answer by looking at the people the master attracts to him. Observe with whom he does business, with whom he communicates. It is characteristic of a master to attract to himself those who are already confident of success. Take a closer look at your friends, acquaintances, colleagues, partners, clients. Can you call them masters? If not, it means that their social and human status, like in a mirror, reflects yours. So it is time for you to upgrade, to become a master and see what kind of people you will start to attract to you. Do less, but do it better. Treat the world better and more heartfelt, and it will pay you back in kind. In my office, for example, they decided to stop using paper cups, and we used to waste a lot of them, and buy crystal glasses, although in smaller quantities, thus helping to protect the environment. After all, paper tableware requires cutting down trees and also creates piles of unnecessary waste that has to be incinerated. In addition, the crystal tableware improved the office environment and sent a nonverbal message to our employees, clients, and visitors that we appreciate them. Likewise, my wife and I used to have several parties a year, which, to tell you the truth, weren't very good. Now we throw one, but one that sticks in the minds of our guests for a long time. They enjoy exquisitely served refreshments, socializing with lots of interesting and important people, and sophisticated entertainment. Everyone feels significant, respected, cherished and loved. It is important to me to treat my guests with the utmost attention and appreciation. That's not to say we deny ourselves the simple pleasures of eating pizza and beer and chasing pool balls with our closest friends and family, but when it comes to business and extensive social connections, we always strive to act like masters. Masters teach those around them to treat them with reverence. Of course, who you should treat with respect and reverence in the first place is yourself. My friend Martin Ruta is a master. He always dresses well, eats well, and has refined manners and a high standard of living. And he treats everyone around him with love, dignity, and respect. That is, by his own example, he teaches everyone to treat him in the same way. But he treats himself in the same way. And the world treats him as he treats himself and the world, with care and love. If you are slovenly, always late, and do not care about how you behave, then you will be surrounded by people who are just as slovenly, unobligatory, and negligent. When I know Martin is due to arrive, what is my first reaction? I check to see if we have a bottle of good wine, a nice piece of fresh fish, some simple but quality vegetables, and fresh raspberries for dessert. Even if they are out of season, we make sure to buy them from New Zealand, even though they are expensive, because that is how Martin has trained me to treat him. If a head of state, the Pope, or the Dalai Lama were to visit, wouldn't there be different cleaners going around your house from morning to night to clean it to a shine? Wouldn't you load your refrigerator with the best produce? Then why don't you do it for yourself? After all, you are just as important to the world. The point is that some people earn respect and deference for themselves not only because of the way they treat others, but, and this is far more important, because of the way they treat themselves. By raising your personal standards high, you not only get better treatment from those around you, but you begin to attract others with similarly high standards. You begin to be invited to places where such standards are the norm. You begin to enjoy the kind of life that people in high places enjoy. All because you have become a master. Part 5. Success and money. There is a whole science of getting rich, and it is a very precise science, like algebra or arithmetic. There are laws by which wealth is obtained, and anyone who learns these laws and observes them will become rich with mathematical precision. Wallace D. Best-selling author of The Science of Getting Rich. Rule 43. Develop a positive perception of money. Money has its own secret psychology. Most people don't know it. That's why most people never succeed financially. Poverty is not a vice, but just a sign of what is going on in your brain. T. Gary Eaker. Multi-millionaire, president of Peak Potentials Training. Like everything I talk about in this book, financial success starts in your mind. First you have to decide what you want. Then you have to believe that it is possible, that you deserve it. Then you have to concentrate on thinking about it and visualize it as having already happened. And finally, you must be willing to pay the price for it, the discipline of mind and striving and unrelenting constant persistence. But many, alas, do not reach even the first stage of accumulating wealth. Too often they are limited by their own beliefs about money and doubts about whether they deserve to be rich. Recognize the limitations of your attitude to money. In order to get rich, you must first identify, recognize, and get rid of any negative or limiting attitudes toward money. Although it seems strange how it is possible to have a negative attitude toward wealth, we often carry these beliefs through life, buried deep in our subconscious, where they were ingrained in our childhood. Remember how you were told over and over again. Money doesn't grow on trees. We don't have money to go to. Buy. Money is only to money. Money is the root of all evil. All rich people are evil, wicked, and immoral. The rich are all unscrupulous, selfish people. Everyone can't become a millionaire. Money can't buy happiness. The rich only think about money. Money is like stones, it weighs heavy on the soul. If you're rich, you have no way to be spiritual. All these maxims hammered into your head from an early age are capable of nullifying your subsequent financial success, because once they are planted in your subconscious, they emit vibrations that contradict your conscious intentions. What did your parents, grandparents, teachers, spiritual mentors, friends, and colleagues tell you about money in your childhood, adolescence, and youth? My father, for example, taught me that the rich made their fortunes by exploiting the working class. He kept telling me that money did not fall from the sky or grow on trees, but was made by hard work. One day before Christmas, my father decided to make extra money by selling Christmas trees. He rented a patch of woods, worked hard every night from Thanksgiving to Christmas Eve, but in a month of hard work he earned only the most severe sciatica, and the price of Christmas trees plummeted that year. His sad example taught us children that no matter how hard you worked, you would never get enough. Anna was in her 30s when she began attending my seminars in Australia. She had inherited a lot of money that made her hate me. She was ashamed of her wealth, hid it, and was unable to spend a penny. One of the topics of our seminar was money, and when it came up, Anna began to shout at the top of her voice that it had ruined her family. Her father, who was the one who left her this inheritance, was never at home. He was either making money or spending it, hanging around the world in the company of other moneybags. As a result, the mother became addicted to alcohol, and there were scandals and even fights in the house. Therefore, it is not surprising that Anna's childhood was very sad. But with his childish mind, Anna did not realize that it was not the money but her father's workaholism that was to blame. And as strong impressions and experiences of childhood last for a long time, for some for life, 20 years later her negative attitude towards money resurfaced from her subconsciousness in the form of renewed hatred. There are many other, but equally limiting, views on money that prevent you from happily earning or spending the amount you desire or deserve. For example, uncomfortable earning more than my father. Scott Schilling, Vice President of Sales and Marketing for Pulse Tech Products Corporation in Dallas, Texas, attended one of my seminars where we worked on recognizing and releasing limiting beliefs. When I asked the audience to mentally go back to their childhood in search of the source of such beliefs, Scott recalled a day in 1976. He was 18 years old, had just finished the first month of his first ever job as an insurance agent, and he had received his first commission, a check for $1,856. His 45-year-old father, who worked for the same insurance company and was a month away from retirement, also received a check for $1,360. Scott said, "When I showed the check to my father, he didn't say a word, but I could tell by the look on his face that he was hurt to the core. I thought, how could I have offended my father so? Make this wonderful, noble man doubt himself and his worth." That day Scott made a subconscious decision never to earn more than his father, so as not to cause him the shame and resentment that he saw in his father's face back in 1976. But less than a month after we had helped him free himself from that unfortunate decision, Scott announced that he had signed a contract to conduct a week of sales training, for which he was to receive a fifth of his previous annual salary. To get rich is to violate the family code of morality. I grew up in a working family. My father was a florist and spent his life working for the rich. For some reason it was not common in our family to trust the rich. They were always oppressing the common people. Every now and then they oppressed the working class. Getting rich in our family meant betraying your family and your class. Naturally, I didn't want to become one of the bad guys. Big money, big problems. My friend Tom Boyer, a business consultant, had always preferred a modest but regular income. Thanks to the brilliant help of our mutual friend Guy Hendricks, he was able to discover the childish solution that put a lid on his success. We lived in Ohio. My family was undeniably middle class. We never needed anything, but my father sacrificed a lot so that I could pursue my dream of learning to play the clarinet. I started with my father's old metal clarinet, but soon switched to the LeBlanc, a wooden instrument but of medium range. When I began to stand out from the crowd of students, Mrs. Zielinski, my music teacher, came to my parents and announced, "Your son has real talent. He deserves the best instrument, the bass buffet." Now imagine that there were only two brands of bass clarinets in the entire world, the Buffet and the Selmer, and in 1964 the Buffet cost $300, which by today's standards is about $1,500. And, although there was money in the family, it was decided that Mrs. Zielinski would pick up the clarinet and it would be my Christmas present. On Christmas morning I went downstairs, unwrapped the wrapping, opened the case, and found an unbelievably magnificent clarinet, polished granadilla wood, with shining silver keys, resting majestically on a regal blue velvet. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen in my life. We had recently gone to admire the jewels of King Farouk's crown, but they were nothing compared to the magnificent buffet that shone to me from the open blue velvet case that Christmas morning. I turned to my parents to thank them, but before I could open my mouth, my mother uttered, "We couldn't afford it if your sister were still alive." My sister Carol died unexpectedly of encephalitis when I was 7. And at that moment in my subconscious mind I had the idea that the more success I had, the more of a burden I would be to those who love me, a burden not so much financial as an emotional one. Now I realize that it was this subconscious conviction that prevented me from achieving the success to which I consciously aspired. I convinced myself that it was a crime to be a burden, and I did not allow myself to achieve the success I deserved, so now I atone for it. Change your limiting views on money. 3 steps. You need to understand that the current state of your bank account and health, your level of sales and position in society and at work, all these and many more are nothing more than the physical manifestation of your previous attitudes. If you sincerely wish to change or improve your accomplishments in the material world, change your thoughts, and immediately. Bob Proctor, author of How to Get It All. The Power to Have It All. It is possible to change these conditioned reflexes from childhood in a simple but very effective way, which consists of 3 stages, during which inhibitory and forbidding attitudes are replaced with accelerating and permissive ones. This exercise may be done alone, but it is more effective and fun. In pairs or even in a group. 1. 2. You can do this by making a whole list of new maxims challenging one old limitation in one fell swoop. The angrier or funnier they are, the more effective the eventual change in your conscious attitudes. Money is the root of all charity. Money is the root of a fancy vacation. Money may be the root of all evil for someone who is evil, but I am a loving, generous, compassionate, and kind person who uses money to make the world a better place. You can even write down your new opinions about money on cards and add them to your stack of affirmations to read aloud, with feeling, with thought, with purpose, every day. Such daily practice will greatly facilitate your success with money. 3. Create a diametrically opposite attitude. This new attitude should be not only completely opposite to your old ones, but also emotional enough to make your whole body tingle with pleasure as you utter it. Having formulated it, walk around the room for several minutes, vigorously and passionately repeating it aloud. And then repeat it several times a day for at least a month, then it will stick with you forever. Strong emotions accelerate the growth of new microscopic sprouts at the ends of the neural dendrites in your brain. These tiny sprouts expand the connections in your brain, helping to anchor new attitudes and beliefs, which in turn help to creatively realize your new financial goals. There's no magic here, just the science of the human brain. Try this one, for example. For me personally, money is the root of love, joy, and blessed labor. Remember, ideas about financial success do not originate by themselves. You must continually scroll through your mind with thoughts that will create a thought image of prosperity in your mind. You must do this daily, concentrating on thoughts of prosperity and images of financial success. When you continually and deliberately focus on these thoughts and images, they will eventually supplant your previous limiting beliefs and attitudes and prevail in your mind. If you want to achieve your financial goals as soon as possible, repeat positive affirmations for money several times every day. For example, these are the affirmations I have used, and they have been very successful. God is my eternal giver, and big money comes to me easily and quickly, to the maximum benefit of all involved. Now I have more money than I need to accomplish everything I set out to do. Money comes to me in the most unexpected ways. In deciding what to do with my money, I always direct it to good causes. Daily and hourly my income increases, whether I am working, sleeping, or having fun. All of my investments are profitable. People like to pay me for what I do with love and pleasure. Remember, you can ingrain any idea in your subconscious by constantly repeating a thought, insisted on positive expectations and a firm feeling that everything you want has already happened. To make the millionaire mindset take hold faster, use the power of release. When reciting an affirmation for money, just like any other affirmation, you are bound to encounter thoughts of the opposite nature, with objections, such as, who do you want to rub points in? You'll never be rich. How many times do I have to say it? Money is only for money. Once you feel the internal objection, start by writing it down. Then close your eyes and just let both the thought and the accompanying emotion go free. Here are some simple techniques on how to do this, which is a variant of the Sedona method, self-cleansing method, taught by Harold Voskin. I am a big fan of his work and always use his technique in my seminars. Basic questions for release. We tend to stubbornly ignore these thoughts and emotions, thereby simply keeping them tied up and preventing them from escaping. All that is needed is to feel them fully and then release them. You can do this with your eyes open, but most people find that closing their eyes makes it easier to focus on their emotions. Leaving them or letting them go is a choice. And it's a lot easier than you think. So whenever you have a negative or limiting emotion in your soul about money, just take that little action. What am I feeling right now? When a negative thought or belief occurs, focus on the accompanying emotion. Can I welcome and allow them? Let them stay with you as long as they want. Can I let them go? Ask yourself this question. Both yes and no answers are acceptable. Should I let them go? Ask yourself this question as well. If the answer is no or you're not sure, ask yourself, is it better for me to keep this emotion to myself or to let it go? Even if you prefer to keep them to yourself, move on to the next question. When? And this is an invitation for them to leave you and go their own way. And remember, you can decide to let go of these emotions anytime you want or can. Repeat this exercise as many times as necessary until you feel free of any particular emotion. Visualize what you want, as if you already have. Don't forget to include money in your daily visualizations, imagining your financial goals already realized. Imagine things that would confirm your desired level of income, a variety of checks, paychecks, royalties, real estate income, reports of high dividends, people paying you cash. Imagine ideal bank statements, real estate portfolios, and stock appreciation reports that you own. Visualize what you could buy, do, and contribute to if you had already realized all of your financial goals. Be sure to include the kinesthetic and olfactory factors in your visualizations. Feel the touch of the finest silk linen on your skin, enjoy an exquisitely relaxing massage at the best resorts, breathe in the smell of your favorite flowers and vases throughout your home, or the scent of expensive perfume coming from elegant clothing. Then add sound sensations, like the rustle of the waves lapping against the beach where your villa is standing, or the soft purr of the engine of your new Porsche. In all the emotional details of imagining such exuberance, you will attract it to you in reality as well. Constantly fill your mind with images of what you want to have or do, as if you already have or have done it. Rule 44. What you focus on is what you get. If you want to get rich, but you don't value money, you can't get rich. You should strive for wealth so that it will come to you. If the fire of striving for wealth does not burn within you, do not expect wealth to surround you outside. In order to acquire it, you first need certainty of purpose. Dr. John DeMartini. Multimillionaire. As the saying goes, what you focus on is what you get out of life. This rule applies to a new job, to expanding a business, to receiving an award, but especially to gaining wealth and the lifestyle of a rich person. Decide to be rich first. To become rich, you must first make a conscious decision to do so. I decided to become rich when I was still in graduate school. At the time, though, I had little idea what it meant to be rich. It seemed to me that being rich would provide many of the things I wanted in life, the ability to travel and attend any symposium, achieve my goals, and do the things I loved. I wanted to do what, as well as when, how, and how much, I wanted to do. If you also want to get rich, you have to make a firm decision from the depths of your soul about it, not caring whether it's possible or not. Now determine what wealth means to you. Do you have any idea how much money you want to have? Some of my friends want to retire as millionaires, but some are satisfied with $1 million, while others want $30 million, or even $100 million. 2 want to become super rich, because that would give them the greatest opportunity to do charity work. If you haven't already defined your vision according to Rule 3, define what you want, including your financial goals, then it's time to do it. And in writing like this. I will have a net income of in year I will be making at least next year. I will be saving and investing monthly. That's the new financial habit I'm going to start developing right now. To avoid making debts, I estimate what it will cost you to live your dream. Now and subsequently. When achieving wealth, determine what kind of life you want to lead now and what kind of life you want to lead in the future. Your present life is the result of thoughts and actions in the past. The life to come will be the result of the thoughts and actions of today. To make your life the way you want it to be in a year or two, decide how much money you will need for that, as well as how much money you will need to lead your dream life when you retire. If you don't know, calculate how much everything you want to buy or do, for example, will cost next year. This could include rent or mortgage, food, clothing, medical care, cars, utilities, education, vacations, entertainment, insurance, savings, investments, and charity. Visualize all the items or activities in each category, then write down how much you will have to spend to make it all happen. Imagine eating in fine restaurants, driving your dream car, vacationing where you dream, reupholstering your home with the furniture you dream of, or simply moving into your dream home. Don't let your mind tell you like it's impossible or the ravings of a crazy person. Find out and calculate exactly what it will cost to live your dream, whatever you imagine it to be. When preparing for retirement, look at things realistically. Determine also how much money you will need to maintain your current lifestyle even when you retire and stop working. Although I, for one, am not going to quit my job. But if retiring completely is in your plans, Charles Schwab estimates that you would need $230,000 in investments to get the $1,000 a month you want in retirement. And if you were able to invest $1 million at a 6% rate, that would give you a taxable income of about $4,300 a month. Whether that's enough will depend on a number of factors, such as whether everything is already paid for the house, how many people you intend to help, what your Social Security retirement benefit will be, and what standard of living you intend to maintain. At any rate, if your dream is to lead some sort of extravagant, active life, traveling a lot, $4,300 a month may not be enough even today. And with inflation in the future, it won't be enough. Figure out how much money you have. Most people have no idea how much money they actually have. For example, do you know the value of your assets minus your liabilities? How much money do you have in savings? What are your fixed and variable expenses? How much do you pay on your debts and how much is spent per year on interest payments? Are you properly insured? Do you have a financial plan? Do you have an estate plan? A will? Is it redacted? If you want to get rich, you must have a clear idea of not only what financial level you are at now, but also what you want to get to and what you will have to do it. Step 1. Determine the value of your assets minus your liabilities. If you don't already know that, you can. 1. Get an accountant or financial planner to do the math. 2. Join an organization like the Avidus Group, a networking organization that provides financial services and advice to ordinary people who want to become financially literate and independent. They can help you determine the value of your assets for much less than most financial planners typically charge. 3. Purchase some special program like Personal Financial Report. Step 2. Determine what you will need in retirement. Now calculate what your financial needs will be when you retire. Remember that the first thing you will need in retirement is financial independence. A good financial planner will tell you how much savings and investments you will need to earn enough interest, dividends, rent and royalties to get on with your life without having to work. Financial independence will give you the freedom to pursue your hobbies, travel, do charity, do what you want. Step 3. Find out how much and what you spend. The number one problem in today's generation and in today's economy is a lack of financial literacy. Alan Greenspan, Chairman of the Federal Reserve Board. Most people have no idea how much they actually spend in a month. If you've never had a chance to track your expenses, start by writing down all your fixed expenses, mortgage payments, car payments, loan payments, insurance premiums, rent and other regular payments, as well as bills for cable, internet, fitness club, etc. Then calculate variable expenses, averaged over 6 months to a year, such as utilities, phone company bills, food, clothing, car maintenance, medical care, etc. Finally, throughout the month, write down all of your expenses, large and small, from gas for your car to a cup of coffee at Starbucks. At the end of the month, add up so you have a clear idea of how much you spend and on what. And see what you really need, and what you could easily do without. This exercise will help you cut down on unnecessary expenses, if you find any. Step 4. Learn financial literacy. They don't teach financial literacy in school. It will take a lot of time and work to learn it and change your financial mindset. Robert Kiyosaki, co-author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Not only should you keep a close eye on the movement of your money by reviewing your financial goals daily and tracking your expenses monthly, but you should also learn as much as you can about finance and investing, for which I recommend reading at least one good book on finance every month for the next year. Another way to become financially literate is to find professionals who can teach you how to handle money so you can build a healthy financial future. You can invest in stocks and bonds, which will earn interest, or in real estate, which you can rent out and earn cash income to cover your mortgage payments. Like most of those born during the population explosion and now well into their 50s, Mark and Sheila Robbins had not even considered creating a rich, affluent life for themselves. Their thinking was programmed to work for hire, and both worked hard and hard, Sheila as a stewardess for 35 years at United Airlines, and Mark as a manager at a car dealership, and put money aside in an account. 50. After losing nearly half of their retirement savings due to the stock market shrinkage, they decided to look for better ways. That's when they joined a financial services networking organization called the Avidus Group and began taking the course. After reading Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and playing the virtual financial cash flow game, they started thinking in financial terms, and the idea of getting into real estate investing took hold. They found a realtor who handled just the type of property they were interested in, and over the summer they bought something. Now, just a year later, they own 15 single-family homes totaling more than $2 million, rent them out, and regularly make a very good cash income. What's more, they have their own lucrative Chrysler, Jeep and Dodge sales agency and some home business. Just like that, because they wanted to, and found the time and money to invest in their financial education and apply the principles they learned, their lives have changed dramatically and will never be the same again. Wealth is multifaceted. Lee Brower, developer of Empowered Wealth and a member of my think tank, has developed a model for how to teach people how to handle wealth, and not just financial wealth. Look at the chart below and see that you own 4 different kinds of assets, possessions. The first is your human assets. These include family, health, character, abilities unique to you, your cultural heritage, relationships and habits, your ethics, morals and spiritual values. The second is your intellectual assets, which include skills and talents, wisdom and education, life experience, reputation, principles you have developed, your ideas, traditions you have inherited or introduced, and the alliances you have formed over the years. And this is the question Lee asks of wealthy families: if you could only inherit 2 kinds of assets, which sectors would you choose? And everyone answers with one voice that human and intellectual assets. People understand that with only these 2 assets, their children can always get rich, but with only money, without everything else, they will eventually lose money. So at Empowered Wealth, Lee and his team are modeling and teaching rich families how, having added and strengthened assets in all 4 sectors, to pass them on to the next generation. I encourage you to think right now about how to line up and optimize your assets in all 4 sectors of the chart above. If you succeed, you will create true wealth, balanced and inclusive, and you will see money in its proper perspective. After all, it is only a means to a higher end. Rule 45. Pay yourself first. You have a God-given right to abundance, and if you don't have at least $1 million, you are depriving yourself of your fair share. Stuart Wilde. Author of the book, The Purse is Made for Money. The trick to money is having some. In 1926, George Clason wrote a book called The Richest Man in Babylon, a great success that became a classic. In this fictional story, a man named Arcadis, a simple scribe, persuades his moneylender client to tell him the secret of his wealth. And the first rule that the loan shark teaches Arcad is, always save part of the money you earn. He goes on to explain that by keeping at least 10% of his earnings completely intact, Arcad will soon see this amount gradually grow and, in turn, begin to earn money himself. After a while, thanks to the compound interest, it will become quite significant. Many have managed to create fortunes by paying themselves first. And the rule is as true and valid now as it was back in 1926. Impressive. It's a very elementary formula, the 10% formula, but it's amazing how deaf people are to it. Just last night I was returning home to Santa Barbara in a limo from the airport. The limo driver, a 28-year-old guy who knew who I was, asked me for a couple of simple rules for success that he could use. Of course, I told him exactly that, the simplest formula. I advised him to set aside 10% of every dollar he earned and to continually reinvest the dividends. Alas, I could tell by the look on his face that my words were the voice of one crying in the wilderness. He was eager to get rich tomorrow. While there are always opportunities that will bring you money quickly, and you should be on the lookout for them so you don't miss them, I believe you should start building your future on the solid foundation of a long-term investment plan. The sooner you start, the sooner you can make a reliable million without risk. The 8th wonder of the world. The compound percentage is some kind of 8th wonder of the world and the most significant phenomenon I have ever encountered. Albert Einstein. Nobel Prize laureate in physics. If the concept of compound interest is new to you, I'll explain what it is. Let's say you invest $1,000 at 10% interest. Then at the end of the year you will receive $100 in interest, for a total investment of $1,100. If you leave both the original amount and the accrued interest in the account, then the next year you invest $1,100, and the same 10% accrue on them, which is $110. In the 3rd year, you invest $1,210, which also accrues 10%, and so on for as long as you don't touch the money. At this rate of growth, the money in your account almost doubles every 7 years. That's how a lot of money accumulates over a decent period of time. In this case, time works for you, and that's great. So the earlier you start, the more solid the results will be. Here's an example. Mary started investing at 25 and stopped at 35. Tom didn't do it at all until he was 35, but once he started, he continued until he retired. Both invested $150 each month at an 8% compound annual rate of return. And look what happened when both retired at 65. Mary invested only $18,000 over 10 years and received $283,385, while Tom, who invested $54,000 over 30 years, received only $220,233. Amazing, isn't it? One invested for only 10 years and got more than the other who invested longer but started later. So, the earlier you start, the longer the magic power of compound interest will last. First and foremost, to set aside and invest. Those who save steadily and decisively do so with the same consistency with which they pay off their mortgage. To get your monthly deductions into the habit, take a percentage of your salary right now and put it in a savings account that you won't let yourself touch in any way. Let it grow until you have collected enough to move that money into a mutual fund or bond account or invest in real estate, including buying your own home. After all, how many people are forced to throw money away, paying rent and not being able to save up for their own home? By investing as little as 10 to 15% of your income, you can eventually accumulate a fortune. Pay yourself first, and live off what's left over. This will lead to two results: 1, it will force you to start building solid wealth, and 2, if you still want to buy or make more, it will encourage you to find extra income to do so. Never go into your savings to allow yourself to splurge. After all, you want to bring them up to such a sum that you can live on the interest if necessary. Only then will you be truly financially independent. He always paid himself first. Dr. John DeMartini, a chiropractor by profession, now leads seminars for other chiropractors on how to improve their personalities and increase their income. He is one of the wealthiest and most generous and affluent people I have ever known, generous in spirit, affluent in friends, affluent in adventure. So John told me. When I first started practicing a long time ago, I used to pay everyone else first, and only take what was left over for myself. That's how I got used to it, and I couldn't imagine anything else. Then, after 6 months, I noticed that all my workers were paid on time. It turned out that their income was stable, but mine was unstable. It was just nonsense and nonsense. I, the most important person in the firm, had to worry all the time about not having enough money, while everyone else was happy to have a steady income. I decided to change the situation radically and began to pay first of all to myself. Second, I paid my taxes. Third, I budgeted. And fourth, I paid my bills, and I arranged for automatic deductions. All of this fundamentally changed my financial situation. If bills were piling up and money wasn't coming in, I didn't cancel automatic deductions. It was just that my staff had to get moving, organize more seminars and collect more money. Under the old system, they were in no hurry to do it, traveling on my back, because they knew they would still get paid what they were due. But now their pay was up to them. If they wanted to get it stable, they had to find ways to do it. I stopped worrying. 50/50ths rule. John recommends another rule: never spend more than you can set aside. He sets aside 50% of every dollar he earns. If he intends to increase personal spending by $45,000, he must first earn an additional $90,000. Suppose you want to buy a car for $40,000. If you can't easily put that same amount into your savings account, then don't buy the car at all. Either buy cheaper, satisfied with what you can afford at the moment, or go out and earn as much as you need. The key is not to reach for a higher standard of living until you're financially entitled to it. When you decide to buy something, first deposit an equal amount into an account. That's if your savings go up by $40,000, then you can go out and buy that coveted car with a deep sense of satisfaction. Or something else to show that you have earned the right to a higher standard of living. The 50/50ths rule allows you to get rich very quickly. That was the essence of billionaire Sir John Mark Templeton's strategy when he was building his wealth. And don't tell me you can't. Most people, in order to save something, wait until they have some extra money, a kind of convenient surplus. But this practice is flawed. You should start saving and investing for the future right now. And the more you invest, the sooner you will achieve financial independence. Sir John Mark Templeton started out as a stockbroker for $150 a week. He and his wife, Judith Falk, decided to invest 50% of their income in the stock market while also tithing to the church. As a result, they both had only 40% of their income to live on, and he worked alone. But today John Templeton is a billionaire. He has followed this practice all his life and now gives $10 for every dollar he spends on himself to people and organizations that support spiritual development. Who wants to be a millionaire? According to official figures, there were 1.5 million millionaires in the United States in 1980. By 2000 there were 7 million. And by 2020 that number is expected to rise to about 50 million. It has been estimated that someone in America becomes a millionaire every 4 minutes. With a good plan, self-discipline, and a little work, you can become one of these millionaires. A millionaire is not necessarily a celebrity. Despite the popular belief that millionaires are mostly celebrities, and judged by the likes of Donald Trump, Britney Spears and Oprah Winfrey, in reality more than 99% of millionaires just work hard, methodically save and invest. They usually make their fortune in one of three ways. As entrepreneurs, 75% of millionaires in the US, working for a large corporation, 10%, or in private practice if their profession allows them, doctors, lawyers, chartered accountants, designers, architects, etc. In addition, about 5% make their millions from trading and consulting. Of course, most American millionaires are ordinary people who worked hard, lived within their means, saving 10 to 20% of all their income and investing that money in their businesses, real estate, or stocks. They are the ones who own dry cleaners, car dealerships, restaurant chains, bakeries, various stores, cattle farms, and transportation companies. But people from all walks of life become millionaires if they save and invest steadily, starting early enough. No doubt everyone has heard or read about Osceola McCarthy of Gettysburg, Mississippi, who had to quit school in the 6th grade to feed her family. And she spent 75 years of her life washing and ironing other people's laundry. She lived very modestly, but managed to save something from her meager earnings. In 1995, she gave $150,000, the lion's share of the $250,000 she had accumulated over her lifetime, to the University of Southern Mississippi on scholarships for needy students. And here's the interesting thing, if Osceola had put her savings, which in 1965 was about $50,000, into the S&P 500 index fund, which averages 10.5% a year, her capital would have been not $250,000 but $999,628, nearly $1 million, 4 times the initial amount. How to become a millionaire automatically? The easiest way to act on the plan and pay yourself first is to make a plan that works completely automatically, meaning that you don't save and invest part of your paycheck yourself, but some financial authority does it for you. Financial planners know from experience that very few people are able to persevere on their own, without an automatic plan. If you are an employee, find out if your company has a retirement plan to which money is automatically contributed. You can arrange for the company to deduct a certain percentage of contributions to such a plan from your paycheck. If it's deducted before your paycheck arrives, you'll never miss out. But more importantly, the savings process is no longer dependent on your mood, domestic financial woes or anything else. You don't have to drag yourself to the bank by the scruff of the neck to think about investments. You make an arrangement with the company, the money is deducted, and it's done. Another advantage of retirement plans of this type is that they don't charge taxes until you withdraw the money. So instead of the usual 70 cents, a full dollar works for you, year after year. Some companies may even balance your contributions. If you work for such a company, take care of this issue right away. Go to the Employee Benefits Office and find out how to make such an agreement. Make your contribution rate as high as the law allows, but at least 10%. If you can't afford 10%, make it as high a percentage as you can. After a few months, review the situation to see if you can't raise it. Approach the question creatively: what can you cut back on expenses and whether to look for additional income? If your company doesn't have a retirement plan, you can open an individual retirement account, IRA, at a bank or brokerage firm. You can contribute up to $3,000 a year, $3,500 if you're 50 or older, to an IRA. Ask your bank, brokerage firm, or financial advisor to help you decide whether a traditional IPS or a Roth IPS is better. It takes just as much time and paperwork to open an FDIC as it does to open a checking account. And for it to continue to operate automatically, arrange for a percentage to be automatically transferred from the current account to it. Purchase assets, not liabilities. Rule 1. Understand the difference between assets and liabilities and acquire assets. The poor and middle class acquire liabilities, thinking they are acquiring assets. An asset is what draws money into my pocket. A liability is something that pulls money out of my pocket. Robert T. Kiyosaki, author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Too many people spend their financial lives consuming and satisfying various whims. For most, the investment model looks like this. 50. Now look at how rich people approach investing. They invest most of their earnings in income-generating assets, real estate, small businesses, stocks, bonds, gold, and so on. If you want to get rich, follow their example. Approach your financial activities as they do. 50. When the eggs in your basket begin to increase in size. Your account is slowly growing, and you want to learn more about how to invest your money more profitably. You may eventually need the help of a good financial advisor. I found one by asking around to friends who had been successful with his help, and then I heard the same name a couple more times. And then we met. Protect your assets with insurance. Sadly, many wealthy people today are subject to lawsuits, claims and complaints, often clearly unfounded. In addition, mistakes and accidents can happen, which is why it is important to protect your financial assets with a good insurance policy. This is even more important if your assets include small businesses. Find a good insurance agent, just like you found a financial advisor or an asset management company. Protect your patrimony with a prenuptial or cohabitation agreement. If you are in no hurry to get married, wanting to save your fortune first, financial advisors will unanimously recommend a prenuptial agreement. I know it may seem sacrilegious to assume something negative in advance at a time of blissful bliss and love, but these days such contracts have become almost vitally important. How many times have I seen people, men and women alike, lose what was rightfully theirs simply because they hesitated or did not think to draw up a prenuptial agreement in time? When I was about to marry a second time, my fiancée not only didn't object, but was in favor of such a contract with both hands. "I don't intend to take your possessions," she said. "It came to you by hard work, and you acquired it all before we met. That's why I want you to be sure that it will remain yours if our life together doesn't work out." It was her attitude that showed me that our life would work out for sure, because she loves me, not my money. I admire her. She is a balanced, rational person who would never think of claiming my property or company. If you aren't able to broach the subject of prenuptial agreements, you probably won't be able to talk openly about other emotional difficulties when they arise, either. That doesn't bode well for the quality or longevity of the relationship. Find a good marriage counselor and a couple of good attorneys whose prenuptial agreements have already appeared in court, and draw up a contract that suits you both. It is possible that this experience will also help you to cleanse your relationship of all the extraneous stuff and strengthen you spiritually. Rule 46. Playing with expenses, they are you or you are them. Too many spend more than they earn, buy things they don't need, trying to impress those they don't like. Will Rogers. American humorist, actor, and writer. Recently, on a shopping trip with my 13-year-old son, Christopher, I came across a book at the register Kayedow to learn the perfect savings, just the manual you need. As I flipped through it, I found a brief exhortation on each page: spend less. Very wise advice. How much did you spend last year? Excessive spending can hurt your financial goals. It puts you in debt, prevents you from saving as much as you could, and sets you up for consumption instead of saving and building wealth. If you feel unable to curb your passion for acquisition, try this exercise. Go through all the closets, cabinets, and drawers in the house and take out everything you haven't used in the past year. This includes clothes, shoes, jewelry, dishes, electronics, linens, towels, blankets, sports equipment, audio tapes, CDs, video games, toys, car supplies, and tools, anything you bought last year that has been sitting there dead in the trash. Gather it all in one place, such as the living room, common room, or garage. And calculate how much it all cost you. I have known people who have stumbled across expensive clothes with the labels still on them, unpacked dishes in store-branded bags, tools and appliances that had been in use literally once 3 or even 4 years ago. The fact is that with the exception of tuxedos, evening gowns, ski boots, and scuba gear, which are only meant to be used once every few years, all the other things were simply not needed. However, the money is spent on them. And if you now calculate how much, it may well turn out to be more than your current credit card debt. Start paying cash for almost everything. One way to curb the buying frenzy is to start paying for everything in cash. Cash is a stricter thing. They make you think about whether you really need what you're going to buy, carefully consider the product. And then suddenly the thing you like will not seem so badly needed, major purchases can be postponed, thinking how to do without them for now, and you are likely to spend less than paying with a credit card. Do you like to lead an affluent lifestyle? You're welcome, just cut back on your expenses. Another way to win the spending game is to live the lifestyle you enjoy, but spend less. I know a lot of people who do that, and they are also very active in saving and maintaining an investment program. And it's simple, they're just spending and buying a little differently. Here are a few examples. I have an acquaintance who regularly buys a $123 season pass to the opera, which costs $685. She listens to the same world celebrities, the same amazing music, and sees the same great directors as the rest of the audience, only she pays 82% less. How does she do it? When the mailing list for season ticket subscribers arrives in March, she crosses out the operas she doesn't like, leaving only the ones she wants to hear, and sends the fee along with the instructions to the design your own set just in hopes that her order will be accepted, and it always is. And since she agrees to sit on the balcony, she enjoys a raucous social life all theater season. And this pleasant life costs her less than a month's worth of gasoline for her car. A friend of mine collects cars, not just any cars, but convertible Cadillacs. He buys them in January, when no one would think of buying a convertible, and saves tens of thousands of dollars on it. As a result of this strategy and other buying tricks, he owns property that he rents out and uses the income in real money to increase his own wealth. Another acquaintance of mine adores wearing clothes from the best fashion designers, but feels morally obligated to buy them at second-hand stores, where she goes through rack after rack of nearly new, or even never worn, but simply no longer needed clothes to look like a movie star for pennies. Others haggle furiously, they ask for a discount, even if they are not offered one, they look for where they can buy the right thing cheaper, they run on sales, in short, they try to save money to lead such a beloved extravagant life. For these people, the posh life on a little money becomes a real gamble. Free yourself from debt. Stop paying high interest rates on your credit card and switch to a less wasteful lifestyle. It's amazing how much personal debt we Americans are able to take on. Credit cards, mortgages, automatic payments of some kind, all of these debts are staggering for many people. They reduce one's ability to save and financial security suffers. If this is your situation, use the strategy below to try to transition to a debt-free life. 1. Stop living in debt. As primitive as it may seem, many people don't manage to get out of debt mainly because they keep making new ones. Paying off some current debt, continuing to use credit cards, taking out new loans, etc. It's just crazy. Why? Because borrowing money costs more than we realize. Here are some numbers to illustrate how much you actually pay when you buy on credit, on a loan, etc. Borrowed amount $10,000. Interest rate 10%. Payment period 5 years, 60 months. Total interest paid $3,346.67. The amount paid exceeded the original purchase price by 33.5%. If you do not want to overpay, find a way to pay cash, buy a similar thing, but in a cheaper version, or decide whether you need it at all. 2. Never borrow against your home equity to pay off credit card debts. When you consolidate all of your monthly debts into a loan in this way, albeit at a lower rate, you only make things worse. Why? Because it throws you back to the initial interest rate, when interest makes up most of your monthly payments. At the beginning of any loan payment, only a very small part of it goes toward paying off the principal, whereas with a consumer loan that you paid off before, most, if not all, of it goes toward that. 3. First, pay off small debts. You will kill two birds with one stone. First, you will pay off at least a part of debts, and second, you will rise in your own eyes, as you always do when you achieve any goal. 4. Gradually increase your payments. After paying off small debts, you have some extra money left over. But it is not excessive, so do not run for joy to the store for another trinket, but use it to increase payments on the next debts. For example, if paying $300 a month on a credit card brings your balance to zero, then take that $300 next month and add it to the amount you would normally pay for your car. By doing so, you'll save thousands of dollars in interest by paying off your car early, plus you'll discipline yourself by not allowing yourself to binge on that $300. 5. Try to pay off your mortgage and credit cards as early as possible. Many mortgage banks offer what's called bi-weekly mortgages. This means that instead of making one large payment at the beginning of the month, you make 2 half payments every 2 weeks. Because the interest rate on these loans decreases with each payment, you save, and a lot, on interest, which allows you to pay it off much faster, in 23 years instead of 30 years, for example. If your bank doesn't have this service, why not make one extra payment a year, or pay a little more each month? This, too, gives you the opportunity to save on interest and pay it off faster. You can do the same with credit card debt. The power of a conscious attitude. As you get out of debt and save more, you will feel the effect on your life of an amazing power. Your attitudes will change from spending and consuming to enjoying what you have and saving with pleasure, a process that will progress at an inexplicable rate. Even if at first you find it difficult to survive every month in this situation, once you start following a plan to reduce debt and save money, you'll be surprised at your own ability to cope and reach your goal even faster than planned. Both you and your priorities and values will change. Quite unexpectedly, you will begin to measure success in terms of debts paid rather than things purchased. And, as your investment portfolio grows, you will begin to match your purchases with your goal of becoming financially secure and debt-free. Whatever your situation in life, even if it seems hopeless, stay the course and let it miraculously bring you closer to your goal. Rule 47. To get more, you have to give more. Bring all your tithes to the storehouse, that there may be food in my house, and though in this, test me, says the Lord of hosts, will I not open for you the openings of heaven, and will I not pour out upon you blessings to overflowing? The Book of Malachi 3 verse 10. The church tithe, or 10% of your income that you give to activities for the glory of the Lord, is the best possible guarantee. It has been devoutly practiced by a great many wealthy and prosperous people. And you, by tithing regularly, can set in motion cosmic forces that will bring you continued abundance. The tithe benefits not only the taker, but primarily the giver. It is alien to religious divides that do not reach to heaven, and it is for the good of all faith, for the simple act of sincere giving creates spiritual unity with the grace of the Lord and fosters in the soul love for people and for all God's creatures. Tithing is an indestructible manifestation of God's desire to provide abundance for all His children. After all, it is His will that the world is created, where the more successful you are, the more you can share with others. The increase in the prosperity of the individual always means an increase in the prosperity of society as a whole. There are different kinds of tithes. There are two. Monetary, as the name implies, consists of giving 10% of your total income to your spiritual or religious denomination or to a particular charity. Labor is when you yourself volunteer for a spiritual or religious denomination or for a charitable organization. There are currently over 18,000 such organizations in the United States alone in need of volunteers. His life changed as soon as he began to tithe. Nature gives everything without any reservations and loses nothing. Man, seeking to grab as much as possible, loses everything. James Allen. By Path of Prosperity. Robert Allen, author of Only Go and Millionaire in a Minute, didn't always give a tithe. But when he lost everything and was on the verge of total ruin, he said to himself, "Stop. After all, I was so rich. I was considered a luminary in the science of wealth, and I had always taught it to people. Where had it all gone? I must have been wrong about something." In the end, Bob got his welfare back. But he learned a valuable lesson. Either you believe in the power of tithing, he told himself, or you don't. If you do, be kind enough to write a check every week for your weekly income. And once he realized this and began to do so steadily, a whole new world suddenly opened up before him. In spite of his enormous debts, he was grateful for what he had. New opportunities soon rained down on him in a blessed rain. Today there are so many that, as Bob says, it would take 10 lifetimes to fulfill them. By his own example, he inspires others to tithe. A woman complained to him, "My husband and I can't pay our tithe. We can barely keep up with the mortgage. And we have $5,000 a month to live on. Sometimes we can hardly make it to the end of the month." Bob warned her, "You don't give a tithe because you want it, but because you already received it. You're lucky enough as it is, and you can always find a way to repay fate for the good. There are 6 billion people on the earth, any of whom would be in your place with the greatest pleasure. And the tithe is given in gratitude, that is, the gift of good in return for the good and happiness that you already have, and for the opportunity to lead the life that you lead." Bob himself, when he gives his tithe, does not expect anything in return, for he understands that for him the openings of heaven have already been opened. He gives because he has already received. Share the wealth. Money is like manure. If you spread it evenly all over the field, you get a good harvest. If you put it all in one pile, you get a hell of a stink, and nothing more. Junior Murchison. It is common knowledge that shared joy increases, shared sorrow decreases. The same is true of success and wealth. When you share them, both work and successes multiply, and in the end everyone benefits. The key to this success of chicken broth for the soul registered is that we decided to involve more co-authors in the process. Even though Mark and I got less royalties, we get 30 to 40 cents per book instead of 60 cents. We got a lot of press coverage, and we were able to write and sell more. And just the two of us could never have compiled, written, edited, and publicized 80 books. What began as a collaboration of 2 authors and 2 secretaries has grown to a staff of 12, 2 general editors, several subject editors, 2 associate editors, a royalty specialist, a marketing director, a licensing director, a new projects director, several secretaries, and a group of 75 contributors, including over 50 cartoonists and nearly 7,000 storytellers. We have always tried to pay everyone fairly. Our staff has both higher salaries than is customary in publishing houses, a very generous retirement plan, and equally generous bonuses. In addition, everyone gets 6 weeks of vacation every year. We have paid more than $4 million in royalties to our storytellers and donated several million more to charity. And we firmly believe that it is our willingness to share the wealth that has given us more wealth than we could have achieved on our own. But if we had clenched it in our fist, we probably would have only narrowed its flow. Rule 48. Find a form of service. One of the most wonderful rewards of this life is that when you sincerely help someone else, you are also helping yourself. Ralph Waldo Emerson. American essayist and poet. The greatest joy and satisfaction are experienced by those who have found a way to serve others. Serving others is not only a source of true joy, but also a cosmic principle. By giving, one gains 100-fold. Decide what is important to you. Spend some time and determine which situations and people are important to you. What problems require your involvement? What makes your soul sing? Do you care more about the homeless or the arts? If you love art and bitterly think art education is lacking in schools, you could raise donations for the cause, open art classes at your local school, or take children's tours at the local art museum. If you were an orphan and longed for your parents, you could serve as a big brother or sister to similar singles, keeping that longing in mind. Perhaps you are an animal lover and prefer to help find new owners for abandoned or lost pets. If you are an avid book reader, you could read books aloud for the blind and dyslexic. Match the activity to your skills. There are many nonprofits that could use your business skills, management, accounting, marketing, recruiting, fundraising, and so on. If you have organizational skills, you could organize fundraisers. If you can easily persuade others, you could collect donations for local charities that need your help. If you are a skilled performer, you could simply do some work for a nonprofit organization. You will gain more than you give away. By volunteering for society, you will gain much more than you give. Studies of volunteerism show that people who practice it live longer, have stronger immune systems, suffer fewer or recover faster from heart attacks, and have higher self-esteem, commitment, and a greater sense of worth than others. In addition, the same studies show that those who volunteered from a young age find themselves in more prestigious and well-paid jobs in adulthood than colleagues who were not into volunteering. Volunteering is a powerful means of networking with one's interests, which often opens up great career and business opportunities for a person. Volunteering is also an effective way to develop important success skills. Many large corporations are now well aware of this and encourage their employees to volunteer. Many companies, like Safeco and the Pillsbury Company, even incorporate volunteerism into their employee development programs and annual performance reviews. Safeco's skills acquisition through volunteerism program helps employees identify skills they would like to develop or improve. The employee can go to the Volunteer at Safeco Internet resource, read a guide to the types of volunteer activities and use the tips listed there to gain knowledge in their chosen area. He or she then discusses with the direct supervisor about incorporating volunteer opportunities into his or her personal improvement plan. Many employers also say that when they interview a candidate, they now look to see if he or she has participated in volunteer work. This is how free time devoted to volunteering can turn out to be a big plus for you and help you get the job you want. In addition, one of the keys to success is building a broad network of relationships, and what better way to connect with all kinds of people than volunteering that you would otherwise simply never meet. Moreover, it is these encounters, as a consequence of volunteering, that lead to certain events in your professional and family life. Chicken Broth for the Soul. When Mark and I were writing and putting together the first book of Chicken Broth for the Soul, we realized that we were 30 stories short for its completion. Because we had been volunteering for many years, reading papers at conferences and inspiring and supporting others, people were eager to support us back by telling stories from their lives so that we could use them in our book. It never even occurred to any of them to ask for payment. They simply wanted to do us and the readers a favor by inspiring them to do their own life's work. By taking the time to serve people who reciprocate, you create a large network of generous, caring acquaintances who are happy to give you a piece of their soul and love. And with so many people willing to serve you and others, nothing is impossible for you. Service always returns 100-fold to you. Your firm can take on the mission of creating goods and services that are useful to humanity, and thereby serve society. Sir John Mark Templeton researched more than 10,000 companies over 50 years and found that the greatest and most consistent success was with those that provided more and more useful goods and services. Whatever you do, Templeton said, first ask yourself, will it benefit the people in the end? And if so, that would be true service. I think many businessmen can prove to each other by their own example that it is business put to the benefit of the community that will never stagnate, but will prosper. When you prioritize activities that benefit and uplift society, when your work brings people more and more useful goods and services, when you seek to give rather than to receive, you will eventually receive more than you give. The world is more favorable to the givers than to the takers. The desire to support rather the givers is natural. I am convinced that the enormous sums of money that fate has rewarded us with since the release of Chicken Soup for the Soul have come in part because of our hard work, but mostly, and more importantly, because of our deep desire to do good with our books, to give what we can to everyone we can. I sincerely believe that our stories contribute to the healing of the ills of humanity in general and of each person in particular. An old proverb says that if you give a man a fish, you feed him once, but if you give him a fishing rod, you feed him for life. He will be well provided for and probably teach others how to fish as well. And so we spend our lives teaching people how to fish by equipping them with the rules and skills to succeed and win. These are the kinds of programs I have been developing to teach people independence and self-sufficiency for prisoners, for underprivileged students, and for those who live on welfare, so that they can support themselves. After all, this is also a form of service, using one's own abilities to inspire others and help them develop their talents. And like Zig Ziglar, one of the greatest teachers of the principles of success, I can repeat with the same confidence, you can achieve anything you want in life if you help others to get what they want. Part 6. Success begins here and now. Alien wisdom read out of books, even if you memorized it well, will not bear fruit. Only by letting it pass through your soul and putting it into practice will you make it your own and achieve victory with it. Bob Proctor. Author of You Were Born Rich. You were born rich. Rule 49. Proceed immediately. Jump off the cliff first, and attach wings along the way. Ray Bradbury. America's most prolific fiction writer. There is no set or designated time to begin. If you believe in astrology, and before you get married, open a store, launch a new product line, or go on a concert tour, you consult an astrologer about a favorable time, fine, so be it. I can understand that. But for everything else, the best strategy is to start immediately, without delay. Don't wait for the 12 doves to fly over your house as a sign that the moment has arrived. Get started. Do you want to lecture or give speeches? That's fine. Make arrangements at your local club, school, or religious community and set a date. This will encourage you to study the subject, sit down, and write a speech or lecture. If you're still struggling, contact the Mass Entertainers Association or take some rhetoric classes. Do you want to go into the restaurant business? That's great. Get a job in a restaurant and start learning the business. Want to be a chef? Great. Enroll in culinary school. Don't just sit around, start taking action, and now. You don't need to know everything to take on the job. Get into the game, and you'll learn the rules as you go. Don't get me wrong. I am a proponent of education, learning, and skill acquisition. If you need to learn, go and learn. Sign up for some classes or seminars, just don't put it off. You may need a coach or mentor to get you on the right track. Then find one. Even if it's a little scary, so what? Eyes fear and hands make. The key is to get started. Stop waiting until you're completely ready. You never will be. I began my career as a history teacher in a Chicago high school. When I first opened the doors of the classroom, I was not at all a perfect educator or teacher. I still had a lot to learn about how to hold a class in check, how to maintain discipline, how not to fall for tricky students, how not to be manipulated, and how to motivate a student who was not doing well. I didn't know any of this, but I had to start anyway. I learned all this and much more in the process of teaching. Most of our lives we learn on the job, right in the workplace. And some important things can only be learned in the process of doing them. You do something and get feedback on what you did or didn't do. And if you do nothing for fear of making a mistake, of getting it wrong, of doing it badly or incorrectly, there will be no backlash, and you will never be able to improve. When I opened my first business in Amherst, Massachusetts, a leisure and meeting center I called the Personal and Collective Development Center, I went to the local banks to get a loan. The first bank told me that I had to have a business plan. I had no idea what that was, but I went and bought a manual on how to write a business plan. I wrote it and took it to the bank. I was told that it has a lot of flaws. I asked for an explanation. I went home and rewrote it with this in mind. I went back to the bank, and this time they told me the plan was good, but I needed a guarantor. I asked for suggestions as to who could do it. They gave me the names of several bankers who would be sympathetic to my plan. Again, I left the bank. But each of the people I talked to gave increasingly accurate feedback until I honed both the plan and the presentation so that I finally got the $20,000 loan I so desperately needed. When the first book in the Chicken Broth for the Soul registered series by Mark Victor Hansen and me was published, I had the idea of selling a batch to a bigger SM company, I thought that by distributing the book in their cells, they would help networkers to increase their motivation, strengthen their belief in their dreams and strength, become more confident and take more risks and thus achieve more successful sales. I took out a list of all the Direct Marketing Association member companies, chose some of the bigger ones, and started calling the commercial directors. Sometimes I couldn't get in touch with them, and sometimes I was told, "We are not interested in this." Several times I was simply dumped. But in the end, after recovering from the sharp rejections and getting through to the person responsible for such decisions, I discussed with him the merits and usefulness of the book and negotiated a large order. Some companies liked the book so much that I was later invited to speak at their conventions. Was I afraid to call, as they call it, into the white light like a penny? Of course I was. Did I know what I was doing when I started? Of course not. I had never sold books in batches before. I had to learn on the fly. But the important thing is that I started. I got in touch with the people I wanted to serve, found out what they breathe, what they dream about, what they seek, and analyzed how our book can help them achieve their goals. The road began to unfold in front of me as soon as I took the first step, daring to take the risk. Here you are, no matter where you are in your being, take the step that will take you where you want to go. How to start acting. The road of 1,000 ri begins with the first step. An old Chinese proverb. Take everything you've learned, or refreshed in your memory, from this book and put it into practice. Of course, you won't be able to do everything at once, but at least you'll get started. There are 50 rules in this book. If you're not careful and diligent, you may find it difficult. So first of all, do this. Go back to section 1 and begin to work through each rule in turn in the order in which they are presented. Take 100% responsibility for your own life and success, understand your life goals, determine what you want, set specific and measurable goals for all your dreams, assign them to specific actions, formulate an affirmation for each goal and begin to constantly and daily visualize your goals as already achieved. By breaking them down into specific action steps, you can create affirmations for each of your goals and begin the practice of visualizing your completed goals every day. Arrange with someone to be mutually accountable or form your own think tank to take those first steps without being alone. Now start acting on your most important goals daily. Pay the right price, do whatever it takes, ask for whatever you need without fear of rejection, ask for feedback and respond yourself, continually improve and don't bow your head to any obstacles. You are now in control of your own destiny and are moving steadily toward the fulfillment of your main goals. Then, to create and retain momentum, make a program to complete all unfinished business, change limiting beliefs, develop a new positive habit every quarter, read inspirational literature and buy motivational audio programs to listen to on the road or while exercising. Then plan a vacation with your wife, husband, or friends and sign up for a 6-month personal development course. Start saying no to everything that distracts you from your main goals, and find a mentor or hire a coach to advise you and keep you on track. Finally, work on your attitude toward money. Agree to automatically deduct 10% or more from each paycheck into an investment account, and don't forget to tithe, cash or labor, to your religious or favorite nonprofit organization. Analyze and cut expenses, start calculating how to make a fortune and how to become needed and useful to your employer and clients. It's impossible to do everything at once. However, if you make small but steady progress every day, after a while you will develop a whole new set of habits and mindsets. Remember, it takes time to be valuable. No one wakes up in the morning a winner without having done the hard work beforehand. It took me years to learn and apply all the rules in this book. Some of them I have already mastered, and some I am still working on. And even though you need time, it's not as much time as I do. I had to find, study, and deduce all these rules myself over many years and from many different sources. I am handing them over to you in their entirety, ready-made, on a silver platter. Here you have everything you need to go to a higher level. Use my considerable experience and knowledge to your advantage and for your good, reap the harvest that I have sown for you. Of course, it is impossible to grasp the immensity, and there is something you don't know, something unique to your circumstances, profession, career, and goals, but the basic principles necessary for success in any enterprise are covered in full in this book. Give yourself the word to begin immediately and use them to continue to create the life of your dreams. Related effects. Scientist, inventor, and philosopher Buckminster Fuller talked about the collateral effects that arise when one begins to serve people. Buckminster explained this with the example of the worker bee, whose main purpose is to collect nectar, from which the other bees in the hive will make honey. But by flying from flower to flower in search of this nectar, the bee unwittingly performs a much broader task. It gathers pollen on its wings and thereby contributes to the pollination of plants. This is a byproduct of the activity of the nectar-seeking bee. Think of yourself as a speedboat speeding across the water. On either side and behind you is the trail of your forcing forward. It's the same in life. As you move energetically toward your goal, you create collateral effects that are sometimes far more important than you first anticipated or imagined. After all, you are taking your first steps, and the roadmap with all its possibilities is just beginning to unfold before you. None of the rich and successful people I know, including my closest friends and the more than 70 people I interviewed for this book, could plan or predict the exact sequence of their life events. Everything started with a dream and a plan, but once started, it began to unfold in the most unexpected ways. Take me for example. Mark Victor Hansen and I never imagined that the title of our first book, Chicken Broth for the Soul, would develop into a brand and become an everyday expression throughout North America and many other countries around the world. In the same way, we could never have imagined that chicken broth for your loved ones and pets would be the name for dog and cat food, a greeting card series, a TV show, a syndicated column in a periodical, or a syndicated radio show. Just imagine all of this grew out of just our intention to write a book and benefit people. When Dave Lineker decided to leave the largest real estate agency in Denver and open his own, he had no idea that 30 years later his company, RE/MAX, would become the largest real estate firm in the United States with a billion-dollar business and 92,000 agents in 50 countries around the world. When Donald Trump built his first building, he did not know that he would end up owning a casino, golf courses, a resort, a Miss America pageant, and the #1 reality show on American television. All he knew was that he wanted to build stately buildings. The rest unfolded as he went along. Carl Tarcher started with a mobile hot dog stand he sold in Lower Los Angeles. After he saved some money, he bought another one, then another, until he was able to buy a restaurant. That first restaurant evolved into the Carl's Jr. chain. When Paul Orfalia opened a small photo shop and started catering to local college students, he could hardly have imagined that it would grow into a chain of more than 1,800 Kinko's stores and bring him a net profit of $116 million when he later sold it. All of these people may have had several goals and plans worked out in as much detail as they could have imagined at the time, but with each new success, new unforeseen opportunities opened up. If you are still aiming in your chosen direction, keep pushing forward, and as you move steadily forward, all sorts of unexpected opportunities are bound to arise. How a dream of the Olympics turned into a career as a professional lecturer. Finally realizing he wanted to compete in the Winter Olympics for a third time, Ruben Gonzalez returned to his native Texas, where an 11-year-old fifth grader, the son of a neighbor, reminded him that he had promised to stop by his elementary school sometime and tell him about himself. After Ruben had spent more than an hour regaling Will's classmates with tales of his dream and his difficult but winning journey to the Olympics, the teacher asked if he would speak to the whole school. And Ruben spoke for another hour to 200 children. At the end, the teachers told him that they often invite different lecturers to the children, but that no one had ever been able to find common ground with them so easily. And they said he had a real gift for lecturing. Inspired by this backlash, Ruben began calling other schools in the Houston area and soon received so many invitations that he quit his old job as a copier salesman. Everything went fine until June, when, much to Ruben's surprise, the schools began their summer vacation, and no invitations were expected until the fall. Spurred on by the need to earn a living, by which time he was already married, Ruben began calling local firms. Little by little he gained leads in the Dallas business world, and as word spread of his extraordinary motivational lectures, his career was on the rise. In just 2 years, Ruben was earning more in 2 months than he made as a salesman in an entire year. That's how some 35th place in luge, a sport most people had never heard of, turned out to be a step toward a career as a high-class lecturer. But Ruben, starting down the ice track at 90 miles an hour at the American Olympic Training Center in Lake Placid, New York, did not plan for it, and could not have anticipated it at all. It was one of those collateral effects that Buckminster Fuller talked about. Let's go. I have tried to give you the rules and methods necessary for you to go and do whatever it takes to achieve your dreams. They have worked for me and many others, and they will work for you. But this is where the information, motivation, and inspiration, everything that comes from the outside, ends, and the work, your work, to the sweat of your bones begins. You, and only you, must take action to create the life of your dreams. No one else can do it for you. You have all the necessary abilities and means, which should be put into action without delay and achieve the desired result. I know you can do it. And you know you can. So go ahead and do it. It's not just hard work, it's a lot of fun. Southwest hit the road and remember to enjoy the ride. Everyone who got what they wanted had to start with what they had. Richard Paul Evans. Best-selling author of The Christmas Box. Rule 50. Inspiring others inspires yourself. If your work results in a legacy that inspires others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become someone more significant, you are a natural-born leader. Dolly Parton. Songwriter, singer, actress, entrepreneur, Country Music Association and Grammy Award winner, was nominated for an Oscar and now controls a $100 million media empire. I would like you to read this book several times. Underline what is most important to you and reread what you have underlined. With each rereading, you will not only reinforce what you have already learned, but you will also discover something new, some concepts that may have previously escaped your attention. It will take time to comprehend and assimilate all these new ideas. Give yourself some time. It's also a good idea to make several copies of this book for your high school and college kids, employees, co-workers, team members, and executives. You will be amazed at how radically you can change the life of your family, team, or firm simply by following the same rules together. For anyone, the greatest gift is the gift of support and love. And what greater and more powerful expression of love is there than helping those you love to free themselves from limiting beliefs and ignorance and inspire them to create the life they crave to their very core? So many people live in enduring submissive despair. It's time to make a difference. We all have it in our souls to create the life we want, we dream about, we were born to live. We all deserve to realize ourselves fully and discover our true destiny. It is our inalienable right, but it must be claimed. And then earn it through hard work, and part of that work is to first learn the time-tested and timeless principles that are guaranteed to lead you to your desired results, and then live by them. Most of us didn't learn these principles in school or church, and only a few have had the good fortune to learn them at home. They were passed down from man to man by mentors, teachers, instructors, and later through books, seminars, and sound programs. Now you have in your hands the quintessence of these principles. Use them to free your own life and the lives of those you love most and whose actions most affect your life. What if all of your family stopped complaining, took full responsibility for themselves and their destiny, and created the life of their dreams? What if everyone in your company embraced these principles? What if all the members of your soccer team embraced it? What if every high school student in the United States learned these principles and put them into practice in the classroom, on the sports field, and in public life? What if all incarcerated men and women learned these valuable principles before they were released from prison and returned to society? It would be a whole different world. People would be 100% responsible for their lives and the results they achieve or fail to achieve. They would have clear dreams and clear goals. No one would fall victim to criticism and abuse. Everyone would persevere in spite of hardships and problems. Men and women would unite, supporting one another in realizing themselves and becoming what God wanted them to be. People would not hesitate to ask for what they needed and would refuse requests from others if it was impossible for them to agree. They would stop whining and complaining and get busy creating the life they wanted. They would speak the truth and listen to each other with compassion, for they would understand that only then would peace, joy, and prosperity blossom. In short, the world would be a much more perfect place. The most significant contribution you can make to rebuilding the world is to expand your own self-awareness, increase your self-actualization, and enhance your ability not to hide your most sincere dreams and desires under a cloud. The next great service to humanity is to help others do the same. What a wonderful world it would be if we all did the same. That is why I wrote this book, to contribute to the creation of such a world. If that happens, I can consider my mission to inspire and support others to live their highest dreams in love and joy accomplished. When you know and understand something thoroughly, teach it to others. Tyrone Edwards. American theologian. It is common knowledge that if you want to learn something well, start teaching it to others. After all, then you will have to explain it to others, which means that you will have to put your own thoughts and ideas about the subject in order and understand it more accurately. That is, and this is the most important thing, to read and study the information more than once and recite it over and over again. And, as is well known, repetition is the mother of learning, and the information repeatedly repeated is firmly fixed in your mind. So a great benefit of my research and teaching is that I am constantly reminding myself of the rules of success and how important it is to apply them at all times. To my staff, who read the chapters of this book as I was finishing them, they help to refresh my memory on some somewhat forgotten rules. And each time I conduct seminars around the country, I find that I am beginning to apply the principles taught more diligently in my own life. Teach these rules to others. Imagine who you could teach these rules to. Hold a seminar in your church community. Open classes at a local school or college. Organize a class at work. Get a group together to meet once a week for lunch for a month and a half. Lead an intrafamily seminar. You don't have to be an expert on the rules to lead a discussion group. You just need to be able to organize a discussion about them. The study guide will tell you everything you need to say and do to have fruitful discussions and help people apply the rules at work, at school, and at home. Imagine a family, a group, a club, a religious community, an office, or a company where people all work together in friendship, supporting each other in the active application of these rules. The results would be amazing. You could be the person who contributed to it. And if not you, then who? If not now, when? When you inspire others, they inspire you. In addition, and most importantly, the more you help others succeed in life, the more willing they are to help you succeed. This begs the question of why all success strategists are so successful. It's because they have helped so many people get what they want. And the natural human need is to support those who have supported them. The same thing will happen to you. One of my spiritual teachers once said, "Be a disciple to those above you, a teacher to those below you, and a fellow traveler and companion to those equal to you." Wonderful advice for all of us.